Chapter 1. The Divorce Reflection Period. Divorce Reflection Period. In the Mingzhu district of Lingjiang City, at the Civil Affairs Bureau's Marriage Registration Office, one room is nearly empty from marriage certificates, while the adjacent room, for divorce certificates, is bustling with customers taking tea that moment. A striking woman, adorned with a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, furrows her brow as she inquires with the staff. Beside her stands a tall, handsome man in his mid-20s, with sharp brows and bright eyes. They have been waiting since the bureau opened that morning and have finally reached the front of the line, only to learn that immediate divorce is not possible due to the mandated reflection period. According to the latest provisions of the Civil Code, a 30-day reflection period is required before processing a divorce. During this time, either spouse may withdraw their divorce application at the bureau should they wish to reconsider. Both of us are willing to divorce. Can't we process it right away? The woman presses again. The staff, adhering to the principle of reconciliation, advises, "My dear lady, perhaps you both should contemplate this further. Do not let a moment of impulse ruin a lifetime of happiness." The woman glances at the man beside her, hesitating momentarily, yet ultimately asserts, "Thank you, but we have made up our minds." Minutes later, the couple exits the Civil Affairs Bureau, and the woman scans her surroundings cautiously before she and Lin Zhou step into a white Toyota Alphard parked by the roadside. Inside the car, a short-haired, middle-aged woman eagerly asks, "Did you manage to finalize it?" The young woman removes her sunglasses, revealing a beautiful, alluring face. If passers-by were to glimpse her, they would instantly recognize her as the recently popular celebrity, Shen Yao, known as the Pure Sweetheart. However, this star, who usually beams with joy in front of the camera, now appears somewhat fatigued as she rubs her temples and replies, "The Civil Affairs Bureau said we need to wait 30 days before we can obtain the divorce certificate. 30 days? The middle-aged woman, named Chun Zhu, visibly deflates, as she had been the one urging Shen Yao to divorce her mediocre husband, leading to today's events. Chun Zhu glances at Shen Yao and then at the silent, handsome man, sighing, 3 years have already demonstrated that this marriage is a failure. What significance does an additional 30 days hold? The atmosphere in the car grows somber, and Lin Zhou suddenly speaks up, "I will move out today. We can come back in a month to finalize the divorce." With that, he opens the car door and steps out. Watching his familiar, upright figure, Shen Yao cannot help but call out, "Lin Zhou." The man named Lin Zhou turns, his expression calm, yet the fervor once present in his gaze has dissipated. Shen Yao parts her lips, her voice slightly hoarse. "Are you truly not taking the 3 million? She and Lin Zhou fell in love at first sight during college, dated for 4 years, and married shortly after graduation, having been wed for 3 years now. Shen Yao has transformed from an ordinary student to a rapidly rising second-tier singer, while Lin Zhou has remained at her side, acting as her assistant and protector. She shines brightly on stage, while he quietly safeguards her from behind. Initially, their love was fervent, and Shen Yao even became pregnant with Lin Zhou's child, but she chose to terminate the pregnancy for the sake of her career. As Shen Yao's star ascended, she increasingly felt that Lin Zhou could no longer keep pace with her. A rift formed in her heart, and their marital life grew increasingly dull. Though they still shared a home, they had been living separately for over half a year. The pure love between the innocent girl and the handsome boy from campus ultimately succumbed to the harsh realities of the entertainment industry. Their once clear affection, eroded by fickle human nature that a few days prior, Shen Yao had initiated the divorce. Lin Zhou made no pleas for reconciliation, swiftly signing the divorce agreement and relinquishing their shared assets, everything from their home to their car, all acquired post. Her rise to fame meant nothing to him that he even rejected Chun Zhu's offer of a 3 million hush fund. Chun Zhu feared that Lin Zhou might harbor resentment post-divorce and speak ill of Shen Yao, jeopardizing her innocent public persona. In that moment, Shen Yao echoed these concerns. Upon hearing her words, Lin Zhou looked back at her, a serene smile gracing his lips. "After all these years together, you still do not understand me. What a pity." With that, he turned and walked away, the midday sun casting a clean, unencumbered glow upon him, reminiscent of the young man he once was, unchanged. Shen Yao stared at his retreating figure, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She closed her eyes to stave off the impending weakness. This man is handsome, gentle, considerate, and responsible. If she were an ordinary woman, they would undoubtedly grow old together. Yet, alas, her ambition drives her to ascend the pinnacle of the Chinese music scene, and she cannot afford any burdens. Shen Yao, still somewhat anxious, asked, "What does he mean by that? He wants to seek revenge by spreading rumors about you. Will he?" Shen Yao sighed, "I know him, he won't." Shen Yao felt relieved, smiling as she shared, "I have good news for you. You have been invited to be a lead singer in the third season of I Am a Singer." Shen Yao froze momentarily, her damp eyes now sparkling with delight. "Really? That's wonderful." Being a lead singer on such a prestigious program signifies her growing recognition. If she performs well, she might indeed rise to the ranks of first-tier singers. Shen Yao paused before adding, "Su Qingmei has also received an invitation barring unforeseen circumstances. She will be a lead singer as well." Su Qingmei? Upon hearing the name, Shen Yao frowned. They had a shared history, debuting around the same time and signing with the industry titan Tianyun Entertainment, their appearances and vocal qualities somewhat alike. However, unlike Shen Yao, Su Qingmei is already an acknowledged pop diva and national goddess. Meanwhile, Shen Yao remains a struggling second-tier artist, often disparagingly referred to as a lower-tier version of Su Qingmei. If Su Qingmei were also to join I Am a Singer, their similar styles would only highlight the disparity in their status, posing a potential threat to Shen Yao's aspirations. Shen Yao continued, "You need not worry too much. Su Qingmei has been embroiled in negative news lately, and I hear her condition isn't great. This could be your chance to eclipse her. Surpass Su Qingmei? Become a pop diva?" Shen Yao's gaze sharpened, and her face revealed her unmasked ambition and desire. Ending a marriage that might have been happy but could not advance her career was indeed the right moment to elevate her professional journey. Lin Zhou took a taxi back to the residence he shared with Shen Yao, quickly packed his belongings, and took one last look at the home they had shared for 3 years before leaving. Without a backward glance, dragging his suitcase out of the community, he looked up at the sun blazing in the sky and couldn't help but chuckle, divorced on Earth, and now here on Blue Star as well. Lin Zhou has lived on Blue Star for 26 years, and it was only a month ago that he sustained minor injuries from a car incident. Since then, fragments of memories from Earth have begun to surface in his mind, though they remain hazy. He only recalls that he had also been divorced in his previous life, but the details elude him. Upon deciding to divorce Shen Yao, peculiar text began to materialize before his eyes, visible solely to him. At that moment, lines of small text appeared once more. "Unfortunately, it's not you. Memories from Earth being replicated, progress at 1. An ordinary road. Memories from Earth being replicated, progress at 1. Encounter. Memories from Earth being replicated, progress at 1. Courageous solitude. Memories from Earth being replicated, progress at 1. Chapter 2. The solitary plum blossom. On a snowy night at the headquarters of Tianyun Entertainment in Lin Zhou City, a woman stood silently before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling traffic below. She possessed an oval face, with brows resembling distant mountains and eyes akin to autumn waters. Her figure was exquisitely curvaceous. Even without the adornment of makeup, dressed simply in a white shirt and jeans, she outshone many meticulously made-up starlets. Alas, her demeanor was profoundly cold, rendering her akin to a solitary plum blossom in a snowy night, stunning yet utterly unapproachable. However, amidst the recent rampant rumors, this icy beauty was scandalously labeled as a shameless mistress who ascended the ranks by exploiting her allure. Compounding the situation, she had recently suffered from a severe illness, which had affected her voice, leading many to eagerly anticipate her fall from grace. In just 3 years, she had risen from being the best newcomer to a nominee for the Best Singer of the Year, and now to the status of a petite diva in the music industry. Her meteoric rise had obstructed the paths of many. Yet, the concerns did not merely stem from the whispers of gossip or the lurking rivals. There lay a package on the desk before her. The parcel had been unwrapped, revealing a photograph of Su Qingmei alongside 3 blood-red words inscribed, "Wait for me. Qingmei, Sister Hong, this is the 3rd photo we've received this month," exclaimed her round-faced, slightly plump assistant in a fluster. Su Qingmei had recently faced a string of misfortunes, not only being the target of malicious rumors but also receiving threatening packages. The company had already reported the matter to the police, yet these parcels were not sent through the mail. Rather, they were discreetly placed at the entrance of Tianyun Entertainment. The authorities had yet to identify the sender, who could potentially be a rival or an extreme fan. Should it be the latter, the situation could escalate further. As the entertainment industry was rife with artists harassed, or even harmed by obsessive fans. Initially, the company considered hiring a bodyguard for Su Qingmei, but given her current notoriety, employing one might lead to accusations of her being pretentious. Ultimately, it was her manager, Zhang Hong, who suggested hiring a personal assistant under Su Qingmei's name, masquerading as an assistant while functioning as a bodyguard. However, Su Qingmei's frosty temperament rendered her averse to being followed by unfamiliar faces. She had conducted numerous interviews over the past few days, yet none had met her standards. Now, with a personal assistant and bodyguard still unappointed, yet another threatening package had arrived. At that moment, Zhang Hong's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a gentle and refined voice said, "Hello. May I speak with Ms. Zhang? This is she. I saw the job posting online and wish to apply for the position of personal assistant." "Very well. I shall provide you with an email address. Please send your resume, and if suitable, we will inform you for an interview." Zhang Hong adeptly handled the conversation. "Thank you." The soft-voiced man ended the call. "Sister Hong, is there another applicant?" The assistant, Zhou Yun, leaned in eagerly to see Zhang Hong's phone. Soon, a resume appeared in Zhang Hong's inbox. "Wow, he's so handsome." Zhou Yun gasped upon seeing the photo on the resume. Lin Zhou, 26 years old. With experience as both an assistant and bodyguard, this is perfect. Marital status. In the process of divorce. What does "in the process of divorce" mean? Zhou Yun pondered, slightly bewildered by the phrasing. If he's unmarried, he's unmarried. If divorced, he's divorced. What does this mean? Nevertheless, this candidate seemed quite suitable. "Sister Qingmei, come take a look." Hearing the assistants chattering, the cool woman standing by the window slowly turned, her exquisite oval face revealing no emotion. She spoke softly, albeit with a slightly hoarse voice due to her recent illness. "You may decide." Her voice, once clear and melodious, now bore the strain of her ailment. Another source of concern for Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun. With Su Qingmei set to participate in the first recording of "I Am a Singer" next week, the rumors swirling around her and her unhealed voice cast a shadow over her prospects. Zhang Hong, no longer focused on achieving high accolades, merely hoped for her to navigate this tumultuous period safely. "Shall I invite him for an interview?" Zhang Hong inquired, having initially screened the resumes. Yet ultimately, the decision lay with Su Qingmei. They had interviewed over 10 candidates, none of whom had matched her expectations. Su Qingmei nodded. Zhang Hong dialed Lin Zhou's number, providing the address of the company and informing him of the interview. After hanging up, she turned to see Su Qingmei had returned to her post by the window. Observing the ebb and flow of the bustling crowd below, a figure both slender and resolute, Zhang Hong sighed, hoping that this Lin Zhou would prove to be capable. Half an hour later, Lin Zhou arrived at the office building of Tianyun Entertainment, pulling along a suitcase. "I can't believe I'm back here," he mused, gazing up at the towering edifice. During his time as an agent and bodyguard for Shen Yao, he had often accompanied her to Tianyun Entertainment, always maintaining a low profile to conceal their relationship. Thus, no one had paid him any mind. Now, freshly divorced from Shen Yao, he found himself returning once more. Having just moved out of the apartment he once shared with Shen Yao, his mind lingered on the unfinished songs he had yet to complete. His immediate concern was securing a place to stay, as living in a hotel indefinitely was unfeasible. A job that provided accommodation would be ideal. Lin Zhou swiftly discovered a fitting position, personal assistant, on the talent recruitment website. Having served as Shen Yao's assistant for 3 years, he certainly had the requisite experience. As for which artist at Tianyun Entertainment required an assistant, he felt no curiosity. His disdain for the entertainment industry had grown. The once innocent girl he knew had morphed into someone consumed by ambition and greed. It was merely a den of iniquity. Who could be deemed virtuous? Stepping into Tianyun Entertainment, Lin Zhou contacted Zhang Hong at the front desk. Shortly thereafter, a plump girl with a round face emerged. "Hello, Mr. Lin, please follow me." Zhou Yun greeted him with a smile, secretly marveling. "Wow, he looks even better in person. Those male stars can't compare." "Thank you," Lin Zhou nodded, following Zhou Yun into an office. Upon entering, he was met with a scene reminiscent of a painting. A graceful figure with cascading hair stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the bustling street below. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a soft golden hue upon her elegant silhouette. Yet, despite the radiant sun, the chill of her solitude remained unmitigated. Like a solitary plum blossom blooming in the winter sun, she could not be warmed, only thriving in the cold night. Was this woman not Su Qingmei? Was she the one seeking a personal assistant? Having spent 3 years in the entertainment industry, Lin Zhou immediately recognized her. This petite diva was renowned for two defining traits: her long legs and her frosty demeanor. Su Qingmei's legs were legendary within the industry, long, graceful, and perfectly proportioned, a true embodiment of elegance. Her coldness, however, was her essence. This woman rarely spoke, let alone smiled, save for when she sang. Upon encountering this iceberg of a woman, Lin Zhou pondered the necessity of hiring a personal assistant. Just then, a middle-aged woman seated on the sofa spoke up. "Mr. Lin, please take a seat." Lin Zhou withdrew his gaze and sat down opposite her. "Mr. Lin, time is of the essence. Let us commence the interview." Zhang Hong assessed Lin Zhou from head to toe, contemplating that his appearance was quite suitable for an entertainer. However, as for the roles of assistant and bodyguard, she maintained a smile and continued, "Mr. Lin, I believe you have seen the requirements outlined in the job listing. This position is somewhat unique, as it entails certain assistant duties, but the majority of the responsibilities revolve around safeguarding the employer. What advantages do you believe you possess that would qualify you for this role?" Without hesitation, Lin Zhou replied, "I have worked for 3 years as both an assistant and a bodyguard. Would you consider that an advantage?" Zhang Hong exchanged glances with Zhou Yun before inquiring, "Mr. Lin, may I ask who your previous employer was? And why did you choose not to continue?" Lin Zhou responded, "I apologize, but I am bound by confidentiality. As for my resignation, I suppose we simply grew weary of our roles." Although the last statement sounded peculiar, Zhang Hong refrained from probing further into Lin Zhou's former employer. She proceeded to ask him several professional questions pertaining to the roles of assistant and bodyguard, to which Lin Zhou answered with ease. Zhang Hong was quite satisfied, and Zhou Yun also found this handsome Mr. Lin to be quite impressive. Nevertheless, the final decision rested with Su Qingmei. At that moment, Su Qingmei, who had been standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, finally turned around. Her exquisite, yet frosty visage was enough to captivate anyone. The previous interviewees had been utterly entranced, exhibiting various degrees of awe and astonishment. Yet Lin Zhou remained remarkably composed. Having spent 3 years as an assistant and bodyguard for Shen Yao, he had encountered numerous beautiful starlets, most of whom were ensconced in superficiality and opportunism beneath their alluring exteriors. While Su Qingmei was the most beautiful woman Lin Zhou had ever laid eyes upon, who could truly discern the depths of a person's heart in the entertainment industry. Su Qingmei regarded Lin Zhou, who wore a serene expression, with a hint of surprise. The candidates before him had been unable to conceal their delight and desire upon realizing their employer was Su Qingmei. This position of personal assistant and bodyguard required constant companionship. Hiring someone infatuated with her beauty or harboring ulterior motives would only place her in jeopardy. What Su Qingmei sought was a man devoid of any feelings towards her, as only such a man could fulfill the role without causing her distress. This man before her, seemingly indifferent to her allure, appeared to meet her criteria perfectly. Su Qingmei approached Lin Zhou, her long legs moving gracefully, her icy demeanor unable to conceal her alluring figure. She extended her hand towards him. "Mr. Lin, you have been hired." Lin Zhou rose but did not immediately shake her hand. Instead, he posed the most pressing question. "Does this job include accommodation?" The atmosphere fell momentarily silent, and Zhou Yun quickly interjected, "It includes meals and lodging." Lin Zhou nodded and gently shook Su Qingmei's hand. "Boss, I look forward to your guidance." In the next instant, Lin Zhou was taken aback. The moment his hand made contact with Su Qingmei's, words resurfaced in his mind. "Regrettably, it is not you memory replication from Earth at 20. Ordinary road memory replication from Earth at 15. Encounter memory replication from Earth at 10. Lone Brave memory replication from Earth at 5. Chapter 3. An unexpected turn on the first day. Mr. Lin, here is the employment contract. Please have a look and sign if there are no issues." In a white van, Zhou Yun was driving while Zhang Hong occupied the passenger seat. Su Qingmei and Lin Zhou sat in the second row. However, Su Qingmei sat rigidly, her body nearly pressed against the window, her pair of enchanting eyes gazing out. She seemed to wish to distance herself from Lin Zhou as much as possible. Lin Zhou pondered, if she so despises contact with unfamiliar men, why then hire a male assistant? At that moment, Zhang Hong turned around and handed over a contract. "All right." Lin Zhou took it, recognizing that the contents echoed their earlier discussion in Su Qingmei's office. Party A, Su Qingmei. Party B, Lin Zhou. A monthly salary of 10,000, plus bonuses, with accommodation and meals included. The contract was for 3 months, with the option of renewal subject to Party A's discretion. Party B must maintain confidentiality regarding their work and cannot disclose any information about Party A to the outside world or reveal to anyone that they are working alongside Party A. Lin Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. This sounded less like an assistant's role and more akin to that of a spy. Nevertheless, he brushed it aside, as it was. After all, only a 3-month engagement, a mere distraction following his divorce. It also provided an opportunity to delve into the mysteries of Earth's memories. Just moments ago, he had briefly shaken hands with Su Qingmei, and suddenly, the progress of the 4 Earth songs that had stagnated for months surged forward. Could it be that interaction with a singer aids in unlocking Earth's memories? Yet, he had shared deeper connections with Shen Yao before. And why then had those 4 songs remained at a mere 1? This question lingered unanswered, and Lin Zhou signed the contract without further contemplation. Su Qingmei followed suit. And thus, the formal relationship of employer and personal assistant was established. Zhang Hong glanced at Su Qingmei. "Qingmei, may we discuss it now?" Su Qingmei withdrew her gaze from the window and nodded slightly. Zhang Hong's expression grew stern as she pulled out 3 photographs from her bag and handed them to Lin Zhou. Upon inspection, Lin Zhou noticed they were candid shots of Su Qingmei, each inscribed with the ominous phrase, "Wait for me." The handwriting was erratic and blood-red, evoking a sense of dread. Lin Zhou's demeanor changed instantaneously as he looked up at Zhang Hong. "Is someone threatening Miss Su? Who could it be?" Zhang Hong replied. "The police are still investigating. But given Qingmei's public status, we cannot discuss this openly. We can only hope the authorities clarify the situation promptly." Lin Zhou understood. "So, my task until then is to protect Miss Su?" Zhang Hong nodded while Zhou Yun cheerfully added, "It's 24-hour close protection." Half an hour later, the van descended into an underground parking lot of a residential community. Lin Zhou glanced at the community name, which bore a poetic touch, Shuemei Yuan. Zhou Yun parked the vehicle, and they entered the elevator, arriving on the 6th floor. This was a rather upscale multi-story apartment, with 2 units per floor, and Su Qingmei resided on the top floor. Upon entering Su Qingmei's home, it was not the lavish opulence he had envisioned. Rather, the decor was understated and elegant, with predominantly white furniture that imparted a chilling ambience. The residence spanned 2 levels. The first floor comprised a living room, dining area, kitchen, and 2 additional rooms. Beside the kitchen was a staircase leading to the 2nd floor. "Mr. Lin, you will be residing here from now on," Zhang Hong informed him. "This is Miss Su's home? I will stay here?" Lin Zhou was taken aback, observing Su Qingmei, who had immediately walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze outside. This woman seemed averse to socializing, yet paradoxically enjoyed standing indoors to look out. Zhou Yun grinned and said, "Of course. To provide 24-hour protection for Sister Qingmei, you must live in her home." "Xiao Yun, Jiahong, thank you for your hard work today. You may return now," Su Qingmei said, turning from the window to address Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun. "Qingmei." Zhang Hong attempted to voice something, but seeing Su Qingmei's frosty expression, she sighed and told Lin Zhou, "Tomorrow, Qingmei will be recording I Am a Singer in Xingqing. We will arrive at 8 in the morning." Lin Zhou nodded, as Zhou Yun winked at him and raised a small fist, encouragingly saying, "Mr. Lin, good luck." He smiled back at her. Once the 2 had departed, the vast house was left with only Su Qingmei and Lin Zhou. Clearing his throat, Lin Zhou felt at a loss for words. Su Qingmei's demeanor was exceedingly cold, leaving him tongue-tied. Su Qingmei gestured toward the sofa, her originally crisp voice slightly hoarse. "Please, take a seat." Lin Zhou sat down, only to see Su Qingmei retrieving a paper from her bag and handing it to him. Upon inspection, the document was titled Private Assistant Cohabitation Agreement, outlining 7 or 8 stipulations. The assistant's activity space included the living room, kitchen, bedroom, and bathroom on the 1st floor. But access to the 2nd floor was prohibited. Besides necessary work-related interactions, the assistant was not permitted to interfere with Su Qingmei's personal life under any circumstances. The assistant could not bring anyone into the house. The terms were all constraints imposed on Lin Zhou. He understood, as it was natural for a woman to feel uncomfortable suddenly cohabiting with a man for 3 months. Lin Zhou speculated that Zhang Hong had been the driving force behind hiring a personal assistant and bodyguard, while Su Qingmei was likely reluctant. Hence, she had presented this cohabitation agreement after her manager and assistant had left. Lin Zhou was indifferent. He, too, had no particular fondness for the entertainment industry. Moreover, Su Qingmei's reputation was currently unsavory, with rumors circulating online about her involvement in scandals and being a mistress. He had no intentions of developing any feelings for her. He was merely seeking a transitional job. He readily signed the agreement, and Su Qingmei took it back, indicating a room on the left side of the living room. You will stay there. With that, she ascended the stairs. Is there food available at home? What would you like for dinner? Lin Zhou inquired, as part of the assistant's duties included cooking, a point Zhang Hong had specifically asked about during the interview. In contemporary society, men often excel in cooking compared to women. Lin Zhou and Shen Yao had shared similar dynamics, with Lin Zhou typically preparing meals. I'm not hungry. There are ingredients in the fridge. You may cook for yourself, Su Qingmei replied, ascending the stairs. Lin Zhou shrugged. He had heard of Su Qingmei's recent illness, and upon seeing her pallid complexion, it was evident she had not yet fully recovered. She refused to eat? A bit too much of a fairy tale, isn't it? But then again, she was the employer, and as an assistant, it was not his place to comment. Opening the refrigerator, he found it indeed stocked with various ingredients, likely purchased in advance by Zhou Yun. It was already evening, and Lin Zhou made himself a fragrant beef rice bowl without hesitation. After his meal, he retrieved his change of clothes and personal items, bringing them to the room designated by Su Qingmei. This room was quite spacious, bright and tidy, equipped with a television and computer reminiscent of a stay in a five-star hotel. Feeling satisfied, Lin Zhou nodded. This job, which included meals and accommodation, was indeed quite decent. Aside from the fact that his employer was rather frigid, everything else seemed perfect. He could roam freely on the first floor, not confined to his room. So Lin Zhou decided to familiarize himself with the layout of the house. In case of an emergency, he wouldn't be caught unprepared. As he descended the staircase, he faintly heard the sounds of piano and singing emanating from the second floor. It was Su Qingmei practicing her songs. Lin Zhou felt a hint of surprise. He had heard Su Qingmei singing before, and her vocal prowess was commendable. However, he had not anticipated her proficiency with musical instruments. At that moment, her voice lacked the ethereal clarity he had come to expect, sounding somewhat hoarse, likely a consequence of her recent illness. Suddenly, Lin Zhou froze. The progress of the earthly memories replication stood at 22 for Unfortunately It's Not You, 17 for Ordinary Road, 12 for Encounter, and 6 for Lonely Warrior. The replication progress of these 4 songs had indeed increased. As Su Qingmei's voice resonated from the second floor, the replication percentages continued to rise steadily. A few minutes later, as the song concluded, the replication progress of Unfortunately It's Not You had reached 35, while Lonely Warrior lagged behind at 15. Lin Zhou was somewhat astonished. Could it be that his interaction with Su Qingmei was the catalyst for such a rapid enhancement in the replication rates? Just then, he heard the sound of a door opening and footsteps from the second floor. It seemed Su Qingmei had exited the practice room. A tinge of disappointment washed over him. He had intended to listen further and observe if the replication progress of those songs would continue to climb. Miss Su, I prepared an extra serving of rice with toppings. Would you care for some? Lin Zhou called up the stairs. After a brief moment, a stunningly pale face emerged from the second floor, and Su Qingmei replied, I'm not hungry. She added, I'm going to take a shower now, so please refrain from coming upstairs. Lin Zhou nodded. Rest assured, Miss Su, I shall adhere to our agreement. Su Qingmei glanced at him before quickly retreating. Moments later, he heard footsteps and the sound of a door closing, followed by the faint sound of running water. Not wishing to eavesdrop on her bathing, Lin Zhou settled onto the sofa and gazed at the ceiling, contemplating his future path. Both he and Shen Yao had majored in vocal performance during their university years. In terms of professional ability, Lin Zhou was considerably more skilled than Shen Yao. Yet, she thrived in the spotlight, relishing the attention, while Lin Zhou preferred a more subdued existence, content to be the man behind her success. Now that he had awakened memories from his past life on Earth, Lin Zhou was confident that he would eventually recall the myriad of entertainment works from that realm. It was time to test his own capabilities. However, he had no intention of signing with any company. Most entertainment firms regarded their artists merely as profit-generating tools. Take Su Qingmei, for instance. Despite the harsh criticism she faced online, Tianyan Entertainment had done little to assist her, remaining preoccupied with securing various endorsements and gigs for her. Thus, Lin Zhou resolved to become a professional amateur. In Blue Star, aspiring artists typically needed to sign contracts with management companies to debut. Nevertheless, there existed a plethora of talented amateurs who could share their works on a platform known as Amateur Station, or S Station. This platform bore resemblance to Earth's Bilibili or Douyin, functioning as an open-access venue where anyone could publish their creations. Lin Zhou's primary objective was to ascend to the status of a prominent figure in the music section of S Station. From there, he aspired to establish his own studio and break into the entertainment industry once he garnered sufficient fame. As Lin Zhou pondered these ambitions, he remained unaware that darkness had fallen outside. The second floor remained eerily silent. A sense of unease crept over him. It had been over an hour. Could a shower truly take that long? Miss Su? Miss Su? Lin Zhou called out loudly as he approached the staircase leading to the second floor. There was no reply. In an instant, Lin Zhou noticed water cascading down the staircase. Without a second thought for their living agreement, he hurriedly ascended the stairs, only to discover that the bathroom light was on, and water was gushing from beneath the door. He rushed over and knocked frantically. Miss Su? Miss Su? Still, there was no response. The door was locked from the inside, and he could not open it. In a state of urgency, Lin Zhou took a couple of steps back and forcefully kicked the door open. The bathroom was spacious, designed with a wet and dry separation. A shower area stood adjacent to a bathtub. Water was gushing forth from the bathtub. At that moment, an unclothed Su Qingmei lay motionless in the tub. Chapter 4. The mischievous golden finger in the bathtub. Su Qingmei was submerged in water, with only her head resting at the edge. At that moment, she was unclothed. Yet she showed no reaction to Lin Zhou's abrupt entrance. Could it be that she succumbed to the relentless rumors circulating online and chose to end her life? A fleeting thought crossed Lin Zhou's mind, but he dismissed it, rushing over to assess Su Qingmei's condition. Having learned some basic first aid during his university days, he quickly checked and found a pulse, her heartbeat steady. This did not appear to be a case of overdose or suicide. Lin Zhou exhaled softly, hastily retrieving a towel to wrap around her body before carrying her out of the bathroom. Glancing around, he noticed a spacious room across from the bathroom, presumably Su Qingmei's practice studio, while the adjacent room was likely her bedroom. He entered her bedroom, gently placing her on the bed, refraining from drying her damp body, opting instead to cover her with a quilt after securing her in the towel. It seemed that her fainting was due to physical weakness, compounded by skipping dinner and the humid warmth of the bath, much like how one might faint in a hot spring. With a newfound suspicion, Lin Zhou called out, Miss Su. Miss Su. After several attempts, Su Qingmei finally opened her eyes slowly, her beautiful gaze now clouded with confusion. A moment later, she seemed to grasp her predicament, and a look of frost swept across her pale face. She clutched the quilt, shifting away from Lin Zhou, regarding him coldly. What do you want? Lin Zhou was taken aback. Most girls would either scream or cry in such a situation, yet Su Qingmei remained remarkably composed. Indeed, she was a woman who exuded an icy demeanor. He quickly explained the situation, and after a brief silence, the frost on her face thawed slightly. However, she still clung to the quilt, wrapping herself tightly. Mr. Lin, thank you, she said, adding, I wish to rest now. Lin Zhou nodded. After all, the young lady was not dressed, and as a man, it was inappropriate for him to linger. He stood at the bedroom door, turning back to inquire, Miss Su, perhaps you should consider visiting a hospital? At the mention of hospital, Su Qingmei's body seemed to shudder, and after a moment, she shook her head, observing her pale visage. Lin Zhou suggested, would you like something to eat? I have just prepared some beef rice in the kitchen. Clearly, her condition indicated a need for nourishment. Thank you. I'm not hungry, Su Qingmei replied coolly. However, no sooner had she spoken than her stomach emitted a loud growl. In an instant, the coldness of her countenance transformed, as if a splash of red paint had been thrown onto a white canvas. Her cheeks, and even her delicate earlobes blushing deeply. Suppressing a chuckle, Lin Zhou asked, shall I bring you a bowl? I wish to rest now. Please leave, Su Qingmei murmured, her head bowed, her icy tone tinged with embarrassment. Lin Zhou nodded, refraining from further conversation as he exited the room. Once the bedroom door closed, Su Qingmei leaned in to listen, ensuring Lin Zhou had descended the stairs before hastily lifting the quilt, revealing half of her body wrapped in the towel. Her skin, as white as jade, glimmered under the light. She slipped out of bed, locking the bedroom door from the inside, and swiftly donned a set of lingerie and long-sleeve pajamas from the wardrobe. Seated at the edge of the bed, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. Had he seen all of her? What was she to do? In her 24 years of life, no man had ever laid eyes on her body. A traditional woman, she had always immersed herself in her studies, rarely engaging with the opposite sex, even as her peers flaunted their relationships. Countless suitors had pursued her, yet she had never entertained any of them. Even after achieving fame in the music industry, she had turned away numerous admirers with a cold rebuff. Yet today, she had been fully exposed to a man she had only known for a few hours, and she could not voice her objections, as he had acted solely out of a desire to save her. Images of being cradled by Lin Zhou while lying naked in the bathtub flooded her mind uncontrollably. Oh, a soft, embarrassed sigh escaped her lips as she curled up on the bed, burying her head in her arms. Gurgle. Her stomach protested again, breaking the silence. Frustrated, she slapped her flat abdomen, scolding, "Stop it. How embarrassing." Meanwhile, downstairs, Lin Zhou was in a daze. The replication of Regrettably Not You had reached a completion of 100, while Ordinary Road stood at 80, Encounter at 70, and Lone Brave at 35. The progress of Regrettably Not You had astonishingly finished. The lyrics, melody, arrangement, instrumentation, and performance details were now deeply etched in Lin Zhou's mind and body. He could sing it effortlessly at this moment. Moreover, the progress of the other 3 songs had also surged significantly. It wouldn't be long before he recalled them fully. Initially, all 4 songs had progress below 50, but the moment he had carried the unconscious Su Qingmei from the bathtub, their skin touching, the replication rate had skyrocketed. Lin Zhou could now ascertain that proximity to Su Qingmei accelerated the restoration of his memories of earthly entertainment works. Furthermore, the deeper and more intimate their contact, the faster the recollection would occur. Was this not rather unscrupulous? Lin Zhou felt a twinge of helplessness. Did he need to deliberately draw closer to Su Qingmei to hasten the recollection of those classic works? Such a thought felt rather underhanded. After some contemplation, he resolved to adhere to his original plan and establish his presence on Platform S. The first step would naturally be to perform Regrettably Not You and upload a video of it to the site. This song, a timeless classic on Earth, remained a perennial favorite in karaoke, and Lin Zhou was confident that it would similarly achieve classic status on Blue Star. This was his inaugural step toward transforming from an ordinary individual into a phenomenal star in the entertainment industry. Chapter 5. Overwhelming the boss. Lin Zhou tidied up the staircase and the living room, drying the water that had spilled from the second-floor bathroom. As for the damaged bathroom door, he could simply call someone to repair it another day. Glancing upstairs, he noted the stillness, likely indicating that Su Qingmei had already retired for the night. Returning to his own room, he closed the door and retrieved his guitar. Although he had not pursued a career as a performer, he relished the opportunity to play musical instruments in his leisure time. Previously, he had owned a piano in the house he shared with Shen Yao, but it was impractical to take it along. Thus, he had brought only his guitar. The original arrangement of Regrettably Not You did not include a guitar, but given the limited circumstances, he would make do with what he had. In truth, as long as one possesses solid foundational skills, any song can be played and sung on the guitar without significant compromise to its essence. His vocal training, combined with the complete lyrics and melody of Regrettably Not You, sufficed to dominate the music section on S Station. Of course, this song was originally intended for a female voice, and Lin Zhou had no intention of using it to gain widespread fame. Nor did he aim to breach the divide between amateurs and professional singers. His true trump card was The Lone Brave, a song imbued with deep empathy that resonated with everyone, evoking personal emotions. Such a song needed to be unveiled at the most opportune moment to achieve viral recognition, potentially becoming a household name. However, the progress on The Lone Brave was merely at 35, indicating that patience was required. Lin Zhou picked up his guitar, strummed a few chords to find his rhythm, and began to play the melody of Regrettably Not You. The intricacies of the song were etched in his mind, allowing him to seamlessly convert the original score into a guitar arrangement. After several repetitions, he discovered that the guitar accompaniment paired well with his male vocals, adeptly concealing the parts of the original composition that did not suit his vocal range. Once he felt sufficiently practiced, Lin Zhou recorded a version on his phone and edited the video with an app. He added the song title, along with the performer, lyricist, composer, and arranger, apologies. But that was all him, Shuizhou. As S Station served as a platform for amateurs to showcase their work, uploading was straightforward. One need only record a video, edit it, and post it to the site. Lin Zhou often browsed S Station, exploring the music, poetry, and comedy sections, and he had registered an account under the ID, Shuizhou. With the lyrics added, he was nearly finished. As for beautification and color adjustments, they were unnecessary since Lin Zhou had obscured his face in the video. His aim was not to be a mere singer, but to enter the industry as a songwriter, establishing his own studio eventually evolving it into an entertainment company. His goal was to sign others, not to be signed himself. Who has ever seen a boss constantly in the limelight? The once innocent man had vanished the moment he divorced Shen Yao. Now, before you stood a relentless machine of ambition. Lin Zhou tapped into the S-Station app, which automatically logged him into his account, Su Qingmei. He navigated to Upload Works and selected to upload his video of Regrettably Not You. Please select the category for your upload. Music category. Please give your work an attention-grabbing title. Lin Zhou pondered. This song was a beloved classic during its time on Earth. Still sung by many, especially in KTV, where it was frequently requested. Many heartbroken souls sang it with tears in their eyes. With that thought, Lin Zhou smiled gently, quickly titling his inaugural work on S-Station, an original healing anthem, guaranteed to comfort the heartbroken. He clicked to confirm the upload. Immediately, Lin Zhou scrolled through the homepage of S-Station, but could not find his video. Searching for Su Qingmei, he located the newly uploaded video and checked the statistics. Well, it had only just been uploaded. He was not a renowned figure, so it would take time to gain traction. Clank. At that moment, Lin Zhou heard a sound from outside. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine. Could it be the individual who had sent threatening photographs to Su Qingmei? He slowly rose, turned off the lights in his room, and crept to the door, gently opening it. The deep night enveloped the living room in darkness. Yet he could faintly hear a rustling sound. Someone was indeed there. At a loss for a weapon, Lin Zhou stealthily approached the source of the noise, which had transformed into a munching sound, akin to someone chewing. The sound originated from the kitchen. This was even more perilous. The kitchen was filled with sharp utensils. But why would this person, who posed a threat to Su Qingmei, venture into the kitchen? Was he secretly indulging in snacks? Was this truly a bizarre act only a pervert could comprehend? Lin Zhou could not afford to hesitate. After all, Su Qingmei was his employer and a woman. He could not simply abandon her to fend for herself. With resolve, he crouched low and stealthily approached the source of the munching sound, and in the darkness, he spotted a vague figure. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhou lunged forward, seizing the figure from behind, bringing them crashing to the ground. To prevent any potential weapon from being drawn, he tightly restrained their arms and entangled his legs around theirs in a grappling hold. "Don't move," Lin Zhou shouted, hoping to alert Su Qingmei. If he could subdue the intruder, she could call for help. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Zhou sensed something was amiss. The intruder felt remarkably slender. The skin on their arms was smooth, their waist delicately slender, and their legs long and supple. Suddenly, lines of text appeared before his eyes. The ordinary road. Earth memory reproduction in progress. Reproduction progress 90. Encounter. Earth memory reproduction in progress. Reproduction progress 80. The Lone Brave. Earth memory reproduction in progress. Reproduction progress 45. Tang and Song Poetry Collection. Earth memory reproduction in progress. Reproduction progress 30. The reproduction progress of those three golden songs had increased, and something new had emerged. A Tang and Song Poetry Collection? So, in addition to songs, there were other forms of artistic works from Earth? But why would grappling with this sneaky individual enhance the reproduction progress of Earth memories? Could it be that the person I subdued is? Let go of me. A cool voice echoed. Lin Zhou was taken aback. It was indeed Su Qingmei. But why was she sneaking downstairs in the middle of the night, munching away in the kitchen? Wasn't this a recipe for misunderstanding? He hastily released her, stood up, and turned on the light, revealing Su Qingmei in her pajamas, struggling to rise from the floor. In that moment, the ethereal goddess appeared somewhat disheveled, her long hair cascading over her face, her top askew, revealing a glimpse of her smooth, flat midriff. One of her slippers had vanished, leaving her delicate foot awkwardly planted on the floor, her cute, rounded big toe instinctively wiggling. "Miss Su, I apologize. I thought a threatening intruder had snuck in. Why didn't you turn on the lights? What were you doing in the kitchen?" Lin Zhou felt quite embarrassed. On his first day of work, he had inadvertently caught a glimpse of his boss and then tackled her. What a situation this was. He couldn't help but recall the words of his round-faced assistant. "Zhou Yun, it's a 24-hour close protection, you know." Alas, this indeed feels rather intimate. Su Qingmei remained silent, her head bowed, her long hair cascading down to obscure her face. However, Lin Zhou still noticed the grease smudged at the corner of her mouth. Glancing over, he observed a plate of beef rice, half consumed, sitting on the table. Lin Zhou was taken aback. "Did you come to the kitchen to indulge in a meal?" Chapter 6. The warmth of fireworks moments ago, in the quietude of a second-floor bedroom, A soft cooing sound was followed by a cacophony. A slender figure rose abruptly from the bed, distress etched upon her features as she glanced down at her uncooperative belly. Su Qingmei had been hungry for some time. Yet having just been seen in her undress by her personal assistant, she had pridefully declared her lack of hunger in front of others, making it awkward to venture downstairs for a meal. Resolutely, she attempted to ignore her hunger and force herself to sleep. But slumber eluded her as her stomach continued to protest. With no other option, Su Qingmei descended the stairs, glancing at the clock to find it past 11. Surely, the occupant below had retired for the night? She gently opened the door, peering out to see the first floor shrouded in darkness. It appeared quiet. He must be asleep. Stealthily, she made her way downstairs to the kitchen, recalling Lin Zhou's earlier mention of his culinary creation, beef rice bowl, a thought that made her mouth water. Recently recovering from illness, she had been consuming only bland foods, and it had been ages since she indulged in meat. Beef was her absolute favorite. Casting a glance towards Lin Zhou's closed bedroom door confirmed her suspicion. He was undoubtedly asleep. To avoid detection, Su Qingmei refrained from turning on the lights, using her phone as a makeshift flashlight. After a brief search, she discovered the beef rice bowl on the stove, albeit cold, yet still fragrant. She opened the cupboard, retrieving a plate and spoon, but accidentally knocked the plate, producing a loud clatter. Startled, she crouched down, peering anxiously towards Lin Zhou's room, but there was no response. With a sigh of relief, she quickly transferred the rice bowl onto her plate and began to eat heartily. The first bite was a revelation. The flavors were delightful. Regrettably, it was a bit cold. If only she could heat it up without alerting him. Resolute, she decided to make do. Su Qingmei was not fond of engaging with strangers, let alone dining in front of a man who had just seen her in such a vulnerable state. Although she was grateful for his assistance, an uncomfortable feeling lingered in her heart. Fortunately, it was late enough that she could enjoy a solitary meal in peace. Just as she was engrossed in her meal, she was suddenly tackled from behind, the intruder pressing closely against her, arms encircling her body. They were so close that she could feel the warmth of his breath against her ear. "Don't move," he commanded. Indignation flared within her. This was her home, and how dare he restrain her? "Let go of me," she retorted coolly. Realizing his misjudgment, he quickly released her and turned on the lights. It was too late for Su Qingmei to stop him. She hastily stood up, acutely aware of her disheveled appearance. Her hair was tousled, and her clothes were in disarray. What a sight she would present to her fans. Was this truly their ethereal goddess? More like a comical figure. To her embarrassment, Lin Zhou soon discovered that she had been stealthily indulging in his beef rice bowl. "So, you came to the kitchen for a late-night snack?" The realization was mortifying, and she lowered her head, murmuring in acknowledgement. She longed to retreat upstairs, yet her stomach still craved more, and the rice bowl was simply too delicious to resist. Lin Zhou, sensing her discomfort, offered a reassuring smile. "Stay a moment. I'll warm it up. Eating it cold isn't good for you." Su Qingmei, still avoiding his gaze, replied with a soft okay before hastily escaping the kitchen, taking a seat in the living room. The sounds of frying soon filled the air, a comforting melody in the silence of the night, creating an ambience far removed from her usual solitary musings and the harsh whispers of malicious gossip. As she gathered her disheveled hair, an inexplicable warmth enveloped the spacious but chilly home. Moments later, Lin Zhou emerged, presenting her with a steaming plate of beef rice, his smile inviting her to indulge. Su Qingmei gazed at the fragrant dish, then at him, hesitating to pick up her chopsticks. She was unaccustomed to dining in front of a stranger, especially in the intimate hours of the night. "What's wrong?" Lin Zhou inquired, perplexed at her stillness. "I'll eat in my room," she replied, lifting the plate and making her way upstairs. Lin Zhou watched her retreat with astonishment. Who eats in their bedroom? What an odd quirk. Peeking out from the second floor, her lovely yet aloof visage met his gaze, and she offered a soft, "Thank you," before swiftly disappearing, resembling a shy yet vigilant kitten. The sound of her door closing echoed in the stillness. Lin Zhou shrugged, surprised by the unexpected demeanor of the widely acclaimed goddess. Perhaps her aloofness was merely a facade, a reflection of her introverted nature. Reflecting on the rumors surrounding Su Qingmei, tales of scandal and intrigue, he found it increasingly difficult to reconcile those narratives with the woman he had just encountered. She seemed so innocent, likely untouched by romance, a far cry from the debauched image painted online. Jealousy could easily breed such malicious rumors, especially given her meteoric rise to fame. Lin Zhou shook off these thoughts, recognizing his place as merely an assistant to a superstar, having already crossed numerous boundaries today without facing repercussions. After tidying up the kitchen and ensuring the front door was securely locked, he returned to his room, finding it difficult to settle into sleep. The day's events had been tumultuous. He had transitioned from a married man to a single bachelor, and inexplicably found himself as the personal assistant to a beloved pop icon, sharing a roof with her. Life, indeed, was unpredictable. Just then, his phone buzzed with notifications. To his surprise, it was from S Station, a message announcing that his work had reached a milestone of 1,000 views, followed quickly by another congratulating him on achieving 2,000 views. Evidently, within the past half hour, his song Unfortunately, It's Not You had garnered unexpected attention. This surge was hardly surprising. The night owls of S Station were known for their late-night escapades, especially those who reveled in original music. It seemed someone had been captivated by his song, sharing it with friends, creating a ripple effect of recommendations. As a result, Lin Zhou's performance video had experienced a meteoric rise in views, accompanied by a flurry of messages, yet not all were praises. Bro, this is too much. I thought it was supposed to be a sad breakup song. The more I listen, the more it pains me. Seriously? Just when I got dumped, you had to hit me with this. It feels like a knife in the wound. The clickbait is outrageous. Healing? More like heart-wrenching. Chapter 7. Shu Zhou and the Lonely Plum Blossom. Lin Zhou browsed through the music section on Station S, quickly spotting his own singing and playing video at the bottom of the page. Station S hosts numerous sections, including music, dance, poetry, gaming, lifestyle, and comedy. Each section features recommended content on its homepage, determined by the current view counts, likes, and comments. Lin Zhou noted the statistics for his video. 931 views, 392 likes, and 876 saves, though it did not rank on the main homepage of Station S. Securing a position at the bottom of the music section was still commendable. Furthermore, the viewership for What a Shame It Isn't You was rapidly increasing. He recalled that he had whimsically titled this video, Original Healing Anthem, guaranteed to make heartbroken individuals melancholic. It was likely that many clicked on the title out of curiosity, particularly those who were heartbroken and sleepless, seeking a dose of melancholy. Little did they know, upon listening, they would plunge deeper into despair. As Lin Zhou entered the video, he was greeted with a flurry of comments. Many expressed their astonishment at the quality of What a Shame It Isn't You, while others criticized him. Wow, this song is incredible. A hidden gem. This song is bound to go viral. Your singing is fantastic. Please show your face. Who claimed this was a healing anthem? I'm in tears. I'm feeling melancholic now, damn it. Could you share your address, Shu Zhou? I have some local delicacies I'd like to send you. Lin Zhou was taken aback by the unintended emotional impact his casual title had on viewers. He felt compelled to comment. If you are feeling melancholic, please share this with your friends so they can join you in your sorrow. Soon, the night owls in the music section began to respond. Wow, you truly are wicked. I love it. I have a best friend who just broke up. I've already recommended it to her. I couldn't reach her on the phone earlier. What should I do? My parents just divorced, and I played this song for them. Now they've decided to remarry. Thank you, Shweta. I sent the link to my ex-girlfriend, and she called me crying, calling me a jerk. The humorous antics of the online community made Lin Zhou chuckle. At that moment, he received a private message that stood out amidst the praise and criticism, asking, "Is this song your original work?" It was from someone named Lonely Plum Blossom. The name evoked memories of the slender, beautiful figure of Su Qingmei he had seen earlier at Tianyan Entertainment, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, even bathed in sunlight. She seemed unable to be warmed, reminiscent of a solitary plum blossom in a snowy night. Lin Zhou replied to Lonely Plum Blossom, "Yes, it is my original work." Meanwhile, on the second floor, in her bedroom, Su Qingmei, having finished a plate of stir-fried rice, felt a bit bloated and unable to sleep. She sat on the edge of her bed, picked up her phone, and opened the app for ordinary users. Despite being a dazzling pop diva, Su Qingmei led a life much like that of any other young person, enjoying browsing interesting videos in her leisure time. However, she used the pseudonym Lonely Plum Blossom on Station S to maintain her privacy. Su Qingmei adored music, especially original compositions. Although these amateur songs were often rudimentary, they brimmed with passion and love for music, far more genuine than the increasingly superficial works of professional artists driven by fame and fortune. Sometimes, she preferred the simplicity of these creations over engaging with money-driven singers and songwriters. Her journey into the music industry began purely out of her love for singing, a desire to share her voice with fellow music enthusiasts. Yet, as her audience grew, she found herself feeling increasingly isolated. While browsing the music section of Station S, Su Qingmei stumbled upon an original video with an amusing title, Original Melancholic Anthem, guaranteed to heal the heartbroken. A slight smile crept across her lips. Her experience on the platform suggested that such titles often led to deeper melancholy. However, unperturbed, she clicked on the video, curious and untroubled by the notion of feeling down as she had never been in a romantic relationship. The screen revealed a man cradling a guitar, his face obscured, with a simple backdrop of a bed. A sense of familiarity washed over her, and just as she pondered, the title appeared, What a Shame It Isn't You. As the melancholic melody began, the singer's voice resonated with a touch of weariness. At this moment, it felt so familiar. Like yesterday and today were playing simultaneously. My tone resembles yours. Is this not the proof of our love? What a shame it isn't you. Accompanying me to the end. Once we walked together but lost our path. After a few minutes, the song concluded, and Su Qingmei wiped away the slight moisture gathering in her eyes. Despite never having experienced love, she could vividly sense the regret and sorrow conveyed in the lyrics for a once beautiful relationship that had slipped away. Moreover, she discerned subtle details. Although the song was meant to evoke deep heartache, the man named Shu Zhou infused it with a hint of liberation and acceptance. The first half of the song was low and challenging to sing, while the chorus soared high. Yet, Shu Zhou executed it with remarkable skill, surpassing many professional singers in technique. However, his voice did not seem suited for this piece. Perhaps it was indeed more fitting for a female vocalist. Curiosity piqued. Su Qingmei wondered if the song had been originally written for a woman. The excitement and intrigue that arose from discovering a remarkable original song was hard to suppress. Coupled with her bloated stomach preventing her from sleeping, she couldn't resist sending a private message to Shu Zhou. Hello, may I ask if this song is your original work? Shu Zhou quickly replied, Yes, it is my original work. Lonely Plum Blossom, this song is so melancholic. I adore it. Shu Zhou, really? Is it healing? Lonely Plum Blossom, absolutely. The more I listen, the more invigorated I feel. Shu Zhou, well then, thank you for your encouragement. Lonely Plum Blossom, can I ask, was this song actually written for a woman to sing? Shu Zhou, how did you know it was meant for a woman? Lonely Plum Blossom, I understand a bit about music and can tell. Shu Zhou, you truly are a kindred spirit, haha. Why did you choose the name Lonely Plum Blossom? Lonely Plum Blossom, and why are you called Shu Zhou? Shu Zhou, because I was born on a boat during a snowfall. Lonely Plum Blossom, I feel like I am a beautiful plum blossom, yet no one truly appreciates me. Chapter 8. A narrow encounter. Lin Zhou found himself unable to sleep. The events of the day had left his mind in a state of heightened excitement, with his cerebral cortex unusually active. To put it simply, he was experiencing insomnia. Thus, he engaged in a private conversation on S Station with someone named Gu Mei. Upon discovering the reason behind the name Gu Mei, Lin Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. Such self-admiration was quite amusing. This individual had the audacity to declare their own beauty. From Lin Zhou's experience, those who boast in such a manner often turn out to be feigned cute girls, usually robust men in reality. The ones who proclaim, I am a girl, and I am beautiful often conceal a rather unrefined appearance behind the screen. Lin Zhou, disinterested in continuing the conversation with this fake girl, sent a brief message. I am going to sleep. Goodbye. Then set his phone aside, lay down, and closed his eyes. Strangely enough, after chatting with Gu Mei for a while, Lin Zhou's mood gradually settled, and he soon succumbed to slumber. On the second floor, Su Qingmei felt a bit suffocated. She was about to inquire further about the arrangement of the song. Unfortunately, it's not you, as she believed that a more elaborate instrumental performance would significantly enhance its vocal impact. However, the person on the other end, Shu Zhou, abruptly sent a farewell message and fell silent. Su Qingmei stood there momentarily stunned, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. After finally spotting an original song that was both heartfelt and technically proficient, she had hoped for a stimulating discussion, yet her interlocutor had chosen to ignore her. This limbo was quite disheartening. At that moment, her assistant, Zhou Yun, sent a WeChat message. Sister Qingmei, are you asleep? How did Mr. Lin behave last night? Did he do anything unusual? Zhou Yun was well aware of Su Qingmei's struggles with insomnia, and guessed she was still awake. Su Qingmei replied, about to sleep. Mr. Lin is quite normal, nothing unusual. You should get some rest as well. Good night. She then lay in bed, pulling up the covers, and in the darkness, her bright eyes blinked twice as her mind wandered back to the moment she had fainted in the bathroom and awakened, bare, on the bed. Perhaps she should find an opportunity tomorrow to ask him, just how much had he seen? Maybe he hadn't seen everything clearly? But how could she possibly broach such a topic? Embarrassment and confusion washed over her, so she picked up her phone, plugged in her earphones, and replayed "Unfortunately. It's not you." As she listened, her eyelids grew heavy, and she curled up under the covers, drifting off into a deep sleep. The following morning, shortly after 7, Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun arrived by car, as they had a flight to catch at 10 o'clock from Linjiang to Xingqing. That afternoon, Su Qingmei was scheduled to record the first episode of I Am a Singer at Xingqing Satellite TV. By the time the two women arrived, Lin Zhou had already risen early and prepared breakfast for both himself and Su Qingmei. As for Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun, that was not within Lin Zhou's responsibilities. His role as a personal assistant was solely to ensure Su Qingmei's safety and manage her daily needs. At that moment, Su Qingmei was on the second floor refreshing herself, while the lively assistant, Zhou Yun, gazed longingly at the sumptuous breakfast laid out on the dining table, unable to resist reaching for a small steamed bun. Zhang Hong playfully swatted at Zhou Yun's chubby hand. "Didn't we eat on the way here? But this bun smells so delicious." Zhou Yun protested pitifully. "Sister Qingmei certainly cannot eat all of this alone." Zhang Hong shot her a disapproving glance and turned to Lin Zhou, asking, "Xiao Lin, everything was normal last night, right?" Lin Zhou nodded. "Quite normal. Nothing happened, except for the fact that he had seen Su Qingmei in her entirety and had fallen onto her once more. Otherwise, everything was indeed quite normal." Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun had gone upstairs upon entering, and the three women chatted for a while. However, it was clear that Su Qingmei had not shared the events of the previous night with them, likely out of embarrassment, since she remained silent. He too felt it prudent to keep the incident a shared secret between the two of them. Soon, Su Qingmei descended the stairs, having done little to her appearance beyond tying her long hair into a simple ponytail and donning a casual sports outfit paired with jeans. Nevertheless, her long legs were striking, neither thin like a reed nor overly muscular. Su Qingmei's legs were both elongated and well-proportioned, moving with a captivating sway that was undeniably alluring. Even in her casual attire, the air of temptation remained unabated. This was perhaps what one might call a blend of innocence and desire. Lin Zhou began to understand why Su Qingmei attracted such extreme fans. A woman who exudes both coolness and an innate charm easily stirs a man's possessiveness. As Su Qingmei sat at the dining table, she picked up a small bun and took a bite, her eyes brightening slightly as she focused intently on her meal. In no time, she had polished off 5 or 6 buns, accompanied by a bowl of millet porridge and a boiled egg. Zhou Yun watched in awe and finally couldn't contain her curiosity. "Sister Qingmei, is it delicious?" Su Qingmei shot a glance at Lin Zhou, redirected her gaze, and replied nonchalantly, "Average." Zhou Yun nodded. "Oh, since you ate so much, I thought it must be quite good." Feeling somewhat awkward, Su Qingmei wiped her mouth with a napkin and stood up. "Let us go." With that, she hurriedly pushed open the door and exited. Zhang Hong smiled at Lin Zhou. "Qingmei hasn't had such a hearty breakfast in a long time. Your cooking is impressive." Lin Zhou was taken aback. "Didn't Miss Su say it was average?" Zhang Hong chuckled, and Zhou Yun chimed in. "Mr. Lin, you'll understand after spending more time with Sister Qingmei. She simply doesn't compliment others." Lin Zhou observed Su Qingmei's cool and solitary figure as she departed, nodding slightly. He had sensed last night that this seemingly aloof goddess might not be truly cold. She simply lacked the skill to express herself. At noon, the four of them boarded a plane to Xingqing. Xingqing Satellite TV had sent someone to greet them, a lively staff member who chatted incessantly about the program. "By the way, Miss Su, Shen Yao from your company just arrived at the studio." As the car journeyed on, the cheerful staff member suddenly interjected. Su Qingmei withdrew her gaze from the window and nodded. "Oh, thank you." The staff member awkwardly paused, prompting Zhou Yun to take over the conversation. Two similarly vivacious girls managed to converse seamlessly once more. Lin Zhou was taken aback. He had not anticipated Shen Yao's presence. It was quite a feat for a second-tier artist to participate in a top-tier program like I Am a Singer. Shen Zhu must have done considerable work behind the scenes. He resolved to remain low-key and avoid any encounters. Since they were divorced, there was no need for further interaction. As Lin Zhou pondered this, the vehicle arrived at Xingqing Satellite TV, and they took the elevator to the recording hall on the 5th floor. The guests were to familiarize themselves with the venue and practice their songs before recording began the following day. Throughout the journey, Lin Zhou wore sunglasses, maintaining a low profile as he trailed behind Su Qingmei like an invisible presence. As the elevator doors opened on the 5th floor, they were met with the sight of Shen Yao and her manager, Shen Zhou. Chapter 9. A Poor State You. At the moment the elevator doors opened, Shen Yao was taken aback, her mouth slightly agape, her face reflecting astonishment, soon followed by a sense of vigilance. Although Lin Zhou wore sunglasses and stood behind Su Qingmei's agent and assistant, after 3 years of marriage, their familiarity was undeniable. Shen Yao recognized him at once. Indeed, he was unwilling to divorce, having tracked her down to Star City. How did he know I would be recording a show at Star City Satellite TV? The guest list for this season of I Am a Singer has not yet been announced. How could he trace my whereabouts? Does this man still harbor such an obsession for me? Shen Yao gazed at Lin Zhou, her emotions tangled. She felt both pride in her charm and anxiety that Lin Zhou might inadvertently reveal their marital status. In the midst of her hesitation, her agent, Chen Zhu, was the first to regain composure and smiled at Zhang Hong. Sister Hong, what a coincidence. Both Su Qingmei and Shen Yao were signed singers with Tianyin Entertainment. And Chen Zhu and Zhang Hong were also agents from the same company, hence their acquaintance. However, due to the varying statuses of the artists they represented, agents were often ranked differently. For instance, Chen Zhu had to address Zhang Hong as sister, despite being several years her senior. Zhang Hong, however, did not hold herself aloof and replied politely with a smile, Sister Chun, you all arrived quite early. I've heard that the song Shen Yao chose for this episode is excellent. Good luck. We're just here to make an appearance. The spotlight will still be on Qingmei. Chen Zhu said with a smile, casually inquiring, by the way, is Qingmei feeling better? Su Qingmei had been ill recently and had taken a considerable amount of time off. Everyone at Tianyin was aware that this was her first public appearance post-recovery, and many fans were eagerly anticipating it, while others were waiting to see her falter. The entertainment industry is indeed merciless. Who cares if you are unwell or have a sore throat? Once you falter, someone will promptly take your place. For Shen Yao, her objective was to seize the opportunity presented by I Am a Singer to directly outshine Su Qingmei. Thus, the company would redirect resources, originally meant for Su Qingmei, towards her. However, she never anticipated Lin Zhou would be here, standing alongside Su Qingmei. Much better. Thank you for your concern. Zhang Hong was responding to Chen Zhu when Su Qingmei and Lin Zhou stepped out of the elevator. Chen Zhu tugged at the somewhat dazed Shen Yao, guiding her aside before re-entering the elevator. Shen Yao brushed past Lin Zhou, her heart racing with anxiety, fearing Lin Zhou might cause a scene. Yet, Lin Zhou remained composed, as if he did not recognize her. He did not utter a single word until the elevator doors closed. With a sigh of relief, Shen Yao found herself alone in the elevator with Chen Zhu, her expression darkening. What does he truly intend to do? Chen Zhu frowned, observing how Lin Zhou had been shadowing Su Qingmei. Could it be that he had become Su Qingmei's agent or assistant? She shook her head. I haven't heard that the company hired new agents or assistants. Shen Yao's expression soured further. He must have come here for me. Chen Zhu sighed. It seems that 300,000 in hush money was insufficient. No wonder he refused. It's not about the money. Shen Yao shook her head. Lin Zhou simply does not wish to divorce. He wants to cling to me indefinitely. Then why didn't he speak to you directly just now? Chen Zhu inquired, puzzled. Shen Yao reflected. He still loves me, cannot forget me, and for now, will not do anything detrimental. Yet he desires to possess me forever. Such is the nature of men. Chen Zhu remarked. If that is the case, should Lin Zhou discover that he cannot win you back, might he not spread rumors about your relationship? Furrowing her brow, Shen Yao replied, I should find an opportunity to speak with him. I hope he can understand that we are no longer possible. At this moment, Lin Zhou, Su Qingmei, and the others had arrived at the second recording hall of Star City Satellite TV. Several singers had already been through, and currently, there were no other guests in the recording hall, allowing Su Qingmei to practice on stage. Zhang Hong went to curry favor with the show's chief director, while Zhou Yun busied herself preparing Su Qingmei's performance attire for the official recording the following day. With nothing pressing to do, Lin Zhou discreetly stood in the corner, thinking that the individual who had threatened Su Qingmei would not be able to infiltrate Star City Satellite TV. However, Su Qingmei did not immediately take the stage. Instead, she approached Lin Zhou and asked, Do you know Shen Yao? Lin Zhou was taken aback, not expecting Su Qingmei to be so perceptive. She had noticed the moment Shen Yao had stared at him in the elevator. I do not know her. Lin Zhou shook his head. Having divorced, there was no longer any connection, and he wished to sever all ties with Shen Yao. Su Qingmei nodded, refraining from further inquiries as she ascended the stage. The band members had received the sheet music for Su Qingmei's song, a piece that had brought her fame, and one Lin Zhou was familiar with as well. It was a widely sung classic. However, it was evident that Su Qingmei's voice had not fully recovered after one round of rehearsal with the band. The result was less than satisfactory. I apologize, everyone. Could we try that again? Su Qingmei bowed to the band members, her cool demeanor transforming into that of a demanding artist once she stepped onto the stage. After all, as a rising star in the music industry, she deserved some respect. And they quickly rehearsed again. This time, the performance improved significantly, with other singers scheduled to practice afterward. Su Qingmei could not monopolize the stage and would need to return to the hotel after her rehearsal. Sister Qingmei, that sounded wonderful. Zhou Yun and Zhang Hong returned, having heard Su Qingmei's second performance, and Zhou Yun clapped excitedly. Yet, Su Qingmei's expression was far from pleased. She shook her head, clearly dissatisfied with her own performance. Zhang Hong reassured her. Qingmei, don't overthink it. After all, your voice hasn't fully recovered yet. After a moment of silence, Su Qingmei suddenly said, Sister Hong, can we find a new song? Zhang Hong asked, you want to sing a new song? Su Qingmei affirmed, I don't wish to rehash old material, it lacks feeling. Lin Zhou nodded in agreement from the side. It was no wonder Su Qingmei had become a music sensation in just 3 years. She held herself to high standards in her craft. Nowadays, many renowned singers participating in singing competitions opted for safety, choosing to cover old songs of their own or others, thereby losing their ambition and relying solely on past glories. Singers as pure and dedicated as Su Qingmei were becoming increasingly rare. Moreover, her beauty and long legs made her a true rarity. However, judging by her recent performance, it was clear that Su Qingmei was not in her best form. If she maintained this condition for the official recording tomorrow, her ranking would likely suffer. Yet, as Lin Zhou was merely an assistant and bodyguard, he felt it unwise to comment further. The four departed Star City Satellite TV and headed to the hotel they had booked. To facilitate Su Qingmei's protection, Lin Zhou's room was situated right next to hers. As soon as Lin Zhou entered his room, his phone rang. It was Shen Yao calling. Lin Zhou, where are you? I need to speak with you. Chapter 10. Perhaps you are overthinking it. Shen Yao? I am at work. If you have something to say, please do so over the phone. Lin Zhou was taken aback by Shen Yao's unexpected call, and after a moment of surprise, he responded. Lin Zhou, what work are you doing? Shen Yao suddenly inquired. Lin Zhou replied, as you can see, I am Su Qingmei's assistant. Shen Yao's voice grew slightly louder. Lin Zhou, we have shared beautiful memories together, and I truly hope we can part amicably. I want to talk to you properly. Lin Zhou was astonished. Did we not agree to handle the divorce procedures a month from now? What more is there to discuss? Shen Yao paused, her tone softening. Lin Zhou, I know Su Qingmei is staying at the Hilton Hotel, and there's a CAF on the first floor. I will be waiting for you there. With that, she ended the call. Lin Zhou felt bewildered, unsure of what else Shen Yao wished to convey. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. When he opened it, he found Zhou Yun standing there. The round-faced girl entered with a cheerful smile. Mr. Lin, just now Hong Jia asked Qingmei Jia, and she said you were doing quite well at work. How surprising. I thought Qingmei Jia wouldn't want any men living in her house. Lin Zhou thought to himself that if they knew he had seen and embraced Qingmei Jia last night, they would likely not make such comments. He smiled and said, Miss Zhou, you can call me Lin Zhou. Zhou Yun giggled. Then I shall call you Lin Gu, and you can call me Zhou Yun. Lin Zhou chuckled. All right. By the way, Zhou Yun, I noticed some people online speaking ill of Miss Su. Do you know what that's about? At the mention of this, Zhou Yun's round face turned red with anger as she exclaimed, it's all those hired trolls spreading rumors. Qingmei Jia has never even dated. How could she possibly be a mistress? Those scoundrels are simply despicable. Lin Zhou nodded. Having already observed that Su Qingmei's reluctance to socialize indicated she likely had little interaction with men, the notion of her being involved in any scandal seemed utterly absurd. He noted the implications in Zhou Yun's words and furrowed his brow. Competitors? It was common in the entertainment industry to hire trolls to tarnish an opponent's reputation. With Su Qingmei's rising fame, it was evident she had obstructed many paths. If they could not discredit her based on her appearance or professional skills, they would resort to attacking her personal life. Zhou Yun glanced around conspiratorially and whispered, I heard from Hong Jie that the trolls discrediting Qingmei Jie might belong to Tianyun Entertainment. Tianyun Entertainment? Arin and Appos. They from the same company? Who could it be? Lin Zhou felt a jolt of shock, realizing how underhanded this was, attacking one of their own. Zhou Yun raised her chubby hands to cover her mouth, as if afraid someone might overhear, leaning in closer to Lin Zhou. He couldn't help but chuckle at her theatrics. Did she think she was in a spy movie? Worried about eavesdroppers? Nonetheless, he played along, leaning in as Zhou Yun whispered, "It could very well be Shen Yao." A street away from the Hilton Hotel. In another five-star hotel, Shen Zhu asked Shen Yao, who had just hung up her phone, Doesn't he wish to meet and talk? Shen Yao smiled lightly. How could he not want to see me? He is merely pretending to be indifferent to capture my attention. I know him too well. After donning a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, she prepared to meet him. This time she was determined to have a serious conversation with Lin Zhou, to dispel any unrealistic fantasies he harbored, and to ensure he willingly agreed to the divorce without further entanglement. Shen Zhu stated, "I'll accompany you." Shen Yao nodded, and the two exited the hotel together, arriving at the CAF on the first floor of the Hilton. They did not sit together. Shen Zhu chose a separate table, ready to respond to any potential upheaval, primarily concerned that Lin Zhou might become overly emotional and cling to Shen Yao. After waiting for a while, Lin Zhou still had not appeared, causing Shen Zhu to feel anxious. Could it be that I was mistaken, and Lin Zhou did not take the assistant position to get close to me? Just as she was lost in thought, a familiar figure entered the CAF. Shen Yao's eyes lit up, her posture becoming more elegant as she felt reassured. My charm is indeed irresistible to any man, even to Lin Zhou, who I have spent 3 years with daily. Yet, such overwhelming allure may also invite troubles. This is the plight of a beautiful and accomplished woman. With a mix of pride and concern, Shen Yao gently waved to Lin Zhou as he approached and sat down. Wearing sunglasses, she sighed, "Lin Zhou, what is this all about?" Lin Zhou looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Shen Yao earnestly replied, "I know you haven't moved on, but our relationship has ended. You must learn to face reality. Perhaps a more suitable woman is waiting for you in the future." Lin Zhou was taken aback. "You call me out just to say this?" Shen Yao continued, "I cannot bear to see you so fixated. Lin Zhou, let go. It is for the best for both of us." As she spoke, she produced a bank card and slid it across the table to Lin Zhou. "There is 5 million in this card, and the password is your birthday." Lin Zhou looked at her in confusion. Shen Yao added, "Lin Zhou, we have shared beautiful moments. Though we have parted, we can still be friends, right? As friends, I wish for your well-being. This 5 million, wherever you go, is enough for you to marry and start a family, allowing you to live a better life than most. Consider it my compensation to you." Lin Zhou glanced down at the bank card, finally grasping her intention, and smiled helplessly. "You are worried I might disclose our past?" Shen Yao removed her sunglasses, her gaze sincere. "I genuinely wish for you to thrive. Your character does not suit the entertainment industry. However, being an ordinary person, free from such immense pressure, can also be a form of happiness." Lin Zhou remained silent for a moment before sighing. "It seems you truly do not understand me." He pushed the bank card back toward her, calmly stating, "My role as Su Qingmei's assistant is merely coincidental. I had no knowledge of your presence in Xingqing TV for the program. Shen Yao, is there a possibility?" He continued, "Perhaps you are genuinely overthinking this?" Shen Yao was taken aback, gazing intently at Lin Zhou's face, seemingly assessing whether he was lying. Lin Zhou, choosing not to pursue the topic further, suddenly asked, "Do you know who has been spreading rumors about Su Qingmei recently?" Shen Yao hesitated, her eyes flickering. "Why do you ask this?" Lin Zhou waved his hand dismissively. "Just curious. I recall that Shen Zhu seems to know many heads of trolls." Shen Yao frowned, scrutinizing Lin Zhou. "You did not come to meet me just to ask this, did you?" Lin Zhou suddenly laughed, standing up. "I know the answer now. Let us leave it at that. Goodbye." With that, he exited the CAF without a moment's pause. Shen Yao watched his retreating figure, her expression lost in thought. Shen Zhu approached, her demeanor somewhat troubled. "How did Lin Zhou find out we hired trolls to discredit Su Qingmei?" Shen Yao shook her head, still gazing at the CAF entrance, where Lin Zhou's silhouette had vanished. Could it be that I truly do not understand him well enough? Chapter 11. Perhaps you should accompany her tonight, as Shen Yao had surmised. Lin Zhou's sole purpose in meeting her was to inquire whether she had hired online trolls to malign Su Qingmei. Without needing a response from Shen Yao, Lin Zhou could discern from her expression that the puppeteers behind the scenes were indeed her and Shen Zhu. Shen Zhu was acquainted with numerous leaders of these internet trolls, and if one was willing to spend, spreading malicious rumors was not particularly challenging. The current digital landscape is exceedingly advanced, yet it lacks sufficient oversight regarding information dissemination. Regardless of truth, as long as the rumors proliferate, the victim finds themselves at a loss for words. Unless one can unearth the individuals orchestrating the smear campaign and possess ample evidence, or unless one's work stands strong enough, with sufficient prowess and popularity to render such insidious rumors irrelevant. Only top-tier celebrities, akin to kings and queens of the industry, possess the clout to disregard rumors. Although Su Qingmei had rapidly risen to stardom and garnered significant popularity, her experience remained somewhat superficial, lacking the depth required in the entertainment realm. Furthermore, following her recent illness and subsequent hiatus, her exposure had diminished, causing a decline in her popularity, thus exacerbating her plight. Her performance on I Am a Singer would largely dictate the trajectory of her future career, whether she would withstand the pressures and ascend to greater heights or fade into obscurity among the masses. Lin Zhou recalled the sight of Su Qingmei practicing alone on the second floor the previous night. She appeared to be a diligent artist, yet her current state seemed rather precarious. Could it be that my ex-wife had conspired with trolls to tarnish my current employer's reputation? Lin Zhou shook his head in disbelief. The situation was utterly absurd. His inquiry into whether Shen Yao was indeed behind this was also an attempt to ascertain if she was genuinely willing to compromise her integrity for fame. It appeared evident that the entertainment industry was a vast melting pot, where everyone who entered became tainted. Lin Zhou's thoughts drifted to the cool and aloof Su Qingmei. She seemed to be an exception. As the elevator arrived at the floor where Lin Zhou and Su Qingmei were located, he stepped out and immediately spotted a man in a black hoodie, his face obscured, lurking suspiciously at Su Qingmei's door. Could he be the individual who had sent her the photographs? Lin Zhou approached swiftly, and the man, upon hearing his footsteps and seeing Lin Zhou's determined approach, was startled and fled towards the stairwell. "Hey, wait," Lin Zhou called out, but the man paused only momentarily before sprinting away. Indeed, it was him. Lin Zhou hurried after him, but there was already a considerable distance between them. By the time Lin Zhou reached the stairwell, the man had vanished without a trace. A few minutes later, in Zhang Hong's room, Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun listened intently to Lin Zhou's account. Zhang Hong's expression shifted, and Zhou Yun suggested, "Sister Hong, should we call the police?" Zhang Hong sighed and shook her head. "We reported it last time, but there hasn't been any progress." According to Mr. Lin, the man concealed his face. Even if we check the surveillance footage, it would likely be challenging to identify him. Moreover, Qingmei is scheduled to record a program tomorrow, and I'm concerned about how this might affect her performance. Lin Zhou nodded in agreement. "Therefore, I haven't informed Miss Su." Zhou Yun expressed her concerns. "But what if that man comes back to harass Sister Qingmei tonight?" Zhang Hong pondered for a moment, glancing at Lin Zhou as if weighing her options, before finally suggesting, "Mr. Lin, could you please accompany Qingmei tonight?" "Huh." Lin Zhou was taken aback, unsure of her intentions. After all, personal assistants do not engage in such arrangements. Zhang Hong, recognizing the ambiguity in her words, quickly clarified, "What I mean is, please stay in Qingmei's room tonight to ensure her safety." Zhou Yun nodded vigorously. "That's a good idea. After all, Brother Lin is Qingmei's personal bodyguard." Lin Zhou looked at the two women, feeling somewhat exasperated. The previous night at Su Qingmei's home, they had occupied separate floors, ensuring there were no issues. However, now they were in a hotel, where the rooms were small, asking him to stay with Su Qingmei. A lone man with a lone woman seemed rather reckless. Zhang Hong seemed to read his thoughts and confidently reassured him, "Mr. Lin, I trust your character. Qingmei has never interacted with men inappropriately. Her willingness to allow you to stay at her place speaks volumes about your gentlemanly demeanor." "Gentleman?" That was quite an insult. Lin Zhou found himself at a loss for words, retorting, "Miss Su agreed to me staying at her residence. But that does not necessarily imply she consents to me sharing the same room with her." Zhang Hong stood up. "I'll go and speak with her right away. Please wait a moment." Shortly thereafter, Zhang Hong returned with a smile. "Qingmei has agreed. It seems she truly trusts you." Lin Zhou was increasingly puzzled. How could she trust him so easily after just one day together? Yet, with his employer's directive in place, he had no choice but to comply. As long as he remained vigilant and protected himself, he should be fine. After dinner, around 7 o'clock, under the urging of Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun, Lin Zhou found himself standing before Su Qingmei's door, clutching a blanket and pillow. He knocked gently. "Who is it?" A cool, slightly weakened voice responded from within. "It's me, Miss Su," Lin Zhou replied. The door opened partially, revealing a pale, yet stunningly beautiful face. Upon seeing the blanket and pillow in Lin Zhou's arms, Su Qingmei paused momentarily, her cheeks flushing slightly, yet she opened the door wider, allowing him to enter. As Lin Zhou stepped into Su Qingmei's room, he observed that it was somewhat larger than his own, resembling a modest living room with a sofa and television. The solitary bed in the room was positioned away from the sofa, separated by a curtain that could be drawn to create a semblance of privacy. Lin Zhou felt a sigh of relief. At least they weren't in a cramped space where their beds were too close for comfort, which would have been rather awkward. Nonetheless, it appeared he would be sleeping on the sofa tonight. He refrained from commenting, as he was merely an assistant. And being on call 24 hours a day meant that sleeping on the sofa to protect his employer was simply part of the job. He placed the blanket and pillow on the sofa and turned to Su Qingmei. "Miss Su, you needn't worry about me. Please rest." Upon saying this, he realized how foolish it sounded. Su Qingmei was still clad in her daytime sportswear and jeans, evidently in need of a shower. How could she possibly rest? Su Qingmei's clear eyes regarded him, appearing somewhat flustered as she fiddled with the hem of her clothing, quietly stating, "I still need to take a shower." "Oh, all right. Then go ahead," Lin Zhou responded, but immediately felt that his words might have been misconstrued, akin to a couple in a hotel room, where the man suggests the woman shower before they indulge in their desires. Su Qingmei's thoughts, however, were evidently less complicated. She nodded and took her sleepwear towards the bathroom. After taking a few steps, she turned back to Lin Zhou and said, "Mr. Lin, thank you." Lin Zhou was taken aback. "For what?" Su Qingmei gently bit her lip. "Thank you for not telling Sister Hong and Xiao Yun about what happened last night." With that, she entered the bathroom, leaving Lin Zhou in a state of mild shock. Chapter 12. The fake sister returns. Su Qingmei entered the bedroom, closed the door, and locked it, confirming several times that it was secure. She then turned off the lights, relying solely on the illumination from the hallway outside. The bathroom of this hotel was constructed from thick glass. While not completely transparent, if the lights inside were too bright, one could discern vague silhouettes from outside. As Su Qingmei set aside her nightgown, preparing to undress for a bath, a sudden knock resounded on the bathroom door. Startled, she coldly inquired, "What is it?" Lin Zhou's voice came from outside. "Miss Su, your body has yet to fully recover. It would be wise to refrain from soaking in the tub to avoid any further mishaps." A moment of shock washed over Su Qingmei as she recalled last night's embarrassment of being seen by him in the bathtub, her cheeks flushing crimson. Biting her lip, she responded icily, tinged with a hint of embarrassment, Lin Zhou, standing at the bathroom door, recognized the shift in Su Qingmei's mood and chuckled softly before taking a seat on the sofa. His intentions were genuine. Her pallor indicated her lingering weakness, the nature of her previous ailment remaining a mystery. This state of health rendered her susceptible to fainting even in a simple bath. Yet she had traveled such a distance to Star City for a program. The glamorous facade of an artist often belied the hardships they endured. At that moment, the sound of water splashing from the shower interrupted the stillness of the room, creating an almost intrusive noise that tempted one to peer into the bathroom. Lin Zhou was not the type to spy on others bathing, and even if he wished to, he would only glimpse an indistinct outline, rendering it uninteresting. Thus, he took out his phone and accessed the amateur platform to check the data for "What a shame it's not you." Upon entering, he was greeted by a startling notification, a red icon indicating an influx of 999 messages. Goodness, how many messages could that possibly entail? Had this song gained traction on the amateur platform? The majority comprised compliments on its beauty and critiques of its overly melancholic tone. Additionally, there were numerous notifications congratulating him. "Congratulations, your piece original healing anthem, perfect for heartbroken souls, has been featured on the app's homepage." He had received this earlier that morning while on a flight and had missed it. The accolades continued. "Your piece has reached 5,000 views. Congratulations. Your piece has surpassed 30,000 views. Congratulations. Your piece has exceeded 100,000 views. Congratulations." More importantly, viewership had crossed the 100,000 mark, suggesting that with this momentum, it wouldn't be long before it reached 1 million. Attaining such a milestone would signify that the video had indeed gained popularity on the platform. There were over 20,000 likes, several thousand saves, and his follower count had soared past 30,000, establishing him as a minor celebrity in the music section. Remarkably, these accomplishments had been achieved within a single day, Aside from a few renowned amateur artists, few had experienced such rapid growth in their metrics. However, Lin Zhou remained composed. Using his well-crafted songs from Earth to make waves in the amateur community was nothing to overly celebrate. His goal of breaking into widespread fame still felt distant, and he decided to wait and see. Soon after, the sound of running water ceased, and a few minutes later, the bathroom door opened to reveal Su Qingmei. Dressed in a long-sleeved, full-length nightgown that concealed her figure, she was simultaneously drying her hair with a towel. "I'm done," she told Lin Zhou. "No need," he replied. "I've already showered in my room." Su Qingmei paused, responding with a simple "oh," before retreating back into the bathroom to use the hairdryer. Lin Zhou couldn't help but find their conversation oddly reminiscent of a young couple in a hotel room, while she appeared blissfully unaware of the implications. It seemed she truly had no understanding of the dynamics between men and women. It was surprising to encounter such an innocent girl in the entertainment industry, but sadly, such purity would be tainted eventually, much like Shen Yao's had been in the past. Lin Zhou shook his head and continued to focus on his phone. Moments later, Su Qingmei emerged with her hair dry, cascading down her back in soft waves, accentuating her long, captivating legs. Yet, her nightgown bore a cartoon character with large eyes, creating a charming contrast to her otherwise cool demeanor. Noticing Lin Zhou's gaze, she instinctively tugged at her clothes, lowering her head as she approached the bedside. "I need to rest," she murmured. "All right, then I shall rest as well," he replied. Immediately, Su Qingmei drew the curtains, burrowing into her blankets like a timid rabbit, cocooning herself warmly. Lin Zhou chuckled softly, extinguishing the lights outside before settling onto the sofa to sleep. The room fell into darkness and silence, interrupted only by the distant sounds of cars passing below. Lin Zhou's phone vibrated, and upon checking, he discovered a private message from the amateur platform. Yet again from the user named Lonely Plum. Wasn't there originally a piano and flute in the original score of this song? Lin Zhou chuckled. Though Lonely Plum was a pseudonymous user, her musical ear was commendable. She could discern the original instruments from his guitar rendition of What a Shame It's Not You. He replied, "Indeed, how did you perceive that?" Being fellow music enthusiasts, it is delightful to converse about music, regardless of whether you are a true sister or not. Lonely Plum. I tried humming it while on the plane today, and sensed that the original score must be more intricate. Lin Zhou, you deduced the presence of piano and flute merely by humming it in your mind? You possess remarkable skill. Lonely Plum. I often sing on stage. Lin Zhou, are you a singer? Lonely Plum, yes. Curious. Lin Zhou clicked on her profile, noting that she had not published any works. He inquired, "Why haven't you shared any singing videos on the amateur platform?" Meanwhile, in the adjacent bed, Su Qingmei, nestled under her covers, secretly glanced at her phone and saw Lin Zhou's question. Her slender fingers tapped a few keys, replying, "It's inconvenient." Her voice would be instantly recognizable if released. The response came swiftly, "Why is it inconvenient? Are you perhaps a professional singer?" A slight smile curled Su Qingmei's lips. His guess was quite astute. She typed back, "Yes. I fear being recognized." The reply came promptly, "Call you chubby, and you're still out of breath, haha. You might as well claim to be a superstar." Enough of this banter. I'm off to sleep. Su Qingmei blinked, feeling somewhat vexed by his message. Calling me brother? What does that even mean? She sent a question mark in response, but it seemed he had genuinely fallen asleep. No further replies coming. Pouting, Su Qingmei retrieved her headphones, plugged them into her phone, and queued up the cherished video of Lin Zhou performing What a Shame It and Oppos. It's Not You, pressing play. In the tranquil room, the gentle melodies and vocals enveloped her ears. The cool, beautiful girl wrapped her arms around herself, curling up beneath the covers, and slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 13. I am no inferior to Su Qingmei. The following day, at dawn. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Zhou and Su Qingmei were roused from their slumber by a series of knocks at the door. Both sat up, one from the bed and the other from the sofa. Lin Zhou approached and opened the door to reveal Zhou Yun and Zhang Hong entering the room. Upon noticing Su Qingmei, who appeared to have just awakened behind the curtain, Zhou Yun exclaimed in delight, "Sister Qingmei, it has been ages since you've slept so well." Su Qingmei was taken aback. Glancing at her phone, she realized it was already past 9 in the morning. Recently, due to her illness and the online rumors, she had been experiencing insomnia, often unable to sleep at night and waking as early as 5 or 6 in the morning. Typically, she would rise before 6 to practice singing, which had caused Zhou Yun and Zhang Hong considerable concern for her well-being. Zhou Yun often remarked how wonderful it would be if Sister Qingmei could sleep until the sun rose. To their astonishment, Su Qingmei had indeed managed to sleep until 9 o'clock that day, and notably, in the company of a man. By this time, Su Qingmei had gotten out of bed, swiftly tying her long hair back and pulling open the curtain, addressing Zhou Yun. "Why didn't you wake me earlier?" Zhang Hong responded, "We thought you were already awake, so we didn't come to call you. We had no idea." She glanced at Lin Zhou and suddenly chuckled. "It seems having Mr. Lin as your assistant was the right decision." Zhou Yun added with a grin, "Indeed, with brother Lin accompanying you, Sister Qingmei can finally enjoy a peaceful sleep." Su Qingmei glanced at Lin Zhou but remained silent, heading straight into the bathroom. Lin Zhou quickly explained to the two, "I slept on the sofa last night. I did nothing." Zhang Hong laughed. "Mr. Lin, you've misunderstood. We merely found it curious that Sister Qingmei has been struggling with insomnia lately. Yet she slept so soundly last night." Lin Zhou expressed his bewilderment. "Miss Su has insomnia? Surely not. I saw her sleeping quite peacefully." Zhou Yun gasped, "Brother Lin, how do you know Sister Qingmei slept so soundly?" Lin Zhou hastily clarified, "I was worried that guy might come. So I checked a few times and happened to see Miss Su sleeping very well, not at all like someone suffering from insomnia." Meanwhile, Su Qingmei, pretending to wash her face in the bathroom, stiffened at his words. "He watched me sleep last night. How infuriating." Feeling a tinge of irritation, she soon reminded herself that he was her assistant and bodyguard, remaining vigilant throughout the night, a testament to his professionalism. Moreover, he hadn't intruded upon her at all. It was her deep sleep that had caused the misunderstanding. This realization only deepened her annoyance. After hastily finishing her morning routine, she emerged with a cold expression. "I need to change clothes." "Oh, I'll step out then." Lin Zhou quickly gathered the blanket and pillow and exited the room. Once he was gone, Su Qingmei began to change, while Zhou Yun, with a playful demeanor, remarked, "Who would have thought Brother Lin not only serves as a bodyguard, but also as a sleeping aid?" As Su Qingmei was putting on her dress, she paused upon hearing Zhou Yun's comment and coldly stated, "Tonight, I will sleep alone." Zhang Hong furrowed her brow. "Did Lin Zhou do something last night?" Su Qingmei shook her head. "I simply dislike having others in my room." "But what if someone tries to disturb you?" Zhang Hong expressed her concern. Su Qingmei pursed her lips and replied, "Let Xiao Yun stay with me." Zhou Yun quickly interjected, "Sister Qingmei, we're both girls. I might not be able to protect you if something happens." Su Qingmei shot her a glance. "If something occurs, I'll protect you." With that, she swiftly finished dressing and exited the room. Zhou Yun, puzzled, remarked, "Sister Qingmei seems different today." Zhang Hong shook her head, following her out. "Let us head to Xingqing Satellite TV first. We need Sister Qingmei and the band to rehearse more." Today marks the first recording of I Am a Singer, which is crucial for Su Qingmei's return after a brief illness, especially given the online negativity surrounding her. Many claim she is no longer capable. Now is the time for her to use her voice to prove them wrong. The four soon arrived at Xingqing Satellite TV. Su Qingmei headed to the makeup room, having brought her performance attire, while a dedicated makeup artist prepared her. Zhou Yun and Zhang Hong accompanied her, but Lin Zhou, being a man, opted to wait outside the makeup room. The corridor featured several makeup rooms for the singers. Lin Zhou observed several well-known singers, including two legendary figures from the previous generation. Exemplifying the high stakes of this season I Am a Singer, it would indeed be a formidable challenge for Su Qingmei to achieve commendable results. As Lin Zhou contemplated this, he noticed Shen Yao approaching, flanked by Chun Zhu and 3 assistants. Her entourage was even more substantial than Su Qingmei's. Shen Yao spotted Lin Zhou, momentarily taken aback, yet said nothing as she walked past him, donning sunglasses as though he were a stranger. Internally, she mused, "He is actually here keeping watch over me?" It appears that his nonchalance yesterday was merely a fade. Upon entering a makeup room and instructing her assistants to leave, Chun Zhu frowned and said, "How do we cross paths with Lin Zhou again?" Shen Yao shook her head in amusement. "He is merely seeking my attention. Sigh, he remains as immature as ever." Chun Zhu remarked, "Let it be. As long as he doesn't speak out of turn, Shen Yao, don't let him affect you. I heard from someone yesterday that Su Qingmei's voice isn't quite what it used to be, so you have a great opportunity to best her today." Among the 7 contestants of this season of I Am a Singer, there were 4 men and 3 women. Besides Su Qingmei and Shen Yao, there was also a former diva who, while now semi-retired, was still a formidable presence. The veteraness credentials would ensure her a place in the finals. As for Su Qingmei and Shen Yao, Being of similar age and musical styles, one of them would inevitably be eliminated in the first 2 rounds. Should Shen Yao triumph over Su Qingmei, her popularity and standing would undoubtedly receive a significant boost. The first episode was crucial for a strong start. Shen Yao's goal was clear, regardless of the ranking. She only needed to surpass Su Qingmei. Upon hearing Chen Zhu's words, a glimmer of determination sparked in Shen Yao's eyes as she nodded emphatically. I am confident. This time, I will definitely win against her. After 3 years in the industry, she had always been overshadowed by Su Qingmei, with the best resources in their company often going to the latter first. Su Qingmei had risen to stardom, basking in adoration, while Shen Yao struggled to climb the ranks, remaining in the shadows. What infuriated her most was Su Qingmei's aloof goddess-like demeanor, her haughty attitude leaving Shen Yao feeling unworthy even to be considered a rival. What was it about being slightly prettier or taller? I am not inferior in any way. Why should I always be second best? This time, I will prove to the company that I, Shen Yao, am in no way inferior to you, Su Qingmei. Chapter 14. Can massage alleviate stomach pain? Where is Teacher Uxin? Has Teacher Shen Yao arrived? Has Teacher Qinglin done her makeup? Let's prepare for the backup interview for now. Lin Zhou stood in the corridor, surrounded by numerous personnel accompanying the 7 singers, with the program staff occasionally rushing past to summon someone. I Am a Singer involves not only competitive performances on stage, but also numerous interviews and discussions, all of which must be recorded in advance. Lin Zhou observed the bustling scene around him, feeling somewhat familiar with it. After working as Shen Yao's assistant for the past few years, he had encountered many similar situations. However, this was his first time attending a top-tier variety show like I Am a Singer, as Shen Yao had previously participated in only first- and second-tier programs. Has Teacher Su Qingmei arrived? At that moment, a young girl hurriedly approached, her round face flushed from her rush. Lin Zhou immediately replied, yes. She is inside getting her makeup done. The girl reached Lin Zhou and said, Teacher Su needs to record a backup interview. Could you please take her to Hall No. 3? Lin Zhou nodded and walked to the door of Su Qingmei's dressing room, knocking gently and calling out, Miss Su. The production team requests you to go to Hall number 3 immediately. Wait a moment, came Zhou Yun's slightly flustered voice from within. The door to the dressing room opened a crack, revealing Zhou Yun's round face. She apologetically addressed the girl beside Lin Zhou, Assistant Lu, Sister Qingmei isn't feeling well. Could you please wait a moment? Assistant Lu nodded. I'll inform Director Zhang and let the other teachers go for their backup interviews first. Please ask Teacher Su to hurry. Assistant Lu hurried off, and Lin Zhou turned to Zhou Yun, asking, what's wrong? Zhou Yun peeked her head out, glancing around before pulling Lin Zhou into the dressing room. Hey! Lin Zhou was caught off guard by the petite girl's unexpected strength. Inside the dressing room, only Zhou Yun and Zhang Hong were present, as the makeup artist had already stepped out. Lin Zhou noticed Su Qingmei sitting on a chair, slightly hunched over, her brows furrowed, with beads of sweat forming on her forehead. What happened? Lin Zhou quickly inquired. Sister Qingmei's old ailment has flared up, Zhou Yun replied, rushing to find a box of medicine in her bag, pouring hot water, and handing the cup and 2 pills to Su Qingmei. However, Su Qingmei shook her head. Despite her pale complexion from the pain, she was unwilling to take the medicine. Zhang Hong, anxious, began pacing. Qingmei, the doctor said you must take the medicine. If not, we shouldn't record today. We should go to the hospital. Su Qingmei, with a pale face and delicate hands pressed against her abdomen, weakly responded, no, I won't go. Seeing her in such a state, Zhou Yun felt a pang of sorrow, nearly in tears. Sister Qingmei, you want to take the medicine or go to the hospital? Your body can't endure this. Lin Zhou, puzzled by the scene before him, quietly asked Zhang Hong, what is going on? Where is Miss Su uncomfortable? Zhang Hong sighed, pulling him aside to explain in a hushed tone, Qingmei has a chronic stomach condition. When it flares up, it's quite painful. Really? With a stomach condition? She didn't eat properly last night? Lin Zhou glanced at Su Qingmei and continued to inquire, why doesn't she take the medicine? Zhang Hong looked back at the curled-up Su Qingmei, lowering her voice further. Qingmei experienced some trauma in her childhood, leading to a fear of hospitals and medications. Lin Zhou nodded, beginning to understand. Some individuals develop phobias due to past incidents or accidents. The old saying, once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of the rope, aptly illustrates this phenomenon. From a psychological perspective, such symptoms are termed post-traumatic stress disorder, commonly known as PTSD. It seemed that Su Qingmei had endured some distressing experience in a hospital during her childhood, resulting in her aversion to medical environments and treatments. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Zhou asked Zhang Hong, "Is Miss Su's stomach condition serious?" Zhang Hong replied, "We had a doctor come to examine Qingmei at home. He mentioned that her condition isn't severe at the moment, but the pain can be quite unbearable. She could take medication to alleviate the discomfort, but Qingmei." Sigh. Lin Zhou looked at Su Qingmei, who appeared to be curled up like a shrimp, her long legs tense, clearly in significant pain. An idea struck him. "I have a method that can quickly alleviate Miss Su's pain, but it requires her consent and cooperation." "What method?" Zhou Yun, now approaching, asked eagerly. Zhang Hong also chimed in, "Please, Mr. Lin, do share." Lin Zhou surveyed the two women, hesitating for a moment before stating, "During my university years, I studied first aid and nursing. I learned how to quickly relieve common stomach pain. It involves—" "Come on, Lin Ge, just say it," Zhou Yun urged. Lin Zhou continued, "It involves massaging the stomach area, accompanied by heat application. This should provide immediate relief. However, if the pain persists, we must head to the hospital right away." "Massage?" Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun exchanged glances, then turned their attention to Su Qingmei. They both knew that Su Qingmei rarely spoke to men, let alone allow one to touch her in such an intimate manner. Additionally, the stomach area lies between the chest and lower abdomen, a sensitive region for women. The thought of a man massaging her there made Zhou Yun wonder how Su Qingmei could possibly agree. She suggested to Zhang Hong, "Why don't we inform Director Zhang and postpone Sister Qingmei's recording for today?" Zhang Hong shook her head, smiling wryly. "That's simply not feasible. I Am a Singer features a simultaneous performance from the 7 contestants. While they perform individually, many camera shots require all 7 singers to be present. It's impossible to have the other 6 record first while Su Qingmei records later. Even if the director agreed, if word got out, it would provide ammunition for those seeking to undermine Su Qingmei, claiming she is being difficult or demanding special treatment. It would be impossible to explain. Is it truly effective for quick relief?" At that moment, a weak voice emerged, catching Zhou Yun and Zhang Hong off guard as they turned to Su Qingmei. Her exquisite face glistened with sweat, her complexion pale, her cool eyes fixed on Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou nodded. "A friend of mine also suffers from stomach issues, and I have always helped her this way. Many girls, in their quest for weight loss, experience mild stomach problems." He had previously assisted Shen Yao in alleviating her stomach pain through massage. Su Qingmei regarded Lin Zhou, and after a moment of weakness, murmured, "Okay." "Qingmei? Sister Qingmei?" Both Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun stared in astonishment at Su Qingmei, surprised that she would consent to such intimate contact with a man. Lin Zhou nodded and moved closer to Su Qingmei, while Zhou Yun quickly fetched a chair for him to sit. "Miss Su, kindly move your hand aside," Lin Zhou gently instructed as he settled down, observing Su Qingmei's hand resting on her abdomen. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qingmei finally relinquished her grip. Lin Zhou turned to Zhou Yun, saying, "Could you please find a warm water bottle and heat it up?" "Sure," Zhou Yun replied and hurriedly exited. Lin Zhou focused on Su Qingmei, whose teeth were clenched tightly. "Miss Su, I'm here. Please cooperate and try not to move." Su Qingmei weakly nodded, and Lin Zhou extended his hand, gently pressing on her abdomen, just above, in the region of the stomach. As his hand made contact with Su Qingmei, both of them tensed slightly. Chapter 15. Educating the boss in the process of replicating Earth's memories. The progress for the ordinary road reached 100, signifying completion. Encounter stood at 90, while the Lone Brave had progressed to 40. The anthology Tang and Song Poetry was at 60. When Lin Zhou's hand made contact with Su Qingmei's abdomen, the replication progress of Earth's memories flashed before his eyes once more. Remarkably, the ordinary road had replicated flawlessly, with every nuance of its lyrics, composition, arrangement, instrumental performance, and vocals etched into his mind without omission. Simultaneously, Encounter had reached 90, while the Lone Brave had increased by 5, now standing at 40. As for the Tang and Song Poetry that appeared when he had fallen onto Su Qingmei the night before, it had surged to 60. Lin Zhou was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this extraordinary ability was indeed mischievous? It seemed that while listening to a girl sing, the progress was slow, yet upon physical contact, it soared. How absurd. Lin Zhou couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation at having encountered such an extraordinary ability. Meanwhile, Su Qingmei's emotions were even more complex. When Lin Zhou's hand pressed against her abdomen, her body stiffened, and she nearly instinctively pushed him away. This was the first time in her life that a man had drawn so close to her, and in such a sensitive and private area. She could even feel his fingertip resting at the edge of her inner clothing, a mere inch away from crossing a boundary. Su Qingmei clenched her fists, her nails almost digging into her flesh. Yet, she soon recollected that the night prior, when she had fainted in the bathtub, this man had likely touched her in an even more intimate manner. At that time, she had been unconscious and had felt nothing, although it was shameful to consider. The current contact didn't feel quite as mortifying in light of that memory. As Su Qingmei pondered this, she noticed that Lin Zhou's hand remained on her abdomen, unmoving, his expression seemingly lost in thought, as if he were sensing something. A wave of embarrassment surged within her, prompting her to grit her teeth and say, "You. Press harder." Her voice startled Lin Zhou from his reverie. He had been contemplating the replication of Earth's memories and had not harbored any inappropriate thoughts. Realizing that his hand was still resting on the young woman's body, he quickly apologized. "I'm sorry." He then began to apply more pressure, kneading gently in various directions. Those afflicted with stomach pain often find relief in pressing down firmly on the area. Lin Zhou, knowledgeable in caregiving, had practiced this with his ex-wife, Shen Yao. He understood that in addition to firm pressure, a clockwise massage followed by a warm compress would expedite relief. However, Lin Zhou's sudden movements caught Su Qingmei off guard, eliciting an involuntary gasp. At that moment, Zhou Yun returned with a hot water bag. Upon closing the door, she heard Su Qingmei's exclamation, nearly dropping the hot water bag in surprise. She stared in bewilderment at Su Qingmei, who was receiving a massage from Lin Zhou, her mind echoing the sound that had just escaped Su Qingmei's lips, leaving her cheeks inexplicably flushed. Lowering her voice, Zhou Yun asked Zhang Hong, "Sister Hong, is Sister Qingmei feeling comfortable or in pain?" Zhang Hong shot her a glare. "What are you thinking? Don't say such things." "Oh." Zhou Yun stuck out her tongue, silencing herself. Su Qingmei's face burned with embarrassment. She too realized that her earlier exclamation had been a bit too revealing, so she lowered her head, using her long hair to shield her face, akin to an ostrich hiding its head in the sand. As long as no one saw her face, she could avoid disgrace. Lin Zhou was startled by Su Qingmei's previous gasp, but quickly dismissed it, assuming it was merely her discomfort with such intimate contact. He focused intently on the massage. Feeling that one hand was sufficient, he employed both hands. Su Qingmei swiftly covered her mouth, nearly gasping again. The pressure on her abdomen sent tingles through her, alleviating the pain, and she found it unexpectedly pleasant. She had thought she wouldn't be able to endure a man's touch, yet it was anything but repugnant. It was rather soothing. Lin Zhou, experienced in such matters, intentionally avoided sensitive areas, concentrating solely on her abdomen without crossing any lines. As the massage continued, Su Qingmei's body began to relax, the sweat on her forehead dissipating. After a few minutes, Lin Zhou released his hands and asked, "Miss Su, do you feel better?" Su Qingmei's clear, cold gaze was slightly dazed. Upon hearing Lin Zhou's question, she blinked in surprise and replied, "Much better." "Effective." Zhou Yun and Zhang Hong both sighed in relief. Lin Zhou stood up and instructed Zhou Yun, "Apply the hot water bag to Miss Su's abdomen." Zhou Yun nodded and hurried over to place the hot water bag against Su Qingmei and Appo's stomach. She looked up at Lin Zhou and said, "Thank you." However, Lin Zhou didn't acknowledge her gratitude and instead admonished her, "Miss Su, I must remind you that your current lifestyle and dietary habits are quite detrimental to your health. This can significantly affect your well-being and even your vocal abilities. Miss Su, as a singer, you have a responsibility to your fans. I believe you should improve your lifestyle and dietary routines and refrain from reckless behavior. Your body belongs to you, but your voice belongs to your fans. If you continue to neglect your health, you are doing a disservice not only to yourself, but also to your fans. Therefore, I suggest that you establish a scientific regimen for your lifestyle and diet, with someone to strictly supervise your adherence to it. This is the responsible course of action for both yourself and your admirers." Lin Zhou's words were not spoken lightly. Through his interactions with Su Qingmei over the past 2 days, he had observed this flaw in her character. While she was not as ruthless as other female celebrities in the entertainment industry, and despite her earnestness in practicing, she still had her issues, namely her recklessness and disregard for her health. As a public figure, she had an obligation to present her best self to her fans. not to appear before them looking unwell. This would only impart negative energy to those who admired her. Such behavior is unbecoming of a public figure. When Lin Zhou was Shen Yao's assistant, he frequently voiced similar sentiments, which eventually led to a divergence in their perspectives, resulting in a gradual estrangement. However, Su Qingmei's situation differed from Shen Yao's. Her physical attributes and vocal prowess surpassed Shen Yao's, and her popularity and standing were greater. Thus, she ought to cherish her health even more. Having a stomach ailment while neglecting proper meals and sneaking out for late-night snacks was indicative of irregular habits. Lin Zhou could no longer hold back his thoughts, questioning why someone with such potential would treat themselves so poorly. Instantly, the dressing room fell silent. Zhou Yun's mouth hung open as she stared blankly at Lin Zhou, while Zhang Hong looked equally astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief. In Su Qingmei Chapter 16. This song must be plagiarized. Zhou Yun had been following Su Qingmei ever since she joined Tianyan Entertainment, and the two had spent more than 3 years together, allowing her to gain a deep understanding of Su Qingmei. Although Sister Qingmei appeared cold and distant, she was, in fact, a very innocent and hardworking ordinary girl. However, Qingmei's stubbornness was quite notable. Zhou Yun had never witnessed anyone educate her in such a manner, especially not a male assistant who had only been on the job for less than 2 days. Zhou Yun covered her mouth, fearing that Sister Qingmei might become angry and argue with Lin Zhou, or worse, dismiss him altogether. At that moment, Su Qingmei looked up at Lin Zhou, causing the atmosphere in the dressing room to grow tense. Zhang Hong opened her mouth, intending to say something when there was a knock on the door. "Teacher Su, it's time for your preparation." It was Assistant Liu. Su Qingmei said nothing further and turned to head toward the door, prompting Zhou Yun to swiftly open it and follow her outside. "Apologies for the delay. Something came up." Zhou Yun apologized to Assistant Liu. Su Qingmei also slightly bowed in apology to the young girl. "No worries, no worries. Just in time." Assistant Liu quickly waved her hand as the three made their way to the preparation room. Zhang Hong cast a complex glance at Lin Zhou, saying, "Mr. Lin, you may rest here for a while." She too needed to oversee the recording situation. Pausing at the door, she turned back to Lin Zhou and remarked, "Qingmei is not an irresponsible person, but your words do hold some merit." With that, she hurriedly departed. Lin Zhou was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head in amusement. Had he really just confronted his boss on his second day of work? Nonetheless, he had no regrets about what he had just said. As Su Qingmei's personal assistant, he felt it was his duty to look out for her. His earlier comments were entirely for her benefit. If Su Qingmei did not accept them, felt dissatisfied, or chose to dismiss him, it would only indicate that she was, like other celebrities, driven solely by vanity and wealth, rather than being a true artist. In that case, he would not feel particularly reluctant to leave, for this job was merely a temporary distraction for him. Worst-case scenario, he could rent another apartment. He decided to wait until the recording ended to contemplate his next steps. With a light heart, Lin Zhou picked up his phone and logged into S Station. The singing video of Too Bad It's Not You had been featured on the homepage, and it had been hours since its release. He was curious to see how well it was performing. Upon entering S Station, he was greeted by a notification indicating a striking increase of 999 followers. Scrolling down the homepage, he finally spotted his video in the middle section. To his astonishment, the view count had already reached 360,000. Clicking on the video, he saw over 40,000 likes and nearly 10,000 saves, figures that indicated it had achieved a measure of success. Checking the follower count for Shui Zhou, he noted it had reached 60,000. In the realm of amateur content creators, reaching 100,000 followers signified a degree of recognition, while 500,000 and 1,000,000 would elevate one to a more prominent status. Currently, there were over 100 creators on S Station who boasted 1 million followers, referred to as amateur deities. A select few had amassed 2 million followers, reaching the pinnacle of fame. Lin Zhou's goal was to surpass this ceiling, ultimately breaking into the industry as a songwriter and performer, establishing his own studio. As he perused the comments beneath his video, he noticed there were already over 2,000, with the majority expressing awe and admiration for Too Bad It's Not You. Many users were inquiring whether Lin Zhou was indeed the original creator of the song. The high caliber of Too Bad It's Not You clearly surpassed that of other amateur creators in the music section, leading many to question the authenticity of its authorship. Some comments were tinged with sarcasm. If you can produce a song of such quality, why are you still floundering in the amateur scene? Surely, You must have plagiarized. Others urged him to clarify. Is it truly your original work? I feel like I've heard a similar melody before. Did you perhaps stitch together bits from other songs? Lin Zhou examined the profiles of these commentators and noticed a common thread. They were all newly registered accounts. This piqued his interest. As a seasoned user of S-Station, Lin Zhou was well aware of certain tactics employed in the competitive landscape among amateur creators. Many established content creators earned good incomes, leading to fierce rivalries. Beyond competing on the quality of their work, creators often engaged in promotional battles, comparisons of appearances, and even resorted to unscrupulous methods. For instance, some would create fake accounts to disparage competitors or target emerging creators who posed a threat to their status. This phenomenon mirrored the entertainment industry, where Su Qingmei had recently been subjected to negative press instigated by Shen Yao's hired trolls. Lin Zhou suspected that the backlash against his videos stemmed from its rapid rise, which had threatened certain peers, prompting them to retaliate, particularly with accusations of plagiarism. The notion was laughable. He was a student at a music academy and had spent years in the entertainment industry, possessing a far greater understanding of popular music than the average person. In the current landscape of Chinese music, there was no song that bore any resemblance to Too Bad It's Not You. The comments labeling him as a plagiarist were simply unfounded attacks. However, some commenters came to his defense, stating, plagiarism is a serious accusation if there is no evidence. Some people should refrain from slandering. One user remarked, I've never seen a song criticized simply for being too good. Why shouldn't someone share an exceptional song on an amateur platform? Maybe some people are just envious? Instead of complaining, why not write a good song yourself? Among the defenders was a user known as Fish Girl Diva, who excelled in verbal sparring, standing her ground against multiple detractors without faltering. Her comment section was filled with numerous supporters. Long live the diva. The diva's temper remained as fierce as ever. Instead of arguing here, why not release more content and not ghost your fans? Lin Zhou recalled that Fish Girl Diva was quite popular in both the music and dance sections, known for her beauty, impressive physique, and exceptional singing and dancing abilities. She frequently posted videos of her performances, earning her a significant following. Yet, her fiery personality often led to confrontations, earning her the nickname Diva among her fans. It was rather amusing that this renowned creator was speaking up for him. Yet, there were still trolls undeterred by the diva's defense, retorting, if you claim Shu Zhou isn't a plagiarist. The proof is simple. Just release another original song of the same caliber. But can he even manage that? Chapter 17. Unless another original is released in this world. There exist individuals who, after questioning others without presenting any evidence themselves, audaciously demand proof of innocence from those they have unjustly accused. It is akin to being confronted on the street by a stranger who suddenly accuses you, shouting, you are a thief. You would surely be taken aback and vehemently deny the accusation. Yet, the stranger retorts, if you claim you are not a thief, then you must provide evidence. What would you do in such a situation? You would likely feel compelled to confront them, would you not? This scenario plays out in reality, but online. One cannot even find a target to retaliate against. Keyboard warriors hide behind their screens, carelessly tarnishing reputations. A mere essay can transform a virtuous individual into a villain condemned by the masses. This is precisely the predicament faced by Lin Zhou. The quality of his song Unfortunately Not You is so exceptional that it has begun to attract attention, leading to accusations of plagiarism. The accuser presents no evidence, merely stating ambiguously that the song seems reminiscent of many others. When pressed for specifics, the accuser feebly claims to forget but insists that it feels familiar. Based on this feeling, Lin Zhou is accused of copying. The most absurd part is that many people support this claim, reasoning that a newcomer like Shu Zhou could never produce such a remarkable song. They question why, if his talent is so evident. He remains an amateur rather than pursuing a career in the entertainment industry. So, because the song is too good, he must be a plagiarist? The account that initially incited these allegations is named King of the Keyboard, a name fitting for such a character. The renowned online personality, Yuan Jai, took issue with this, defending Lin Zhou, only to be met with the classic retort from the keyboard warrior. If Shu Zhou can release another original of comparable quality, then he will prove he is not a plagiarist. At that moment, in a villa in Kyoto, a tall, fair-skinned woman sat before her computer, her delicate face flushed with anger, pounding her fists on the desk. Do you not understand that the burden of proof lies with the accuser? If you claim Shu Zhou is a plagiarist, should it not be your responsibility to provide evidence? Why must others prove their innocence? This woman is none other than the well-known content creator in the amateur music and dance sectors, Yuan Jai, whose real name is Jiang Yuer. It is rather ironic that Jiang Yuer, a native of Kyoto, bears a name reminiscent of the southern water towns, a choice made by her father, a distinguished writer. When she inquired about the origin of her name, her father gazed skyward with a sigh, reflecting on a lost love from the Jiangnan region. Subsequently, her mother dragged him away, leading to muffled cries from the bedroom. Jiang Yuer often pondered whether her father's sentimental nature or her mother's assertiveness was to blame for her name, which remained unchanged into adulthood as a tribute to her father's first love. However, she did not mind. Her father was a celebrated author, and her mother a successful businesswoman, assuring her that they were financially secure and she need not toil for a living. Thus, out of boredom, Jiang Yuer became a content creator several years ago. Having trained in singing and dancing from a young age, her striking physique quickly garnered her fame on the platform, amassing over 1 million followers, with a significant portion being admirers of her looks. The comment section of her singing and dancing videos is predominantly filled with remarks about her appearance. Jiang Yuer embraced this, believing that beauty should be celebrated, and she had no intention of hiding her physique. Nevertheless, she harbored a sense of regret, despite her training in songwriting. Her limited talent hindered her from creating music. Consequently, she admired skilled songwriters and frequently explored the original music section of the platform. 2 nights prior, after posting a new dance video and interacting with her enthusiastic fans, Jiang Yuer casually browsed the music section, where she stumbled upon a hidden gem, an original song titled Unfortunately Not You, performed by a newcomer named Su Qingmei. The song, poignantly about heartbreak, was paradoxically titled as a healing anthem. Though Jiang Yuer had never experienced romantic heartbreak, she found herself moved to tears by its beauty. When was the last time I encountered such an exquisite original piece? She mused. Elated by the discovery, Jiang Yuer shared the song with her followers, inadvertently contributing to the rapid rise in its popularity. She was delighted to see the song gaining traction, eventually making its way to the homepage of S Station, feeling a sense of pride in having unearthed a treasure now recognized by many. However, the joy was short-lived, just as Unfortunately Not You began to trend. The accuser king of the keyboard emerged again, alleging plagiarism. Jiang Yuer felt disheartened. How could something she cherished be called plagiarized without any evidence? She engaged in a heated exchange with the accuser, who stubbornly maintained that the song bore similarities to many others, yet refused to specify which ones. Frustrated, Jiang Yuer lashed out, inadvertently escalating the situation. Her involvement only intensified the scrutiny as her comments gained visibility, drawing in more inquiries about the alleged plagiarism, causing her to feel a mix of guilt and regret for having stirred the pot. Determined to rectify the situation, she contemplated sending a private message to Su Qingmei to apologize and offer her assistance. Just then, she noticed a comment from Su Qingmei in the comments section. On the 1st of next month, I will release a new original work. Stay tuned. Chapter 18. His new song is subpar. I publicly apologize. As soon as the announcement from Su Qingmei emerged, it incited a flurry of reactions in the comments section. With Unfortunately, It's Not You prominently featured on the homepage, coupled with the heated exchange between the fishwoman and the keyboard king, this matter garnered considerable attention. Some individuals, swayed by the momentum, speculated that perhaps their limited exposure to music led them to overlook the possibility that this song might indeed be a patchwork of others. In a world where originality is often time-consuming and labor-intensive, it is all too common for creators to resort to amalgamating existing works for quicker financial gain. Conversely, there were ardent supporters of Su Qingmei's performances who cherished Unfortunately, It's Not You and, like the fishwoman, firmly believed in Su Qingmei's originality. The two factions, led by the fishwoman and the keyboard king, gradually escalated from mere debate to outright confrontation, culminating in a barrage of personal insults directed at each other and Oppo's families. The comments section devolved into chaos. However, the more tumultuous the situation became, the more delighted the keyboard king appeared as he achieved his goal. Regardless of whether Su Qingmei had plagiarized or not, the mere mention of the trending Unfortunately, It's Not You now conjured the first impression of alleged plagiarism, which was sufficient for him. In an era where the internet flourishes, tarnishing someone's reputation has become increasingly effortless. With just a few insidious words of slander, there will always be a multitude of mindless followers ready to believe and propagate the narrative. Currently, Su Qingmei found himself ensnared in such a predicament. The label of plagiarist had already been affixed to him, regardless of its veracity. To vindicate himself, he had but one recourse: to release another original work of comparable quality in a short span of time. Yet, how simple was such a feat? In China, there are only a handful of renowned lyricists and composers, and even their original works cannot all be deemed masterpieces. Moreover, their creations typically span at least 6 months apart. Inspiration does not simply manifest at will. These are titans of the professional realm. For an amateur like Xu Zhou, merely crafting a song like Unfortunately, it's not you would be akin to striking gold. The prospect of producing another piece of equal caliber seemed improbable. However, just as the keyboard king's triumph was peaking, Xu Zhou announced a new song preview. Set to release next month, it would also be an original composition. He made a point to include also original, directly addressing the accusations of plagiarism. This declaration sent the comments section into a frenzy, igniting excitement from both believers in Xu Zhou and those questioning his authenticity. The fishwoman remarked to the keyboard king, "What do you have to say now?" The keyboard king retorted, "Huh? Does Xu Zhou think he can simply release a subpar product to prove he isn't plagiarizing?" The fishwoman shot back, "You presume it to be subpar before even hearing it?" To which the keyboard king replied, "And you know it to be a masterpiece without having heard it?" The fishwoman challenged, "Very well. Let us await the 1st of next month. If it is indeed an original gem, you shall publicly apologize." The keyboard king scoffed. Ah, the audacity of a major influencer. Demanding apologies, how terrifying. Upon reading this exchange, Jiang Yue furiously slammed her fist on her desk, almost shattering it. Without a second thought, she began typing fervently. "If Xu Zhou's new song is truly subpar, I shall make a video to apologize publicly for misjudging him." The keyboard king quickly responded, "It's a deal." The comments erupted with enthusiasm, various jesters chiming in. Perhaps the fishwoman should wear black stockings while apologizing for sincerity. A deep V-neck would enhance the sincerity. White stockings. White stockings are eternal. Jiang Yue, exasperated by the antics of these foolish netizens, took a deep breath and sent Xu Zhou a private message. "You must strive to prove yourself. I support you." She followed up with another message. "Are you all right?" In the backstage makeup room of Xingqing TV's I Am a Singer, Lin Zhou noticed the private message from the fishwoman. He recalled that she had promoted his video shortly after its release the previous evening. Today, she was defending him in the comments against the naysayers. Lin Zhou had seen her videos in the music section. She was known for her singing and dancing performances. Although her vocal skills were average, her dancing was commendable, and her physique attracted a legion of admirers. Lin Zhou, being a man, appreciated watching charming young ladies sing and dance far more than the so-called internet celebrities who relied solely on filters and superficial beauty. Yet, he never imagined that this million-follower beauty would engage in a quarrel on his behalf. She truly possessed a warm heart. Lin Zhou had just released The Ordinary Path, and with his previous song freshly launched, he was contemplating the timing for unveiling his new work. He found himself accused of plagiarism. Goodness, he was merely a transporter, moving art from one parallel world to another. How could that be considered plagiarism? It was mid-month, and he anticipated that within approximately 2 weeks, the exposure and popularity of Unfortunately, It's Not You would peak. Releasing The Ordinary Path on the 1st of next month seemed perfectly timed to avoid overshadowing his previous work. As for the rumor mongers, Lin Zhou could hardly be bothered. He had witnessed all manner of tactics in the entertainment industry. He would allow the keyboard king to prance about for a few days, and soon enough, the truth would surface. Out of politeness and gratitude towards the enthusiastic fishwoman, Lin Zhou decided to respond. "Thank you for promoting my work previously. I genuinely enjoy watching your videos. Your dancing is excellent. I assure you, my new song will surpass in quality, so stay tuned." After sending the message, Lin Zhou tucked his phone away, calculating that it was nearly time for Su Qingmei to take the stage. He intended to go and watch. As he exited the makeup room, he spotted the petite Lu assistant hastily making her way past. Officially, she was the director's assistant, but she appeared to be merely a gopher. "Excuse me, Lu assistant?" Lin Zhou called out politely. The young lady halted, wiping the sweat from her forehead, and inquired, "Are you Su's assistant? What do you need?" Lin Zhou replied, "May I enter the recording hall to observe Miss Su's performance?" The selection process for I Am a Singer relies on votes from 500 live audience members to determine the ranking of the singers. Typically, only singers, audience members, and staff are permitted inside the recording hall. The young lady regarded Lin Zhou with a bemused expression. "Did you not know? Teacher Su was drawn to perform first, and has already finished her performance. Teacher Shen Yao, who is 7th, is currently singing. Taken aback, Lin Zhou realized that he had not been attentive enough to his own employer. He hastily inquired, "Do you know how Miss Su performed?" What was the audience's reaction? Upon hearing his question, Lu's assistant's expression grew even more peculiar, as if she were grappling with some unspoken matter. Ultimately, she said, "Follow me. I'll take you to the directing room. You can see for yourself." Chapter 19. At the bottom of the rankings, Lin Zhou followed Assistant Lu into the control room, where the recording of the show was captured from numerous angles, with the footage simultaneously displayed on several screens. The director would alert various departments to pay attention to certain details based on the live situation or communicate with the host and guests through an earpiece. Upon entering the control room, Lin Zhou noticed director Zhang Lei of I Am a Singer furrowing his brow, intently watching the 7 or 8 screens before him. His expression rather grim. Assistant Lu whispered to Lin Zhou, "Don't say anything. Once teacher Shen Yao finishes singing, director Zhang will go to the singer's lounge to announce the rankings. After he leaves, I will pull up the footage for you." The singer's lounge was where the 7 singers gathered after their performances, and at the end of each episode, the director would announce the rankings there. Lin Zhou glanced at Assistant Lu's rosy, round face, surprised by her enthusiasm and willingness to help him with the footage. Nodding in agreement, the two remained silent, listening to Shen Yao's performance from behind. Lin Zhou was quite familiar with Shen Yao. To be honest, her singing was not poor, yet it fell short of the top-tier standard. On a prestigious stage like I Am a Singer, her performance could only be considered passable. At that moment, Shen Yao was singing a classic old song, a tune that was catchy and easy to perform, and she executed it adequately. However, being the last performer gave her an advantage, and as she finished, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the 500-strong audience. Shen Yao's cheeks flushed, her expression one of excitement, clearly satisfied with her performance as she repeatedly bowed to the audience in gratitude. Lin Zhou shook his head. After all these years, Shen Yao's singing skills had stagnated. If things continued this way, she probably wouldn't last beyond 4 episodes. The rules of I Am a Singer dictated a 2-episode elimination system, meaning one singer would be eliminated every 2 episodes, with a new singer taking their place in the next episode. The rankings would be determined by the cumulative scores from the 2 episodes, with the last place being eliminated. With a sense of pride, Shen Yao descended the stage, while director Zhang quickly exited the control room. He needed to head to the tally room, where the votes for the 7 singers would be counted in approximately half an hour. He then intended to announce the results in the singer's lounge. As soon as Zhang left, Assistant Lu turned to Lin Zhou and said, "Follow me." She hopped quietly to a computer, manipulated it for a moment, and soon brought up the footage of Su Qingmei's performance, handing Lin Zhou a pair of headphones. Lin Zhou donned the headphones and focused on the computer screen. On stage, Su Qingmei was adorned in a black tulle dress that reached her knees, revealing her long, fair legs, which shimmered under the lights. Her entrance elicited an enormous wave of cheers and gasps. Su Qingmei's ethereal beauty and impeccable figure were indeed beyond reproach. However, Lin Zhou noticed her face appeared somewhat pale, indicating that her recent stomach discomfort had taken a toll on her. Su Qingmei was singing one of her signature songs, yet today her voice was slightly hoarse, lacking the clarity it once possessed, and her breath support seemed insufficient. While her performance was competent, it lacked the brilliance she usually exhibited, falling far short of her typical standard. As Su Qingmei exited the stage, she walked with a somewhat unsteady gait, prompting Lin Zhou to worry she might stumble. Removing the headphones, he said to Assistant Lu, "Thank you, Assistant Lu." "Not at all," she smiled, then quietly asked, "Lin Zhou, do you think Teacher Su is feeling unwell?" Lin Zhou paused before nodding. It was evident that Su Qingmei's poor condition was quite apparent, even to the staff. However, there was little that could be done. Artists must prioritize their health management, and the production team could not postpone recording for someone to recover. Su Qingmei was indeed dedicated. Although Lin Zhou had just helped alleviate her stomach pain with a massage, it was unrealistic to expect her to be completely pain-free. That she managed to perform was commendable. Many artists less renowned than her would cry at the slightest injury and rush to the hospital. Nevertheless, Su Qingmei's ranking this episode was unlikely to be favorable. Upon returning to the dressing room about an hour later, Su Qingmei and her companions arrived. "Sister Qingmei, it's all right. We were unwell this time. We'll sing better next episode." Zhou Yun consoled Su Qingmei, while Zhang Hong was on her phone. "Teacher Su, how have you been recently?" "Haha, yes. Su Qingmei has always admired the songs you've written. Have you any suitable works? Oh, all right. No problem. We can collaborate next time. From her conversation, it seemed she was attempting to reach out to songwriters, but the responses appeared to be rejections. From her demeanor, it was likely she had already contacted several lyricists and composers. Meanwhile, Su Qingmei's complexion was even paler than it had been on stage, indicating her condition had deteriorated significantly. Upon seeing Lin Zhou, Su Qingmei pressed her lips together and suddenly said to him, "You were right." Lin Zhou was taken aback, unsure of what she was referring to, and she continued, "I want to take care of my voice. I will do as you suggested." Only then did Lin Zhou realize she was referring to his earlier advice about establishing a scientific routine and dietary plan, along with ensuring someone would supervise her adherence to it. He had felt a mix of regret and frustration, believing Su Qingmei was not valuing her appearance and vocal talent. After that exchange, he had braced himself for a reprimand. Yet unexpectedly, Su Qingmei was acknowledging her shortcomings and even requesting his oversight. "Qingmei?" Zhang Hong was equally surprised but quickly adopted a look of encouragement, smiling. "I'm relieved to hear you say that. Let us focus on getting healthy first, and we can reclaim everything later." As the recording concluded and the four of them left Xingqing Satellite TV, the night sky was adorned with countless stars. Su Qingmei soon fell asleep in the car, her head resting against the window, arms crossed, her lips gently biting down, exhibiting a stubbornness even in slumber, refusing to recline. Zhou Yun draped her coat over her, letting out a soft sigh. "If I had known, I wouldn't have participated in this show." Zhang Hong shot her a glare. "What top-tier program like I am a singer isn't fiercely competitive?" Zhou Yun pouted, while Lin Zhou drove and quietly inquired, "What rank did Miss Su achieve?" Zhou Yun replied with frustration, "7th. Lin Zhou was slightly taken aback, but quickly dismissed his surprise. Indeed, Su Qingmei's condition had been too poor today, and a 7th-place finish was not unjust. No wonder Zhang Hong had been contacting songwriters. She likely wanted to strategize to help Su Qingmei turn the tide in the next episode. After all, it would be unacceptable for a rising star in the music industry to be eliminated in the first 2 episodes. Those detractors would not care about her health issues. Once she faltered, a torrent of criticism and mockery would follow. At that point, the pressure on Su Qingmei would only intensify. Zhou Yun glanced at Su Qingmei, confirming she was asleep, then expressed her discontent. "I just can't stand that Shen Yao. Her words are too unpleasant. She's an opportunist." Chapter 20. I wish to purchase your song half an hour later, in a 5-star hotel. I have finally triumphed over Su Qingmei. Shen Yao's cheeks flushed, her expression brimming with excitement. "Sister Chen, did you see Su Qingmei's face just now? She wouldn't even glance at me before. Now she finally recognizes me. Doesn't she?" In her exuberance, a few veins popped out on Shen Yao's forehead, her beautiful visage taking on a somewhat fierce aspect. During the finale of the first episode of I Am a Singer, director Zhang Lei announced the rankings of the 7 singers. Shen Yao placed 4th, while Su Qingmei found herself in 7th. The rankings of the other singers aligned closely with their abilities, yet the positioning of the once reigning diva, Su Qingmei, at the bottom was a surprise to everyone. Meanwhile, the lesser-known Shen Yao's 4th place secured her a considerable distance from the threat of elimination in the next episode, which was equally unexpected. For Shen Yao, her participation in I Am a Singer was not merely to leverage the show's popularity to enhance her own fame. More crucially, she sought to demonstrate that she was not inferior to Su Qingmei. Both debuted simultaneously under Tianyin Entertainment, yet their popularity and status differed vastly. It could be said that, previously, Shen Yao didn't even qualify to compare herself with Su Qingmei. However, today, Shen Yao had finally bested Su Qingmei. When Zhang Lei announced Su Qingmei as 7th, astonishment rippled through the room, but Shen Yao feigned surprise, her heart brimming with joy. Upon hearing her own name called for 4th place, she stood up amidst the applause. Her pride evident as she declared, "The stage is impartial. Regardless of fame, true talent will ultimately be recognized." While the first part of her statement was indeed motivational, the latter half bore a clear implication. "From this day forth, I shall no longer be overshadowed." As those words echoed in the room, silence enveloped the gathering. Everyone present was aware of the dynamics between Shen Yao and Su Qingmei, both being from Tianyin Entertainment, with Shen Yao being a second-tier artist unable to compete with Su Qingmei's stature and resources. The person Shen Yao referred to as having suppressed her was undoubtedly Su Qingmei. Her remarks could easily be interpreted as an admission that Su Qingmei had consistently held her back, but in truth, The two had little direct interaction. It was merely Shen Yao's unwillingness to accept her subordinate position that fueled her resentment. Today, Shen Yao finally exhaled her pent-up frustration, her exhilaration palpable. Recalling the moment of the rankings announcement, Chen Zhu smiled, sharing in Shen Yao's relief, but remained composed as she reminded, "This is just the first episode. We need to prepare well to maintain this standing in the second episode. If Su Qingmei is eliminated, there will be no similar competitors left, and you might advance even further." Previously, Chen Zhu had aimed for a commendable performance, but having won against Su Qingmei today, why not set her sights even higher? Shen Yao, momentarily lost in excitement, gradually calmed, recalling a pressing matter. What about Lin Zhou? With my career on the rise, if he were to speak out now, my innocent image could be shattered, and the repercussions would be significant. Chen Zhu replied, "Since Lin Zhou didn't he mention your relationship to anyone today? It suggests he still harbors some hope. When he comes to Star City next, we must have a conversation to dispel his delusions." Shen Yao nodded, somewhat vexed. "I was too naive back then, never imagining Lin Zhou would be so clingy." Around 10 o'clock that evening at the Hilton Hotel, in Su Qingmei's room, she emerged from the bathroom clad in her snug pajamas and told Lin Zhou, "I am going to rest now." She then drew the curtains and laid down on the bed. "All right," Lin Zhou responded, settling down on the sofa as he had the night before. Despite having resolutely informed Zhou Yun and Zhang Hong earlier that she would not sleep with Lin Zhou, upon returning to the hotel, she refrained from voicing any refusal when he once again brought his blankets and pillow to her room. Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun, observing the situation, took their leave after advising Su Qingmei to rest early, relieved that Lin Zhou was there to provide her protection from the persistent stalkers. Furthermore, Lin Zhou's demeanor over the past 2 days had indicated that he was not a lewd or predatory man. Thus, they felt reassured that he would not act inappropriately towards Su Qingmei. "Why do you think Sister Qingmei suddenly changed her mind about letting Brother Lin stay with her?" Zhou Yun queried once they exited Su Qingmei's room, still perplexed. Zhang Hong was equally uncertain, yet with Lin Zhou's presence, Su Qingmei's safety was momentarily secured, allowing her to focus on other matters. At this juncture, Su Qingmei urgently needed to restore her health and vocal prowess, while Zhang Hong aimed to find suitable songs for her to perform on I Am a Singer. Starting from the second episode, singers would no longer be permitted to perform their own songs, thereby testing their comprehensive abilities. Although Su Qingmei had initially selected a few songs, today's setback compelled her to reconsider her choices. To make a comeback in the second episode, she would need to find songs that were even more fitting and of superior quality, a formidable task given the limited time. Suddenly, Zhang Hong recalled what Su Qingmei had said before leaving the room. "Sister Hong, I will think of a way regarding the songs." She had intended to inquire further, but upon seeing Su Qingmei's pale face, she chose to remain silent, wishing her a good rest. Perhaps Su Qingmei merely sought to comfort her, urging her not to fret too much. Inside Su Qingmei's room, the atmosphere remained as tranquil as the previous night, occasionally interrupted by the sound of cars passing below. Lin Zhou habitually checked the S station on his phone, discovering that the view count for "Unfortunately Not You" had surpassed 500,000, while Shuizhou's follower count had reached 80,000. The comments section continued to be filled with skeptics, questioning the originality of his song. And even upon witnessing his new song preview, they remained unconvinced, believing Lin Zhou was simply stalling for time. The fan of the songstress was evidently embroiled in heated debates with those doubting Lin Zhou, inadvertently escalating the song's popularity and controversy. Many in the music section of the amateur station eagerly awaited the first of next month, keen to see what kind of original work Shuizhou would unveil. Lin Zhou, however, remained indifferent. His goal had never been to squander time with the trolls of the amateur station. At that moment, the user fake Sister Gu Mei sent him a private message. "Are you there? I would like to discuss something with you." Lin Zhou replied, "What's the matter?" Gu Mei quickly sent a message that left Lin Zhou astonished. "I want to buy the copyright for Unfortunately Not You." "How much?" Taken aback, Lin Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. This fake sister was rather endearing, inquiring about purchasing a song's copyright as if she were bargaining for produce. "How much is this melon? Is it guaranteed to be sweet?" Lin Zhou asked. "What do you wish to do with the copyright for my song?" The response came swiftly. "I want to sing this song on stage." Chapter 21. Did you really pay? Singing this song on stage? Lin Zhou recalled how this faux sister had previously claimed he was a singer, the kind whose voice could be recognized immediately. He couldn't help but chuckle and typed, "Are you serious?" Gu Mei replied, Lin Zhou found this person quite amusing. Either they were boasting or trying to mess with him. It was simple. If they were indeed a famous singer, why would they be on an amateur platform? However, since he wasn't feeling sleepy, he decided to play along and asked, "How much are you willing to pay for the rights?" Without further ado, the other party stated a price, 300,000. Lin Zhou was taken aback, struggling to comprehend their intention. Did they really make an offer? It seemed they were not joking. So he responded earnestly, "I'm afraid I'm not looking to sell the rights at this moment, but I can offer the rights for a cover. Regrettably, It's Not You is also a classic hit. Yet, he had yet to gain fame, and selling the song's rights for a low price felt like a missed opportunity. In truth, Qingmei's offer of 300,000 was quite generous. Typically, the rights for a song from an ordinary lyricist or composer would range from tens of thousands to over 100,000, while the works of renowned artists could command higher prices. When Lin Zhou eventually became a well-known composer, the rights for his songs could fetch millions, or even more. That would be the prime time to sell his music. Nonetheless, if Qingmei genuinely wished to sing this song, selling the cover rights would be a feasible option. In launching, singers are required to pay to cover someone else's song. Each performance incurs a fee, which typically varies based on the song's quality, ranging from a few hundred to several thousand, or even tens of thousands. After all, they are merely performing it once, not releasing it on the charts. Lin Zhou agreed to sell the cover rights to Qingmei partly to gauge whether they were sincere or merely boasting. As soon as Lin Zhou sent the message, Qingmei immediately replied, 50,000. Lin Zhou was perplexed. Are you serious? You offered 300,000 for the song rights, yet only 50,000 for a cover? Are you out of your mind? If this were a business deal, they'd surely be bankrupt. Yet, judging by their earlier discussions about music, the person seemed quite knowledgeable and serious. Noticing Lin Zhou's hesitation to respond, Qingmei sent another message, 60,000. Lin Zhou was somewhat bewildered and quickly replied, 50,000 is fine. He wasn't greedy. The fee for the rights to cover a popular song usually maxed out at 30,000 or 40,000, considering they were only performing it once. Earning this cover fee was already a comfortable profit, and one shouldn't be overly avaricious. At that moment, Qingmei inquired, "How do I pay you?" Lin Zhou realized this person was entirely unaware of the process of selling music. They hadn't even signed a contract yet, and they were eager to send him money. Was this person truly naive? He sent a message asking them to hold on. Quickly found a template for a song cover agreement on his phone, made some minor adjustments, and sent it to Qingmei. Having been an assistant to Shen Yao for 3 years, he was well versed in such mundane matters. "Let's sign the cover agreement tomorrow, and then send me a photo." Qingmei replied, "I'll pay you right now." They seemed quite eager. Lin Zhou couldn't help but laugh. This person indeed appeared quite naive. But he was fortunate to encounter them. If it were a con artist, he might have been swindled. After some thought, he sent his sister's bank account details. Just transfer the money to this account. Lin Zhou's family situation was somewhat complicated. He had an older sister and a younger sister. His older sister was a half-sibling, while his younger sister was a full sister. His younger sister, Lin Xiaoshuang, was in her second year of college and often worked part-time during holidays, making her quite responsible. Lin Zhou frequently transferred money to her, and he knew her bank account number by heart. If Qingmei genuinely wanted to purchase the cover rights, that 50,000 would nicely cover his sister's tuition and living expenses for the next few years. Before long, Qingmei sent another message. "I've already transferred the money." Before Lin Zhou could respond, his phone vibrated. It was a call from his sister, Lin Xiaoshuang. He was startled and relieved that he had set his phone to silent. Otherwise, he would have woken Su Qingmei. He quickly got up from the sofa, gently opened the door, and stepped outside to take the call. "Brother, I just received a transfer of 50,000. There were no formalities between siblings," Lin Xiaoshuang stated directly. Since Lin Zhou often sent her money, she immediately thought of him when she received a notification of a 50,000 bank transfer. "Yes, Xiaoshuang, that's money I earned from a business deal. Just enough for your tuition and living expenses." Lin Zhou smiled, somewhat surprised at how quickly Qingmei had sent the money. Was this person really a singer? "Brother, I'm saving this money." Lin Xiaoshuang didn't elaborate. She had previously insisted on not accepting money from her brother, but Lin Zhou had ignored her. Consequently, she saved every penny he sent her. Lin Zhou, fearing she wouldn't have enough money, would send more, and she would save that too. The siblings engaged in a cycle of sending and saving money, which was rather amusing. Hearing his sister's calm tone, Lin Zhou realized that despite being under 20, she was quite determined. Once she made up her mind, no one could change it. All right, if you ever need to spend, just withdraw from it. I can earn more. With no other option, he offered a few more reminders before ending the call. Upon returning to his room and gently shutting the door, he turned to see Su Qingmei shift slightly under the covers. Had he disturbed her? Lin Zhou quietly returned to the sofa. Lying down and messaging Qingmei, I've received the money. When do you plan to cover the song? He was intrigued to discover where this peculiar individual intended to sing. Regrettably, it's not you. Next Tuesday, Qingmei replied succinctly, then fell silent. Lin Zhou sighed at the lack of details in their response. They only mentioned the time, but no location. How could he possibly know where to watch? Meanwhile, on the bed behind the curtain, Su Qingmei curled up under her blanket, still feeling a bit unwell and fatigued, yet her spirits soared with excitement. Next week, she would be performing Regrettably, It's Not You on the stage of I Am a Singer. She had fallen in love with the song the first time she heard it 2 nights ago, and always believed it would sound even more perfect if sung by a female voice. Initially planning to purchase the song's rights, she now felt satisfied with merely acquiring the cover rights, allowing her to perform it at least once next week. As a singer, what could be more delightful than singing a beloved song on stage? Su Qingmei retrieved her headphones and replayed the video of Shen Yao performing Regrettably, It's Not You. In the dark, moonlight spilled over the edge of the bed, and the slender girl closed her eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Chapter 22. Forced to drink milk the next day, in Linjiang, at Su Qingmei Garden. Qingmei, take some time to rest these days, and remember to adjust your routine and diet. Zhang Hong advised. Sister Qingmei, Lin Zhou, keep up the good work. She added as she drove Su Qingmei and Lin Zhou to the underground parking lot of the community. Just before leaving, she reminded Su Qingmei once more, while their assistant, Zhou Yun, cheerfully encouraged them with shouts of support. On the way back to Linjiang from Xingqing, Zhang Hong presented Su Qingmei with a meticulously crafted schedule for her rest and recovery, inspired by Lin Zhou and Appo's earlier comments about her health. She firmly believed that Su Qingmei's immediate priority was to restore her health and voice, thus enabling her to seize the opportunity to turn her fortunes around in the upcoming episode of I Am a Singer. Understood, Su Qingmei replied softly, turning towards the elevator in the parking lot. Lin Zhou waved goodbye to Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun before following her into the lift. The elevator was enveloped in silence, with Su Qingmei maintaining her usual aloofness. However, Lin Zhou sensed a flicker of distraction in her demeanor, as if she were lost in thought. Upon returning home, Su Qingmei made her way to the second floor, but was halted by Lin Zhou's voice. Miss Su, wait a moment. She paused and turned to see Lin Zhou retrieving a carton of milk from the refrigerator. After warming it in the microwave, he presented it to her. Upon catching the scent of the milk, Su Qingmei grimaced, stepping back and covering her mouth while casting a wary glance at Lin Zhou. She had an aversion to milk, to the extent that its aroma made her feel nauseous. It was perplexing to find milk in her fridge. She never kept it at home. Did he buy this? Noticing the icy glare she directed at him, Lin Zhou shrugged. Miss Su, your health is quite poor, and you ought to nourish yourself. Milk is highly beneficial for you. With her mouth covered, a frigid tone slipped through her fingers. I dislike milk. Lin Zhou, with a hint of resignation, replied. Miss Zhang informed me on the way back that I am to oversee your diet entirely. It is essential for your recovery. Su Qingmei eyed him defiantly and declared, I will not drink it. Without hesitation, Lin Zhou picked up his phone and called Zhang Hong, activating the speakerphone. Zhang Jia, I intend to have Miss Su drink 2 cups of milk daily to aid her recovery and improve her digestion, but she insists she dislikes it. Zhang Hong's voice came through clearly. Qingmei, I neglected to mention that Mr. Lin will be responsible for managing your meal plan. You must heed his guidance. It is for your own good. Why should I listen to him? Su Qingmei exclaimed incredulously. She found it hard to believe that Zhang Hong trusted him so readily after only 2 days. Zhang Hong persisted. Qingmei, do not be obstinate. If you refuse to cooperate with Mr. Lin, shall we find you another assistant? Su Qingmei fell silent, grappling with her discomfort at being shadowed by a stranger. Yet, Lin Zhou was perhaps the most tolerable among them. Surprisingly, during their shared nights in the same room, she felt no discomfort and instead slept quite well. There was an inexplicable sense of reassurance he exuded. If she were to change assistants, it was unlikely she would find someone better. After a moment of contemplation, she bit her lip and nodded, fine. Zhang Hong expressed her delight and offered a few more reminders before ending the call. Lin Zhou, with a smile, once again presented the milk to her. Su Qingmei regarded him coldly, took the glass, and defiantly gulped down the milk, her lovely visage contorting in discomfort. She was unaccustomed to the taste, but Lin Zhou's unwavering gaze left her no choice but to pinch her nose and swallow. Once finished, she thrust the empty glass into Lin Zhou's hands and hurried up the stairs, resembling a petulant child throwing a fit. If Su Qingmei's fans had witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment, "Our ice goddess has such an adorable side?" Lin Zhou, however, felt indifferent. To him, it was merely part of his job. After all, it was just a short 3-month contract. His focus was on performing his duties well, earning his wages, and walking away at the end of the term. For others, Su Qingmei was a goddess. For him, she was just an employer. After she ascended the stairs, Lin Zhou returned to his room, opened his computer, and logged into his personal account to check his statistics. Upon entering, he was greeted by a notification. "Dear Zhou, congratulations on reaching 100,000 followers. We wish you continued success on your journey to 1,000,000. Lin Zhou was taken aback. Typically, ordinary video creators achieve such milestones through the regular posting of multiple videos over time, often requiring a stroke of luck to capitalize on trending topics. Yet, he had surpassed 100,000 followers in just 3 days after releasing his very first song. This remarkable growth was undoubtedly attributed to the quality of "Unfortunately Not You" and the recent public feud with the trolls that had heightened the song's visibility. Currently, the song's play count had soared to 700,000. Of course, with rising popularity came increased scrutiny. The comments section was rife with naysayers questioning his originality. However, Lin Zhou dismissed their criticisms, confident that once Ordinary Road was released, their voices would be silenced. At that moment, he received a private message from the fishwoman songstress. "Hey, I'm recording a dance video and would like to use your song as background music. Is that all right?" Lin Zhou had briefly expressed his gratitude to her the previous day and had assumed she would be occupied thereafter. He was surprised to see the popular video creator reaching out to him again. After contemplating the situation, he determined that since she was not performing the song directly, but merely using it as background music, there were no copyright issues involved. Moreover, she had defended him against the trolls, making her a decent person in his eyes. Thus, he responded, "Of course." He then added kindly, "I've seen you dance. Unfortunately, Not You has a gentle and melancholic vibe, which may not suit your style." Lin Zhou meant well. Having watched her videos, he recognized that her persona was fiery and passionate, making her ill-suited for a tender ballad. However, the fishwoman songstress misinterpreted his comment and immediately retorted, "Are you implying that I and Oppos am not feminine enough?" Realizing he had misspoken, Lin Zhou hastily replied, "I have other matters to attend to. We can discuss this later." He retreated to his bedroom, intent on transcribing the score for Ordinary Road before practicing it on his guitar. Suddenly, a familiar melody drifted from the second floor, followed by Su Qingmei's voice. At this moment, it suddenly feels so familiar, as if yesterday and today are simultaneously being projected. Lin Zhou froze. Wasn't that Unfortunately Not You? Why was Su Qingmei singing his song? Chapter 23. Teacher Shuezhou, regrettably not you. Accompany me until the end. The path we once walked together, now lost at that intersection. As Lin Zhou pondered in bewilderment, the melodious strains of a song continued to resonate from the second floor. Indeed, it was the familiar melody and lyrics of Regrettably Not You. However, it was Su Qingmei who played it on the piano, her voice imbued with a gentler, more poignant softness than Lin Zhou's own rendition. Lin Zhou nodded. This song had originally been performed by a female vocalist on Earth, having risen to great popularity and become a staple at KTV venues. Now, as sung by Su Qingmei, it evoked in Lin Zhou a sense of returning to the original performance from Earth. Of course, it was evident that Su Qingmei's condition was not optimal. There were noticeable flaws in her breath control and transitions, and as this was her first attempt at the song, many details were not quite on point. Presumably, the singer on the second floor shared Lin Zhou's sentiments, for she sang only half the song before pausing, then began practicing line by line, sometimes repeating a single lyric over a dozen times. After listening for a while, Lin Zhou's gaze fell upon the lines of text that appeared before him. Encounter Earth Memory Reconstruction in Progress, 95. Lonely Warrior Earth Memory Reconstruction in Progress, 45. Collection of Tang and Song Poetry Earth Memory Reconstruction in Progress, 80. Extreme Challenge Program Proposal Earth Memory Reconstruction in Progress, 10. Indeed, The methods to enhance the progress of Earth memory were currently limited to two. One was to listen to Su Qingmei sing, and it had to be live. Recordings on television, mobile devices, or records did not count. The second was to engage in physical contact with Su Qingmei. The closer the intimacy, the faster the reconstruction progress would increase. Why, then, was everything related to Su Qingmei? Did this mean that to recall more of Earth's classic cultural works, he had to remain close to her? Yet, he was merely a short-term contract assistant for 3 months. Lin Zhou felt there must be more than these two methods. He surely had not explored enough. Although Su Qingmei was indeed beautiful, Lin Zhou harbored no such thoughts toward her. Nor would he cling to someone just to restore his Earth memories. He decided to wait and see. There must be other ways to recover those memories. Not dwelling further, Lin Zhou scrutinized the lines of text before him and discovered that a variety show had appeared, Extreme Challenge. Vaguely, he recalled that this show had also garnered immense popularity in China during its time on Earth, especially the first 2 seasons, which had reached the zenith of Chinese variety shows. The description indicated that this memory should pertain to the complete program proposal for Extreme Challenge. Was this a path leading him towards becoming a variety show director? Or perhaps an opportunity to sell the program to a television station? Next week, Su Qingmei would be recording I Am a Singer for Xingqing TV. He could seek an opportunity to connect with the program department there. Suddenly, a round, rosy face floated into his mind. The assistant Lu, who was always running errands. Perhaps he could try reaching out to her. As Lin Zhou contemplated this, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Gu Mei on S station. Shouldn't the second verse of the main refrain use breathy tones? Lin Zhou was taken aback, then glanced upstairs and promptly replied to Gu Mei. Do not intentionally use breathy tones. This song truly tests the singer's lower vocal range. You might want to utilize your diaphragm more. The diaphragm, situated beneath the lungs and above the stomach, allows for a more relaxed voice and steady breath, preventing the issues of being unable to reach low notes or high notes. Naturally, professional singers are well versed in this technique, and Lin Zhou's advice quickly bore fruit as the sound of piano and singing resumed from the second floor. This time, Su Qingmei's performance was markedly more fluid, with the low notes of the second verse rich in resonance. Yet Lin Zhou was stunned. Gu Mei was actually Su Qingmei. This Ice Queen goddess enjoyed browsing ordinary people as platforms? How incongruous with her image that seemed. Lin Zhou recalled that Gu Mei had always claimed to be a singer, one whose voice could be recognized immediately. It appeared she was indeed not exaggerating. With countless fans and tremendous popularity, a little diva of the music scene would certainly be recognized by her singing. How serendipitous this felt. When Lin Zhou had first seen Su Qingmei, he had thought she resembled a lonely plum blossom on a snowy night, even standing in the sunlight. Little did he know her online moniker was Gu Mei. Lin Zhou fell silent. Evidently, his instincts had been correct. Su Qingmei was indeed very lonely, or else she would not have chosen such a name for herself. Soon, the singing from the second floor paused again, and Gu Mei sent another message. From the main verse to the chorus, my transition feels very awkward. You made it seem so natural. How did you do it? Once again, Su Qingmei sought his advice. Yet, she truly lacked social finesse. Diving straight into the question without so much as a teacher, Lin Zhou was tempted to tease her, but reconsidered her personality and decided against it, instead providing a detailed response to her query. Then, the piano and singing resumed from the second floor once more. This time, Su Qingmei sang according to the details he had suggested, and the result was quite commendable. After a couple of lines, however, Su Qingmei felt something was amiss and paused again, messaging Shuizhou on S station for further guidance. Lin Zhou opted to sit on the living room sofa, simultaneously answering her queries and listening to her singing. This scenario was indeed peculiar. The lyricist and original performer were just downstairs, yet she insisted on typing her inquiries on her phone. It felt like remote guidance, while in reality, they were merely under the same roof. The entire afternoon passed swiftly in this strange practice and remote consultation. Around 5 o'clock, Lin Zhou put down his phone and began preparing dinner, one of his duties as a personal assistant. However, with only the two of them dining, it was no trouble at all. He quickly finished cooking and called up the stairs. Miss Su, time for dinner. There was no response from the second floor, only the continued sound of singing. Su Qingmei was clearly engrossed in her practice. Lin Zhou sighed and called again. Miss Su, take a break and come eat. Yet the piano and singing persisted, and soon, Su Qingmei reached a point in the song that dissatisfied her and messaged again under the name Gu Mei. For the last line of the chorus, can still warm my chest. Would it be better if I raised the key a little? Irritated, Lin Zhou replied under his name Shuai. I'm off to eat. You should too. Before long. The sound of footsteps echoed down the stairs as Su Qingmei descended, seeing Lin Zhou standing in the living room and somewhat awkwardly asking, "Is it time for dinner?" Lin Zhou chuckled. "You didn't listen to me, but you listened to teacher Shuai, did you?" Chapter 24. I am a pure woman. Lin Zhou and Su Qingmei sat at the dining table, yet Su Qingmei appeared somewhat awkward. Her head bowed, as if fearing Lin Zhou might catch her gaze. This was her second experience dining with a stranger at home, the first being this very man. And the sensation felt rather peculiar, leaving her quite uncomfortable. This was also why Su Qingmei had preferred to starve that night rather than descend the stairs to join Lin Zhou for dinner. Additionally, today, this man seemed somewhat unusual, persistently staring at her. What was his intention? As Su Qingmei chewed on the stir-fried beef, she lowered her head even further, nearly burying her face in her bowl. In truth, Lin Zhou was not intentionally fixating on her. He was merely still captivated by the surprise of seeing Su Qingmei, who he referred to as Lonely Plum, sitting right before him, and the experience was rather amusing. At last, Lin Zhou broke the silence, inquiring, "Miss Su, I heard you practicing a song upstairs just now?" Su Qingmei paused, responding softly, "Yes." Lin Zhou smiled and asked, "That song is quite melodious." Upon the mention of music, Su Qingmei finally lifted her head. "You think it sounds good too?" Lin Zhou nodded, "Of course. A good song is easily discernible." A slight smile crept onto Su Qingmei's lips. Indeed, it was a splendid piece. Lin Zhou continued, "How come I've never heard this song before? Is it new?" Su Qingmei nodded. Lin Zhou inquired, "Who is the creator of this song? It's rather well written." A rare smile graced Su Qingmei's face. "Well, it's by a genius songwriter." "Ah, so you have become quite the genius songwriter yourself?" Lin Zhou observed the sparkle in Su Qingmei's eyes and suddenly pondered, tentatively asking, "Miss Su, you're not planning to sing this song on the second episode of I Am a Singer, are you?" Su Qingmei glanced at him. "Is that not good?" "Indeed. She was planning to perform. Unfortunately, it is not you on the stage next week." Lin Zhou smiled. "There are only 3 days left. I worry you might not have enough time to practice this song." Su Qingmei paused, gazing down at her bowl of rice, and slowly replied, "I will practice it well." Lin Zhou suggested, "You could consult that genius songwriter for guidance." Su Qingmei nodded. "I have consulted him." "Oh, I see," Lin Zhou remarked. "Then I suppose he can be considered your teacher?" Su Qingmei was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Yes, you are right." Eager to continue her singing practice, she quickly finished her meal and stood up to head upstairs. Lin Zhou called after her, smiling as he brought a glass of milk before her. "Miss Su, here is your second glass for today." Su Qingmei glanced at the fragrant milk, instinctively taking a step back. "I'm full. Then I shall set it aside for you to drink later." Su Qingmei shot him a cold glance, took the glass, tilted her neck back, and gulped down the milk, before forcefully shoving the glass back into Lin Zhou's hands. "Now it's good." Burp. Before she could finish her sentence, a loud burp escaped her. She had drunk too hastily. Su Qingmei's fair complexion flushed a deep red, the blush quickly spreading to her ears, transforming her entire face into a rosy hue. Just like that night, Su Qingmei felt that all the embarrassing moments of her life had converged in these 2 days, especially in front of the same person. She turned on her heel and dashed upstairs, retreating into the practice room, her chest heaving with indignation. There was no way she could stay on the first floor. Seeking refuge in music to escape yet another mortifying reality, she resumed her practice of "Unfortunately, it is not you," only to discover a detail she needed to rectify in the chorus. Grabbing her phone, she prepared to message Shuai. Before typing, she recalled Lin Zhou and Appo's earlier words, "He can be considered your teacher." Reflecting on this, she realized that although he had merely sold her the rights to the cover, he was under no obligation to teach her for free. Thus, she quickly typed a message for Shuai, "Teacher Shuai, thank you," and subsequently transferred 20,000 yuan to his account via mobile banking. Downstairs, Lin Zhou received the message from Su Qingmei and Kuden and Appo's. He helped but chuckle. She was rather adorable for genuinely addressing him as teacher. Soon after, his sister Lin Xiaoshuang messaged him, "Brother, I received another 20,000 yuan." Lin Zhou was taken aback, instinctively glancing upstairs, and messaged Su Qingmei, "Did you transfer another 20,000 yuan?" Su Qingmei promptly replied, "This is the fee for teacher Shuai's guidance." Lin Zhou was at a loss for words. He had only teased Su Qingmei during dinner for amusement, without any ulterior motives. He never anticipated that she would actually send money. Why are you so straightforward? He mused. Then, Su Qingmei messaged him again, directly inquiring about the details of singing unfortunately. It is not you. Lin Zhou, albeit perplexed by Su Qingmei's thought process, felt obliged to respond seriously to her inquiries, especially since she had referred to him as teacher and paid him. As a result, Lin Zhou found himself ensnared. From dinner until nearly 11 o'clock that night, Su Qingmei's practice never ceased, as she incessantly sought guidance on various details. Ultimately, Lin Zhou had to insist on the importance of maintaining a proper schedule, finally persuading Su Qingmei to take a shower and rest, thereby liberating himself from her persistent inquiries, albeit temporarily. However, it must be said that such passionate singers dedicated to their craft, like Su Qingmei, were indeed a rarity in the Chinese music scene. Lin Zhou sighed, recalling something as he called out to the bathroom upstairs. "Miss Su, remember not to soak too long, lest you faint again." From the second floor, an annoyed voice responded. "Got it." Meanwhile, in a villa in Kyoto, a middle-aged woman was calling out to her daughter, who was still bustling about on the second floor. "Mom, I'll practice a little longer." "I refuse to believe this," Jiang Yue replied, shutting her door and continuing to play Shui Zhou's rendition of Unfortunately. "It is not you," dancing along to the melody. However, as she danced, she sensed that the rhythm was awry. Jiang Yue, tall and fair with a lively personality, usually performed energetic dance routines to fast-paced songs. Yet, unfortunately, It Is Not You was a slow-paced, healing ballad. As Lin Zhou had previously remarked, such a mournful and gentle slow song was not suited to Jiang Yue and Appo's style. Initially, Jiang Yue was unconvinced, but after several attempts, she realized she simply could not dance to it. How is this possible? A gentle song doesn't suit me? Am I truly not feminine enough? Thus, the well-known video creator in both music and dance became determined, vowing to master this song. Shui Zhou, I must prove that I am a pure woman. Chapter 25. The little diva's respect for her mentor. 3 days swiftly passed amidst Su Qingmei's diligent practice. Tomorrow marks the recording of the second episode of I Am a Singer, and today, Lin Zhou is accompanying Su Qingmei back to Xingqing once more. Early in the morning, Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun drove to Shui Mei Yuan to pick them up. "Qingmei, you look quite radiant." "Indeed, Sister Qingmei, you seem to have gained some weight, and your complexion is glowing." Upon seeing Su Qingmei, both Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun were astonished, taking in her appearance. For the past few days, the two had been preoccupied with finding songs for her and discussing upcoming engagements, thinking that with Lin Zhou at home, there was no need for them to visit. To their surprise, after 3 days apart, Su Qingmei exuded a newfound vitality. In these 3 days, Lin Zhou strictly adhered to a schedule, calling Su Qingmei to meals punctually, ensuring she rested and forbidding her from staying up late. Furthermore, he provided her with milk, eggs, and various supplements daily. With this regulated lifestyle and diet, Su Qingmei's health quickly showed remarkable improvement. "Have I gained weight?" However, upon hearing Zhou Yun's comment, Su Qingmei, who was about to step out, suddenly felt anxious and turned back into the house, hastily ascending the stairs. "Miss Su, what is the matter?" Lin Zhou inquired, puzzled. Zhang Hong lightly chided Zhou Yun. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Zhou Yun stuck out her tongue and, with a playful grin, whispered to Lin Zhou, "Sister Qingmei has a scale in her bedroom." Lin Zhou then understood. Su Qingmei was anxious about Zhou Yun's remark regarding her weight and had rushed upstairs to weigh herself. Indeed, regardless of how composed a woman may seem, the concern for their weight is a universal truth. Moments later, Su Qingmei returned downstairs, her expression slightly despondent. The cheeky little assistant approached her and whispered, "Sister Qingmei, surely you haven't really gained weight, have you?" Su Qingmei shot her a glare, glanced at Lin Zhou, and briskly exited the door. Zhou Yun hurriedly followed, and as she passed Lin Zhou, she chuckled and whispered, "It seems she really has put on some weight. Lin Gu, you've done well. In just 3 days, you've made Sister Qingmei all plump and rosy." After being playfully smacked by Zhang Hong on the back of her head, the little assistant pouted, trailing her suitcase ahead. Lin Zhou chuckled softly, just in time to catch a glimpse of Su Qingmei stepping into the elevator. A quick glance revealed her graceful figure and long, slender legs remained unchanged. How could she possibly think she had gained weight? Women. The 4 of them arrived at the underground parking lot, boarded the van, and Zhou Yun drove towards Linjiang Airport. The second episode of I Am a Singer was set to be recorded tomorrow, and today, as per routine, Su Qingmei was to familiarize herself with the stage and rehearse twice with the band. "Qingmei, Are you truly set on singing that song? Zhang Hong asked with a hint of concern. If you want to switch, there's still time. Yesterday, Su Qingmei sent Zhang Hong a demo of Unfortunately, Not You, declaring her decision to perform this song in the second episode of I Am a Singer. As a signed artist of Tianyin Entertainment, it was essential to inform the company about such decisions in advance. The company had many lyricists, composers, and music producers, as well as a music director. After listening to the demo, they all agreed that the song was splendid. However, there remained a concern. The song's composer, Su Zhou, was an amateur from a non-professional platform and a newcomer at that. In the eyes of professional musicians in the entertainment industry, those from amateur music circles were often considered inexperienced, especially those who fancied themselves gods in the original music sector, whose compositions tended to lack technical finesse. This Su Zhou, being a novice video creator, raised doubts regarding his professionalism. Nonetheless, the quality of Unfortunately, Not You was undeniable, and eventually, Zhang Hong persuaded the music director to allow Su Qingmei to perform it. However, there were conditions, should she be eliminated in the second episode. Su Qingmei would be required to take on more variety shows and commercial performances to compensate for the company's losses. After all, if the little diva were to be ousted early, the repercussions would be significant, resulting in substantial financial losses for the company. Although Zhang Hong had successfully negotiated with the company, she still felt somewhat apprehensive as the time drew near. It was incredibly challenging to predict the potential success of a song before it even began to chart or perform on stage. Hearing Zhang Hong's words, Su Qingmei firmly replied, "No need to change it." Seeing her resolute stance, Zhang Hong refrained from further persuasion. Lin Zhou sat quietly beside them, gazing out at the passing scenery. Moments later, his phone chimed, and upon checking it, he couldn't help but glance at Su Qingmei. It was a private message from Qingmei on the amateur platform. Teacher Su Zhou, I will be performing on stage tomorrow. Having received Lin Zhou's earlier reminder to respect one's teachers, Su Qingmei had increasingly taken to addressing him as Teacher Su Zhou over the past few days. Lin Zhou felt a twinge of embarrassment. Given their proximity, would Su Qingmei recognize him as Su Zhou? It was not that Lin Zhou intended to conceal his identity. Initially, he had no idea that Qingmei was Su Qingmei. Later, he only wished to share a light-hearted jest. However, he never anticipated that Su Qingmei would genuinely begin to refer to him as Teacher Su Zhou, and so frequently at that. What would happen if she discovered that he was indeed Teacher Su Zhou? Would the icy goddess be mortified, brandishing a kitchen knife at her male assistant? Perhaps it would be best to keep this secret for now. Once the 3-month contract expired, he'd slip away. Lin Zhou discreetly observed Su Qingmei, who was engrossed in her phone, gazing out the window. He quickly replied to her message, "Pay attention to the details, wishing you success." The next moment, Su Qingmei's phone chimed again. She picked it up to read, a subtle smile gracing her lips as her slender fingers tapped a few keys. Soon, Lin Zhou received a message from Qingmei. "Thank you, teacher." Lin Zhou was at a loss for words. In reality, she was so frosty, yet online, she appeared so adorably naive. She was not merely the cold goddess, but rather a goddess of many transformations. By noon, the four arrived in Xingqing. After lunch, they hurried to Xingqing Satellite TV. As the upcoming episode involved eliminations, the production team staggered the practice times of the 7 singers to ensure fairness. When Su Qingmei arrived for her practice at Xingqing Satellite TV, no other singers were present. The chief director, Zhang Lei, was taken aback after hearing her sing. He was not only impressed by the new song, but also noticed that Su Qingmei had regained much of her former vitality. Her voice bright and clear like in her prime. With other singers scheduled to arrive, Su Qingmei completed her practice and returned to the hotel. For the singers, today marked the beginning of preparations for the second episode's recording. For the audience and fans, however, today was the grand premiere of the 3rd season of I Am a Singer. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the first episode of the 3rd season of China's premier competitive variety show, I Am a Singer, finally aired to great anticipation. Chapter 26. The premiere of I Am a Singer has brought forth a myriad of emotions for the 7 participating vocalists, each experiencing their own blend of joy and sorrow. For their fans, it is akin to a fierce battle. I Am a Singer has long been regarded as a testament to a singer's stature and a litmus test of their prowess. Securing an invitation to participate is a clear indication of one's established prominence. Achieving commendable results on the show, and potentially ascending to the title of the ultimate singer, bestows the privilege of reaching the pinnacle of the industry. The champions from the first 2 seasons have since emerged as titans in the realm of Chinese music. Moreover, those who performed admirably in the earlier seasons have also skyrocketed to fame, elevating their status and popularity. Naturally, while some bask in the glory of success, others falter. Certain once celebrated artists have found themselves unable to shine in this competition, facing early elimination and fading into obscurity. Critiques of their singing abilities have led to doubts regarding their merits, resulting in a noticeable decline in both popularity and status for many. These narratives add to the intrigue of the program. Prior to the show, Shiqing Television had engaged in extensive promotion, with particular emphasis on the most popular contestant, Su Qingmei, prominently featured in their advertisements. As a national goddess and a rising star in the music scene, Su Qingmei possesses both exceptional vocal talent and stunning looks, garnering a vast fan base. After a brief hiatus due to health concerns, she has made a triumphant return, and her comeback performance on I Am a Singer has generated considerable buzz and anticipation. At 8 o'clock in the evening, countless viewers are poised in front of their televisions, computers, and mobile devices, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the show. Concurrently, discussions about I Am a Singer are ablaze online. Qingmei is back. Go for the title of the King of Singers. How dare you claim the title when esteemed predecessors Yu Xian and Zhang Hua have not yet spoken? Is it finally time for Shen Yao and Su Qingmei to face off? Does Shen Yao even deserve it? Rumors swirl that Su Qingmei may finish in last place, and her supporters are cautioned against overconfidence. Spreading rumors is not illegal, right? How could Su Qingmei possibly be at the bottom? Is it also considered rumor-mongering to allege underhanded tactics? The fans of various contestants quickly engage in heated debates, particularly between the supporters of Shen Yao and Su Qingmei. Shen Yao's fans have long believed that Su Qingmei has usurped resources from their idol, fostering a strong animosity. However, due to the disparity in their popularity, Shen Yao's supporters are often drowned out. Yet, this rare opportunity for direct competition has ignited hope among Shen Yao's fans for her victory over Su Qingmei. Amidst the fervent attention and lively disputes, I Am a Singer finally airs. At this moment, within the luxurious confines of the Shiqing Hilton Hotel, Su Qingmei is also glued to her television, watching herself on stage. Being the first performer of the evening, she is swiftly ushered onto the stage following a brief introduction. Qingmei, why not change the channel? Suggests Zhou Yun. Don and Amp, Oppos, T-Watch, Qingmei, adds Zhang Hong. They are acutely aware of the outcome. Su Qingmei is predicted to finish at the bottom, and once the program concludes, the online critics will undoubtedly unleash a barrage of ridicule and attacks, prompting concern for her emotional state. Su Qingmei shakes her head, resolutely stating, I wish to see how it unfolds. I want to understand where I faltered. Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun exchange glances, knowing well that once Su Qingmei has made up her mind, it is nearly impossible to dissuade her. Suddenly, Zhou Yun turns to Lin Zhou, clasping her hands in a pleading gesture. Lin Zhou, feeling helpless, muses, you two are her agent and assistant. Having known her for so long, if you can't persuade her, how could I? At that moment, the television screen illuminates as Su Qingmei begins to sing. Her performance that day is undeniably subpar, marred by several flaws and a slightly hoarse voice. Sitting upright, she frowns at the screen, occasionally humming along, seemingly engaged in a self-assessment of her performance. Lin Zhou nods subtly, recognizing that her introspective and earnest demeanor is deserving of her current popularity. However, the online detractors are evidently unconvinced, and as Su Qingmei concludes her performance, a chorus of criticisms emerges. Unpleasant. Is this the so-called rising star? She can't even hit the high notes, yet dares to sing? The song does not even require high notes. Is this criticism truly warranted? The first performer always bears immense pressure. Su Qingmei and Amp, Oppos, supporters spring to her defense, igniting further disputes with the critics. Yet, by the conclusion of the episode, when director Zhang Lei announces that Su Qingmei has placed 7th, the naysayers gain the upper hand. The bottom-dwelling diva. Eliminated in the second episode. What a laugh. She and Amp, Oppos, even worse than the second-tier Shen Yao. Where are all the delusional fans now? How can she show her face after that performance? Su Qingmei and Oppos, devoted fans mirror her character, refraining from mindless bickering. They offer words of encouragement, urging her to perform better in the next round. However, this only amplifies the derisive voices, and soon, Su Qingmei finishes last trends within the top 5 on social media. Not just the critics, But certain music reviewers also emerge, lamenting Su Qingmei and Appo's voice, technique, and emotional depth are all lacking. Has she already begun her decline at such a young age? How disappointing. I Am a Singer is indeed a ruthless arena. The facade of glamour quickly fades, revealing the reality of true talent. Shen Yao and Appo's performance eclipses Su Qingmei and Appo's, perhaps indicating that she truly deserves the title of a rising star in the music scene. Among the commentators, some insinuate that Lin Zhou has received a bribe to belittle Su Qingmei and elevate Shen Yao. Regardless, the fact remains that in this episode, Su Qingmei and Appo's ranking falls short of Shen Yao and Appo's, and this assertion stands unchallenged. As the clock approaches 11, over an hour has passed since the premiere of I Am a Singer. Yet, the fervor and discourse surrounding the show remain unabated. In a hotel room, Shen Yao revels in the online jibes directed at Su Qingmei, relishing the praise being heaped upon her. Lin Zhou, equally exhilarated, remarks to Shen Yao, "The company is considering allocating more resources to you. If you put in the effort tomorrow and outshine Su Qingmei once more, our fortunes will be completely transformed." Shen Yao, glowing with confidence, nods. "Su Qingmei is no longer my rival. My aspirations now reach even higher." Lin Zhou, taken aback, inquires, "What do you mean?" Shen Yao, with a confident smile, responds, "I aim to claim the top spot tomorrow." Lin Zhou chuckles, "Indeed, we must not limit our sights to Su Qingmei. We should think beyond." By the way, Lin Zhou adds, slightly furrowing his brow, "Tomorrow, focus on the competition. I will have a word with Lin Zhou." Shen Yao nods in agreement. Lin Zhou can be rather stubborn. He will undoubtedly wish to reconcile with me. If necessary, offer him a little more. Understood. Chapter 27. Do you truly believe I approached Shen Yao for that purpose? The following day, Lin Zhou, Su Qingmei, Zhang Hong, and Zhou Yun arrived early at Xingqing Satellite TV. Today, the recording of the second episode of I Am a Singer would commence from the morning. Ascending to the 5th floor of the recording hall via the elevator, they immediately spotted Shen Yao emerging from another elevator. Her entourage was even more substantial than the last time, accompanied by her manager, Lin Zhou, and 5 assistants. Shen Yao wore a triumphant expression, her smile radiant. And upon seeing Su Qingmei, her delight intensified as she approached her. "Greeting, Qingmei, you're here so early." Zhou Yun, who trailed behind, curled her lip and whispered to Lin Zhou. In the past, she always referred to Su Qingmei as Sister Su, but now she just calls her Qingmei. How petty. Lin Zhou chuckled softly, but remained silent. To him, Shen Yao now resembled a complete stranger. Once, he had seen her as an innocent and endearing woman worthy of his lifelong care. Now, he recognized that she had transformed into someone he hardly knew. The mere act of orchestrating online attacks against Su Qingmei had exceeded Lin Zhou's previous understanding of Shen Yao. At that moment, Su Qingmei merely regarded Shen Yao with an expressionless gaze and nodded, "You too." She then proceeded toward the makeup room, with Lin Zhou following closely behind, deliberately brushing past Shen Yao without a sideways glance. Once they had distanced themselves, Shen Yao furrowed her brow as she observed Lin Zhou's retreating figure, murmuring, "The ghost of the past lingers." Lin Zhou interjected, "Focus on preparing for the competition. I will seek an opportunity to speak with him again." The program commenced at 9 in the morning. Upon her arrival, Su Qingmei immediately entered the makeup room to change outfits, while Lin Zhou waited outside in the corridor. Soon, the other 5 singers began to arrive, filling the corridor with a lively atmosphere, accompanied by their respective teams. Lin Zhou glanced around and noticed that each of the younger singers had at least 3 or 4 entourage members. In contrast, the seasoned stars, Zhang Hua and Uxin, were accompanied by only 1 assistant each. Zhang Hua's assistant was even his wife. This phenomenon was quite common in the entertainment industry. Veteran artists typically traveled with just 1 person, while the younger generation often boasted entourages of 7 or 8, sometimes even more. One might mistake them for a circus exhibition. In this respect, Su Qingmei fared well, having only Zhou Yun as her assistant. This particular assistant had been hired specifically due to the death threats Su Qingmei had received. "Mr. Lin, do you have a moment to chat?" At that moment, Lin Zhou approached Lin Zhou with a smile. Lin Zhou glanced at the makeup room, noting that Su Qingmei's performance attire appeared somewhat complex. She would likely be occupied for a while longer. He nodded and followed Lin Zhou to a secluded staircase. Lin Zhou cautiously surveyed the area before speaking, ensuring no one was nearby. "Mr. Lin, you are indeed an exceptional man. There is no need to dwell on the past. Shen Yao wishes for your well-being. If you have any conditions, we can discuss them further. Lin Zhou, taken aback, queried, discuss what? Shen Zhou responded with a hint of exasperation, Mr. Lin, must we spell it out? Not every marriage is destined to endure. Wouldn't it be better to part with dignity? Lin Zhou sighed. Did we not agree that once the cooling-off period of the divorce was over, we would proceed with the formalities? Is there any issue remaining? Shen Zhou scrutinized his expression, asking gravely, are you truly willing? No regrets? Lin Zhou inhaled deeply and replied with utmost seriousness, I have no reason to reconsider. I wish to conclude this matter swiftly. That is for the best, Mr. Lin. Since you are amenable to divorce, it would be prudent not to maintain contact with Shen Yao. If you require work, I can assist in finding you a position. Lin Zhou was momentarily taken aback, realizing, do you truly believe my role as Su Qingmei's assistant is merely a ploy to get closer to Shen Yao? He found the notion absurd. After all, he had been married to Shen Yao for 3 years. She ought to have a sufficient understanding of his character. Was it Shen Yao who had changed? Or had she never truly known him? Shen Zhou continued, regardless of your intentions towards Shen Yao, I believe it is best to maintain distance now that you are on the verge of divorce. The role of an assistant lacks prospects. But I have a friend who owns a record company, and I can introduce you. Of course, Shen Zhou paused before adding, provided you agree to the terms of the divorce and cease your interactions with Shen Yao. Lin Zhou chuckled, Ms. Chun, my choice of occupation is my prerogative. Since I submitted the divorce application, I have had no contact with Shen Yao. It is you and Shen Yao who have persistently sought me out, not the other way around. Shen Zhou seemed poised to respond when Lin Zhou caught sight of a familiar figure. His heart stirred, and he said to Shen Zhou, excuse me, Miss Chun, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Farewell. Without waiting for her response, he swiftly pursued the petite figure, calling out, Assistant Liu. Upon hearing her name, the figure turned, revealing a rosy, oval face adorned with beads of perspiration, indicating that she had been bustling about. Assistant Liu, is that you? What brings you here? The young assistant, Liu Yuan, brightened upon recognizing Lin Zhou, the familiarity from the last recording session evident in her smile. This time, she wore a name tag that read Liu Yuan, aptly matching her round face. Lin Zhou smiled and said, I apologize for taking up a moment of your time. Assistant Liu, I would like to inquire about how to contact the head of your program department. A few days prior, while listening to Su Qingmei practice singing at her home, Lin Zhou had recalled the Earth Variety Show Extreme Challenge, which had begun a memory revival. He had yet to devise a strategy for leveraging this show. Thus far, selling the rights appeared to be the most straightforward approach with the highest return on investment. Xingqing Satellite TV had a program department, and Lin Zhou intended to glean information from Liu Yuan. If he were to sell program rights, he naturally needed to confer with the decision-makers. The program department? You should reach out to Director Wang Xin. He is our program director, Liu Yuan suggested. She then inquired, does Teacher Su wish to participate in any of our other variety shows? I can speak to Uncle Wang about it. The young assistant's enthusiasm was palpable, but Lin Zhou found it curious that she, who seemed to be running errands all day, was on familiar terms with the program director and even referred to him as uncle. Feeling slightly bewildered but aware of the bustling environment, he pressed on. Do you happen to have Director Wang's contact information? Of course. I'll provide it to you. The effervescent Liu Yuan added Lin Zhou on WeChat and promptly shared Director Wang's phone number. They agreed that if there were matters regarding variety shows to discuss, she would facilitate a meeting with Director Wang, and the eager young lady readily affirmed. At that moment, the makeup room door swung open and a figure emerged, instantly rendering the once lively corridor silent. Chapter 28. The disadvantage of singing a new song. The person who stepped out was naturally Su Qingmei. She was adorned in a white polka dot camisole dress, with delicate straps that gracefully revealed her fair, slender shoulders. Below, one could catch a glimpse of her exquisite collarbone, perfectly shaped on both sides, forming a small, elegant bowl in the center, capable of holding 2 bowls of clear water. Su Qingmei did not possess an overly voluptuous figure, yet her curves were alluringly balanced, not too flat, nor excessively pronounced to appear vulgar. What captured the attention most were her long legs, the hem of her dress resting just a few inches above her knees. She opted not to wear stockings, allowing her flawlessly white and proportionate legs to be displayed before the crowd. Under the illumination of the corridor's overhead lights, her elongated limbs shone like perfect porcelain, devoid of any blemish. The entourage of other stars and the show's crew stood momentarily entranced. They had encountered numerous celebrities, yet few could rival Su Qingmei's beauty and physique. Especially when her striking appearance was paired with an ethereal demeanor. It was simply captivating. It was mid-September, and the weather in Star City was rather warm. The air conditioning in the Star City satellite channel was set low, with a strong chill permeating the atmosphere. Lin Zhou glanced at Su Qingmei's bare legs. Recalling that her body had only recently begun to recover, he removed his outer shirt and approached her, bending down to tie it around her waist, thereby concealing her long legs. Su Qingmei paused, momentarily taken aback, as did Zhou Yun, who stared at him in bewilderment. Lin Zhou calmly advised her, "Be careful not to catch a cold before your performance." Zhang Hong surveyed the surroundings and noticed many gazes fixated on the pair with a hint of intrigue. She promptly urged, "Let us go, the recording is about to commence." Su Qingmei glanced down at the shirt cinched at her waist, then at Lin Zhou. Ultimately, she said nothing, merely nodding as the four hurried towards the recording hall. This episode afforded a more lenient approach for the entourage of the artists, allowing Lin Zhou to accompany them into the recording hall to witness Su Qingmei's performance. However, they were required to stand in a corner at the foot of the stage, watching from the side, ensuring they did not appear on camera. Around 9 o'clock, all the artists were prepared, and the recording began. 7 singers were to first enter the singers' room for some pleasantries before returning to their respective spaces to await their turn. "Sister Qingmei, should you take off that shirt?" Zhou Yun reminded as Su Qingmei approached the singers' room. Su Qingmei halted, glanced at Lin Zhou, and replied, "No need." With that, she stepped into the singers' room. Lin Zhou questioned, "Did I act inappropriately just now?" He referred to the somewhat ambiguous act of publicly tying the shirt around Su Qingmei in front of so many people. Zhang Hong remarked, "It's not your fault. Rather, it was our oversight. Xiaoyan, remember to prepare a coat next time." "Understood, Sister Hong." Zhou Yun quickly agreed, casting a playful wink at Lin Zhou, indicating her gratitude for his thoughtfulness. As the trio made their way to the recording hall, Zhou Yun began to worry. "I wonder if Sister Qingmei will perform well this time? Sigh, if she loses to that Shen Yao again. Who knows what she'll say in her usual sardonic tone?" Zhang Hong shot her a glare. "Refrain from voicing such sentiments in public." Zhou Yun stuck out her tongue, chastened, and the three stood quietly in the corner. After a short while, the lights dimmed, and the 500 on-site judges fell silent. The host took the stage, uttering a few words of introduction to enliven the atmosphere, and soon the first singer was announced. Chung Lin, a singer-songwriter known for his poignant yet relatable songs, took to the stage. His performance of an old tune elicited a tepid response from the audience. After his set concluded, Zhou Yun exhaled in relief. "At least there is someone performing poorly. Sister Qingmei should at least secure the 6th place, right?" Lin Zhou chuckled, replying, "Do you lack confidence in Miss Su?" Zhou Yun retorted, "It's not her I doubt, but rather the new song. Everyone else is singing classics, while Sister Qingmei is performing something unheard of. There is bound to be a lack of resonance with the audience." As the subsequent singers took the stage, they performed better than Chung Lin, as singer-songwriters often struggle in competitive formats. The 4th performer was Shen Yao, who donned a rather daring backless evening gown, instantly igniting cheers from the audience. Young, beautiful, and audaciously dressed, she certainly made an impression. Shen Yao sang a classic melancholic love song, one familiar to the crowd, many joining in to hum along. However, covering such timeless pieces carries its own risks, as it is challenging to surpass the original artist. And Shen Yao found herself in that predicament. Her performance was competent yet unremarkable. Nonetheless, her bold attire garnered applause from many male audience members as she exited the stage. At that moment, the host returned to the stage, smiling as he announced, "The next singer is quite audacious, for she will present a brand new piece today." The audience gasped, aware that performing a new song on the I Am a Singer stage was a daring endeavor. "Please welcome." The host briefly introduced her before stepping down. As the lights dimmed, a slender figure gracefully emerged. With her flawless silhouette and elongated legs, even without a clear view of her face, everyone recognized her instantly. Wow, those legs, absolutely stunning. Despite a lackluster performance in the previous episode, the little diva's popularity remained intact, and the venue erupted in applause. Su Qingmei glided to the center of the stage, the lights illuminating her as she shimmered in her white cami dress like a beautiful sprite. Her complexion appeared notably more vibrant than during her last performance, resembling a diamond that had shed its dust, ready to shine once more. Exquisite. The audience was left spellbound. Chun Ju's expression darkened slightly, an unexplainable sense of foreboding washing over her. Soon, the music began. Chapter 29. The lyrics, composition, arrangement, and original performance are all by Su Zhou. What song is this? In the singer's lounge, the four singers who had already completed their performances gathered together, watching the scenes unfolding on the screen. Upon seeing the ethereal and stunning Su Qingmei on stage, exuding an aura entirely different from her previous performance, Shen Yao felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. At least in terms of appearance, temperament, and fashion, she felt overshadowed by Su Qingmei today. As the prelude to the song began, Shen Yao furrowed her brow, her confusion palpable. This melody was entirely unfamiliar to her. Where had Su Qingmei discovered this new song? Both Shen Yao and Su Qingmei were part of Tianyin Entertainment. If there were new songs suitable for female singers, it was impossible for Shen Yao to be unaware of them. Suddenly, Cheng Lin remarked, listening to the melody, "It seems to be a poignant love song." He glanced at Shen Yao, while Yuxian and Zhang Huan nodded in agreement. The style of this song, based solely on the prelude, bore some resemblance to the classic love song Shen Yao had just performed. Did we have a song clash? Cheng Lin, with his glasses, appeared to be the type who stayed at home writing songs, devoid of guile, and expressed his thoughts candidly. Yuxian and Zhang Hua, seasoned veterans, wisely kept silent, while Shen Yao's expression turned slightly unnatural. However, with the camera rolling, she could only laugh and say, "It seems I have a special connection with Sister Qingmei. Our songs are quite similar, haha." Yet, internally, she simmered with dissatisfaction. What was Su Qingmei's intent? Was she deliberately targeting her after Shen Yao had triumphed in the previous round? An obscure new song. Did she think it would be that simple? As Shen Yao pondered, Su Qingmei on stage parted her lips, her melodious and gentle voice resonating. At this moment, it suddenly feels so familiar. Like yesterday and today playing simultaneously. My tone seems reminiscent of yours. Sometimes, a song or a performance reveals its essence the moment the singer opens their mouth. Just like now, Su Qingmei's first line captured the audience's attention instantly, her clear and ethereal voice tinged with a hint of melancholy, both deep and hauntingly beautiful. This phenomenon is what one calls opening with a bow. Wow, Cheng Lin gasped, clearly taken aback. As a lyricist and composer, he was particularly sensitive to the quality of a song. This new piece appeared to be quite remarkable. Standing against the wall of the recording hall, Lin Zhou nodded in approval. Su Qingmei's opening line could not be described as identical to that of the reigning queen of love songs, but it certainly encapsulated both spirit and form. Su Qingmei must have practiced that first line countless times at home, seeking guidance from teacher Su Zhou, which resulted in the effect present at this moment. On stage, Su Qingmei swiftly transitioned from the main verse to the chorus she had diligently rehearsed. "Unfortunately, it is not you, accompanying me to the end. We once walked together, but lost our way at that intersection. Thank you for being the one who held my hand. I can still feel that tenderness." Su Qingmei's heartfelt performance immersed the audience in emotion, her poignant voice reverberating throughout the recording hall, lingering long after she finished. The 500 audience members gazed entranced at the enchanting figure before them, quietly absorbing the exquisite melody. Some sentimental female audience members could not help but shed tears. Listening to a performance live can be an entirely different experience from hearing it through headphones, especially when the singer's skill and emotion resonate deeply, evoking memories of heartache that inevitably lead to tears. Of course, only a flawless performance can elicit such a response, and at this moment, Su Qingmei's rendition was undoubtedly perfect. Not only the audience, but even the two veteran superstars in the singer's lounge were astonished. Exchanging glances, they nodded, affirming, "This song is truly wonderful." The singing is exceptional as well. Though no excessive praise was given, it was still a high compliment. Cheng Lin found himself unconsciously tapping to the beat. And as Su Qingmei began the second verse, he couldn't help but sing along, tears streaming down his face. The emotional depth of this talented creator was indeed profound. As for Shen Yao, her expression had shifted from the warmth of early spring to the chill of impending winter. Yet, she struggled to maintain her smile, which was quite taxing. Finally, amidst the audience's rapt attention and emotional engagement, Su Qingmei concluded her performance. As the final note faded, the entire hall erupted into a standing ovation, applause and cheers resounding like a tidal wave. A good song and an exceptional performance can evoke profound resonance at this moment. The audience couldn't contain their excitement, calling out Su Qingmei's name in admiration for both the song and the artist. Wow, Sister Qingmei sang beautifully. Zhou Yun leaped up, shrieking with joy. Chen Zhu, more composed, noted that the live effect was indeed impressive, and Su Qingmei's condition had largely recovered. However, the final rankings remained to be seen. Lin Zhou watched Su Qingmei bow to the audience, a smile of pride gracing his face, akin to a teacher witnessing their student excel. How strange, he mused, to feel such emotions. Was he being swayed by Su Qingmei's repeated calls of Teacher Shuizhou? Amid the audience's chants of Su Qingmei, the host ascended the stage, stopping Su Qingmei just as she was about to descend. Qingmei, I am curious. This song is so beautiful. Who composed it? Su Qingmei paused, as if recalling something amusing, and a rare, gentle smile graced her lips. The composer is called Shuizhou. The lyricist is Shuizhou. The arranger is Shuizhou, and the original performer is also Shuizhou. He hails from Su Rinzhan. With that, she nodded at the host, bowed once more to the audience, and stepped off the stage. So, the lyricist, composer, arranger, and original performer are all one and the same? And from Su Rinzhan? Could it be? When did Su Rinzhan produce such a talent? I often visit Su Rinzhan, but have never heard of him. The audience was filled with curiosity. The name Shuizhou sounded far too unfamiliar, leaving them completely unaware of his identity. Was he an alias of some renowned lyricist or composer? The individuals in the singers' lounge were equally perplexed. Not only the audience, but even they had never heard of Shuizhou. Soon, Su Qingmei returned to the singers' lounge, where the four stood to greet her with handshakes and embraces. Cheng Lin gave her a thumbs up, sincerely exclaiming, Sister Su sang magnificently. Who is Teacher Shuizhou? May I connect with him? This was the sentiment of a creative talent encountering a kindred spirit. Uxian and Zhang Hua also praised Su Qingmei's performance. And when it was Shen Yao's turn, she forced a smile and said, Sister Qingmei sang wonderfully. Su Qingmei simply replied, Thank you, before taking her seat. Shen Yao sat beside her, wearing a false smile, while her thoughts churned. You may have sung well today, but your votes were too low last time. Unless you break into the top 3, you will still face elimination. Let us wait and see until the end. Soon, the remaining 2 singers concluded their performances, leading to the most tense moment. The chief director, Zhang Lei, approached the singers' lounge and addressed the 7 singers. Thank you for your patience. We are now announcing this episode's rankings. Chapter 30. As familiar as an old married couple, what is the situation? Lin Zhou, Zhang Hong, and Zhou Yun were waiting outside the singers' room, having just witnessed the chief director, Zhang Lei, enter. He held a sheet of paper, clearly containing the final rankings of the singers for this episode. However, since the announcement of rankings is the highlight of each episode of I Am a Singer, access to the singers' room was restricted to only the performers and the production team to prevent any premature leaks. The 3 could only wait outside. And after a few minutes, Zhou Yun began to show signs of anxiety. The outcome of this episode would determine whether Su Qingmei could remain in the competition. And the inability to know the rankings immediately was indeed nerve-wracking. Other singers' agents and assistants were also anxiously waiting outside the singers' room. And Lin Zhou observed the tension in their expressions, reminiscent of parents waiting for their children's examination results. He couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Particularly, Chen Zhu, who appeared far less carefree than before the recording, her brows furrowed as if lost in thought. It was evident that Su Qingmei's performance had placed immense pressure on Shen Yao. Lin Zhou shook his head slightly, wondering why one couldn't just focus on their own performance instead of competing against others. The atmosphere outside the singers' room was rather oppressive, with everyone anxiously awaiting news of their respective artists' results. Finally, after about half an hour, the door swung open, and the cheerful Zhang Lei emerged, greeting a few familiar agents before departing. Following him were the seasoned veterans, Uxian and Zhang Hua, who exited laughing and chatting, their expressions betraying no hint of their rankings. They quickly left with their assistants, followed by other singers emerging in succession. Some wore smiles, while others, like Shen Yao, bore gloomy expressions. Her face had transformed from a mere frown to one of utter desolation, as if winter had completely descended upon her. Chen Zhu hurriedly approached, asking, How did it go? Shen Yao glanced at Lin Zhou, Zhang Hong, and Zhou Yun, shook her head, and left with Chen Zhu, her demeanor icy. Where is Sister Qingmei? Soon enough, everyone had exited, yet Su Qingmei was nowhere to be seen. The 3 entered the singer's room, only to find Su Qingmei sitting on the sofa. Lost in thought, her rosy lips slightly parted, producing a melodious sound as she practiced the final segment of the chorus for If Only It Weren't You. Lin Zhou was taken aback, while Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun merely shook their heads in resignation, seemingly accustomed to such behavior. Zhou Yun rushed over to Su Qingmei, saying, "Sister Qingmei, let us practice more when we get back." Only then did Su Qingmei lift her head, emerging from her trance, apologizing. "I didn't sing the last line well. I want to practice it." Lin Zhou suddenly understood. Su Qingmei was conducting a live review of her performance. After 3 years in the entertainment industry, he had encountered numerous singers, but this was the first time he had seen someone so devoted to their craft. No wonder Su Qingmei had risen to stardom while Shen Yao, who debuted at the same time, was still struggling to make a name for herself. It was indeed futile to compare individuals. As Su Qingmei stood up, Zhou Yun suddenly pointed at her waist. "Sister Qingmei, you didn't wear that off stage, did you?" Su Qingmei had tied Lin Zhou's shirt around her waist after leaving the stage. Zhang Hong commented on the temperature inside the singer's room, perplexed. "It's not as cold in here as outside, is it?" Su Qingmei promptly untied the shirt from her waist and handed it to Lin Zhou, whispering, "Thank you," before exiting the singer's room. Zhou Yun hurried after her. "Sister Qingmei, what rank did you get?" Zhang Hong glanced at the shirt in Lin Zhou's hands, but said nothing, quickly following suit. Holding the shirt, Lin Zhou felt a warmth, as if it still bore Su Qingmei's body heat, indicating she had worn it for quite some time. He didn't dwell on it and followed outside, just in time to hear Su Qingmei telling Zhou Yun, "I can continue to sing next week." Zhou Yun was taken aback, then exclaimed, "So you weren't eliminated? But what rank did you get?" Zhang Hong smiled, visibly relieved, reminding them, "There are too many people here. Let us discuss it later." Zhou Yun ceased her inquiries, and the four departed from Xingqing Satellite TV, heading back to the hotel. Later that evening, at 10 o'clock in Su Qingmei's hotel room, she emerged from the bathroom, her long hair dried and cascading over her shoulders, still clad in her cartoon-printed pajamas, and told Lin Zhou, "I'm going to sleep." Lin Zhou nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll sleep too." Su Qingmei approached her bed, drew the curtains, and Lin Zhou settled onto the sofa. Their familiarity resembled that of a long-married couple. As Lin Zhou lay down and silenced his phone, he received a private message from the fishwoman singer on the S site. "You didn't come to support me at all? I'm furious." Lin Zhou was taken aback, puzzled by her words, and simply replied with a question mark. The fishwoman singer immediately sent a link, and upon clicking it, he discovered it was a new dance video she had released earlier that day. The background music was If Only It Weren't You, which she had previously mentioned to him, and he had agreed. In the video, the fishwoman singer had evidently put considerable effort into mastering the dance, opting for a pure pleated skirt instead of her typical sultry attire, and the rhythm had been significantly slowed down, lending her performance an air of elegance. However, Lin Zhou wondered why she had been so agitated earlier. Checking the comments section, he soon understood the reason. "Wow, fishwoman, you're still wearing safety shorts? You don't consider us your brothers at all. Could you please be more mindful and not dance on my heart next time?" The barrage of comments was filled with lewd remarks and sycophants, but one particular comment stood out. Promoting a plagiarized song while using a plagiarized song as the BGM. How shameless. That was the infamous King Keyboard. Originally, this comment had been buried under a flurry of wow and yay, but the fishwoman singer could hardly tolerate such criticism and immediately engaged in a heated exchange in the comment section. This only played into the hands of her detractor, as they escalated their argument from concerns about each other's well-being to involving each other's families and ancestors. The live confrontation from a major influencer instantly attracted a multitude of spectators, enlightening many unsuspecting bystanders about the controversy surrounding If Only It Weren't You being a plagiarized work. Lin Zhou chuckled, recognizing that while the fishwoman singer appeared to be a decent person, her naivety made her an easy target for manipulation. It was evident that the King Keyboard was deliberately provoking her, hoping to leverage her influence to create the impression that If Only It Weren't You was a plagiarized song, thus branding Shui Zhou as a plagiarist. Lin Zhou replied to the fishwoman singer, "I'll be releasing a new song in a few days. Feel free to confront him then." Chapter 31. Who says Su Qingmei is finished? Time flies swiftly, and before one realizes, Saturday has arrived once more. The second episode of I Am a Singer is set to air today. Even before the clock strikes 8, discussions about the show abound online. UXIN, keep it up. Aim for first place again. Musical genius Chung Lin. Su Jinxiong, rise up, rock never dies. Shen Yao will definitely be in the top 3. Insider information suggests that Su Qingmei is ranked 5th and faces elimination. This episode, Shen Yao has again outperformed Su Qingmei in votes. Su Qingmei has struggled through several recordings. Unable to sing well, her tears falling on stage. Among the myriad discussions, Su Qingmei remains the focal point, with numerous individuals gravely asserting that she will be eliminated this time, having failed to meet expectations even after multiple attempts. Rumors abound. Already ensnared in a web of public scrutiny due to allegations of unprofessional conduct and being a mistress, coupled with her lackluster performance in the first episode of I Am a Singer, the number of her detractors has only increased. If she is truly eliminated this time, she may no longer be regarded as a little diva. Qingmei, stay strong. Don't be afraid. Qingmei, we will always support you. Her fans rally behind her. Yet their words reveal a lack of confidence even among her supporters. After all, Su Qingmei's previous performance was indeed disappointing, and now she must sing someone else's song. The outcome remains uncertain. At 8 o'clock, in a villa in Kyoto, Jiang Yue sits eagerly in front of the television, awaiting the broadcast of I Am a Singer. As a content creator in the music section of Site S, keeping abreast of the Chinese music scene is essential. And as an elegant woman who has studied music since childhood, it is part of her refinement. Though, truthfully, Jiang Yue is simply a starry-eyed fan. Her idol is none other than Cheng Lin, the bespectacled, unremarkable-looking musical prodigy. Jiang Yue has long admired men who can compose, which is why she staunchly supports Shen Yao, a man capable of writing such beautiful songs, even if not conventionally handsome, merits her admiration. Thus, Cheng Lin, with his average looks, has captured Jiang Yue's affection. As for the online debates surrounding Su Qingmei's potential elimination, Jiang Yue pays them little mind. However, today's episode leaves her somewhat disappointed. Her beloved Cheng Lin takes the stage first, performing an old song. His performance is rather conventional, lacking any noteworthy highlights. Is he a bit nervous? Jiang Yue's father, Jiang Tao, who sits beside her reading a book, suddenly interjects. As the vice president of the Kyoto Writers Association, he typically dedicates this time to his reading. Yet today he has been coerced by his daughter to support her idol. Upon witnessing the performance, he seems unimpressed. Jiang Yue, feeling a bit disheartened, tugs at her father, insisting, "Dad, the competition isn't over yet. Perhaps the upcoming performers will be even better than Cheng Lin." Jiang Tao, resigned, sits back down, adjusting his glasses while remarking, "Is this show a competition of talent or mediocrity?" "Dad." Jiang Yue stamps her foot, compelling Jiang Tao to remain silent and continue watching alongside her. Next up are Yu Xin and Zhang Hua, both seasoned singers recognized by Jiang Tao, who listens with keen interest, lamenting, "Our era had singers with far superior vocal talent. Just look at what you youngsters prefer nowadays." Jiang Yue, feeling a tad frustrated, counters, "We have a young singer in the amateur circle who sings beautifully and even writes songs." Jiang Tao, bewildered by the term amateur circle, assumes his daughter is merely being obstinate and chuckles, choosing not to pursue the topic further. The fourth performer is Shen Yao, who, donning a backless evening gown, elicits enthusiastic cheers from the male audience. Jiang Tao shakes his head disapprovingly, while Jiang Yue, an avid observer of the entertainment industry, raises an eyebrow, contemplating. Shen Yao is going all out. Does she aim to surpass Su Qingmei yet again? After all, during the last episode, when rankings were announced, Shen Yao's declaration, "From this day forth, I shall no longer be overshadowed," stirred considerable discussion, clearly aimed at Su Qingmei. Some accuse Su Qingmei of being domineering, monopolizing resources from fellow artists in her agency, while others lament the fall of the little diva who has succumbed to defeat against a second-tier singer. Regardless, due to this prior incident, comparisons between Shen Yao and Su Qingmei have become commonplace. Little did they anticipate that Shen Yao would adopt such an audacious approach this episode, shedding her usual innocent image for a strikingly seductive outfit. What a decline in moral standards. Jiang Tao repeatedly shakes his head, embodying the conservative values of his generation. Meanwhile, Jiang Yue listens with keen interest as Shen Yao delivers a classic melancholic ballad, pouring her heart into the performance, striving to convey a sense of poignant sorrow, though it ultimately falls short of true resonance. As the song concludes, Jiang Yue pouts in disappointment, feeling there is nothing exceptional about this episode. Jiang Tao rises, book in hand, clearly losing interest in continuing to watch. However, in the next moment, his footsteps halt. On the dimly lit stage, a graceful silhouette emerges, possessing an elegant form and long legs, most importantly, exuding a refined and ethereal aura. Even without seeing her face, one is drawn to her presence. As the lights brighten and the music begins, Su Qingmei, clad in a white spaghetti-strap dress, gracefully glides to the center of the stage. Wow! Zhang Yue gasps, recognizing Su Qingmei. Although she typically doesn't favor the cool and aloof type, she finds herself captivated in this moment. This woman is breathtakingly beautiful, possessing an allure that transcends gender. Yet, what captivates Zhang Yue even more is the familiar melody that begins to play. Is it Unfortunately Not You? On television, Su Qingmei takes the microphone, her voice softly breaking the silence. In this moment, I suddenly feel so familiar. It's as if yesterday and today are playing simultaneously. Zhang Yue's mouth drops open in astonishment. Is it really this song? How can it be? Why is Su Qingmei singing Shuizhou's song? This is the little diva of the music scene, immensely popular. How could she be singing a song by a newcomer from Site S? It is truly unfathomable. Moreover, what astonishes Zhang Yue most is how incredibly well Su Qingmei sings. Although reluctant to admit it, Zhang Yue feels that Su Qingmei's rendition surpasses even that of Shuizhou. It is as if this song was always meant to be sung by a woman. Zhang Yue grabs her phone, logging onto a streaming platform where the show is simultaneously airing, and opens the comments section. Oh my goodness, this is incredible. Su Qingmei has rescued me from my drowsiness. How come I've never heard this song before? Is it a new release? It reminds me of my ex-boyfriend, Sob, who says Su Qingmei is finished. This is simply a divine performance. Chapter 32. Did she really make my father cry? Soon, Su Qingmei's performance reached its poignant conclusion. Thank you. That was you. You held my hand, and still warmed my heart. With her eyes closed and her crimson lips parting gently, the final line flowed from her like a delicate lament, resonating deeply within the hearts of every listener. As the song came to an end, the audience erupted into a fervent standing ovation, chanting, Su Qingmei, Su Qingmei. Some were even moved to tears, their cries mingling with their sobs, transforming the recording hall into Su Qingmei's personal concert. As the 500 live audience members became her devoted fans, in front of the television, Zhang Yue also clapped fervently. Oh my God! I never realized how beautiful Su Qingmei's singing could be. Was I deaf before? It must be said that Su Qingmei's performance today had completely captivated her. Previously, Zhang Yue had merely regarded Su Qingmei as a pretty face with an average singing ability, certainly not her type. However, this rendition of What a Shame It Isn't You utterly shattered her previous perceptions. This woman truly possessed an extraordinary talent for singing. At that moment, many were similarly enchanted by Su Qingmei as the online comment section surged with excitement. I'd become a fan. I cried. Su Qingmei sang so beautifully. I must listen to all her songs. Who wrote this song? Understanding the audience's curiosity, the host stepped onto the stage and called out to Su Qingmei, asking, Qingmei, who was the composer of this song? Can you share a bit about it? Su Qingmei calmly replied, the composer, lyricist, arranger, and original singer are all the same person. He is from the amateur station, and his name is Shuizhou. All those roles belong to one person? Amateur station? Shuizhou? As the audience and online viewers registered this information with puzzled expressions, Su Qingmei had already exited the stage, leaving no opportunity for the host to probe further. Who exactly is Shuizhou? A wave of curiosity surged among the countless fans of the song. With some expressing disbelief, Su Qingmei actually performed a song from the amateur station? Wasn't it said that the amateur station consisted solely of amateur performers doing it for love? How could they produce such a high-caliber song? Seeing the barrage of comments inquiring who is Shuizhou, Zhang Yue felt a swell of pride. Eager to declare to everyone, I was the first to discover Shuizhou. Aren't I impressive? She grabbed her phone and sent a message to Shuizhou through the amateur station's private messaging system. Hey, did you watch TV? You're going to be famous. However, there was no response from him. Suddenly, Zhang Yue noticed her father discreetly wiping away tears. Dad, what's wrong? She asked in confusion. Nothing. Just got some sand in my eye, Zhang Tao quickly replied, drying his eyes and hurrying to the study. Having listened to Su Qingmei's performance, he was suddenly reminded of his first love in the picturesque Jiangnan region, recalling the beauty and innocence of youth spent running beneath the setting sun. The memories were so lovely and bittersweet that he couldn't help but shed tears. Driven by the emotions of the moment, he felt compelled to write a poem to commemorate his youth and love. Thus, it was no surprise that a literary soul could be moved not only to tears by music, but also to poetry. Zhang Yue stood dazed for a moment, murmuring, wow. Su Qingmei even made my dad cry. She then glanced at her phone irritated, and muttered, "Why hasn't that jerk Shui Zhou replied?" At the Jiang home, the anticipation was palpable as Su Qingmei's family awaited the announcement of the rankings. "It's coming. They're about to announce the results." "How thrilling," Zhou Yun exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she sat on the sofa, glued to the television. Tonight, Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun had purposely come to Su Qingmei's home to watch the second episode of I Am a Singer with her. However, Su Qingmei had initially intended to practice her singing, while Lin Zhou had planned to record Ordinary Road to edit and post on the amateur station the next day. Yet, with Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun's arrival, they had to settle for watching television together. As the 7 singers finished their performances and the votes were tallied, the show's director, Zhang Lei, entered the singers' lounge holding a slip of paper with the results. For the audience, this was the most tense and exhilarating moment, as the announcement of rankings typically garnered the highest viewership. The tension was palpable, especially for Shen Yao, who, despite sitting beside Su Qingmei with a less than pleasant demeanor, was forced to maintain a smile. Su Qingmei sat calmly, her lack of a smile far more appealing than Shen Yao's forced one. Their contrasting expressions resembled a masterpiece of art. In truth, Su Qingmei was merely preoccupied with her own performance. Reflecting on the final line, she felt she hadn't sung perfectly. At that moment, director Zhang Lei smiled at the 7 singers and said, "You all worked hard today. Your performances were exceptional. However, regrettably," he paused dramatically before continuing, "one of you must leave today." As soon as those words were uttered, the audience's anxiety escalated. Jiang Yue thought, "Why do I feel like Director Zhang's words are a warning? If Su Qingmei doesn't rank in the top 3, she might be eliminated, right?" Given the low votes last time, this was concerning. Su Qingmei's fans were worried, while her detractors began to resurface. A singer must possess stability. Singing well once does not grant you the right to stand on the top stage. Even if she isn't eliminated, her overall score would likely only place her 6th. At the bottom, I bet teacher Zhang Hua will take first place. Understanding the audience's psychology, director Zhang Lei deliberately remarked. The 6th and 7th places from the previous round were Su Jian and Su Qingmei. If they fail to enter the top 3 this time, they are at risk of elimination. So, let South announce the 4th place first. The 7 singers exchanged resigned glances. Recognizing this as a common tactic of director Zhang's, teasing the audience's anticipation. 4th place, Cheng Lin. The singers applauded as Cheng Lin adjusted her glasses, standing up shyly to express her gratitude. This ranking was neither good nor bad, lacking any significant impact. Zhang Lei seized the moment to raise the stakes. "Now, we will announce the top 3, starting with 3rd place." The singers tensed, and viewers at home felt the tension rise. Was Su Qingmei's fate about to be decided? If she wasn't in the top 3, she'd undoubtedly be eliminated. "Go, Qingmei," Zhang Lei soon announced. 3rd place goes to UXIN. Applause erupted in the room as the seasoned diva UXIN delivered another stable performance. Zhang Lei continued. 2nd place, Zhang Hua. He had placed 2nd for 2 consecutive episodes. Impressive. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as the singers applauded, but the gravity of the situation began to settle in. With the 2nd and 3rd places gone, Su Qingmei now had to secure 1st place to avoid elimination. From 7th to 1st? Wasn't that a tall order? Surely. Today's song deserved 1st place, right? 5th place was also a possibility. My palms are sweating. Su Qingmei's fans held their breath, fixated on the television screen. Shen Yao's smile stiffened as she glanced at Su Qingmei and then back at Zhang Lei with the paper slip. From 7th to 1st? This seemed implausible. In the silence of anticipation, Zhang Lei slowly pronounced, "In the 2nd episode of the 2nd season of I Am a Singer, the 1st place winner is." Chapter 33. Shen Yao's emotional control crumbles. The spotlight was on Zhang Lei as he stood in the singer's room, where everyone's gaze was fixed upon him. Shen Yao, in particular, clenched her fists unconsciously, the veins on the back of her hands prominently visible. She could hardly fathom that Su Qingmei managed to make a stunning comeback to claim 1st place. The disparity was simply too vast for her to accept. Conversely, Su Qingmei appeared remarkably composed, though she felt a hint of nervousness, her demeanor primarily exuding tranquility, satisfied with her performance. Aside from a minor flaw in the final note, the rest of her singing was impeccable, and that sufficed. Zhang Lei elongated his voice, building suspense among the 7 singers and the audience before he finally declared, "Su Qingmei." The room erupted with gasps of disbelief and applause, a cacophony of exclamations and astonishment, led by Cheng Lin, who was the first to start clapping. Zhang Hua and Yu Xian soon followed suit, along with the Prince of Love songs, Gu Tianshi. The trio applauded heartily, as unfortunately, it's not you not only captivated the audience, but also won over their hearts. Su Jian, who was teetering on the edge of elimination, forced a smile, though it was somewhat strained. Nevertheless, he graciously stood to congratulate Su Qingmei, acknowledging that losing to such a splendid song was not a disgrace. However, the most affected by the outcome was undoubtedly Shen Yao. Her expression, once a facade of icy composure, now hinted at imminent collapse. The forced smile she had maintained vanished, and she could only muster a half-hearted clap, indicating her reluctant approval. Observing others congratulating Su Qingmei, she had no choice but to rise and extend her hands, saying, "Qingmei Jia, congratulations, you sang beautifully." While it was expected that her words would be accompanied by a smile, Shen Yao's strained grin appeared more sorrowful than joyful. Previously, she had referred to Su Qingmei as Sister Su, but after Su Qingmei's last-place finish, she had switched to calling her simply Qingmei. Now, witnessing Su Qingmei rise dramatically from 7th to 1st place, Shen Yao was compelled to revert her address to include the honorific once more, even adding a forced warmth by calling her Sister Qingmei. This transition in titles mirrored Shen Yao and Appo's internal struggle and was quite painful for her. "Thank you," Su Qingmei replied without acknowledging Shen Yao's outstretched hands, her tone flat, before resuming her seat. Shen Yao felt a bit awkward and sat back down. Su Qingmei truly secured the 1st position. How remarkable! The song was deserving. Exquisite singing, captivating presence. It was perfection incarnate. Why did it seem as though Shen Yao was on the verge of tears? What did Su Qingmei's victory have to do with her? Perhaps she was simply fatigued. Not everyone should be perceived negatively, should they? With Su Qingmei's triumph, her fans erupted in jubilant cheers, overwhelmed with excitement. The pressure Su Qingmei had faced recently was immense, rife with unfounded rumors and the humiliation of finishing last in the 1st episode of I Am a Singer. The harshness of online comments was unimaginable. Moreover, the esteemed rising star had been bested by Shen Yao, a 2nd-tier singer, which felt like a significant blow to her reputation. Before the 2nd episode aired, whispers circulated that Su Qingmei had already been eliminated. Her fans held their breath, hoping she would at least survive. To their astonishment, Su Qingmei delivered an unexpected surprise. Now, who would dare to claim that Sister Qingmei was incapable? Zhou Yun was visibly thrilled, her emotions mirroring those of the fans, both feeling a sense of vindication. On the television screen, Zhang Lei continued to announce the rankings. "Now, we have the 5th, 6th, and 7th places remaining. I will first reveal the 5th place, Gu Tianshi. Gu Tianshi, a competent young male singer often hailed as the Prince of Love songs, performed adequately this episode, so his 5th place was not surprising. The camera soon focused on Su Jian and Shen Yao, the only 2 contestants yet to have their positions revealed. Shen Yao's emotional control teetered on the brink of collapse, and Zhang Lei, oblivious, asked her, "Shen Yao, where do you think you placed?" Shen Yao quickly forced a smile, replying, "I believe the ranking is not important. As long as my performance is worthy of the stage and the audience, that is enough." While her words sounded commendable, they were merely empty rhetoric. If she truly valued the ranking, why did her smile appear so pained? Zhang Lei chuckled, refraining from probing further, and announced, "This episode's 7th place is Shen Yao." Shen Yao 7th? Is that even possible? This time, she found herself at the bottom. Would she be eliminated? Initially, it was thought Su Jian would be the one to leave, but Shen Yao unexpectedly seized that spot, making the situation laughable. Shen Yao's expression was somewhat terrifying. On screen, her face was ashen, her lips nearly bitten through, and her forced smile had vanished entirely. Beside her, Su Qingmei maintained her calm, dignified demeanor, and the stark contrast in their appearances and poise rendered Shen Yao utterly overshadowed. Was this the complete breakdown of her emotional control? It was the first time she had witnessed a female celebrity display such a ghastly expression. They belonged to the same agency. One was 1st, while the other languished in 7th. Who could bear such a disparity? Netizens were merciless, unleashing a barrage of mockery directed at Shen Yao. Soon, Zhang Lei announced the eliminated contestant, Su Jian. Shen Yao had barely surpassed Su Jian by a few votes, a narrow escape indeed. The contrast between her previous triumph and this shocking blow was staggering. Quickly, Zhang Lei declared the 2nd episode concluded, yet the show's popularity soared beyond that of the 1st. Su Qingmei's remarkable comeback, Shen Yao's emotional unraveling, and Zhang Hua's consistent second place became trending topics. Additionally, unfortunately, "It's Not You" and the name Shui Zhou piqued the audience's curiosity. Was the original singer from the amateur segment truly so formidable? Did this Shui Zhou have any other works? Driven by curiosity, many flocked to S Station, searching for Shui Zhou, which promptly led them to a video of "Unfortunately, It's Not You." The video was titled "Healing Divine Song," and viewers were left speechless, wondering how many tears this song had evoked that evening. While still branding it as healing, the original rendition by Shui Zhou was also commendable. Did the amateur segment truly harbor such talent? Why was there only one song? The viewership and comments on the video of "Unfortunately, It's Not You" surged, and Shui Zhou's fanbase rapidly grew, soon reaching 300,000. However, some noticed another related video, the fishwoman singer dancing to "Unfortunately, It's Not You" as the background music. The dance video itself was unremarkable, yet the comment section, rife with a heated argument spanning hundreds of comments, drew significant attention. The crux of the dispute? "Unfortunately, It's Not You" was allegedly not an original work by Shui Zhou. At that moment, in Lin Zhou and Shen Yao's former home, Shen Yao watched the comment section of that video, her previously clouded face suddenly lighting up with surprise and excitement. Did Su Qingmei's song get plagiarized? Chapter 34. Supervising the cold goddess's slumber at 11 o'clock in the evening. An hour had passed since the conclusion of the second episode of I Am a Singer. However, the fervor surrounding it was only intensifying. The video clip of Su Qingmei performing "Unfortunately, It's Not You" was trending, accompanied by a chorus of admiration and adulation. Countless netizens showered her with extravagant praise, labeling her as beautiful and talented, an unparalleled songstress, and a divine live performer, as if such accolades were without cost. Many of those who, mere hours earlier, had doubted Su Qingmei's talent and predicted her elimination, had now completely reversed their stance, their eyes gleaming with fervent praise as they nearly worshipped her. This was a classic example of a large-scale transformation from detractors to fervent supporters, accomplished solely through her extraordinary talent. Su Qingmei's popularity surged once more, and the song she performed also gained immense traction. On stage, she responded to the host's inquiries and her mention of the original songwriter and performer. The amateur known as Shui Zhou quickly spread across the internet. Many curious individuals flocked to search for Shui Zhou on the amateur platform, where they discovered the original performance video of "Unfortunately, It's Not You." Unfortunately, the enigmatic Shui Zhou remained faceless, his visage obscured, leaving only the sight of him strumming his guitar. Some women, enamored by his voice, began to fantasize. They could tell from his tone that he must be a handsome young man, pleading for a glimpse of his face. The view count for "Unfortunately, It's Not You" skyrocketed to over 2 million in just an hour, tripling in a mere 60 minutes. Shui Zhou's follower count also surged exponentially, jumping from just over 100,000 to 300,000 in less than an hour. The comments section overflowed with admiration and gratitude. An original musical genius had emerged in the amateur realm. Many remarked that his talent had surpassed the typical standards of the amateur category. Yet, some felt that Su Qingmei's rendition was superior. After all, she had the advantage of a full band. While Shui Zhou performed solo with just his guitar, surely the experiences were not comparable. Su Qingmei's fans expressed their gratitude towards Shui Zhou, declaring that they were now akin to family. Many of Su Qingmei's admirers rushed to thank Shui Zhou, acknowledging that without his song, her comeback might have remained unattainable. As the night wore on, Shui Zhou's follower count continued to climb at an astonishing pace. As a newcomer to the video platform, his rate of growth was unprecedented. This phenomenon represented a breakthrough, drawing attention directly from the entertainment industry to the amateur realm, all buoyed by the influence of a rising star. At this rate, many speculated that, barring any unforeseen events, Shui Zhou might achieve the milestone of 1 million followers faster than any other video creator. Meanwhile, Lin Zhou remained blissfully unaware of his newfound fame on the platform, too preoccupied with overseeing a certain disobedient individual. "Ms. Su, it is time for bed." Lin Zhou called from the first floor to the singing room on the second floor. After watching the show, Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun had departed, leaving Su Qingmei eager to return upstairs to continue her vocal practice. With the third episode of I Am a Singer set to record next week, she had chosen an upbeat song in hopes of challenging herself, yet her lack of experience with fast-paced songs rendered her practice less than smooth. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of rehearsing, yet her refusal to retire for the night clearly defied the established schedule. Lin Zhou dutifully assumed his supervisory role. Time for bed. Lin Zhou chuckled at the absurdity of his own words, realizing they echoed the sentiments of a parent urging a playful child to sleep. The strumming and singing from above ceased momentarily, followed by an irritable response, "I know." It was evident that she was displeased with Lin Zhou for interrupting her practice. Yet, she had agreed to the schedule and recognized Lin Zhou and Amp, Oppo's authority to oversee her, leaving her no grounds for rebuttal. She could only suppress her frustration in her tone. After responding, she remembered a line she hadn't quite mastered and could not resist returning to the piano for another round of practice. "Ms. Su, you have 5 minutes to wash up and get to bed." Lin Zhou and Amp, Oppo's voice resonated again from below. The schedule stipulated that Su Qingmei must be in bed by 11:10 p.m., and the clock read 11:05. "I'm not washing up. I'm going straight to bed," she retorted, practicing defiantly for another 4 minutes. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was 11:09, and with a decisive closure of the piano lid, she stomped out of the singing room and into her bedroom, slamming the door behind her. Lin Zhou shook his head with a bemused smile. Was this the so-called cold goddess? She seemed more like a child. After ensuring Su Qingmei was settled for the night, Lin Zhou himself began a late-night endeavor. He had announced on the amateur platform that he would release a new song on the 1st of the next month. And with only 2 days left, he needed to record Ordinary Road within a single day. Fortunately, every detail of the song was etched in his memory, and it was well suited for guitar performance, making it manageable. Returning to his bedroom, Lin Zhou closed the door. With Su Qingmei on the second floor and himself on the first, the closed doors ensured she could not hear his singing. He retrieved his phone, opened the platform app, and was taken aback by the explosion of comments on "Unfortunately, it's not you." The comment count was over 10,000, and Shuizhou's follower count had tripled to 360,000. Scanning the comments, Lin Zhou realized this surge was due to the momentum from I Am a Singer and Su Qingmei's popularity. Otherwise, the numbers wouldn't have risen so swiftly. Checking his private messages, he found an overwhelming flood of notifications, all filled with compliments, awe, and various romantic overtures. Overwhelmed by the influx, he chose to ignore them, propping his phone on a stand to find the optimal filming angle. He then sat down, guitar in hand, and began to play and sing Ordinary Road. Still opting for anonymity, he had changed his clothes to avoid recognition by Su Qingmei. He had yet to formulate a plan for revealing to Su Qingmei that he was indeed teacher Shuizhou. Given her temperament, she might very well terminate his position on the spot. Perhaps it would be best to wait until the end of their contract in 3 months before making any revelations. Although Su Qingmei appeared cold, she was not ill-natured, and Lin Zhou wished to avoid straining their relationship. After several renditions, Lin Zhou selected the best take and saved it on his phone, planning to upload it the following day. At that moment, he received a message from Su Mei, "Teacher Shuizhou, thank you for your guidance during this time. I'm sorry for not revealing my identity sooner." This implied that she had concealed her identity as Su Qingmei from him, and now, aware that he likely knew her true identity, she felt compelled to apologize. Lin Zhou was indeed upset, but it wasn't about the revelation per se. Rather, he was irritated by another matter. Hadn't they agreed to go to sleep? How was it possible that she was still lying in bed playing on her phone? Chapter 35. Is Su Qingmei singing a plagiarized work? Lin Zhou stepped out of the bedroom and glanced at the second floor. He intended to go upstairs to catch her in the act, but recalled his promise to Su Qingmei not to ascend to that level. Moreover, if he did go up, it would inevitably reveal that he was teacher Shuizhou. After some contemplation, Lin Zhou sent a private message on station to Gu Mei. "I had no idea you were Su Qingmei. My apologies, your singing is truly remarkable. I need to rest now. Let an Amp, Oppo's chat another day. Good night." Meanwhile, in the bedroom upstairs, Su Qingmei curled up under the blanket, clutching her phone. Upon seeing teacher Shuizhou and Amp, Oppo's response, she blinked in confusion. She was uncertain whether he was upset and wanted to inquire if he had any other songs. Su Qingmei felt that her style aligned well with teacher Shuizhou's, as unfortunately, "It's Not You" was evidently a song intended for female vocals. Perhaps teacher Shuizhou had other songs suitable for her? However, his abrupt goodnight left her feeling somewhat dissatisfied, yet she refrained from probing further and set her phone aside. This time, she genuinely prepared to sleep. Suddenly, she heard some sounds from the first floor. Was it Lin Zhou? Su Qingmei felt no panic. She had unconsciously grown accustomed to having a man in the house. Moreover, this man was diligent and gentlemanly, meticulously completing his tasks without crossing any boundaries with her. Except for that first night when he had seen her completely, then tackled her, followed by that incident at Xingqing Satellite TV when he had gently caressed her abdomen. Yet, those actions seemed to be in her best interest. She couldn't and amp, oppose, truly complain, only feeling a sense of frustration akin to being taken advantage of without any grounds for anger. What could he possibly be doing at such a late hour? Curiously, Su Qingmei listened intently to the commotion outside. On the first floor, Lin Zhou was also straining to hear any sounds from the second floor. After confirming that no noise emanated from Su Qingmei's bedroom and that the lights were off, he returned to his own room. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Su Qingmei pulled the thin blanket tighter around herself, her cool eyes gradually becoming hazy as they slowly closed. Yet, Lin Zhou continued to stay awake. Having received an unexpected private message on S station. Hello, Mr. Xuezhou, I am Shen Yao and AMP, Oppo's S manager. Shen Yao is a great admirer of your work. Do you have any new songs? To further assure him, Chen Zhu provided her phone number, indicating that if he were interested, they could discuss it in detail over the phone. Lin Zhou recognized Chen Zhu's number at a glance, confirming that it indeed belonged to her. He couldn't help but chuckle, thinking it absurd that his ex-wife and Oppo's S manager would seek him out for songs. He replied directly, Sorry, I do not have any songs suitable for Miss Shen. At Lin Zhou and Shen Yao's former home in Linjiang, Chen Zhu informed Shen Yao he declined. Shen Yao's expression darkened as she asked Chen Zhu, Sister Chun, could it be that this Xuezhou has some connection with Su Qingmei? Chen Zhu shook her head in confusion. Given the caliber of and amp, Oppo's, unfortunately. It and amp, Oppo's, S not you, and amp, Oppo's, this Xuezhou shouldn't and amp, Oppo's, merely be mingling among amateurs. He has only released one work on the amateur platform and wasn't and amp, Oppo's, previously well known. So it seems improbable that Su Qingmei could find him so quickly. Shen Yao replied solemnly. His outright refusal to collaborate indicates he is aligning himself with Su Qingmei. Chen Zhu remarked, there and amp, Oppo's, S no need to overthink it. Since collaboration is off the table, we shall resort to your methods. Previously, when Shen Yao searched for Unfortunately, It's Not You on S station, she discovered that besides Xuezhou's original rendition, a video featuring an artist known as Fishman Diva dancing to Unfortunately, It and amp, Oppo's, S not you as background music was also quite popular. Upon watching, Shen Yao noticed that the Fishman Diva was embroiled in a heated argument in the comments section. As some accused Unfortunately, It and Oppo's, S not you of being plagiarized. Shen Yao then checked Xuezhou and Oppo's S comment section and found similar accusations, claiming that his song was a patchwork of other songs. Of course, as a professional singer, Shen Yao had heard numerous songs and was quite certain that Unfortunately, It's Not You bore no resemblance to any well-known track. However, that was inconsequential. Just as in the comment sections of the videos featuring Xuezhou and the Fishman Diva, there were claims of plagiarism. Even in the absence of concrete evidence, many people believed it. This illustrates the insidious nature of rumors, particularly online. Sometimes, a mere couple of ambiguous statements, if spread swiftly and widely enough, can ruin a person's reputation. Previously, Chen Zhu had employed internet trolls to malign Su Qingmei in a similar manner. Anyone with even a modicum of discernment would not believe that Su Qingmei engaged in underhanded dealings or was a mistress. Yet, many still joined the trolls in disparaging her. The same could happen now. Su Qingmei and Oppo's S performance of Unfortunately, It and Oppo's S not you had garnered immense popularity. But what if people discovered that the song she sang was plagiarized? Or worse, if they were led to believe that she was fully aware of the song's plagiaristic nature, yet chose to perform it on stage for the sake of success. Such revelations would severely damage Su Qingmei's image, causing her popularity to plummet and the rapid rise in her fame to dissipate quickly. Even if it could not be proven that Unfortunately, It and Oppo's S not you was plagiarized, merely planting that impression in people and Oppo's S minds would suffice to have a significant impact on her. Chen Zhu sought to invite Xuezhou for collaboration to explore whether he had better songs available. If Xuezhou were willing to collaborate, such measures would be unnecessary. However, since he declined, unfortunately, to suppress Su Qingmei, they would have to sacrifice this minor amateur video creator. Chen Zhu captured screenshots of the comments regarding the alleged plagiarism of Unfortunately, It's Not You in Xuezhou's and the Fishman Divas sections and sent them to a certain troll leader, urging them to escalate the matter swiftly. Money was no object. Once Shen Yao replaced Su Qingmei, She would not worry about financial gain. Around midnight, as the fervor surrounding the second episode of I Am a Singer remained unabated, shocking news broke online. The song Unfortunately, It and Oppo's S Not You, which had catapulted Su Qingmei to fame overnight, was revealed to be a non-original work. The creator, Su Qingmei, had allegedly plagiarized multiple songs, stitching them together into this piece. Titles such as Su Qingmei and Amp, Oppo's S plagiarism of and Amp, Oppo's Unfortunately, It and Amp, Oppo's S Not You and Amp, Oppo's began trending on social media and various entertainment websites. Fans still reveling in excitement were left in disbelief. Is Unfortunately, It's Not You really a plagiarized song? Did Su Qingmei perform a plagiarized piece on the I Am a Singer stage? Is this for real? I didn't and Amp, Oppo's notice any similarities to other songs. It and Amp, Oppo's it's not that easy to detect a patchwork. What a pity. I just followed Su Qingmei on the amateur platform. Unfollow. Just as the astonishment settled, further insider information surfaced. Su Qingmei was fully aware that Unfortunately, It and Amp, Oppo's S Not You was plagiarized but chose to sing it for the sake of rankings. Performing a plagiarized work, how is that different from actual plagiarism? Chapter 36 The True Identity of the King's Keyboard. In the early hours past 1:00 and Amp, Oppo's clock, the comment section of Su Rin Station fell into chaos. What was initially perceived as the work of a genius turned out to be that of a thief. Plagiarism is disgraceful. Is there no one to hold the plagiarist accountable? I feel indignant on behalf of the creators who have been wronged. Please, do not implicate Su Qingmei. Su Qingmei, are you truly guilty of plagiarism? Come forward and speak. Many voices in the comment section were questioning Su Qingmei, the majority of whom were new fans drawn by the allure of I Am a Singer. They were captivated by Su Qingmei and Amp, Oppo's original performance videos and decided to follow him. Little did they know that mere hours later, accusations of plagiarism would surface. It felt like a roller coaster ride, leaving those who had just become fans of Su Qingmei struggling to comprehend the sudden shift, especially for Su Qingmei's fans, who had just come to express their gratitude. The tide had turned, and now Su Qingmei was also entangled in the scandal surrounding Su Qingmei's alleged plagiarism. Yet, regardless of the uproar on the internet, Su Qingmei remained silent. Likewise, Su Qingmei, caught in the eye of the public storm, did not make an appearance either. It was as if the two had fallen into a deep slumber. Could it be that even in such turbulent times, they could find solace in sleep? In a rental apartment in Jiangzhou, a bespectacled man with a face marred by acne was excitedly fixated on the computer screen, where various comments questioning and even insulting Su Qingmei were displayed. A smile of delight adorned his face. His name was Chong Wei, and he held 2 IDs on Su Rin Station, one of which was Lonesome Deity, a well-known figure in the music section of the platform. Several of his original works had amassed over 1 million views, and with a bit more effort, he hoped to release 1 or 2 more original pieces to reach the coveted milestone of 1 million followers. At that point, the money he earned could allow him to purchase a home in the new district of Jiangzhou, liberating him from the burdens of renting. He envisioned buying a car, owning a house and a vehicle, flaunting his success among friends, finding a girlfriend, and eventually leading a fulfilling life. However, this dream hinged on the continued success of his career on Su Rin Station with minimal competition. In an era where every industry faced intense rivalry, even the challenging realm of original music on Su Rin Station was flooded with newcomers. Armed with his university education and years of experience performing in bars, Chong Wei had finally managed to compose a few original songs. Although his submissions had been rejected by entertainment companies, they surprisingly garnered a positive response on Su Rin Station. He had thus become a full-time video creator on the platform, quickly gaining a modicum of fame and beginning to earn money. Like his ID, Lonesome Deity, he had become one of the notable figures in the realm of original music. Recently, however, he had discovered a newcomer named Su Qingmei, whose cover of Unfortunately, Not You left him in awe. Having mingled in the professional singing circle, Chong Wei was acutely aware that Su Qingmei and Oppo's talent far surpassed his own. It was only a matter of time before Su Qingmei gained widespread recognition. When that happened, the share of the original music sector would likely be devoured by Su Qingmei, leaving Chong Wei and other original deities to scrape by. Chong Wei possessed a keen sense of judgment, immediately recognizing Su Qingmei and Oppo's exceptional skill. Yet, his narrow-mindedness prevented him from accepting the existence of someone more talented. Thus, he registered a secondary account named King's Keyboard. He began to stir the pot in Su Qingmei's comment section, alleging that unfortunately, Not You was plagiarized, a hodgepodge of ideas. Initially, his comments did not create much of a stir, but when the million-follower Fishman songstress engaged with him, it significantly increased his visibility. This prompted many unaware individuals to question whether the song was indeed plagiarized. However, Chang Wei felt that this was still insufficient to obliterate Shu Zhou and Apos' reputation. Just when he was contemplating whether to rally other original deities to join him in denouncing Shu Zhou, he was taken aback to discover that rumors of Shu Zhou and Apos' plagiarism had already begun to circulate, and the campaign against him had clearly been well-funded. Within a matter of hours, the news had spread across the internet, even trending on social media, dragging Su Qingmei into the fray and subjecting her to condemnation alongside Shu Zhou. This was perfect. Chang Wei watched with glee as the screen displayed comments labeling Shu Zhou as a plagiarizing dog, his laughter unabated. These fools believed everything they were told. It was utterly amusing. He was well aware that, unfortunately, Not You was entirely original, with not a single note borrowed from another song. But what did that matter? As long as someone ignited the flames, the herd of clueless netizens would rush to join in, eager to vent their frustrations. Unless Shu Zhou could swiftly present irrefutable evidence of his innocence to silence the critics, this storm would rage on until he was forced to withdraw from Surin Station. As for Su Qingmei, she was merely collateral damage. It was unfortunate, but she had chosen to sing Shu Zhou and Apos' song. Wait, evidence for proving his innocence? Chapter 37. See you the day after tomorrow. Kyoto, the Jiang family. Jiang Yuer sat at her computer, clad in a loose-fitting nightgown, her fingers furiously tapping away as she engaged in a fierce online battle against various critics. The internet was inundated with accusations claiming that Shu Zhou had plagiarized. As the foremost promoter of the video, what a shame it's not you. Jiang Yuer's prominence rendered her a target as well. Numerous individuals flocked to her video's comment section, hurling sarcastic remarks, questioning her endorsement of a supposedly plagiarized work, and casting aspersions on her character. Unable to withstand such vitriol, Jiang Yuer promptly recorded a video in response. With the topic of Shu Zhou's plagiarism trending, her video garnered immediate attention, swiftly climbing to the homepage of Site S. In less than half an hour, the view count exceeded 1 million, marking it as her most-watched video to date. It seems that today's youth are fervent netizens, often foregoing sleep to dwell in the realm of online influencers, a phenomenon undoubtedly fueled by the fervor of Su Qingmei's fans. This young diva boasts an immense following, and with their idol inexplicably entangled in controversy, her fans, eager to express their indignation, quickly gravitated towards Jiang Yuer's video. Some supporters rallied behind Jiang Yuer, deeming the critics irrational, spewing baseless accusations without any evidence. Others, however, blamed Shu Zhou for dragging Su Qingmei into this mess. And after venting their frustrations towards Shu Zhou, they redirected their ire towards Jiang Yuer. Fortunately, this group was in the minority. Most of Su Qingmei's fans were rational, understanding that Shu Zhou's song had helped their idol secure her success, and thus believed in gratitude rather than resentment. Onlookers, however, lacked such discernment. The notion of a mere influencer being accused of plagiarism was trivial, but if it involved Su Qingmei, it transformed into a sensational scandal. The insinuations of Su Qingmei's supposed involvement in underhanded dealings and endorsing plagiarism were rampant, as if she were inviting misfortune upon herself. The critics gleefully labeled Shu Zhou a plagiarizing dog, while suggesting a partnership between Shu Zhou and Su Qingmei as if it were a twisted match made in heaven. Yet, what of Jiang Yuer, the beloved songstress? Could she be overlooked amidst this chaos? The critics, often lacking intellect, resorted to vitriol, provoking Jiang Yuer to retaliate with her own sharp words. The exchange was rife with insults, culminating in the now infamous phrase, "See you the day after tomorrow." Shu Zhou had declared a new song release for that date, and whether it was indeed plagiarized or a testament to genuine talent would soon be revealed. At this juncture, a notorious keyboard warrior emerged, directly challenging Jiang Yuer. Do not forget, if Shu Zhou's song falters and is proven to be a copy, you will owe us a video apology. Jiang Yuer, incensed by this confrontation, retorted, "If Shu Zhou's new song does not meet expectations, I will livestream myself doing a handstand while washing my hair with cola." Agreed. The keyboard warrior replied, "What if Shu Zhou and Apos' new song is of equal quality? What then?" Jiang Yuer pressed, "I will kneel and apologize." He declared, "It and Apos' a deal." How dare you insult me? Within the realm of online influencers, the plagiarism scandal surrounding Su Zhou remained confined to video creators and their wagers. Meanwhile, on Weibo and other entertainment platforms, the controversy surrounding Su Qingmei and Oppo's alleged performance of a plagiarized work was rapidly surpassing the buzz surrounding the recently aired I Am a Singer. Chen Ji, the music director of Tianyan Entertainment, was on the phone with Zhang Hong. Zhang, what on earth is happening? Zhang Hong, exasperated, replied, Director Chen. It's evident that someone has hired trolls to malign Qingmei. That song is not plagiarized. Chen Ji shared her frustration. I can discern that the song is original. But the narrative online has spiraled out of control. Without substantial evidence, the company faces a tough situation. What about Qingmei? She's at home, sleeping, Zhang Hong responded. Chen Ji was taken aback. How can she sleep at a time like this? Zhang Hong and Oppo's voice rose. What should we do? Allow others to spread rumors while we lose sleep over it? That is unacceptable. Chen Ji, attempting to remain composed, said, Please stay calm. I am equally anxious. I just checked the influencer site, and it appears Su Zhou mentioned a new song released the day after tomorrow. Contact him immediately. It would be best to have him share the song with me first. If it falls short, I can provide him with an alternative track and claim it as his own. That would be plagiarism. Zhang Hong protested. There is no other choice. Su Zhou is merely an amateur who likely stumbled upon composing. What a shame it's not you. Do you think he can produce another song of equal caliber in such a short time frame? After a moment of silence, Zhang Hong relented. I will attempt to reach out to him. After hanging up, Zhang Hong paced back and forth, contemplating for a long while before finally sending a private message to Su Zhou on the influencer platform. Hello, teacher Su Zhou. I am Su Qingmei's agent. Are you indeed releasing a new song the day after tomorrow? Would it be possible for us to hear it beforehand? We have some excellent new material that we could offer you if needed. After a considerable wait, Su Zhou had yet to respond. Zhang Hong sighed deeply, feeling a sense of relief. This would suffice as an update for the company, indicating that Su Zhou was unwilling to resort to deception. Zhang Hong had her principles. Su Zhou had not committed plagiarism. If the company were to provide him with a song to claim as his original work, that would indeed be plagiarism. Who, then, was orchestrating this behind-the-scenes manipulation? Zhang Hong pressed her lips together and dialed a number. The following morning, Lin Zhou rose early, stretching languidly. Although he had gone to bed late, his sleep had been restorative, and his spirits were high. After freshening up and glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 8 o'clock. With no scheduled engagements for Su Qingmei, he allowed her to sleep in and refrained from waking her. However, the sound of a door opening on the second floor indicated that Su Qingmei was awake. She descended the stairs, and upon seeing Lin Zhou at the bottom, she paused momentarily, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Good morning. Today, Su Qingmei donned a loose sweatshirt paired with jeans, her long hair styled in a casual bun, exuding a comfortable, homey vibe, reminiscent of a devoted spouse preparing breakfast for her family. Of course, that was merely a fanciful thought, as Su Qingmei's culinary skills left much to be desired. Relying on her for breakfast was akin to waiting for lunch. Good morning. Go wash up. Breakfast will be ready shortly, Lin Zhou smiled. He was well acquainted with Su Qingmei and Oppo's daily routine. Absent any engagements, she would eat breakfast, practice singing, have lunch, continue rehearsing, dine again, and then practice some more. Despite her goddess-like appearance, she was fundamentally a homebody, seldom venturing out to shop for clothes. Such a waste of her fine figure. Lin Zhou soon prepared breakfast, and once Su Qingmei finished washing up, they sat together at the dining table. The atmosphere was quiet as they focused on their meals. Su Qingmei picked up her phone to check messages, and her expression suddenly shifted dramatically. Noticing her change in demeanor, Lin Zhou inquired, What's wrong? Su Qingmei glanced up, her complexion paling. Lin Zhou hurried over to peer at her phone screen, equally astonished. Chapter 38. Waiting for a kneeling apology. Sister Hong, do you think Su Zhou is truly guilty of plagiarism? Around 9 in the morning, Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun arrived early at Su Qingmei and Oppo's residence. Both appeared weary, especially Zhang Hong, who bore the marks of a restless night with pronounced dark circles under her eyes. Upon their arrival, Lin Zhou greeted them briefly before retreating to his bedroom. The three women settled in the living room, deliberating on how to navigate this unexpected predicament. Before Zhang Hong could respond to Zhou Yun, Su Qingmei interjected. It is not plagiarism. Zhang Hong nodded in agreement, stating, I consulted Director Chen as well. He affirmed that and Oppo's, what a pity it and Oppo's, not you and Oppo's, is undoubtedly original. However, given the current circumstances, it is challenging to clarify matters. The internet is rife with individuals of all kinds, and not everyone exercises rational judgment. Otherwise, rumors would not spread so easily. What should we do? Sister Qingmei is clearly innocent, yet she has inexplicably become associated with supporting plagiarism, Zhou Yun exclaimed indignantly. Zhang Hong relayed director Chen Ji and Appo's suggestion from the previous night, to which Su Qingmei promptly shook her head, declaring, "I do not agree. I reached out to Zhou last night, but he did not respond. Qingmei, perhaps you could inquire if there are alternative solutions?" At that moment, Su Qingmei's phone vibrated. Upon checking, she discovered a message from Zhou. "New song releasing tomorrow, do not worry." Just 7 simple words. She showed her phone to Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun. Zhou seems quite confident, doesn't he? Could his new song be even better than "What a Pity It's Not You"? Zhou Yun remarked, a spark of excitement lighting her eyes. Hoping that Zhou and Appo's impending release would vindicate Sister Qingmei, Zhang Hong remained silent, her concerns lingering. The quality of music is notoriously subjective. Some may praise it while others may not. Unless a song reaches a level of universal acclaim, it is rare. Even if one could compose such a piece, it would likely be the work of a few renowned lyricists. An amateur producing a song like "What a Pity It's Not You" is already a considerable feat. Could a miracle truly happen again? Zhang Hong felt little confidence. Meanwhile, Su Qingmei had already replied to Zhou, "I am sorry for involving you. Good luck." She was acutely aware that this wave of rumors was aimed at her, with the opposition exploiting Zhou in the process. In truth, she felt she had inadvertently dragged him into this mess. In his bedroom, Lin Zhou chuckled upon reading Su Qingmei and Appo's message. It was evident that individuals often present differently online compared to reality. Some may be timid in person, yet bold online. Su Qingmei, in particular, was reserved in reality, yet warm and straightforward online, even endearingly naive. This was evident when she initially purchased the song, and now when she proactively extended an apology. This woman is perhaps ill-suited for the chaotic entertainment industry, Lin Zhou mused, shaking his head and dismissing further thoughts. He posted a video under Zhou and Appo's name on the amateur platform, opting not to record himself but instead typing a few words on the computer screen. New work releasing tomorrow at noon, also original, surpassing the healing masterpiece. The video title was straightforward, waiting for a kneeling apology. This brief video, lasting only a few seconds, ignited the music section of the amateur platform. Within mere minutes, it amassed over 100,000 views. The previous night in Appo's plagiarism uproar had stirred considerable attention, and many were eagerly awaiting Zhou and Appo's response. Little did they expect his reaction to be so bold. The title directly referenced Wang Zhu and Appo's remark, who had stated that if Zhou could prove himself with a new song, he would livestream a kneeling apology. The implication of Zhou and Appo's title was clear. "My new song is sure to compel you to apologize." The video and Appo's content was simple, a single line, but it exuded immense confidence, signaling a determination to stand firm. Zhou had finally responded, and all awaited the unveiling at noon the following day. "I will skip lunch tomorrow, just to hear Zhou and Appo's new song. I feel he may be overconfident, surpassing and Appo's. What a pity it and Appo's. Not you and Appo's. That seems a tall order," some murmured. So is Zhou guilty of plagiarism or not? We will know when the new song is released tomorrow. If it and Appo's good, I will believe in his originality. If it's bad, I shall be the first to denounce him. Comments flooded in from netizens on the amateur platform, with various opinions surfacing. Soon, the Fishman diva also joined the fray. Support. Let and Appo's slap the detractors in the face tomorrow. Her words were as direct as ever, brimming with intensity. The leader of the naysayers, Wang Zhu's keyboard, quickly made an appearance, awaiting justice for the plagiarist. At noon, Lin Zhou, Su Qingmei, and Zhang Hong shared a meal. Today, Su Qingmei had no specific arrangements, as she would be practicing songs at the company over the next few days. The fast-paced song she had chosen involved several simple dance moves, requiring diligent practice. The atmosphere was somewhat somber due to the plagiarism incident, and all four were absorbed in their meal. Zhou Yun, lacking enthusiasm for food, held chopsticks in one hand and scrolled through her phone with the other when she suddenly exclaimed, "Sister Hong, Sister Qingmei, look, the news about Zhou releasing a new song is trending." With some strategic promotion, The announcement of Shu Zhou's new song had surprisingly made it to the trending topics, albeit ranking in the 40th position. Nevertheless, it was unprecedented for an amateur platform newcomer to achieve such visibility. Beneath this trending topic, thousands of comments had already emerged. Given that it involved the pop diva Su Qingmei, the attention and traffic were bound to be substantial. Many doubted that Shu Zhou and Oppo's new song could surpass What a Pity It and Oppo's Not You, while others vehemently criticized both him and Su Qingmei, accusing them of plagiarism without shame. Some rational netizens opted to wait, asserting that the song's quality would reveal the truth by noon the following day. Plagiarists can hardly produce successive hits. Another paid trending topic. Shen Yao has certainly invested heavily, Zhang Hong scoffed. Zhou Yun, taken aback, quickly inquired, Sister Hong, is it truly Shen Yao? Zhang Hong replied, if Shen Yao can hire online influencers, I too have my sources. Yesterday's trending topic was orchestrated by her. But what is Shen Yao's aim? Why not simply focus on singing well? Zhou Yun expressed her frustration, her cheeks flushed with anger. Zhang Hong sighed, the entertainment industry is rarely straightforward. Qingmei, do not let this affect you. Focus on your singing. We will handle everything else. Su Qingmei nodded, setting her bowl down. I am full. I will go practice singing. Miss Su, there is still milk, Lin Zhou suddenly called out, turning to present a glass of milk with a warm smile. Su Qingmei regarded him coolly, accepted the milk, and, to the astonishment of Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun, gulped it down before turning to ascend the stairs. Zhou Yun stood in shock. Sister Qingmei never drinks milk. Lin Zhou, how did you manage that? Chapter 39. The release of the new song. Lin Zhou shrugged, his expression calm. Drinking milk is beneficial for the stomach. Miss Su chose to drink it voluntarily. Zhou Yun recalled the moment when Su Qingmei had nearly vomited while forcing herself to drink the milk and found it hard to believe. Voluntarily? It looked more like she was coerced. She was well aware of the advantages of milk for the stomach and had previously advised Su Qingmei to drink it. But to no avail. Even Zhang Hong had been unable to persuade her. To think that Lin Zhou, having only been here for 2 weeks, could make Su Qingmei obediently drink milk. What method did he employ? All right, let's head to the company first, Zhang Hong said, rising to leave with Zhou Yun. She needed to discuss matters with Director Chun and others. If Shu Zhou and Oppo's new song flopped, the company would need to initiate crisis management. First and foremost, Su Qingmei's association with Shu Zhou would have to be severed. Despite knowing that Shu Zhou was not guilty of plagiarism, there was no way Su Qingmei could be allowed to bear the blame alongside him if the situation escalated. Zhang Hong glanced at the second floor and sighed. Given Su Qingmei and Oppo's temperament, she might not agree with the company and Oppo's plan, but there was little choice. One could only hope that Shu Zhou would create a miracle tomorrow. The online discussions surrounding the Shu Zhou plagiarism incident remained fervent, with Su Qingmei also being targeted alongside Shu Zhou. Her fans defended her vehemently, but, akin to the fish woman songstress defending Shu Zhou, their words were in vain. All eyes were on tomorrow. As the day passed swiftly, the following morning, Lin Zhou and Su Qingmei awoke almost simultaneously. Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun arrived as well. Su Qingmei had a schedule in a neighboring city that morning and would return to the company in the afternoon to practice dance moves for a fast-paced song in the 3rd episode of I Am a Singer. It was a test for Su Qingmei, who had never danced before. The 4 of them piled into a car, heading directly to the neighboring city. The atmosphere was somewhat subdued. Even Zhou Yun, typically the most vivacious, spoke little, occasionally checking her phone. She was also following Shu Zhou on a fan site, anxiously awaiting the release of his new song. Lin Zhou sat in the back with Su Qingmei. Unlike their initial car ride, where distance and wariness prevailed, Su Qingmei was no longer pressed against the window, and the space between them had noticeably diminished, perhaps because she had grown accustomed to having such a man by her side. However, she continued to gaze out of the window, reminiscent of a canary trapped in a cage. Lin Zhou had grown accustomed to her demeanor. She only appeared truly joyful while singing or browsing the internet. At other times, she was as frigid as an iceberg. Lin Zhou had already saved the video of his rendition of Ordinary Road in his fansite profile and scheduled its release for noon. As the clock approached 11, they arrived at a large shopping mall in the neighboring city where Su Qingmei was the spokesperson for a clothing brand, which was hosting a launch event for its autumn collection. Fans had been informed of her schedule, and as she stepped out of the car, they erupted in cheers, waving support banners. "Qingmei, you can do it. We will always support you," they shouted, coming to rally behind her in light of the plagiarism incident. Su Qingmei paused. a rare smile blooming on her face, akin to an iceberg melting or plum blossoms blooming in a snowy night, inciting even louder cheers from her fans. Lin Zhou walked beside her, surprised by the smile on her face, realizing that she was indeed happy in the presence of her supporters. Entering the mall, the event stage was already set up, and the organizers had prepared a special dressing room and makeup area for Su Qingmei. Zhou Yun brought her attire, a black evening gown, along with a diamond necklace sponsored by a jewelry brand she represented. As Su Qingmei entered the dressing room, Lin Zhou stayed outside. Glancing at the time, it was 11:30 when his phone vibrated. It was a direct message from the Fishwoman songstress. "Hey, why haven't you released the new song yet? Are you still alive?" Lin Zhou chuckled, replying, "I'm still here." "Fishwoman, then hurry up and release it." "Lin Zhou, it will be out at noon." "Fishwoman, come on, let me hear it first. I need to know if I should go buy some cola." Lin Zhou recalled the bet between Fishwoman and the keyboard warrior. If his new song didn't succeed, she would have to live stream herself washing her hair with cola. Curiously, he asked, "How many bottles of cola do you plan to buy for that?" Fishwoman replied earnestly, "With my long hair, I do need at least 2 500 milliliters bottles, right? Are you sure it's going to be good?" Lin Zhou laughed. "Then you might as well go buy some cola now." Fishwoman panicked. "Wait, are you serious? Are you telling me it's not going to be good? Are you even a man?" Lin Zhou clarified, "What I meant was, you can buy the cola in advance to celebrate." "Oh, so you mean the new song is going to be fantastic? You and Amp, Oppos, LL find out soon enough." Just then, the dressing room door swung open, and Lin Zhou looked up, momentarily stunned. Su Qingmei emerged in a black evening gown, her softly curled ebony hair cascading gracefully over her porcelain shoulders. With a light touch of makeup, she radiated an extraordinary beauty. The V-neck of her dress, though not overly revealing, showcased a hint of her fair skin adorned with the diamond necklace. Though the diamonds sparkled, they could not overshadow Su Qingmei and Oppos' brilliance, especially the elegant curve of her long legs, which, though enveloped by the gown, hinted at perfection. Her petite feet, adorned with 5-centimeter high heels, revealed 10 delicate toes, untouched by nail polish, exuding a natural beauty. Noticing Lin Zhou and Oppos' gaze on her feet, Su Qingmei appeared a bit flustered, her toes instinctively fidgeting, adding a touch of adorable charm. Lin Zhou couldn't and Oppos' helped but smile, but when he looked up, he found Su Qingmei glaring at him. He cleared his throat and stepped forward. "Miss Su, shall we go?" Su Qingmei scrutinized him for a moment, seemingly verifying whether he had just been staring at her toes, before finally nodding. Under Lin Zhou's protective escort, she proceeded towards the stage. The path from the dressing room to the stage was long, flanked by several doors. If the person who had sent the photos were to attack Su Qingmei here, it would indeed be difficult to defend against. Lin Zhou had to stay close to her. Zhou Yun and Zhang Hong followed closely behind, and fortunately, the journey was uneventful. Once on stage, the event commenced, and the host quickly mentioned Su Qingmei's name, inviting her to appear. Wearing high heels, Su Qingmei felt somewhat unsteady but straightened her posture, preparing to step onto the stage. Suddenly, she turned back and asked, "What time is it?" Zhou Yun replied, "It's 11:57. Su Qingmei nodded, 3 more minutes. With that, she ascended the stage. Indeed, just 3 minutes until noon. Zhou Yun smacked her forehead, nervously pulling out her phone to check the fan site, accessing the video release page for Shui Zhou. Why hadn't it been posted yet? At that moment, countless others like Zhou Yun were also anxiously waiting on the fan site for the release of Shui Zhou and Oppos' new song, awaiting the resolution of the plagiarism incident. 3 minutes later, at noon, the new music video by Shui Zhou has been released punctually. Chapter 40: The Ordinary Path in the Jiang Family and Oppos' Villa in Kyoto. Wasn't and Oppos' it's supposed to be 12:00 and Oppos' clock? Why hasn't Oppos' it come yet? Oh, Dad, why are you so anxious? I'm not worried at all. You are sweating on your forehead and still say you are not anxious? Jiang Yu and Oppos' sat nervously in front of her computer, refreshing the page repeatedly. Beside her, her father, Jiang Tao, had pulled up a chair and was urging her to keep refreshing. The night before, after hearing Su Qingmei sing the song Unfortunately, It and Oppos' Not You, Jiang Tao had been inspired to write a poem reminiscing about his first love. He became somewhat of a fan of Su Qingmei, only to learn from his daughter that the song was penned by someone named Shui Zhou. Soon after, he noticed a flurry of discussions online regarding accusations of plagiarism against Shui Zhou, igniting his curiosity. Zhang Yuer informed her father that Shu Zhou was set to release a new song at noon to prove his innocence. With a free schedule that day, Jiang Tao decided to join his daughter in vigil at the computer, eager to discover the outcome. Finally, at noon, Shu Zhou's new song video was released. Zhang Yuer clicked on it without hesitation. The visuals were still rudimentary, with a simple room layout, showcasing a faceless man seated with a guitar. Another guitar accompaniment, is it? She thought. It seemed anything could be accompanied by a guitar, as comments began to flood the video, indicating that they were not the only ones waiting. This time, Shu Zhou's video showed improvement. At the very beginning, the title Ordinary Path appeared through post-production. The title sounded rather unremarkable. Soon, the man's fingers danced across the strings, producing a somewhat weathered melody. Despite the simplicity of the guitar arrangement, it seemed to harbor the tale of a mature man, drawing listeners deeply into its essence from the very start. Then, a clear yet melancholic voice emerged, wandering on the road. Do you wish to leave? Fragile, yet proud. That once was my reflection. Zhang Yuer's eyes widened, and she clapped her hands together, exclaiming, "This seems quite good." Unbeknownst to her, her father had become entranced. While this song may not have struck a chord with Zhang Yuer, a carefree young woman, for Jiang Tao, an experienced middle-aged man, it resonated deeply, striking at the core of his soul. When Pu Shu composed this song on Earth, he infused it with his own life experiences and reflections. In essence, it was crafted for those with stories to tell. The clear yet desolate voice continued, boiling, restless. Where do you wish to go? Mysterious, silent. Are you truly listening to the story? Jiang Tao appeared lost in thought, seemingly enveloped in memories. The first love of his youth, the companions he once had, those friends with whom he vowed to become writers and share their stories with the world. Where were they now? The tales they penned in their youth went unnoticed. While they lived in a basement in Kyoto, sharing a narrow single bed and subsisting on cold steamed buns, countless submissions met with rejection, editors dismissing their stories as unworthy. In a drunken rage, he would shout in the rain, "Our stories are so good. Are you truly reading them?" Years have passed, and that impassioned youth is no more. Their stories may now be forgotten, and he yearns to share them, to speak them aloud. But he wonders, is anyone truly listening? Many regrets and scars coalesced into the poignant lyric. Are you really listening to the story? An overwhelming wave of heartache washed over Jiang Tao. Before he could reflect further, the chorus arrived. I once crossed mountains and seas. I traversed through crowds. Everything I once possessed has dissipated like smoke. I have faced despair and lost all direction, until I realized that the ordinary is the only answer. Jiang Tao felt as if struck by lightning, sitting there in shock. The song felt like a series of electric jolts, leaving him trembling, as if each note hammered against his heart. Failing in Kyoto, he had sought solace in Hangzhou, Shanghai, and even the mountains of Gue City. Crossing mountains and seas, traversing through crowds. This is a reflection of my life thus far, he thought, his body quaking slightly. This song must have been written for me. In truth, many who were listening at that moment shared similar sentiments. Ordinary Path gained immense popularity on Earth, not due to its technical composition or vocal difficulty, but because it encapsulated profound life insights. Its gentle melody and calm vocals intertwined the hardships and tribulations of life, allowing everyone to find a piece of themselves within it, to resonate with its essence. Songs convey aspirations and emotions. That is the power of a good song. I once destroyed everything I had, wishing to escape forever. I fell into boundless darkness, struggling to break free. I once resembled you, him, like the wild grass and flowers. In despair, yet yearning, crying, laughing, living an ordinary life. In this world, who has not faced failure? Who has not struggled? Looking back, one realizes they are akin to every person around them, much like the wild grass and flowers by the roadside. Pain, hardship, and struggle are all essential processes of life, ultimately transforming into an ordinary existence. In this silent world, thus it is. Tomorrow awaits, hia. The wind blows, and the road remains distant. Where has your story reached? As the song faded, the guitarist's hands stilled, and the music subsided, concluding the piece. Yet, the melody and lyrics lingered in the minds of all who listened. Where has my life story reached? Is it still unfolding? Do I wish to continue sharing it? Oh my, this song! Zhang Yuer exclaimed, her mouth agape, her eyes wide with astonishment. With her limited knowledge of music theory and appreciation, she found herself at a loss for words, simply knowing it was beautiful. It's incredibly beautiful. Moreover, it was entirely different in style from Unfortunately, It's Not You. Was this Shui Zhou's intention? To compose a song of a completely different nature, showcasing his versatility, demonstrating just how remarkable he could be. Could someone accused of plagiarism possess such brilliance? Dad, what do you think of it? Jiang Yuer instinctively turned to seek her father's opinion, realizing that her own judgment alone was insufficient. What if she adored it, but her father did not? Then, Jiang Yuer noticed the tears streaming down her father's face. Startled, she asked, Dad, why are you crying again? Chapter 41. I am here to critique this song. In a rented room in Jiangzhou, a bespectacled man with acne scars sat before his computer, staring at the screen displaying a live performance video of Ordinary Road, somewhat dazed. His name was Chong Wei, known as Lonely Deity on the popular platform for original music, and he had recently gained notoriety for questioning Shui Zhou's originality, engaging in a heated exchange with the fishwoman songstress. Like many who were fixated on this matter, Chong Wei had been eagerly awaiting Shui Zhou's new release. However, he was filled with disdain and skepticism, believing that Shui Zhou had been cornered into hastily producing a new song to prove he had not plagiarized. Yet, this could only backfire. Chong Wei doubted that a newcomer on an amateur platform could write 2 chart-topping songs in quick succession. Indeed, Unfortunately, Not You had been praised by many music critics for its golden song potential. Certainly, the subsequent promotion and channels played a role. If Shui Zhou signed with a talent agency and received ample resources, the song could very well become a massive hit. However, the idea of him crafting a second song of equal caliber within 2 weeks seemed utterly absurd. Thus, Chong Wei concluded that Shui Zhou, overwhelmed by online scrutiny, was compelled to release a new song under pressure. He even prepared a vehement piece denouncing Shui Zhou, ready to urge him to leave the platform and the original music scene altogether. He was merely waiting for the new song's release to unleash his passionate, lengthy tirade against the alleged plagiarist. At noon, Shui Zhou's new song was released punctually. Chong Wei smirked, thinking he actually dared to publish it. Without hesitation, he clicked to listen. Minutes later, the song titled Ordinary Road concluded, leaving Chong Wei in silence. He instinctively glanced at his prepared denunciation and realized it might no longer be necessary. The arguments he had crafted about unworthy talent and the ruinous nature of plagiarism seemed rather grand and impassioned, yet they were intended for the plagiarists. After listening to Ordinary Road, who could still doubt Shui Zhou's originality? Could a plagiarist truly compose such a high-caliber song? Unwilling to concede, Chong Wei mentally scoured his knowledge of similar songs, only to find none that could compare. Even he, who held an adversarial stance, felt a stirring within. Reminiscing about his initial days on the amateur platform, struggling from obscurity to amassing hundreds of thousands of followers, tears welled up. The song was simple yet evocative, capable of stirring memories of hardship and struggle, resonating deeply with listeners. No, I am here to critique, he admonished himself, striving to remain vigilant. Surely, there must be flaws to uncover. Thus, he listened again, only to feel a knot tighten within him. Damn it, how can this song be so captivating? He lamented, finding no faults. Checking the comments section for inspiration, he was taken aback by the reactions. My God, a man in his 30s was moved to tears. A 20-something woman was brought to tears. A teenager cried. Even a tadpole still swimming was in tears. Amidst the commotion, he could not dismiss the quality of the song. This piece indeed surpasses Unfortunately, Not You. Shui Zhou is formidable. He delivers on his promises. I implore the naysayers to identify songs similar to Ordinary Road. Just kill me already. A critic responded. Chang Wei felt his heart racing out of control, mirroring the sentiments expressed in the comments. This song was overwhelming him. Damn, I genuinely can't find anything to criticize. Yet, he soon reconsidered, thinking that his inability to spot flaws was a reflection of his own inadequacy. The influential figures on Weibo, who adeptly criticized Su Qingmei and Shui Zhou, would surely identify something to attack, and he could follow their lead. Haha, I'm too clever. Meanwhile, in a van by the river, this song. Shen Yao set down her phone after the conclusion of Ordinary Road, glancing at Shen Zhou. Today, Shen Yao was involved in an event for a fashion brand, one of lesser renown compared to the prestigious brand associated with Su Qingmei. Endorsements typically aligned with the star and Oppo's rank and popularity. As a second-tier artist, Shen Yao could only secure second-tier brand deals, having debuted simultaneously and being in the same company. The disparity was disheartening. Others basked in the limelight while she stood by as a mere spectator. To combat this, she was willing to divorce, maintain her pure persona, and resort to underhanded tactics to undermine Su Qingmei. The Shuizhou plagiarism incident presented an opportune moment to further attack Su Qingmei, and Shen Yao was determined not to let it slip. Thus, after attending her morning event without even a moment to eat, she eagerly logged onto the platform. Discovering that Shuizhou had indeed released a new song, she immediately played it in the van, cranking the volume to its maximum, not for the sake of appreciating original music, but to galvanize her supporters to better disparage Shuizhou's alleged plagiarism, thereby firmly associating Su Qingmei with the accused. However, upon finishing the song, the occupants of the van fell silent. Besides Lin Zhou, there were 3 assistants present. While they were not professional singers, their constant exposure to music had honed their appreciation skills far beyond that of the average listener. After hearing Ordinary Road, they were left dumbfounded, struggling to articulate any shortcomings. Especially for Lin Zhou, the eldest among them, who had navigated the tumultuous world of talent management for years, the song resonated profoundly with her experiences. At this moment, hearing Shen Yao's words, Lin Zhou quickly wiped a tear from her eye and forced a smile, saying, "Shen Yao, you're the professional singer here. What's your take?" Her implication was clear. She was at a loss and turned to Shen Yao for insight. Shen Yao was taken aback by Lin Zhou's remark, momentarily frozen. After contemplating for a while, she finally responded, "The accompaniment is clearly lacking. With only the guitar, how can the essence of this song be fully showcased? It should have employed piano and orchestral instruments." Having spoken at length, she noticed the puzzled expressions on Lin Zhou and the others' faces, and it dawned on her. Am I supposed to be identifying flaws? Why am I trying to suggest improvements? Furthermore, the simplicity of the accompaniment hardly constituted a flaw. If the guitar alone could evoke such deep emotion, it only underscored the song and oppo's excellence, and further confirmed that Shuizhou was not a plagiarist. Unwilling to relent, Shen Yao clicked play once more, eager to scrutinize Shuizhou's performance again. "Hey!" Suddenly, Lin Zhou furrowed her brow. "What is it?" Shen Yao assumed she had uncovered a flaw and promptly inquired. Pointing at the man whose face was obscured on the screen, Lin Zhou remarked, "Shen Yao, don't you think this person looks somewhat familiar?" Shen Yao glanced again, her brow furrowing. "Your words do seem to resonate, yet I cannot recall who it might be." Lin Zhou whispered, "Could it be Lin Zhou?" Shen Yao was taken aback, then shook her head vehemently. "Lin Zhou? Impossible. If he could compose songs of such caliber, would I have divorced him? Moreover, if he were capable of writing songs, how could I possibly be unaware?" Lin Zhou looked at the phone screen once more. Nodding slightly, "Perhaps I am overthinking it." The group rewatched the video of Ordinary Road, reaffirming one undeniable truth. The quality of this song is so exceptional that it cannot be disparaged further. As for the prospect of defaming Shuizhou for plagiarism, that is utterly implausible. Simply put, there are currently no comparable songs in the Chinese music scene that surpass Ordinary Road. If one were to claim imitation, the original stands unrivaled. Who could he possibly emulate? Lin Zhou perused various entertainment websites and Weibo, and indeed, the tide had shifted dramatically. Ordinary Road had surged to the 50th spot on the trending list, with an avalanche of positive comments, all expressing how the song evokes memories of past regrets and struggles. It is noteworthy that Shuizhou is merely an emerging video creator from an amateur platform. Achieving trending status is already an extraordinary feat. Even seasoned creators with millions of fans find it challenging to gain such recognition. Yet Shuizhou has maintained his position on the trending list for 3 consecutive days. One can only say this individual is truly remarkable. Not only fans, but several renowned music critics also felt compelled to weigh in, sharing their insights on Ordinary Road. The esteemed music influencer with 5 million Weibo followers, Ear Emperor, remarked, "The gentle melody stirs the soul, evoking a sense of wistfulness. This is the power of music." Music professor Su Qingmei stated, "A quintessential trip-hop harmonic breakdown. It articulates the voice of the common man, sincere and unpretentious, portraying an extraordinary life journey." Professional music critic from Penguin Music, I Am Crazy for Songs, declared, "This represents a novel style of new folk music. The lyrics exude a soft warmth and melancholy, allowing listeners to bask in tranquility and reminisce about youth." Ordinary is not an endpoint, but rather a direction. A salute to every ordinary yet remarkable individual. The glowing reviews from these 3 esteemed critics, all of whom are pure musicians known for their objective and fair evaluations, having previously critiqued Su Qingmei, lend significant authority and credibility to their assessments. Consequently, The whispers of Shui Zhou's alleged plagiarism have faded into obscurity. It is now common knowledge that anyone capable of composing Ordinary Road could not possibly be a plagiarist. His caliber exceeds that of the majority of lyricists and composers. Whom could he emulate? The suppressed fans of Su Qingmei erupted with excitement. Voicing their opinions, Su Qingmei collaborates with exceptional musicians. Some simply cannot bear to see another succeed. They challenged those who accused Su Qingmei of singing plagiarized songs. Come forth. Were you not quite vocal just days ago? We are grateful to Shui Zhou for restoring Qingmei's reputation. At that moment, Su Qingmei had just completed a brand event, and, stepping off the stage, her first words were, "How is the song?" Chapter 42. Shui Zhou must be a balding middle-aged man's sister Qingmei. This song is absolutely delightful. My goodness. If you perform this in the next episode of I Am a Singer, you are sure to clinch the top spot again. Zhou Yun exclaimed excitedly as she approached. Zhang Hong playfully nudged her. This song is more suited for a middle-aged man to sing. How could Sister Qingmei possibly perform it? Lin Zhou, who was nearby, choked slightly. What do you mean it's suited for a middle-aged man? Am I that old? Give me your phone, and your headphones too. Upon hearing this, Su Qingmei felt a surge of impatience and reached out for Zhou Yun's phone. Naturally, she couldn't bring her own phone to the event. And now that she was finally off stage, she was eager to listen to Shui Zhou's new song, which she had heard was splendid. Miss Su, it's already 1 o'clock. You've surpassed your lunchtime, Lin Zhou reminded her, keeping a watchful eye on her routine and meals, a duty he took seriously. Su Qingmei turned her head to look at him, and Zhou Yun paused in her action of handing over the headphones. Lin Zhou smiled amiably and took the headphones from Zhou Yun's hands, extending his own hand towards Su Qingmei. Miss Su, please allow me to keep your phone for now. You can listen after you've had your meal. Su Qingmei's bright, cool eyes widened, glaring at Lin Zhou. He calmly glanced at Zhang Hong. Sister Zhang, have I done something wrong? Zhang Hong was momentarily taken aback, perhaps not expecting Lin Zhou to be so dutiful, even to an unreasonable extent. However, upon reflection, she recognized that his intentions were for Su Qingmei's benefit. It would be unjust to claim he was in the wrong. She gently said to Su Qingmei, Qingmei, your stomach is feeling better. It's best to eat first. With Zhang Hong saying so, Su Qingmei felt she had no choice. She reluctantly handed her phone over to Lin Zhou, shot him a glare, and turned away in a huff. Sister Qingmei, wait. Don't leave so quickly. Zhou Yun hurried after her. Zhang Hong sighed, turning to Lin Zhou. Mr. Lin, I admire and support your diligence. But could you perhaps be a bit more tactful with Qingmei? She is not ill-tempered. She just has her stubborn moments. The use of just subtly implied that Lin Zhou himself could also be quite stubborn. It hinted that he might consider being more flexible and gentle in his interactions with Su Qingmei. Lin Zhou chuckled, Sister Zhang, it is my duty to protect and supervise Miss Su. If my role were to be compromised and softened, it may not bode well for her. Initially, he had taken this job merely to find a position with free accommodation and sustenance, to change his mood. However, after spending some time with Su Qingmei, he discovered that this seemingly aloof goddess was not as cold as she appeared. Nor did she resort to unscrupulous means to gain fame like many other celebrities in the entertainment industry. At least in terms of music, Su Qingmei was a pure artist. Assisting her was far more enjoyable than working for Shen Yao. Thus, Lin Zhou wished to do his utmost to help Su Qingmei maintain her composure. Hearing Lin Zhou's words, Zhang Hong fell silent for a moment, contemplated, and then nodded. Mr. Lin is right. I have not considered this thoroughly. She then earnestly addressed Lin Zhou. Please ensure that you supervise Qingmei well at home. If she does not heed your advice, feel free to contact me at any time. All right. Thank you, Sister Zhang. Lin Zhou nodded with a smile. If Su Qingmei were to hear Zhang Hong say this, she would surely be infuriated. It would be amusing to see such a cold woman angry. The four of them drove to a nearby restaurant where Zhou Yun had reserved a private room in advance. Upon entering, the dishes were promptly served. Su Qingmei picked up her chopsticks and looked at Lin Zhou. After we finish eating, I can listen to the song, right? Lin Zhou smiled and nodded. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded that left Zhou Yun and Zhang Hong in shock. Su Qingmei, with fervor, began to devour her food voraciously, rapidly finishing an entire bowl of rice accompanied by a generous serving of dishes. In that moment, she bore no semblance of the aloof goddess. One might easily mistake her for a beggar who hadn't eaten for 3 days and nights. With a loud thud, Su Qingmei placed her empty bowl down and turned to Lin Zhou. Now can I? Lin Zhou did not respond, but rather handed her a napkin, indicating she should wipe her mouth. Su Qingmei paused, realizing her current appearance was less than dignified, hastily took a napkin for herself, and turned away to clean her mouth, finally removing the grease from her lips. Zhou Yun stared in disbelief, and Zhang Hong was somewhat dazed. She had never seen Su Qingmei eat in such a ravenous manner during their time together. Su Qingmei's cheeks flushed slightly, yet, in a fit of defiance. She would not concede defeat and extended her hand to Lin Zhou. "Can I have my phone back now?" Lin Zhou nodded and returned her phone. Su Qingmei quickly retrieved the headphones from Zhou Yun and eagerly accessed the new song video by Shui Zhou, donning the headphones to listen intently. As Su Qingmei immersed herself in the song, Zhou Yun leaned closer to Zhang Hong and whispered, "Sister Hong, don't you think Sister Qingmei has changed since Lin Gu came along?" Zhang Hong pondered for a moment and whispered back, "For the better. It's not a bad thing." Zhou Yun nodded, realizing that when Lin Gu arrived, Qingmei had just begun to recover from a serious illness, her health not yet restored, and she was facing significant public criticism. In just over half a month, Qingmei's health had improved considerably, and her career seemed to be showing signs of revival. It seemed Lin Gu truly was a fortuitous star for her. The three of them continued to eat while waiting for Su Qingmei to finish her song. Soon, she took off the headphones, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhou Yun asked, "Sister Qingmei, what did you think?" Su Qingmei's cheeks were flushed, clearly exhilarated. "He is a genius." "Yes, I agree. Only a genius could compose such a beautiful song." Zhou Yun concurred, then lamented, "But it's a pity, Shui Zhou must be quite old, otherwise. I think he would be a good match for Sister Qingmei." Zhang Hong playfully shoved a piece of beef into Zhou Yun's mouth. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Zhou, curious, inquired. "Zhou Yun, why do you think Shui Zhou is older?" The little assistant chewed for a moment before finally swallowing a large piece of beef and replied, "A young and dashing gentleman living a sunny life could never write such melancholic and poignant songs." Zhou Yun chuckled and continued, "I speculate that Shui Zhou must have been hurt by a woman. He is at least 35 or older. The kind of middle-aged man who has suffered emotional scars, perhaps even a bit balding. Otherwise, why would he always shy away from public appearances?" Lin Zhou was speechless. Instinctively, he raised his hand to touch his own thick, glossy hair, thinking, "Where am I balding?" To his surprise, Su Qingmei nodded in agreement. "What you said makes sense." "How can that make sense?" Lin Zhou shoved a piece of pork belly into his mouth, chewing vigorously. "Forget it. I'll just eat and not bother with these two women." Zhang Hong smiled. "Regardless of whether Shui Zhou is balding, he has been a tremendous help to us this time. The buzz around this incident is high, and it now confirms that Qingmei did not sing a plagiarized song, earning her considerable sympathy from the public. Her fan base is sure to increase significantly." She then looked at Su Qingmei. "In the next episode of I Am a Singer, give it your all. With your current popularity, strive to secure another first place." Su Qingmei nodded. "Let us head back to Linjiang now. I need to practice my dance." She was set to sing a fast-paced song in the next episode of I Am a Singer, which would involve dance moves, a style she had never attempted before. Nevertheless, it must be said that with such a beautiful visage and figure, complemented by a pair of long, elegant legs, it would indeed be a pity if she did not dance. In the past few days, Su Qingmei has been diligently practicing in the company's rehearsal room, striving to present a flawless performance on stage. After leaving the restaurant, the four of them boarded the van. Zhou Yun was at the wheel. Zhang Hong occupied the passenger seat, while Su Qingmei took a moment to rest in the back, alongside Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou initially believed that Su Qingmei was genuinely napping, but shortly after their departure, he received a private message from Gumei. "Shui Zhou, thank you. May I ask how old you are? Have you ever experienced heartbreak?" Had it not been for the earlier conversation in the restaurant, Lin Zhou would have assumed that Su Qingmei harbored feelings for the talented Shui Zhou. However, he now understood that she was merely confirming Zhou Yun's speculation, inquiring whether Shui Zhou's life experiences had indeed inspired the creation of the ordinary road. Yet, her manner of questioning was rather clumsy. Who directly asked someone about their past relationships? Wasn't that a bit provocative? Amused, Lin Zhou turned to glance at the seemingly asleep Su Qingmei, feeling playful, and decided to respond. "I am still in university and have never been in a relationship." As expected, there was a prolonged silence from Su Qingmei, evidently lost in contemplation. Observing her thoughtful posture, Lin Zhou was about to send another message when he suddenly received a private note from the fish girl diva. "Huh? Shui Zhou, you are incredible. I like you so much, wahaha." In stark contrast to Su Qingmei, this woman was boisterous and unabashed, exuding a masculine charm. Though it was a pity about her ample, pale figure. You've made my father cry again. This is only the first time, oh no. The second time I've seen him shed tears. Ha ha. Clearly in a state of exhilaration, the fish girl diva sent another message. Lin Zhou replied, You made your father cry? Again? The fish girl diva responded, You have no idea. My father cried when he heard Su Qingmei sing Unfortunately, It's Not You. And he cried again just now while listening to The Ordinary Road. Congratulations, you were the first man to make my father weep twice. Lin Zhou furrowed his brow, finding the fish girl diva's words somewhat peculiar. Ha ha ha, I'm going to find someone to collect bets now, so keep an eye out. Before long. In the comments section of The Ordinary Road, the popular content creator, the fish girl diva, directly tagged the king of keyboards. When will you go live to kneel and apologize? Give me a time. I'm waiting to see. Her proclamation immediately sparked memories of her wager with the king of keyboards, prompting many to join in with fervor. We demand a live broadcast. King of keyboards. Kneel and apologize. I'll give you a triple click. Funny. JPG King of keyboards. You were fierce while typing. Don't back down when it's time to apologize. King of keyboards. Chapter 43. Poetry in Emotion. In a rental apartment in Hangzhou, a young man with glasses and a face marred by acne stared at his phone, his countenance darkening as he read numerous messages demanding that he go live and apologize on his knees. Is this fishman songstress out of her mind? What does it matter to you that I accused Su Zhou of plagiarism? Are these people even sane? Why are they causing such a commotion? Chang Wei gritted his teeth, yet refrained from responding in the public forum. At this moment, he had forgotten that it was he who first slandered Su Zhou, provoking the fishman songstress to retaliate, while Su Zhou merely demonstrated his prowess through his talent. From the beginning, it was Chang Wei himself who, in an attempt to suppress a potential rival, resorted to underhanded tactics, only to find himself humiliated and rendered speechless. However, even though he had lost the bet, he would never truly go live to apologize. For that would expose the truth that the King Keyboard was none other than the well-known video creator in the original music section of the public forum, Lonely Deity. Thus, it was best to insult and slander using a secondary account. Even if his reputation were bruised, it was still King Keyboard, not Lonely Deity. Chang Wei chuckled coldly as he navigated to the Deactivate Account option in King Keyboard's personal center. After confirming, he promptly deactivated the account. Immediately after, he activated his recording device and began playing Ordinary Road as background music, smiling into the camera. Hello, dear fans. I am Lonely Deity, a musician traversing the path of originality alone. Today, I wish to discuss an original song from our public forum, Ordinary Road. The lyricist and composer is Su Zhou, a name that I am sure you have become familiar with these past few days. In fact, I have been following him for quite some time. Some have accused him of plagiarism, and I must say, such rumors are utterly nonsensical. The individuals spreading these lies are truly shameless. Indeed, Su Zhou has today proven his capabilities with Ordinary Road, and now I will analyze the intricacies of this song. As long as I criticize myself and slap my own face, no one can harm me. Ha. Wait, he actually deactivated his account to avoid an apology. He sacrificed his account? Clearly just a secondary account. Such a person is utterly shameless. At that moment, many supporters of Su Zhou discovered that King Keyboard had indeed deactivated his account, leaving them astonished by his audacity. Ha, daring to confront me. Yet now he's deleted his account and fled. Pathetic. Jiang Yuer, upon seeing the deletion, burst into triumphant laughter. In her view, forcing him to delete his account was even more satisfying than making him apologize live. What's going on? Focus on your meal. Jiang Yuer's mother admonished her, interrupting her glee. The family was gathered for dinner, and Jiang Yuer's mother, resembling her daughter with alluring features and a voluptuous figure, perhaps even more so, was an entrepreneur running 2 companies. Known for her authoritative demeanor, embodying the quintessential domineering CEO, typically busy, it was quite rare for Jiang's mother to take the time to dine with Jiang Yuer and Jiang Tao. As the family continued their meal, Jiang's mother casually pulled a piece of paper from her bag and placed it in front of Jiang Tao. The maid found this while cleaning yesterday. Upon seeing it, Jiang Tao turned pale. Was this not the poem he had penned in a fit of emotion after hearing Su Qingmei sing Unfortunately Not You the night before? How did it end up in his wife's hands? Observing the cold smirk on the face of the formidable CEO, Jiang Tao quickly explained, Dear, it's like this. Old Song and the others are hosting a national poetry contest, and Old Song was worried about the participants' levels being insufficient. so he insisted I write a piece for entry. I couldn't refuse, so I reluctantly agreed. Jiang's mother squinted, a smile that was not quite a smile playing on her lips. So this poem reminiscing about a vixen is your entry? Yes, yes indeed. Jiang Tao nodded vigorously before hastily adding, Ah, no, what I meant was that this poem is indeed my entry, but it's not about reminiscing. It was crafted merely to comply with the contest requirements. Contest requirements? Jiang's mother regarded him coldly. Surely, a contest of this magnitude must have some promotional materials? Let me see. Of course. Jiang Tao dashed to the study and returned with a stack of beautifully printed promotional materials. Weibo and the public forum are hosting the first national poetry contest. The preliminary theme is emotion. Since ancient times, the word emotion has been valued highly. Participants are invited to compose poems based on this theme. 50 outstanding authors will be selected for the finals, which will be broadcast live on the public forum. Everyone is encouraged to submit. Jiang Yue was astonished. There truly was such a contest? Her father couldn't he have organized this just to placate her mother, could he? She shook her head, realizing that a contest of this scale couldn't he simply be conjured. Perhaps her father was fortunate enough to have this poetry contest as a shield. Wait, the public forum. The fact that S Forum was among the organizers of this poetry contest was quite remarkable. How impressive that our little forum is gaining such prestige. Indeed, S Forum had literary and poetry sections, albeit less frequented, as most users preferred other content. Who would have thought that it would now be associated with such a high-profile traditional poetry competition, with the finals even being live-streamed on the public forum? Jiang's mother finally believed him, but suddenly redirected her focus to Jiang Yue. You should participate in this contest. Huh? Jiang Yue pointed to herself, incredulous. Mom, do you see how beautiful I am? How does that relate to poetry? Jiang's mother scrutinized her daughter, noting her low-cut, off-shoulder top, and frowned. Dressing like this and posting videos on that site, what kind of impression does that give? Writing poetry would be a good way to cultivate your character. Jiang Yue attempted to protest, but was cut off by her mother. You must enter the poetry contest and reach the finals. If you don't, you will work at my company and will no longer waste time at home. What? Chapter 44. Su Qingmei's figure in the afternoon in Lin Zhou City. At the Tianyan Entertainment Company, Su Qingmei and Lin Zhou arrived at the company shortly after 2:00 and amp. Oppo's clock. After a brief respite in the car, Su Qingmei immediately changed her clothes upon arrival and immersed herself in the dance practice room. Tianyan Entertainment is considered a respectable second-tier company within the industry. Besides Su Qingmei, the pillar of the group, there are several first-tier artists and a few popular girl bands. Su Qingmei was utilizing the practice room typically reserved for the girl groups, a spacious area encircled by mirrors, specifically designed for dance rehearsals. Su Qingmei was preparing to perform an upbeat song for the upcoming season of I Am a Singer, which included a segment of singing and dancing. This represented a novel endeavor for her, necessitating focused practice. Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun had gone to discuss matters with the music director, leaving Lin Zhou to accompany Su Qingmei in the practice room. Initially, Lin Zhou felt indifferent until he saw Su Qingmei enter the room after changing. Only then did he recognize something was amiss. To rehearse, Su Qingmei donned a dancer's practice outfit, form-fitting and accentuating her curves. Her long hair was pulled into a single ponytail, and the gray practice attire showcased her alluring figure. Particularly striking were her long legs, perfectly showcased by the snug bodysuit, highlighting their elegant and well-proportioned curves. This slender figure, unexpectedly voluptuous, left Lin Zhou momentarily stunned. It was an unforeseen encounter that would be difficult for any normal man to withstand. Then, familiar lines of text materialized before his eyes. Encounter. Earth memory reproduction in progress. Reproduction progress 100. Lonely warrior. Earth memory reproduction in progress. Reproduction progress 60. Tang and Song poetry collection. Earth memory reproduction in progress. Reproduction progress 100. Extreme challenge program proposal. Earth memory reproduction in progress. Reproduction progress 30. Both Encounter and the Tang and Song poetry collection reached 100. In an instant, the lyrics, melodies, and performance nuances of Encounter were indelibly etched in his mind. Following that, the renowned poetry from the Tang and Song dynasties flowed into his consciousness like tadpoles. Whenever he wished, he could effortlessly retrieve these classic verses from his memory. This was the first time Lin Zhou had encountered two segments of memory achieving 100 simultaneously, a shock akin to his reaction to Su Qingmei's tight practice attire, leaving him momentarily dazed. However, why did his memory reproduction progress increase upon seeing Su Qingmei in form-fitting clothing? What a rogue twist of fate. What are you staring at? A voice tinged with embarrassment snapped him back to reality. Lin Zhou turned to see Su Qingmei's cool gaze fixed upon him, and he quickly replied, I wasn't looking, truly. I just suddenly recalled something joyful. Su Qingmei continued to scrutinize him intently. What joyful matter? Lin Zhou smiled. My boss is participating in I Am a Singer and is performing quite well, so my bonus might increase a little. Su Qingmei seemed taken aback by his response, momentarily stunned, before turning away to begin stretching and warming up. In that fleeting moment, a smile crept upon her lips. Oh dear, Sister Hong. Su Qingmei has to wear practice attire for dancing, and those clothes are so tight. We shouldn't have left Lin Gu to guard the practice room alone. It's far too inconvenient. Upstairs, just as Zhou Yun was about to enter the music director's office, she suddenly slapped her forehead and remarked to Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong, however, remained calm and replied coolly, Did you not notice? When we asked Lin Zhou to stay, Qingmei did not refuse. That's quite true, Zhou Yun pondered, recalling the moment. Perplexed, Qingmei would never have allowed a man to see her in such clothing before. What has changed? In the practice room, the dance instructor assigned to Su Qingmei arrived, and upon noticing a man present, she paused momentarily. However, seeing Su Qingmei show no objection, she too was taken aback but chose not to comment further. She proceeded to teach Su Qingmei without acknowledging Lin Zhou's presence. In truth, Su Qingmei would not wear such attire during her performance on I Am a Singer. It was merely for the sake of convenience during practice. Nonetheless, some movements during practice required considerable range, such as an action where she arched her upper body backward, accentuating her curves to a degree that could make one blush. As Su Qingmei performed this movement, she instinctively glanced at Lin Zhou, her posture becoming slightly awkward. Lin Zhou cleared his throat, realizing he was no longer suited to remain in the room, as there might be even more revealing movements ahead, and Su Qingmei would likely wish to have him out. He stood up and discreetly exited the practice room. Su Qingmei was momentarily taken aback, watching Lin Zhou and Oppo's retreating figure, her cold eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Miss Su? The dance instructor called out a few times, snapping Su Qingmei back to attention as she focused on her practice. As Lin Zhou stepped out of the practice room, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking, he found multiple notifications from the Soren platform. Congratulations. Your ordinary path has reached 500,000 views. Congratulations. Your ordinary path has reached 1,000,000 views. Congratulations. Your ordinary path has reached 2,000,000 views. Congratulations. Your fan count has surpassed 700,000. Congratulations. Your fan count has surpassed 800,000. Having just been released for 3 hours, Ordinary Path had already exceeded 2,000,000 views, an astonishing pace. Lin Zhou noticed in his comment section that this was likely the fastest video to achieve 2,000,000 views in the history of the Soren platform. Did it really break a record? Lin Zhou was unsure, but soon he received another notification from Soren. Dear Shuezhou, congratulations. Your ordinary path reached 2,000,000 views in 2 hours and 58 minutes, making you the fastest video creator to achieve this milestone. We look forward to your next miracle. It indeed broke a record and received official recognition. Lin Zhou was not particularly surprised. Using ordinary path on the Soren platform was a significant advantage, especially with the plagiarism incident and Su Qingmei and Oppo's rising popularity. 2,000,000 views was merely the beginning. At that moment, a private message from the fishwoman singer arrived on the platform, clearly urgent. Zhou, I'm in trouble. You must help me this time. It's a matter of life and death. Though this woman was somewhat naive yet charming, Lin Zhou inquired, What happened? Fishwoman singer responded, Did you see the homepage promotion on the Soren platform? Lin Zhou checked the homepage and asked, Are you referring to the Chinese poetry competition? Yes, the fishwoman singer exclaimed. Your lyric writing is exceptional, so you must be good at poetry too, right? My mother insists that I participate in this poetry competition, and she said if I don and Oppo's make it into the top 50 nationwide, I can no longer be on the Soren platform. ISN and Oppo's that a matter of life and death? You must help me. Chapter 45. A mother's worry for her child. Do you want me to be your ghostwriter? Lin Zhou chuckled upon reading the message from the fisherman's songstress and replied with a question. What a coincidence. The progress of the compilation of the Tang and Song poetry collection had just reached 100, and the amateur platform was hosting a poetry competition. This was organized in collaboration with several prestigious institutions, and the scale was undoubtedly significant. The classical poetry from the Tang and Song dynasties that resided in his mind could finally find a purpose. Since he hadn't yet decided how to utilize these timeless works from Earth, this was a perfect opportunity to give it a try. Yes. My mom insists that I must make it into the top 50, or else she won't let me continue being a video creator. Isn't that a matter of life and death? Dear, you can't just stand by and watch. The fisherman's songstress sent a flurry of messages. Lin Zhou replied helplessly. If you make it into the national top 50, the finals will be live-streamed. What if you're asked to compose poetry on the spot? Wouldn't that expose you? A moment later, the fisherman's songstress replied dejectedly, Darn. I didn't end Oppos. Think of that. You and Oppos, rewrite. We just cleared up the rumors of plagiarism. If I were to turn around and plagiarize myself, wouldn't that be like slapping my own face? This time, I'll rely on my own abilities. The fisherman's songstress seemed quite familiar, referring to Lin Zhou as we. Lin Zhou smiled and encouraged her, Good luck. Yes. By the way. Suddenly, the fisherman's songstress asked, Are you participating? Lin Zhou replied, I plan to give it a try. Wow, you really can write poetry? Then put in your best effort. You must make it into the top 50 to bring glory to our music community. I'll do my best. After concluding the conversation with the fisherman's songstress, Lin Zhou revisited the amateur platform's homepage to check the rules for the poetry competition. The preliminary round involved submitting entries to the organizer's email, where judges would select 100 works to be posted on Weibo for public voting. The top 50 entries would advance to the finals, which would be conducted live, featuring some popular artists as guests. Once the announcement for the poetry competition was made, the ancient style section of the amateur platform became lively. This section gathered a group of individuals who cherished traditional Chinese culture, including Hanfu, ancient style music, and classical poetry. Although ancient style culture was somewhat niche and did not attract high traffic on ordinary days, its enthusiasts often lamented how long it would take for traditional culture to regain its former glory. This poetry competition was undoubtedly an opportunity for everyone to vindicate Chinese traditional culture and a stage for lesser-known video creators to showcase themselves. If one could stand out and enter the national top 50, making an appearance in the finals would be a remarkable achievement. Not long after the competition was announced, several creators from the ancient style section began sharing their entries, claiming they had submitted their works. One such creator, Xiaochan, was a young woman in her 20s. A student of Chinese language and literature who often posted videos of herself dressed in Hanfu, writing ancient poetry with a brush. With her pleasing appearance and classical aura, Xiaochan had garnered a considerable following. She had just released a video showcasing her entry for the poetry competition, which quickly attracted support from her fans and was recommended to the homepage, catching Lin Zhou and Oppos' attention. How swift! Lin Zhou observed that not only Xiaochan but many renowned creators from the ancient style section were participating. Their works adhered closely to the theme, predominantly centered around love. Lin Zhou frowned slightly. Although he had an abundance of splendid poems in mind, he felt no urgency. Yet, he sensed that the concept of emotion encompassed a broader spectrum and need not be confined solely to romantic love. At that moment, his phone rang. It was his mother, Zhang Lingmom. Lin Zhou answered the call, his mind conjuring an image of her gentle, kind face, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Xiaozhou, is work going well? His mother inquired softly. Lin Zhou had previously informed his family that he had found a job in Lingjiang that provided meals and accommodation. Though he had not disclosed the specifics, the family was aware of his divorce, yet his ever-gentle mother had refrained from pressing the matter, simply advising him to take care of his health. She suggested that if he needed a change of scenery, he could return home for a while. However, Lin Zhou soon secured the position of a male assistant and did not return home, not wanting to burden his mother further. Yes, everything is fine. My boss is nice, and I get along well with my colleagues, Lin Zhou replied with a smile. That's good to hear. The weather forecast says it will get colder in Lingjiang these next few days. Make sure to wear an extra layer and eat well. I noticed you looked thinner during our last video call. I've cooked your favorite cold rabbit dish and will package it up to send to you tomorrow. His mother continued, her voice a comforting stream of concern. For reasons unknown, Lin Zhou felt a lump in his throat. Perhaps every child away from home experiences this feeling when they hear their mother's familiar voice filled with care. After a lengthy conversation, during which Lin Zhou listened quietly and smiled in response, his mother suddenly said before hanging up, "Xiaozhou, you are still young, and you don't have children yet. So there's no need to rush. You will eventually meet the right person." This was her way of expressing concern about the impact of his divorce without explicitly stating it. Opting instead for gentle reassurances, Lin Zhou smiled and replied, "Mom, don't worry. I will find you an even better daughter-in-law in the future." Okay, no rush." His mother chuckled in response. "Mom, how's your neck doing?" Lin Zhou suddenly asked. His mother had often worked at a desk when she was young, which had adversely affected her cervical spine. "I'm fine, don't worry about me. You should focus on your work," she assured him. After hanging up the call with his mother, Lin Zhou felt a sudden sense of melancholy. Lingjiang was over 2,000 kilometers away from his hometown, Gongcheng. A flight took merely half a day. Yet how long had it been since he last returned home? A mother's worry for her child spans great distances. No matter how grown he may be, in her eyes, he will always remain the child she cares for deeply. And what about him? Busy with work and life, was he doing enough to show concern for his mother? "Are you all right?" A cool voice interrupted his thoughts. Lin Zhou turned to see Su Qingmei, now dressed in casual clothes, her gaze resembling tranquil waters, seemingly filled with concern. Lin Zhou wiped his eyes and smiled. "I'm fine." "So, have you finished your practice?" Su Qingmei glanced at him and refrained from asking further. "Sister Hong has finished her discussion with Director Chen. Xiaoyan is driving us home." After saying that, she seemed to find the phrase "us going home" rather ambiguous, bit her lip, and chose not to elaborate, turning toward the elevator. As Lin Zhou followed her, his mind could not help but conjure a poem about emotion. However, this poem would not revolve around romantic love, but rather the love of family. Chapter 46. Shuizhou could never be him. Lin Zhou and Su Qingmei took the elevator to the underground parking lot of the Tianyan Entertainment Office building, where Zhou Yun was already waiting with the car. Zhang Hong had gone to negotiate with a magazine that Lin Zhou was familiar with, called Time, a prestigious publication within the fashion industry, whose cover is a coveted honor among many celebrities. This time, Zhang Hong was discussing a cover photo for Su Qingmei, whose schedule had become increasingly busy following her recent victory on I Am a Singer. Hong Jie mentioned that she must treat Shuizhou to a meal someday, hoping to establish a long-term collaborative relationship with the intention of having him sing for them when new songs were available. As Zhou Yun drove, she mimicked Zhang Hong's mannerisms. Su Qingmei pondered for a moment before saying, "I don't know where he lives, nor do I have any contact information." Zhou Yun chuckled. "Sister Qingmei, you are Su Qingmei. Do you really need to ask a man for his contact details? He will come looking for you." Su Qingmei remained silent for a moment before replying. "He is not that kind of person." Zhou Yun, perplexed, asked, "Sister Qingmei, you haven't even met him. How can you be so sure?" Su Qingmei gazed out the window, calmly stating, "It's a feeling." Zhou Yun shrugged and continued to drive. Lin Zhou pretended to focus on his work, which involved observing Su Qingmei. He thought to himself that a woman's intuition could indeed be remarkable, as Su Qingmei seemed to sense that Shuizhou had no interest in her, the prominent star. It was not that she lacked beauty. Rather, it was her overwhelming allure and fame that made him wary, especially after his previous unhappy marriage. In life, he believed it was better to seek someone gentle and demure. Su Qingmei seemed to notice Lin Zhou's gaze lingering on her face, so she turned slightly, resting her forehead against the window, presenting only the back of her head to him. Gradually, she closed her eyes, feeling fatigued after attending an event earlier in the morning, having only just eaten, and then returning to practice dancing at the company in the afternoon. Zhou Yun seized the opportunity at a red light to glance back and couldn't help but smile. It was rare to see Sister Qingmei so relaxed. Was it because someone was protecting her that she felt more at ease? Having Lin Zhou as Sister Qingmei as personal assistant truly seemed like a wise decision. Noticing that Su Qingmei had fallen asleep, Lin Zhou silenced his phone, demonstrating foresight as it vibrated twice shortly thereafter. Upon checking, he found several private messages from his personal account. "Hello, Teacher Shui. I am the music director of Shinkong Entertainment. Are you considering selling the rights to and Oppos, A Common Path and Oppos? Hello, I am the deputy head of the lyrics and composition department at Aurora Records. We are nurturing promising songwriters. And here is my number if you're interested in collaborating. Teacher Shui, I am from Shining Entertainment and AMP, Oppos, music department. Would you be interested in working on custom songs? The price is negotiable." Shinkong Entertainment, Aurora Records, and Shining Entertainment were all well-known companies in the industry, and he was surprised that they were reaching out to him. Besides these reputable companies, his inbox was filled with messages from various music studios, singers, and agencies, most of them inviting him to collaborate. Lin Zhou hadn't anticipated becoming such a sought-after figure. Among these messages was one from an unexpected individual. Teacher Shui, I apologize for the intrusion. I am Shen Yao. Shen Yao greatly admires your new song, and we truly appreciate your musical talent. Would you be free to have a meal together? It was evident that Shen Yao, a manager, had taken Zhang Hong and Appo's suggestion to invite him to dinner to heart. Lin Zhou replied directly, I'm sorry, but I am currently abroad. Shen Yao was undeterred. Oh, that and Appo's, all right. Teacher Shui, could we add each other on WeChat or QQ? Shen Yao wishes to discuss some matters regarding music creation with you. Lin Zhou chuckled softly. Although Shen Yao was also a music student like him, her strengths lay in singing, not songwriting. What could she possibly discuss regarding music creation? It seemed she was merely trying to establish a connection before soliciting a song. Lin Zhou responded, I'm sorry, but it's the middle of the night here, and I would like to rest. Perhaps next time. On the other end, Shen Yao was eagerly questioning Chen Zhu. Did he refuse again? Does he not know who I am? Chen Zhu sighed. I mentioned your name, but he still declined. He likely has many entertainment companies vying for his attention, potentially with higher-profile singers. Shen Yao fell silent. After all, he was collaborating with Su Qingmei, who was 2 tiers above her in fame. The relationship between Su Qingmei and Shui Zhou might not be straightforward either. Shen Yao had initially intended to use the Shui Zhou plagiarism narrative to undermine Su Qingmei, but she hadn't anticipated that a mere amateur video would produce the sensational A Common Path the very next day. Such a talented songwriter was someone no one would want to let slip away. Thus, Shen Yao had urged Chen Zhu to reach out to Shui Zhou for a song again, only to be met with rejection once more. Chen Jia, do you think Shui Zhou is truly abroad? Shen Yao was reluctant to accept that her allure might not be enough and pressed Chen Zhu for answers. Chen Zhu paused, picked up his phone, and played a common path from the amateur video. In the video, a man whose face was unseen strummed a guitar and sang with a clear yet soulful voice. Shen Yao was perplexed, and Chen Zhu remarked, Don't you think his voice sounds somewhat familiar? Chen Zhu had previously mentioned that Shui Zhou seemed familiar. However, Shen Yao hadn't paid much attention to it. But now, as she listened closely, she frowned. It does sound like something I've heard before. Chen Zhu continued, I still feel that his voice resembles Lin Zhou's. He had said this before, but Shen Yao deemed it impossible. Now, hearing Chen Zhu mention it again, she instinctively shook her head. That's impossible. Lin Zhou could never compose such a song. In her mind, while her ex-husband was not entirely inept, he was merely handsome and stable in his actions. He lacked the artistic caliber and ambition she sought. He believed that treating her well and protecting her was sufficient. Yet, he was oblivious to her true desires. What she wanted was a man of brilliance, a man capable of elevating her to greatness, not merely a good husband or partner. In Shen Yao and Appo's subconscious, Lin Zhou's image had been firmly established. Therefore, Shui Zhou could never be him, though their voices might share a resemblance, and even the name Zhou was present. What significance did that hold? If Lin Zhou truly possessed the talent of Shui Zhou, why would she have divorced him? All right then, focus on practicing your singing. You must secure a spot in the top 4 for the next episode of And Appo's. I am a singer, and Appo's, Chen Zhu sighed, choosing not to mention Lin Zhou any further. Shen Yao nodded. A common path isn't suitable for female singers. As long as Shui Zhou doesn't write a song for Su Qingmei, I have nothing to fear. Chen Zhu cautioned. Besides Su Qingmei, there are other strong contenders. After all, Shen Yao had placed 7th in the last competition, indicating that the other 5 singers surpassed her. Shen Yao fell silent for a moment. Zhou Yun drove into the underground parking lot of Shuimei Yuan, bringing the vehicle to a halt. Su Qingmei remained in slumber, prompting Zhou Yun to contemplate calling her, but Lin Zhou raised a hand to intervene. Zhou Yun stuck out her tongue playfully, flashed a smile at Lin Zhou, and chose silence, her gaze affectionately fixed on Su Qingmei. At that moment, Su Qingmei leaned against the car window, her long hair, tied in a single ponytail, cascading down to her knees, presenting a delicate visage and profile, fair and rosy. Her chest rose and fell gently, lips slightly parted, a petite tongue darting out to moisten her crimson mouth, exuding an inexplicable charm. Zhou Yun stifled a laugh with her hand over her mouth, and upon noticing Lin Zhou's astonished expression, she could not help but whisper, Lin Ge, haven't you shared a bed with Qingmei Jie so many times? Don't you know she likes to lick her lips in her sleep? Her words bore significant ambiguity, and Lin Zhou hastily clarified. I merely shared a room with Miss Su, not a bed. Zhou Yun responded with an "Oh, that is precisely what I meant. Where did your mind wander off to?" Lin Zhou found himself at a loss for words, realizing it was her statement that was problematic. At that moment, Su Qingmei suddenly straightened up, running a hand through her slightly disheveled hair, her face seemingly flushed even more. Zhou Yun quickly exclaimed, "Qingmei Jia, you're awake?" Su Qingmei nodded, exited the vehicle, and Lin Zhou followed suit. However, instead of heading to the elevator, she approached the driver and Oppo's window and murmured to Zhou Yun, "I did not sleep with him." Zhou Yun was taken aback, then broke into a dreamy smile. "Qingmei Jia, you heard that? No wonder your face is so red." Su Qingmei glanced back at Lin Zhou, standing a short distance away, and shot Zhou Yun a warning glare. No nonsense. Understanding Su Qingmei's character, which was not as cold and indifferent as it appeared, Zhou Yun felt unperturbed and raised her hand in an okay gesture. "Of course, I want to mention it again. But Qingmei Jia, Lin Gu is truly handsome. The kind that grows more attractive the longer you look at him. By the way, does he snore when he sleeps?" Su Qingmei walked away with a stoic expression, while Lin Zhou could not discern the murmurs exchanged between the two women. He merely noted Zhou Yun raising her small, chubby hand to offer him a gesture of encouragement. Lin Zhou assumed it was a mere exchange of motivation between colleagues and thought little of it as he followed Su Qingmei into the elevator. Silence reigned between them, yet an inexplicable sense of tranquility enveloped the air. Upon reaching home, Su Qingmei proceeded directly to the second floor. Halfway up the stairs, she suddenly turned to Lin Zhou, hesitated for a moment, and said, "I don't lick my lips when I sleep. I was just tired today." Lin Zhou, taken aback, nodded, "Oh." Before he could fully comprehend her words, Su Qingmei had already ascended the stairs. He shook his head, realizing that despite having been married once, he still found himself perplexed by the thoughts of women. Su Qingmei was one enigma, and the mermaid songstress was another. For instance, he soon discovered that the mermaid songstress had released a new video, one that not only mentioned him, but also placed him squarely in the spotlight. Chapter 47. Submission for Competition. Greetings, everyone. I am the Fishman Songstress. Today, I shall not sing, but rather announce something significant. Ahem. I have decided to represent the music and dance sectors of our amateur station in the Chinese poetry competition. Ha ha ha, are you surprised? To tell you the truth, my father is a writer, so I possess a literary gene. I have even completed my entry. And now I shall recite it for you. The title of this poem is Ordinary. I run beneath the setting sun, traversing throngs of people. I swim in the sea, crossing mountains and oceans. I do it all just to meet you, amidst the bustling crowd. The ordinary me has fallen for the ordinary you. What do you think? Isn't this poem quite good? Is there hope of making it into the top 50 nationally? In the video, the Fishman songstress dons a loose t-shirt, which she has managed to inflate. However, her poetic prowess is evidently inversely proportional to her physique. This so-called poem is not only nonsensical, but also evidently plagiarizes the lyrics from Ordinary Road. Don't recite any further, dear. You're one of us. Perhaps you should stick to dancing, leaving us a path to salvation. The comments section is already filled with pleas, as the greatest fear lies in those who lack skill, yet believe themselves to be adept. Lin Zhou chuckled initially, but soon his amusement faded. After the Fishman songstress concluded her recitation, she exclaimed, "I have another piece of good news to share. Besides me, there is someone else from the music sector participating in the poetry competition. Can you guess who it is?" The comments erupted with various speculations, mainly naming other female video creators who, like the Fishman songstress, are large and fair. Then, with a mischievous grin, the Fishman songstress announced, "Shui Zhou." The revelation of this name caused a flurry of comments to flood in. No way. Shui Zhou can write poetry too? If even the songstress can create poetry, why wouldn't he? Shui Zhou? What he wrote can hardly be deemed poetry. Shui Zhou should focus on songwriting instead. Let the ancient-style participants handle the poetry. This poetry competition is not exclusive to amateurs. It is open nationwide. Many were astonished that Shui Zhou would participate in the poetry contest. After all, songwriting and poetry writing are vastly different disciplines. Most people did not hold high hopes for Shui Zhou, and some kindly advised him against participating. Given Shui Zhou's rising fame, it would be wiser to concentrate on songwriting. What if he faced elimination in the poetry contest? That would be quite embarrassing. Upon reading this, Lin Zhou felt somewhat speechless. He had intended to keep a low profile and submit his entry quietly, only to be sold out by the fisherman's songstress, his unwitting ally. Upon reflection, he realized that he had indeed forgotten to remind her to keep his participation in the poetry contest a secret. Before long, Lin Zhou found himself inundated with messages in his private inbox, nearly all inquiring whether he intended to participate in the poetry contest. Among them were earnest pleas. "Shuizhou, I admire your songwriting, so I hope you do not embarrass yourself. Please, focus on your music. Are you truly entering the poetry competition? Are you abandoning singing? Take my advice. The poetry community is not easy to navigate. If you cannot grasp it, it's best not to proceed." Seeing these messages, which may have been well-meaning or teasing, left Lin Zhou feeling helpless. That evening, he called Su Qingmei down for dinner, encouraging her to drink a glass of milk. Before tidying the kitchen and returning to his bedroom, Lin Zhou realized that the news of his participation in the poetry contest had escalated. After the fisherman's songstress revealed Shuizhou's entry, it not only garnered attention from the music sector, but soon spread to the ancient style community. Understandably, this poetry competition is perceived as tailor-made for the ancient style community, at least that's what the video creators believe. Yet, the music sector has intruded into their domain. "Shuizhou, you are impressive. The pop diva has taken first place singing your song. An Ordinary Road has shattered records on S Station. But why meddle in our ancient style territory?" Numerous ancient style video creators released their own contest submission videos, showcasing works that far surpassed the fisherman's songstress in quality, eliciting praises from viewers. A few creators were quite forthright, biting off more than you can chew. Music video creators should stick to music. Ambition too great will result in losing everything. This was clearly directed at Shuizhou. Meanwhile, the comment section of Shuizhou South Ordinary Road was filled with visitors eager to know whether he would indeed participate in the poetry competition. With many coming to witness the spectacle, please share your entry with us. Don't back out. I want to continue enjoying the show. Ha! Can you truly do it all? I find it hard to believe. Lin Zhou was taken aback by how popular he had become on the amateur station. A mere announcement of his intent to enter the poetry contest had stirred such a commotion. He did not wish to disappoint those following the matter. Thus, he accessed the official website of the Chinese poetry competition, located the submission email, sent off his poem, and included his name and contact information. He remained Shuizhou. Since everyone was eager to see how the lyricist Shuizhou crafted poetry, he thought, why not let them? However, he had no intention of revealing his poem just yet. He would only share it upon entering the top 50. Lin Zhou recorded a brief video and uploaded it to the amateur station without revealing his face. "Hello everyone. I am Shuizhou. I have just submitted my entry to the poetry competition." A screenshot of the email appeared at the bottom of the screen, allowing viewers to clearly see the details. Submitter, Shuizhou, S Station. How many will make it into the top 50? Especially from the amateur station, which has long been looked down upon in the realm of traditional culture. Thus, the video creators from the ancient style community boldly declared their representation of S Station. As for those music sector participants, their capabilities are evident from the fisherman's songstress work. I will not share my work now. If you wish to see it, you may do so during the online voting phase. This video was brief, containing only 2 sentences, yet it garnered significant attention. The preliminary round rules dictate that judges will select 100 works, which will then be voted on by netizens to determine the top 50 finalists. Consequently, many commenters proclaimed, "Does this imply you are guaranteed a spot in the top 100? So confident are we? You should reveal your work for us to critique. If it's lacking, we will gently inform you to temper your aspirations." Huh? Lin Zhou glanced at the comments without concern, took out paper and pen, and began writing the lyrics and score for Encounter. During the day, while observing Su Qingmei practice her dance, Encounter reached a 100 completion rate. This song is a classic, though it is yet another piece suited for female vocals. Lin Zhou decided to finalize the score before contemplating its future use. Chapter 48. Your clothing can enhance my fortune. 2 days later, today Su Qingmei was set to record the 3rd episode of I Am a Singer in Xingqing. Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun arrived at Su Qingmei's home early as usual. Upon entering, they found Su Qingmei and Lin Zhou seated across from each other, enjoying breakfast together. A glass of milk rested before Su Qingmei as she nibbled on bread, sipping her milk with an air of tranquility. It was difficult to imagine that she had once been someone who would vomit at the mere thought of milk. Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun had long grown accustomed to Su Qingmei's transformation, attributing it to Lin Zhou's influence on her. Just 2 weeks prior, she had appeared pale and unwell, but now her complexion was rosy, and she had regained some weight. Indeed, having a dedicated male assistant was beneficial. After finishing their breakfast and preparing to leave, Su Qingmei suddenly turned to Lin Zhou and asked, "Aren't you wearing a shirt?" Lin Zhou glanced down at his shirt, puzzled, and replied, "I am wearing a shirt. What's wrong with it?" Su Qingmei clarified, "Not this one." Lin Zhou, momentarily bewildered, was at a loss for her meaning. Zhou Yun, equally confused, asked, "What are you talking about, Qingmei?" Su Qingmei looked around at the group and softly explained, "The air conditioning at Xingqing Satellite TV is quite strong. I need something to cover my legs." "Oh." Zhou Yun quickly understood and efficiently retrieved a shawl from her bag. "I brought this. It can drape over your shoulders and cover your legs, practical and stylish." Su Qingmei paused, glancing at Lin Zhou. "Could I take the shirt from last time?" Lin Zhou was taken aback for a moment, but eventually nodded, "Sure." He then went to the bedroom to retrieve the shirt he had lent her previously. Zhang Hong observed Su Qingmei, and then Lin Zhou, hesitating to speak, while Zhou Yun chimed in, "Qingmei, have you become addicted to wearing Lin Ji's shirts?" Su Qingmei shot her a glance and explained to Lin Zhou, "This shirt brings me good luck." With that, she hurried out the door. Zhou Yun marveled. "I can't believe Qingmei used to keep men at arm's length, and now she's actively requesting their clothing. Hee, Lin Gu really has a way with her." Lin Zhou chose to remain silent, while Zhang Hong playfully nudged Zhou Yun, urging her to be quiet as they departed. The four of them arrived at Xingqing by noon and enjoyed a meal at the airport restaurant before Su Qingmei headed straight to the studio to rehearse. The schedule for the third episode was tight. They had a brief rehearsal in the afternoon before the official recording in the evening. Upon reaching Xingqing Satellite TV, Su Qingmei immediately began her vocal practice. As the clock approached 7 in the evening, signaling the start of the recording, she went to the dressing room to change into her performance outfit. Moments later, Su Qingmei emerged from the dressing room, instantly silencing the bustling hallway. Tonight, she would perform an upbeat song, and her attire reflected an edgy style, a beige tank top layered beneath a black leather jacket, paired with denim shorts that showcased her long, slender legs. Su Qingmei seldom wore such revealing clothing. Her usual conservative outfits had already garnered admiration for her legs. Now, fully on display, she left onlookers momentarily entranced. The assistants and entourage of other singers in the corridor whispered amongst themselves, "To be fair, she truly lives up to the title of the entertainment industry's leg goddess. If only my artist had legs like hers, wow. How can they be so long and beautiful?" In terms of physique, few could compare. Yet, they could only steal a fleeting glance. As Su Qingmei quickly tied Lin Zhou's shirt around her waist, concealing much of her thighs, a few sighs of disappointment echoed in the vicinity, lamenting the loss of a longer view. Lin Zhou had not anticipated Su Qingmei would don such short shorts, though they were not overly revealing. In summer, some girls wore shorts that left little to the imagination. Su Qingmei's choice was relatively modest, yet her long, fair legs gave an impression of greater exposure. Despite this, Lin Zhou felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Once Su Qingmei secured his shirt around her waist, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He approached her and walked alongside her to the recording hall. Su Qingmei paused and quietly said, "Thank you for the shirt. I'm off now." "Go for it, Qingmei." Zhou Yun cheered, raising her chubby little fist in encouragement. Su Qingmei nodded at Zhou Yun and Zhang Hong, casting a glance at Lin Zhou before entering the recording hall. "Qingmei seems to be in great spirits today," Zhou Yun remarked excitedly, and Zhang Hong smiled in agreement. Su Qingmei's improvement was evident to the naked eye. It couldn't be said that it was entirely Lin Zhou's doing, but he certainly bore a significant share of the credit. Zhang Hong mused that even without the threat of the photo incident, it might be worth considering allowing Lin Zhou to stay for the long haul. At that moment, Shen Yao arrived, flanked by 5 or 6 assistants as usual. Despite her last place ranking in the previous episode, she commanded a presence that surpassed everyone else. Upon spotting Lin Zhou, she momentarily froze, then swiftly averted her gaze and entered the recording hall. Zhou Yun scoffed, "With that many people, one might think she is a big shot." Zhang Hong suggested, "Let us head inside as well." A petite girl with an oval face approached Lin Zhou, saying, "Assistant Lin, I need to speak with you. Is that convenient?" It was Lu Yuan, the enthusiastic assistant director. "Sure," Lin Zhou nodded, addressing the surprised Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun before following Lu Yuan to the side. The young girl said, "Assistant Lin, you mentioned last time that Miss Su wanted to participate in our station's variety show. I heard from Uncle Wang yesterday that we're planning to launch an outdoor variety show soon. You might want to discuss it with him." The Uncle Wang she referred to was Wang Xin, the program director at Xingqing Satellite TV. Lin Zhou was taken aback to discover that this diligent young assistant had connections to the station's management. Perhaps that was why she held the position of assistant director at such a young age. However, Lu Yuanyuan misunderstood. Lin Zhou's inquiry about the new variety show was not solely for Su Qingmei's sake. Lin Zhou asked, "Has the proposal for this outdoor variety show been finalized?" Lu Yuanyuan shook her head. "Not yet. Uncle Wang mentioned that the station is looking for a more competitive outdoor reality show and is dissatisfied with several proposals. They might consider acquiring rights from abroad." Lin Zhou's eyes lit up at the mention of competition and outdoor reality shows. Wasn't he that akin to Extreme Challenge? It seemed promising. "Assistant Lu, thank you. I'll treat you to a meal sometime." Lin Zhou expressed his gratitude. "No problem. I like Miss Su as well." Lu Yuanyuan waved her hand dismissively, wiping the sweat from her forehead. "Oh no, Director Zhang wants me in the prep room. I have to go now. Bye-bye." Lin Zhou made his way toward the recording hall, contemplating that the replication progress for Extreme Challenge had only reached 30 previously, but after listening to Su Qingmei practice, it had now jumped to 50. He wondered when it would reach 100. Clearly, the pace needed to quicken. However, he mused, it would be inappropriate to intentionally provoke any boundaries with Su Qingmei just to hasten the replication process. That would be rather unscrupulous. After all, Extreme Challenge was such a classic variety show. Even if it wasn't sold to Xingqing Satellite TV for collaboration, other networks would eagerly compete for it. There was no need to resort to underhanded tactics for a bit of time. Su Qingmei was a wonderful girl, and he should not harm her. With this determination, Lin Zhou stepped into the recording hall, heading toward the wall on the right, where he spotted Zhou Yun waving at him from a distance. Lin Zhou approached, and Zhou Yun's face was adorned with a mischievous smile. "Lin Gu, you're quite the charmer. After just a few visits to Star City TV, you've already forged such a close relationship with the director's assistant." Lin Zhou, caught between laughter and exasperation, hastily clarified, "My dealings with Assistant Lu are purely professional. Do not misconstrue it. She is merely a young lady. As a divorced man, I must not tarnish the reputation of her maidenhood." Zhou Yun chuckled. "What are you afraid of, Lin Gu?" Qingmei would be none the wiser. Just then, Zhang Hong playfully tapped her on the head. "Here we go." Before long, the host on stage completed the opening remarks and announced the first singer. To their astonishment, it was Su Qingmei. What terrible luck. She had drawn the first position once again. Zhou Yun felt a wave of frustration. In the previous episode, Su Qingmei was also the first to perform and had ended up at the bottom of the rankings. It seemed her luck was indeed abysmal. Lin Zhou suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety, his eyes widening as he focused on the stage. At that moment, the stage lights dimmed slightly, revealing the graceful silhouette of Su Qingmei as she glided to the center. The audience recognized her instantly, and a murmur spread as they caught a glimpse of her daring attire for the day, prompting a chorus of cheers. In the next instant, the once somber and slow music transformed, quickening in tempo as the lights blazed to life. Clad in a tank top, leather jacket, and shorts, Su Qingmei stood illuminated, her face adorned with a rare smoky eye makeup, alluring and sultry. My goodness, Su Qingmei's figure is absolutely stunning. Unbelievable. I'm a woman, and even I can't handle it. Goddess Su, I would gladly bear your children. Wait, why was there a man's shirt tied around her waist? The audience erupted in shrieks and applause, soon realizing that Su Qingmei had a men and Oppo's shirt tied around her waist, sparking astonishment. Oh no, could it be that Sister Qingmei forgot to take it off before coming on stage? Lin Zhou and his companions noted the scene, and Zhou Yun grew anxious. Zhang Hong furrowed her brows. Did the disruption of the rhythm, due to being first on stage, affect her? Su Qingmei is usually so experienced. She shouldn't make such mistakes. However, Su Qingmei had already begun to dance to the music. It was her first time performing such movements, yet she quickly ignited the audience's enthusiasm. I love you, Su Qingmei. She is breathtaking. The cacophony of screams and applause nearly threatened to lift the roof off the recording hall. Although Su Qingmei's dance moves appeared somewhat inexperienced compared to professional dancers, her beauty, long legs, and effortless movements exuded an indescribable charm. The quality of the upbeat song was decent, not exceptional, yet under Su Qingmei's captivating presence, it elevated the atmosphere to an exhilarating peak. Shortly after, Su Qingmei executed a move that left Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun wide-eyed, further igniting the excitement of the crowd. Chapter 49. The Song of the Clouds resounds. The snow dances lightly. Su Qingmei and Oppo's physique is remarkable, not only due to her innate beauty, but also owing to her childhood ballet training. which has endowed her with an extraordinary grace. However, having devoted herself to singing later on, her dancing skills fell by the wayside. Nevertheless, her foundational training remained intact. Over the past few days of practice, Su Qingmei gradually regained her former prowess. As she executed a particular movement, it became evident that it was a fundamental skill of a dancer. With her legs extended straight, she suddenly sat down, performing a stunning and decisive split that elicited cheers and applause from the audience. The 500 spectators erupted in excitement, collectively feeling that their investment in attending this live performance was utterly worthwhile. The pop music sensation, the ethereal goddess Su Qingmei, was making her dance debut. The intensity of her movements was exhilarating, truly a spectacle. Nonetheless, Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun were not overly surprised by Su Qingmei's display, having witnessed her practice those very moves in recent days. Next, Su Qingmei prepared to leap up from the ground, transitioning into her concluding actions. Overall, her singing and dancing performance was commendable. Alas, Sister Qingmei had forgotten to untie her shirt. It would have looked even better. Zhou Yun expressed her regret. At that moment, Su Qingmei had already risen from the ground, and her song had reached its final line. Amidst a flurry of vigorous drums, she delivered the last note, executing a forward roll, her long legs sweeping through the air before she landed firmly. Then, with a swift motion, she seized the shirt tied around her waist, tossing it into the air just as the final drumbeat resonated. With a resounding crash, smoke billowed from the stage's edge, perfectly synchronized with the concluding drum roll and the soaring shirt. The reverberating beats continued to echo through the venue, while the shirt floated gracefully above, creating a rhythmically beautiful spectacle. A thunderous applause erupted, with every audience member rising to their feet, fervently clapping. They chanted Su Qingmei's name in unison, male spectators' eyes sparkling while female admirers gazed at her in admiration. It was yet another performance that captivated both genders. Such is the allure of a goddess. She not only attracts men, but also drives women to fervor. Particularly, Su Qingmei's final shirt toss radiated confidence and showcased her flawlessly long legs. Beautiful, leggy, and vocally talented, truly beyond reproach. Of course, there were minor flaws. Her dance movements lacked a certain professionalism, and her breath control was somewhat lacking during the performance. This was due to it being her first live singing and dancing performance, reflecting her inexperience. Nonetheless, as the first performer of the evening, her display was nothing short of explosive. "Ah, Sister Qingmei, I love you." Zhou Yun transformed into a fervent fan, joining the surrounding audience in ecstatic screams. Zhang Hong, however, remained composed, applauding while musing aloud. What a pity the song was slightly lacking. If only teacher Xuezhou could write a fast-paced song for Qingmei. Lin Zhou, on the other hand, did not clap or speak, merely gazing blankly at the stage, perplexed. Why on earth did my shirt provoke such a reaction? It has fallen to the ground. Shouldn't someone hastily pick it up for me? Seemingly attuned to his thoughts, Su Qingmei bent down after finishing her song and retrieved the shirt from the floor, brushing off the dust. The audience, witnessing her actions, could not help but laugh, erupting in applause once more. As the thunderous clapping continued, the host took to the stage, stopping Su Qingmei, who had intended to exit, and curiously inquired, "Qingmei, I have a question for the fans. Whose shirt is this?" The camera focused on the shirt in Su Qingmei's hand, and a close-up appeared on the large screen above the stage. The audience could see it clearly. It was indeed a men's shirt. Why would my goddess wear a men's shirt on stage? Could this garment hold some special significance for her? Surely not, they hoped anxiously. Some male spectators began to grow tense. Su Qingmei replied, "I borrowed this from someone." The host pressed on, "Why bring this shirt on stage?" Su Qingmei stated, "Because it holds special meaning for me." A wave of dismay washed over the crowd. Could they have guessed correctly? Male spectators were in disbelief. Had the goddess already? The host paused, quickly asking, "What special meaning?" Ignoring the audience's shock, Su Qingmei calmly replied, "I wore this shirt when I won first place last time, so I brought it again." The host was momentarily stunned. "Is that all?" Su Qingmei nodded, her demeanor cool and composed, as if to say, "What more do you wish to know?" So that was it. The audience breathed a sigh of relief, having feared their goddess was in a romantic entanglement. However, some remained uneasy. But whose shirt is it? And what is the relationship between him and Su Qingmei? Yet, it was clear Su Qingmei had no intention of elaborating further. As she gracefully exited the stage, as she prepared to leave the recording hall through a side door, Su Qingmei cast a glance toward Lin Zhou and his companions before stepping out. Sister Qingmei was so awe-inspiring. Zhou Yun exclaimed excitedly, chattering about the various highlights of Su Qingmei's performance. Lin Zhou, however, furrowed his brow, prompting Zhou Yun to inquire, Lin Gu, what's wrong? Zhang Hong also turned her gaze toward him as Lin Zhou remarked, the air conditioning here is too strong. Miss Su should fasten her shirt once she leaves the stage to cover her legs. Is it? I feel quite warm, Zhou Yun replied, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Zhang Hong also found it peculiar, noting that she felt warm as well. After all, Su Qingmei had just finished dancing and surely wouldn't be cold. Lin Zhou continued, Miss Su's legs are exposed too much. She might catch a chill. Zhou Yun tilted her head, but Sister Qingmei is wearing ordinary denim shorts. It's not revealing at all. Zhang Hong regarded Lin Zhou thoughtfully. Lin Zhou chuckled softly. I merely worry that Miss Su's health is still delicate. I fear she may catch a cold. He was uncertain of why he felt that way earlier, only that Su Qingmei's shorts seemed a tad short, exposing too much leg. However, as Zhou Yun pointed out, they were merely ordinary denim shorts, far from immodest. Perhaps it was simply that Su Qingmei's legs were exceptionally long. As Lin Zhou pondered, the image of Su Qingmei tossing her shirt flashed through his mind, her long, fair legs shining like white jade under the stage lights. Was it the artistry of the performance, or her beauty that captivated? Suddenly, a surge of impulse coursed through him. He grabbed his phone, accessed the amateur platform, and posted an update using Shuezhou's account. The song of the clouds resounds, the snow dances lightly. As long as you gaze, the world bows before you. Chapter 50. Preliminary round of the poetry competition. Lin Zhou felt a twinge of regret after posting his latest update. As a divorced individual, why was he still so impulsive? Watching a beautiful woman dance had ignited a poetic spark within him. The lines he composed, the sovereign's beauty tilts the nation, seemed out of place, especially since the object of his admiration was his boss, not a beloved concubine. As the remaining 6 singers concluded their performances and the chief director Zhang Lei approached the singers' quarters with the rankings, Lin Zhou began to sense that something was amiss. Just as he contemplated deleting his post, he noticed an influx of bewildering comments beneath it. Haha, it turns out Master Shuezhou is just like me, a seasoned admirer. We shouldn't say that. Master Shuezhou is different. While we merely observe, he engages while observing. Internet has just been set up at my home. Can anyone explain what is happening? Master Shuezhou penned a poem for Brother Ji. Indeed, true poets express their affections so romantically. Lin Zhou stared at the screen, utterly perplexed. What did this have to do with the fishwoman songstress? Then he noticed several messages from her in his inbox. Hey, what are you doing? If you want to compliment me, do it privately. This is making me shy, hee hee hee. Is my new video really that captivating? I think it's pretty good too. Wahaha. Big shot. You can't really have taken a liking to me, can you? What the hell? I thought of you as a brother. Yet you treat me as a mere fling? A new video? Lin Zhou checked the fishwoman songstress's profile and discovered she had indeed posted a dance video just hours ago. A traditional style, no less. To his dismay, she had adapted a classical palace gown into a revealing, short outfit, and her lively dance moves had quickly garnered hundreds of thousands of views, with the comment section overflowing with praise. Thus, Lin Zhou's poetic line, "The sovereign's beauty tilts the nation," seemed perfectly fitting. Many had already connected Ji and Shuezhou, and with this interaction, the audience sensed a hint of intrigue. Even the fishwoman songstress had misinterpreted the situation and messaged him for clarification. Lin Zhou, caught between amusement and exasperation, quickly replied, "You've misunderstood. This poem is not about you." Moments later, the fishwoman songstress retorted, "Hey, even if I were to reject you, you needn't be so deliberately infuriating. What do you mean it's not about me? Who then is it about? Goodness, if I don't clarify. You think I see you as a mere fling, but if I do clarify, you accuse me of lacking respect? Are women this complicated? Thank goodness I'm divorced." Lin Zhou had no choice but to explain again. "This poem is about Su Qingmei." The fishwoman songstress replied immediately, "Su Qingmei? She doesn't even dance. You're clearly just brushing me off. Hey, are you really my brother?" Lin Zhou, too weary to engage further, responded, "I need to work now. Let us talk later." In a villa in Kyoto, Jiang Yu held her phone, fuming. What does this person mean? Just going to hide? He claims that poem is for Su Qingmei, but she doesn't dance. It's infuriating, especially since I was thinking of helping you with the judges for the poetry competition. At that moment, Jiang Tao emerged from his study, chuckling as he saw his daughter stamping her feet. "Who has the audacity to upset my daughter?" Jiang Yu scoffed. "I'm not angry." Jiang Tao nodded, preparing to leave. The submission period for the preliminary round of the poetry competition had ended, and the judges were heading to the Kyoto Writers Association headquarters for the selection process. As a renowned author and vice president of the association, Jiang Tao was naturally among the judges. However, his participation was rather unorthodox. To evade inquiries from his ex-wife, he had submitted a poem reminiscing about his first love, inspired by a song he had heard. What a pity it isn't you. Of course, as a judge, he couldn't submit under his own name, so he used a pseudonym of a nephew for the entry. It wasn't that he intended to exploit his position for personal gain. Rather, he had been caught off guard by his ex-wife discovering the poem, leaving him no choice but to pass it off as a competition entry. He also harbored a hint of pride, believing that even a casual poem from him could outshine the works of younger poets. "Dad, are you going to the Writers Association?" "I want to go too." Jiang Tao, just about to step outside, heard Jiang Yu chase after him. "What do you want to go for?" he inquired. "I want to see how Shui Zhou's poem fares." Jiang Yu replied with a grin. "Absolutely not. Then I'll tell Mom that your poem is for your old flame. Go ahead, I have nothing to hide." Half an hour later, at the Kyoto Writers Association. "Please remain quiet and observe. Do not disturb the judge's work." Jiang Tao instructed Jiang Yu quietly. "Understood." She replied cheerfully, following her father into a spacious conference room filled with over 10 judges, all gathered from various regions of the country. Notably, there was even a representative from the amateur section, a plump woman wearing glasses. After some casual conversation, the judges quickly commenced their preliminary selection. An LED screen at the front of the room displayed the submitted works in the order they were received. The theme of the preliminary round was love. Thus, nearly every piece revolved around romantic themes. As the judges reviewed each entry, they found themselves somewhat overwhelmed, feeling a bit nauseated by the sheer volume of overly sentimental content. This was not to say that the quality of these romantic works was particularly high. Many were excessively straightforward, akin to industrial saccharine, far more awkward than watching a kitsch idol drama. For instance, a submission from an amateur video creator titled Ordinary read, "I run beneath the sunset, through crowds of people. I swim in the ocean, crossing mountains and seas. I only wish to meet you, amidst the throng. The ordinary me has fallen for the ordinary you." Upon finishing, the judges fell silent. The representative from the amateur section adjusted her glasses and awkwardly chuckled. "I know this fishwoman songstress. She is a video creator in the music and dance categories. This submission is likely just to support the poetry competition, not aiming for any ranking, just participating for fun." The others nodded in agreement, laughing along. "Indeed. It's great to see the amateur creators supporting our competition. Thank you." The representative from the amateur section, a balding man, also chuckled. "Seems like it's our poetry network that can be relied upon. Let us move on to the next piece." The poetry network was represented by Zhang Yunkai, the site's vice president and also the vice chairman of the Chinese Poetry Association, a seasoned poet with published works. In every field, there exists a hierarchy of discrimination. In gaming, for example, players of League of Legends look down on those who play Honor of Kings, Dota players disdain League players, and those who play Warcraft and Starcraft scorn Dota players. Layers of discrimination forming a chain within the industry. Literature is no different. Online literature is disparaged by traditional literature, while classical poetry looks down upon both. Little do they realize, the most lucrative remains the online literature. The realm of amateur platforms may seem trivial. However, the only true contenders for the championship are the Poetry Association and the Poetry Network, for they are dedicated to the study of this art. The presence of other entities, such as literary associations, web novels, and video platforms, serves merely to bolster funding and enhance the competition's visibility. It is rather naive to presume that such rudimentary literary forms could make a significant impact in the refined domain of poetry. This phenomenon is indeed intriguing. Although classical poetry has become quite niche, it is nevertheless perceived as a sophisticated pursuit, one that is not easily accessible to the average individual. Practitioners of poetry often look down upon those involved in traditional literature or online writing. Among the panel of more than 10 judges for the poetry competition, Zhang Yukai from the China Poetry Network exemplifies this arrogance, offering unflinching critiques of the competing works. His authority in this field is undeniably formidable, leaving others unable to counter his judgments, especially when the quality of their submissions lacks confidence. Thus far, On the first day of the preliminary selections, Zhang Yunkai has dominated the evaluation process. Upon hearing his remarks, the other judges exchanged glances, feeling somewhat disheartened yet unable to contest his assertions. Among them is Chen Xian, a mature representative from the amateur platform, who oversees the ancient-style content division. The majority of the contestants from her platform are video creators from the ancient-style category, which is why she has been appointed as a judge. However, several renowned video creators' works have been dismissed as worthless by Zhang Yunkai, leading to Chen Xian's frustration. Nonetheless, she acknowledges that the submissions from her platform do indeed pale in comparison to those from the Poetry Network and the Poetry Association, both of which have faced harsh criticism. What more is there to say? This poetry competition is, after all, their domain. Chen Xian adjusted her glasses, helplessly watching as the work of the Fishman songstress was dismissed without a single comment. It was utterly humiliating. Jiang Yuer, witnessing the disgrace of her cherished creation, was on the verge of an outburst, only to be silenced by a sharp glance from Jiang Tao. Resigned, she sat back down, having promised her father not to act recklessly. Jiang Tao, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, reflected on Zhang Yunkai's dismissive attitude. While he acknowledged that his daughter's work may lack maturity, it was infused with passion. Participating actively in this contest should be seen as support, not as an opportunity to trample upon their enthusiasm. Zhang Yunkai, indifferent to the sentiments of those around him, remained aloof. Having published a poetry collection, he held himself in high regard, unconcerned with the grievances of a few outsiders. The overall caliber of this competition was indeed dishearteningly low. Apart from a few from the Poetry Network, there was little of merit to behold, especially from the amateur platform, which he regarded as a gathering of mere novices. Just as Zhang Yunkai pondered this, the next work presented on the screen was once again from the amateur platform, authored by Su Qingmei, titled The Lament of the Wanderer. He was about to signal for the staff to dismiss it when suddenly his voice faltered. Chapter 51. My father wept for the third time because of Su Qingmei as the staff prepared to leave after hearing Zhang Yunkai's words. Accustomed to the rhythm of this preliminary selection, they were suddenly interrupted by Zhang's urgent exclamation, "Wait, wait." His tone was laced with surprise, and upon glancing at the poet Zhang, one could see his entire demeanor had shifted. He leaned forward, his eyes sparkling, fixated on the screen. The submission, Su Qingmei, Amateur Station, Song of the Wanderer in a Mother's Hands. The thread is spun. On the wanderer's body, the garments are sewn. Before departing, she sews them tightly, fearing he may delay his return. Who can say a blade of grass can repay the warmth of the spring sun's rays? Others too were riveted to the screen, with Jiang Tao unable to resist murmuring the poem once more. The representative from Amateur Station, a mature woman with glasses, Chen Xian, whispered the lines. In a mother's hands, the thread is spun. Suddenly, a balding uncle raised his hand to wipe his eyes, somewhat awkwardly stating, the wind is a bit strong. His mother had passed away the previous year, and memories flooded back of when he graduated high school and left for college, with his mother preparing a bag full of food and hometown specialties for his journey. As he boarded the train, she stood on the platform, watching as the train disappeared into the distance. Regrettably, his youthful dreams of university life overshadowed his mother's heartfelt reminders and reluctance. He had thought that with time, those memories would fade. Yet, upon encountering this Song of the Wanderer, all those long-buried images resurfaced. His mother's care, her nagging, her gentle smile, all transformed into the essence of this poem. This poem spoke of his mother, despite being in his 40s. The balding uncle could not contain his tears in public. In truth, the other judges were equally moved. Chen Xian removed her glasses to gently dab at her eyes. Being a woman, there was no shame in shedding tears. She even offered a tissue to Jiang Tao sitting beside her. Thank you, Jiang Tao replied, wiping his eyes. Like the balding uncle, he too had lost his mother to illness the previous year. Having roamed freely in his youth, he felt deeply the weight of his mother's absence. After achieving success, marrying, and settling in Kyoto, his parents had remained in their hometown. Thus, he could only visit them during the spring festival, and the time spent with his mother was painfully scarce. He had hoped to retire and return home to accompany her in her later years, but fate had other plans, and she passed away before he could fulfill that wish. As he listened to Song of the Wanderer, memories of his mother rushed back, illuminating a stark realization. He had devoted his time to his career, to his wife and daughter, leaving precious little for his mother. Her worries and longing for him had ultimately transformed into an everlasting regret with her passing. Unable to hold back any longer, tears streamed down Jiang Tao's face, prompting his daughter, Jiang Yu, to quickly pull out a tissue from her bag and hand it to him. Though still young, Jiang Yu was less affected by the poem due to her mother's constant presence at home. Yet one thing struck her profoundly. Her father had now cried for the third time because of Su Zhou. Su Zhou was undeniably a nemesis for her father. A peculiar scene unfolded in the conference room. The judges, rather than evaluating the work, found themselves wiping their eyes. The representative from the Chinese Writers Association, a middle-aged man, whose mother was alive and living with him, managed to maintain his composure. After a moment of reflection, he turned to Zhang Yunkai and said, "Chairman Zhang, perhaps we should discuss our opinions." To his surprise, he noticed Zhang Yunkai's face was streaked with tears, with even his nose running. Raised in a single-parent household, Zhang's mother had been his entire world. As a poet, he was inherently sensitive, and this poem struck a deep chord within him, causing tears to cascade down his face. Fumbling for a tissue to wipe his eyes and blow his nose, he finally managed to speak. Please, you go ahead." The balding uncle interjected. "I propose we directly advance this poem into the top 50. The others paused in surprise. The competition rules dictated that the preliminary selection consisted of 2 phases. The first phase involved judges selecting 100 outstanding works, followed by a public voting phase to determine the top 50. The representative from the Writers Association hesitated. "That seems against the competition rules." Jiang Tao, having set aside his tissue, raised his hand. "I support Teacher Zhou's suggestion. This poem will undoubtedly become a contemporary classic, deserving direct entry into the finals." "I second that." Shen Yao chimed in, eager to support such an exemplary piece from her station. Moreover, the poem was indeed remarkable. Its simple yet profound words resonated deeply. Unlike other submissions that were overly ornate and superficial, Song of the Wanderer poignantly conveyed the theme of familial love, stirring memories of one's mother and evoking tears from all the judges. However, Zhang Yunkai pondered, if we allow it to enter the top 50 directly, wouldn't that deprive such a masterpiece of the opportunity to be seen by a wider audience? After drying his tears and reflecting for a moment, he spoke earnestly. In today's fast-paced society, with people often preoccupied with work and wealth, we tend to overlook the quiet care of our parents. If a piece like this can rekindle awareness of familial bonds and encourage responses to our parents' love, then it serves a significant social purpose. Thus, I propose that Song of the Wanderer be included in the top 100 and shared online for public voting, allowing it to reach a broader audience. Zhang's sincerity dispelled any previous disdain towards the amateur station. He genuinely admired the poem and wished for more people to experience it. Moved to tears, I resolved to call my mother as soon as the judging concluded, wanting to share this moment of vulnerability and express my love. After a brief silence in the conference room, Jiang Tao raised his hand first. "I support Teacher Zhang's suggestion. Great works deserve to be seen by all." Shen Yao followed suit. "I believe a piece like Song of the Wanderer deserves to be among the top 50, awakening a love for parents in the youth." Soon, the conference room unanimously approved Zhang Yunkai's proposal. Song of the Wanderer would enter the national top 100 and be listed alongside other selected works on the Poetry Conference's official blog for public voting. However, an amusing scene unfolded after the judging concluded. As soon as the judges exited the conference room, they all took out their phones and began calling their parents. "Mom, how have you been lately?" "Dad, Mom, when I return home in a couple of days, I'll take you both on a trip." "Dad, where's Mom?" Jiang Yu had long since departed. Ever since she encountered Su Zhou's Song of the Wanderer, all other works appeared insipid in her eyes. She quietly exited the meeting room and left the Kyoto Writers Association, elatedly dashing home. En route, she took a moment to send a WeChat message to her mother. "Mom, I love you." Shortly thereafter, she received a reply from her mother. "Jiang Yu, what trouble have you gotten into this time?" Upon arriving home, Jiang Yu immediately activated her recording equipment and, with palpable excitement, shared her experiences from the preliminary round of the poetry competition. She particularly emphasized Su Zhou's work, though, in adherence to the competition rules, she refrained from divulging the content of Song of the Wanderer. Instead, she exclaimed, "Our amateur performance of Su Zhou's poem moved all the judges to tears." She could hardly wait to share the video online. At 11 o'clock that evening, Su Qingmei emerged from the singers' hall, appearing somewhat fatigued. Other singers trickled out as well, among them Shen Yao, whose face was ashen, reminiscent of the previous week. Upon exiting, she encountered Lin Zhou, who was waiting for Su Qingmei at the entrance. Shen Yao hesitated momentarily, then hastily averted her gaze and walked past Lin Zhou. Humph. What's with the attitude? Zhou Yun made a face at Shen Yao's back. Lin Zhou chuckled. I suspect Shen Yao's ranking this week won't be favorable. Zhou Yun asked, How do you know, Brother Lin? Lin Zhou remained silent. After 3 years of marriage, he was all too familiar with Shen Yao. At that moment, Su Qingmei approached the trio, prompting Zhou Yun to inquire eagerly, Sister Qingmei, how did it go? Su Qingmei held up 3 slender fingers. 3rd place. Su Qingmei nodded. Zhou Yun protested, Why only 3rd? Zhang Hong remarked, 3rd place is quite commendable, considering Qingmei was the first to perform. Lin Zhou added, Miss Su's song. While not of the highest caliber, and her dance movements, lacking fluidity, coupled with slightly strained breath control during the performance, make 3rd place a respectable outcome. His analysis was indeed reasonable, yet as soon as he finished, all 3 women turned their gazes toward him. Zhou Yun exclaimed in surprise, Brother Lin, you understand singing too? Suddenly, Su Qingmei unfastened the shirt tied around her waist, thrusting it into Lin Zhou's hands before turning to leave. Zhou Yun quickly followed after her, while Zhang Hong cast Lin Zhou an exasperated glance and trailed behind. Lin Zhou hurried after them, wearing a wry smile. I was just being objective. Why is everyone upset? It was then he pondered the complexities of women. He increasingly felt that his decision to divorce was indeed the right one. Even someone as composed as Su Qingmei often found herself in a state of anger. Had he remained with Shen Yao, wouldn't they have quarreled daily? Perhaps being single was the better option. After all, singlehood could lead to longevity. Haha. Chapter 52. Pressing exercises. Sister Su Qingmei. Is Shen Yao really ranked 7th again? In the car, Zhou Yun inquired of Su Qingmei. Su Qingmei nodded, and Zhou Yun excitedly waved her chubby little fist. Haha, serves her right. This is wonderful. Zhang Hong reminded her, You mustn't say such things outside. It could have a negative impact. Zhou Yun retorted angrily. Is it permissible for her to employ online trolls to slander Sister Qingmei, yet we are forbidden from reveling in her misfortune? Zhang Hong replied exasperatedly. You've been in this circle long enough to know that such matters cannot be openly discussed. Even if we possess evidence, the company would suppress it for the sake of its image. Zhou Yun, feeling dejected, nodded in silence. Lin Zhou couldn't resist asking, Miss Zhang, is it true that Shen Yao hired someone to tarnish Miss Su's reputation? Are all those rumors merely fabrications? Before Zhang Hong could respond, Su Qingmei swiftly turned to him. What do you think? For some reason that night, ever since Lin Zhou critiqued Su Qingmei's performance, she had become somewhat irritable. Zhang Hong remarked to Lin Zhou, Indeed. Those are all just rumors. You've been close to Qingmei for quite some time. You should be able to discern her character. Zhou Yun added, Right, Lin Zhou. You sleep beside Sister Qingmei every night. If she were that type of person, you would surely notice. Drive carefully. Su Qingmei shot a glare at Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun stuck out her tongue and focused on driving. Lin Zhou observed Su Qingmei with curiosity. Usually, she was merely a bit aloof. Yet she was quite amiable towards Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun. What had changed tonight? Noticing Lin Zhou's gaze, Su Qingmei turned her head away, staring out the window, shifting her position to press herself against the glass, as if to say she wanted to distance herself from him. Was she acting like a child? Lin Zhou couldn't help but chuckle softly. Seeing Lin Zhou laughing in the reflection of the car window, Su Qingmei suddenly turned to him. What are you laughing at? Lin Zhou, taken aback, quickly replied, I wasn't laughing at you. I just remembered something joyful. Su Qingmei retorted coldly, What joyful thing? Lin Zhou shrugged. My boss placed 3rd in the competition today. Su Qingmei paused, turned her head, and the anger on her face gradually faded, mumbling softly, Smooth talker. Zhou Yun and Zhang Hong exchanged glances, and Zhou Yun whispered, Sister Hong, what is wrong with Sister Qingmei tonight? Zhang Hong shook her head, equally puzzled, sensing that Su Qingmei was acting oddly. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Zhou remained diligent in his duty to protect Su Qingmei, and they continued to share a room. However, he was cautious to shower in his own room first before proceeding to Su Qingmei's. It felt somewhat improper to bathe in the same room together. When Lin Zhou arrived, Zhou Yun, who had been accompanying Su Qingmei, prepared to return to her room. Be careful, Lin Zhou. Sister Qingmei seems to still be angry. She cautioned softly before leaving. Lin Zhou nodded, closed the door, locked it, and entered the room, only to find Su Qingmei already heading towards the bathroom with her pajamas. Lin Zhou had grown accustomed to this and felt no surprise. He settled onto the couch, ready to scroll through his phone. Moments later, he heard Su Qingmei's voice behind him. If you understand singing, why didn't you say so earlier? Startled, Lin Zhou nearly dropped his phone, turning to see Su Qingmei standing before him, clutching her pajamas, biting her lip with an unpleased expression. Miss Su, you walk so quietly, Lin Zhou exclaimed, genuinely startled. You never mentioned it before, Su Qingmei pressed. After a brief silence, she asked, do you really think I sing that poorly? Lin Zhou suddenly realized her lingering irritation stemmed from his previous critique. Miss Su, I didn't mean to imply you sing poorly. I merely suggested that your breath control could be improved. You placed third, which indicates you are already performing well. Is that still not good enough? Su Qingmei disregarded his reassurances, fixating on his remarks about her shortcomings. Lin Zhou sighed in exasperation. Why are you so stubborn? He decided to be straightforward. Yes? Aside from breath control, your middle and low notes lack integration. Many singers focus heavily on high notes while neglecting practice in the mid and low ranges. Of course, this also relates to innate talent and vocal range. Su Qingmei was taken aback, perhaps not expecting Lin Zhou to address her flaws so candidly and extensively. She stared at him with her large eyes for a considerable moment before finally saying, You are correct. Lin Zhou braced himself for her wrath, yet was taken aback by her calm acceptance of his criticism. Su Qingmei then inquired, What do you think I should do to improve? Lin Zhou hesitated, unable to suppress a chuckle. You are asking me? I'm just an assistant. You ought to consult the music director and producers at the company. They have never mentioned this to me, Su Qingmei replied. Lin Zhou found this odd. How could they overlook such glaring flaws? Clearly a flaw? Su Qingmei nearly bit her lip in frustration. Not really. Your flaws are actually more impressive than the strengths of ordinary singers, Lin Zhou quickly added. Realizing he had misspoken, how can I improve? Su Qingmei pressed each word. She added, Teach me, and I'll raise your salary. Lin Zhou felt a headache coming on. Having known Su Qingmei's passion for music, he regretted speaking out earlier, now feeling trapped by her insistence. Reluctantly, he said, There is a method, but it requires perseverance. I wonder if you can handle it? Tell me, Su Qingmei urged eagerly. Lin Zhou explained, breath control mainly involves physical exercise. You could buy a treadmill and run while singing. Also, he hesitated, contemplating how to approach the next part. Speak up, Su Qingmei insisted, holding her cartoonish pajamas. Her exquisite face reflecting anticipation akin to a child yearning for candy. Finally, Lin Zhou said, You could practice holding your breath. It's quite simple. You can do it while bathing in the tub. Bathe. Tub. Upon hearing those two words, Su Qingmei was suddenly reminded of a memory she preferred to forget. Her cheeks flushing as she glared at Lin Zhou. Was he intentionally bringing up the bathtub? However, Lin Zhou's gaze remained clear and unassuming. There was no hint of impropriety. Su Qingmei paused, then asked, What about the mid and low notes? Lin Zhou hesitated further, and after several of her queries, he finally said, Your timbre is bright, and your high notes are excellent. However, singers proficient in high notes often struggle with stability in the mid and low ranges. To improve in those areas, you must learn to lower your voice. How do I lower it? Well, Lin Zhou began. There's an exercise where you lie flat and have someone press on your abdomen while you sing. This helps to lower your voice. Su Qingmei stared at him in silence for an extended moment. Lin Zhou hastily clarified, I assure you, this is genuine. I used to assist others with this method, and it yielded good results. Although her talent was limited, she could only reach a certain point. He certainly did not want Su Qingmei to misinterpret his intentions as taking advantage of her. Next time, you could ask Zhou Yun for help. I want to try it now. Before Lin Zhou could finish, Su Qingmei lay down on the couch. Lin Zhou felt a bit bewildered. Try now? What does that mean? He noticed Su Qingmei had already turned to him, saying, I apologize for the trouble. Lin Zhou quickly responded, Miss Su, it is quite late. Perhaps you could let Zhou Yun handle it tomorrow. Su Qingmei urged, Just now, a quick attempt will suffice. She gazed at Lin Zhou, her clear, cold eyes devoid of any impurities, filled only with fervor for music. Lin Zhou paused momentarily before slowly nodding. Su Qingmei was a dedicated singer, and at this moment, her sole focus was on enhancing her vocal skills. It was he who had been impure in thought. Rising, Lin Zhou approached Su Qingmei, squatting down to extend his hands. Shall I begin? Su Qingmei replied, closing her eyes as her lashes fluttered softly. After the recording, she had changed out of her performance attire. Yet she still wore a breezy short-sleeved t-shirt and a knee-length skirt. As she reclined, her natural curves became accentuated. with her slender legs beneath the skirt gleaming like white jade. Her bare feet were delicate and rounded, the toes slightly arched, charmingly fair. Lin Zhou averted his gaze, gently pressing his palms against her flat abdomen. Su Qingmei's body quivered slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. At this moment, her mind was likely consumed solely by the act of singing. I will apply a bit of pressure, Lin Zhou stated. Su Qingmei nodded with her eyes closed. He pressed down gently on her abdomen, then suggested, try singing. Unfortunately, it's not you. This song had been rejected several times on Earth due to its low pitch, as few singers were willing to perform it. However, Su Qingmei's lower register was quite good, enabling her to sing it well under normal circumstances. Yet, in this pressure practice, it would not be as simple. As expected, after attempting to sing a couple of lines, her voice struggled to rise. Her eyes lit up, realizing that this method might indeed be effective, contrary to Lin Zhou's initial claims. Lin Zhou glanced at the time. Miss Su, it is quite late. Shall we continue this practice another time? Having acquired the secret technique, Su Qingmei was unwilling to cease, urging him, continue applying pressure. She insisted on practicing further. After singing for a while, Lin Zhou suddenly stood up. I wish to continue practicing. Su Qingmei was taken aback, her legs shifting, her voice taking on a slightly coy tone. She soon found herself stunned, her cheeks flushing. What am I doing? She was at a loss as to why she was behaving this way, appearing almost playful. It felt terribly embarrassing. In the next moment, she suddenly felt something cover her lower body, her cool calves warming. As she propped herself up slightly, she realized Lin Zhou had draped a blanket over her. Then, with a smile, he said, don't catch a chill. Let us practice for another half hour before resting, shall we? Su Qingmei stared at him in a daze. And after a moment, she nodded. Chapter 53. Did he help you practice singing? How did he assist? In the tranquil room, the lighting was dim, and an occasional, slightly somber yet clear voice resonated, enveloping the atmosphere in warmth. Put in more effort. Why have you stopped? The song ceased, giving way to a melodious and languid voice. Su Qingmei opened her eyes and glanced at Lin Zhou, who was crouched beside her. His hand rested gently on her abdomen, exerting no pressure. At that moment, words floated before Lin Zhou and Oppos, SIs. The Lonely Brave Song Memory Replication in Progress, 70 completed. Extreme Challenge Program Proposal Memory Replication in Progress, 40 completed. White Knight Chasing Murder Script Memory Replication in Progress, 5 completed. The Day Does Not Understand the Night and Oppos, Black Song Memory Replication in Progress, 5 completed. The Long Absent Memory Replication Progress bar reappeared before Lin Zhou, this time with 2 new additions. The script for the drama White Knight Chasing Murder and its theme song. The Day Does Not Understand the Night's Black. Is this a coordinated effort? In fact, The Day Does Not Understand the Night's Black was one of the renowned songs of that diva back in the day, known for her rich mezzo-soprano voice adept at mid to low tones. This particular song demanded exceptional control over those vocal registers, showcasing her unique qualities to perfection, which led to its immediate success. Subsequently, the narrative of White Knight Chasing Murder perfectly complemented the theme of light and dark, prompting the production team to select this song as the theme. However, in a bid to economize, they opted not to have the diva perform it, but rather assigned it to the lead actor, Teacher Pan. While Teacher Pan was a talented actor, singing was not his forte, and his rendition of this classic fell short. Nevertheless, due to the immense popularity of White Knight Chasing Murder, his flawed version of The Day Does Not Understand the Night's Black still ascended to the top of the new song charts during the show's airing. With the initiation of the memory replication for the drama and its accompanying song, Lin Zhou's mind began to wander back to related memories. He recalled feeling a sense of regret at the time, wishing they had enlisted the diva or another capable female singer to perform. The song could have achieved even greater acclaim. Yet, unexpectedly, White Knight Chasing Murder and The Day Does Not Understand the Night's Black were soon to emerge on Blue Star. Lin Zhou was still unfamiliar with the film and television industry of Blue Star, lacking extensive connections, and he needed to ponder thoroughly how to navigate the production of this classic work and its song. Put in more effort. At that moment, Su Qingmei's urging voice broke through his thoughts. Lin Zhou snapped back to reality, promptly pressing down with both hands, causing her flat abdomen to dip inward. Su Qingmei was taken by surprise. She had not anticipated his sudden forceful touch and instinctively gasped. Quickly, she covered her mouth. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she looked at Lin Zhou. Seeing his expression was natural, devoid of any misunderstanding. She sighed in relief and refocused her mind to continue practicing her mid to low tones. Minutes later, Miss Su, half an hour has passed. Shall we practice once more? All right. Half an hour later. Are we done? One last time, please? The next morning, dawn broke. Knock, knock, knock. Qingmei, Lin. The sound of knocking startled both individuals awake. Su Qingmei groggily opened her eyes, glancing around, and suddenly felt a hint of strangeness beside her. In previous visits for recording, she and Lin Zhou had shared this room, where she took the bed while he slept on the sofa. But now, why was she on the sofa, looking at herself? She was covered by a thin air conditioning blanket, snugly wrapped. Puzzled, she sat up abruptly. Not far away, Lin Zhou was also slowly rising, his hair slightly tousled. Upon seeing Su Qingmei, he greeted her with a smile. Good morning, Miss Su. Su Qingmei's mind was filled with questions. Why are you in my bed? Lin Zhou chuckled. Last night, you were so engrossed in practicing that you fell asleep. I saw you sleeping soundly, so I didn't wake you. Su Qingmei brushed her slightly disheveled hair and recalled the events of last night. She had insisted on Lin Zhou helping her practice her mid to low tones. They had practiced vigorously until late, and before she knew it, she had drifted off to sleep. Thus, she ended up on the sofa while Lin Zhou took the bed. Knock, knock. Qingmei, Lin. Outside, Zhou Yun was calling. Su Qingmei quickly got up and responded, Shaoan, coming. She hurried to open the door, revealing Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun, both carrying luggage. They had already booked a flight for 10 o'clock that morning, not returning to Linjiang, but heading to Hangqing. Qingmei, why did you sleep in so late? Oh. As Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun entered, Zhou Yun suddenly exclaimed, glancing at Su Qingmei's attire. Qingmei, did you sleep in yesterday's clothes? The little assistant leaned in, wrinkling her nose and sniffing, exclaiming, Qingmei, you didn't shower last night? Su Qingmei, known for her cleanliness, always showered daily, regardless of how exhausting work was. Thus, Zhou Yun's surprise at her disheveled appearance was understandable. At that moment, Lin Zhou also got out of bed, dressed in yesterday's clothes, which posed no inconvenience. However, Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun were even more astonished by this sight. Zhou Yun and Appo's eyes widened. Lin, you also slept in the bed? Zhang Hong's expression soured, disbelief crossing her face as she glanced between Lin Zhou and Su Qingmei. Are you too? Her mind raced with words like isolated man and woman and igniting flames, before Su Qingmei could process the situation. The married Lin Zhou understood the implications immediately and quickly pointed to the blanket on the sofa. You've misunderstood. Last night, Miss Su practiced singing and fell asleep on the sofa, so I had no choice but to take the bed. Zhang Hong then noticed the blanket on the sofa and finally relaxed. Zhou Yun, however, appeared disappointed. Oh, is that so? Sigh, I thought. She was promptly swatted by Zhang Hong. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and pack. Oh, the little assistant pouted, rubbing her backside as she sadly moved to help Su Qingmei gather her belongings. At that moment, Su Qingmei finally realized what was happening. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, giving her assistant a light slap. The assistant yelped, feeling both aggrieved and frustrated. Lin Zhou turned apologetically to Zhang Hong. I apologize. Sister Zhang, I failed to supervise Miss Su properly last night, allowing her to stay up past her designated rest time. I will be more vigilant next time. His responsibilities included overseeing Su Qingmei's schedule and diet, and it was evident she had exceeded her allotted rest time by practicing until nearly dawn. Before Zhang Hong could respond, Su Qingmei interjected, It was my insistence that he help me. Sister Hong, please don't blame him. Zhang Hong initially intended to say it was all right, just to be more careful next time. However, upon hearing Su Qingmei's words, she inquired with curiosity, He helped you? How did he assist? The nosy little assistant perked up her ears, intrigued. Su Qingmei hesitated, opening her mouth but unsure of how to articulate it. Should she simply say she forced him to touch her abdomen? Fortunately, Lin Zhou quickly clarified. Miss Su asked me to assist her in identifying any flaws in her singing. Zhou Yun blinked in disbelief. Really? Lin, you could discern that? I thought Miss Su suddenly wanted to practice in Kuden and Appos. To find anyone, so I had to step in. Lin Zhou chuckled and turned to head to the bathroom to freshen up. Su Qingmei followed suit. I'm going to brush my teeth. Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun exchanged glances. Sister Hong, why do I feel like there's something off between Qingmei and Lin? Zhou Yun stroked her chin, a look of skepticism on her face. Zhang Hong remained silent, gazing thoughtfully at the restroom. Thank you, Su Qingmei whispered to Lin Zhou inside the restroom. Lin Zhou replied, Miss Su, we are merely practicing singing together. There is no need to hide this from Zhang Jie and Xiaoyan. In an instant, Su Qingmei turned her head to look at him, her previously warm gaze turning cold as she exited with her toothbrush cup in hand. Lin Zhou, bewildered, wondered why she was upset again. In the afternoon, in Hangzhou, Su Qingmei was participating as a guest in a variety show. However, she was merely a flying guest and would only record this one episode, which was not particularly exhausting. Yet, she had another event to attend in Su City that evening for a cosmetics brand endorsement, which felt a bit like a relentless schedule. The routine they had previously agreed upon seemed impossible to maintain tonight. Qingmei seems rather excited today, doesn't she? At that moment, in Hangzhou People's Park, the outdoor recording of Hangzhou TV's Riddle Escape was underway. Su Qingmei, as a flying guest, was the most popular and high-profile among all the guests. The other participants were aware of the aloof goddess's demeanor and initially approached her with trepidation, fearing that she might be too cold to interact with. However, today Su Qingmei was surprisingly gentle, actively engaging with the other guests, her face occasionally adorned with a sweet smile. The icy facade melted, and the goddess descended, leaving several male guests in awe. Outside the recording venue, Zhou Yun watched in amazement, noting that even she rarely witnessed Su Qingmei smile. Yet, from the moment Su Qingmei woke up that morning, Zhou Yun had noticed the corners of her mouth occasionally lifting, as if something joyful had transpired. How peculiar, how peculiar. Both Zhou Yun and Zhang Hong were baffled, while Lin Zhou remained silent. He vaguely sensed that Su Qingmei and Appo's exuberance today stemmed from having acquired a secret technique to enhance her singing skills the previous night, thus elevating her spirits. This woman is truly infatuated with singing. However, Su Qingmei and Appo's diet and routine had indeed been completely thrown into disarray. The recording concluded at 6 in the evening, and without even having time for a meal, Su Qingmei hurriedly boarded a vehicle to rush to Su City, 200 kilometers away. She hastily consumed a few bread rolls in the car, and by 8 o'clock, she exited the highway, still over 10 kilometers from the event venue, which was set to commence at 8:30. There was no time to reach the venue and then head to the dressing room for makeup and a costume change. She had to manage it in the car. Fortunately, Zhou Yun was a makeup artist, so the makeup was quickly completed. But changing clothes, Lin Zhou was still in the car. Chapter 54, he is not a stranger at this moment. Su Qingmei was still clad in the athletic attire she wore for the program. For the upcoming event, she was to don a white dress, but naturally, she needed to remove her sportswear first. Lin Zhou, seated in the car, found it impossible to change her clothes. They were nearing the venue, and as soon as Su Qingmei exited the vehicle, she intended to rush straight to the stage, leaving no time for a wardrobe change. Lin Zhou, driving, turned to Zhang Hong beside him and said, "Sister Zhang, I will stop at the next intersection. I'll get out, and you all can go ahead. I'll take a taxi to the venue." Zhang Hong nodded in agreement. "All right, thank you, Shaolin. That's the best solution." "Not necessary," Su Qingmei suddenly interjected. Both Zhou Yun and Zhang Hong turned to her in surprise. Zhou Yun, thinking she misheard, asked, "Sister Qingmei, what did you say?" Su Qingmei glanced at Lin Zhou in the driver's seat, her voice icy. "He doesn't need to get out." "Ah," Zhou Yun exclaimed, her mouth agape in shock. "Sister Qingmei, you're going to change clothes in front of Brother Lin?" Su Qingmei shot her a glare and pointed to a thin blanket in the back seat. "Just hold it up to shield me." Zhou Yun still felt uneasy and turned to Zhang Hong for support. Zhang Hong, however, looked at Lin Zhou, hesitating. Although Lin Zhou was Su Qingmei's personal assistant, the difference in gender posed a concern, especially since Su Qingmei was a public figure, constantly scrutinized by the public eye. If word got out that she changed clothes in a car in front of a man, even with a barrier, it could easily be misinterpreted. In today's internet age, rumors could spiral out of control, potentially distorting the situation into something scandalous. Lin Zhou, aware of Zhang Hong's concerns, spoke up. "I should get out, there's no time." "Sister Hong, I'm changing now," Su Qingmei interrupted, addressing Zhang Hong. After a brief pause, she added, "He is not a stranger." Zhang Hong hesitated, glanced at the time, and finally nodded. "All right. Shaolin." Lin Zhou promptly replied, "Sister Zhang, I'll focus on driving." With that, he fixed his gaze ahead, avoiding any distraction. Zhang Hong trusted Lin Zhou's character, especially considering he had maintained appropriate boundaries during their extended time together. Her earlier suggestion for Lin Zhou to step out was motivated more by a sense of propriety than any doubts about his integrity. Su Qingmei had previously been hesitant to even be near men, so her trust in Lin Zhou was unexpected. Was this a sign of progress or a cause for concern? Time was of the essence, so Zhang Hong rose to the back seat, urging Zhou Yun to retrieve the blanket meant for shielding. Qingmei? Zhou Yun looked at Su Qingmei, who, with her ethereal beauty, glanced at the upright figure in the front seat and nodded. Let us proceed. Zhou Yun then alerted Lin Zhou, Brother Lin. Sister Qingmei is about to change her clothes. Her statement, rather than clarifying the situation, only heightened the awkwardness. Lin Zhou acknowledged with a simple "oh," unsure of how to respond, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Su Qingmei lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. Zhou Yun and Zhang Hong each took an edge of the blanket and raised it, creating a makeshift curtain. Lin Zhou concentrated on the road, not daring to glance in the rearview mirror, fearing he might inadvertently catch a glimpse of something inappropriate. The sounds of bustling traffic and pedestrians filled the air, while behind him, the rustling of fabric and skin brushing against each other became increasingly audible. Lin Zhou was taken aback to realize how pronounced the sounds of changing clothes could be, perhaps due to his heightened awareness of the situation. He chastised himself for feeling flustered, thinking it unbecoming for someone of his experience to be so easily distracted. The dress Su Qingmei wore appeared to be somewhat complex to put on. The rustling noises persisted for a while, making time seem to elongate. He sat upright, fixated on the road ahead, refusing to steal a glance at the rearview mirror, which was an excruciating exercise in restraint. Eventually, Zhou Yun's voice broke the tension. Sister Qingmei, are you ready? Came Su Qingmei's soft response. The blanket was finally lowered, allowing Lin Zhou, glancing in the rearview mirror, to catch sight of Su Qingmei in a white dress. The circular neckline revealed a hint of her fair skin, and a delicate necklace adorned her elegant neck. Though the diamonds sparkled brilliantly, they paled in comparison to Su Qingmei's innate radiance. Particularly striking were her long, graceful legs, which, due to her position in the back seat, were the first thing Lin Zhou noticed through the mirror. The angle was such that if he continued to gaze, he might inadvertently glimpse more than intended. However, sensing his scrutiny, Su Qingmei instinctively pressed her legs together. Lin Zhou promptly averted his eyes, feeling a sudden wave of embarrassment wash over him at having been caught in the act. Yet, Su Qingmei remained composed, sitting elegantly with her legs together, hands resting on her knees, exuding an air of modesty akin to a bashful young girl. Oh no! Zhou Yun suddenly exclaimed, Sister Qingmei, you still need to put on your stockings. As she spoke, she hurriedly retrieved a pair of black stockings from the clothing bag. Zhang Hong, glancing ahead, urged, We'll arrive shortly. Hurry and put them on. Su Qingmei took the stockings, briefly glanced at Lin Zhou, and decided not to have Zhou Yun and Zhang Hong shield her any longer. She slipped off her high heels, revealing her delicate, fair feet. Holding the stockings together, she found the small opening for her foot, lifted her right foot slightly, bent at the waist, and deftly slid the stocking onto her foot, adjusting it along her ankle and calf. Many had remarked that Su Qingmei possessed the most exquisite legs in the entertainment industry, and they could only imagine how stunning she would look in black or white stockings. Yet, none could have anticipated that today. Su Qingmei would not only wear black stockings, but would do so in the presence of a man. Lin Zhou was equally astonished that Su Qingmei chose to don her stockings without the need for cover, even with his back turned. Did she not realize that he could see through the rearview mirror? Though he intended to focus solely on the road, the car was currently halted at a red light, leaving him in a rather precarious position. Of course, Lin Zhou was not the kind to indulge in voyeurism. He merely glanced to find Su Qingmei adjusting her stockings, now well above her skirt. He quickly averted his gaze. Zhou Yun and Zhang Hong were equally surprised by Su Qingmei's audacity, both feeling a twinge of anxiety as they stole glances at Lin Zhou, apprehensive of any awkwardness that might ensue. Fortunately, even though the car had stopped, Lin Zhou did not turn back, maintaining his attentive stance ahead. Zhang Hong breathed a sigh of relief, casting a reproachful glance at Su Qingmei, wondering how she, who usually understood the boundaries between men and women, had become so reckless today. After finishing with her right foot, Su Qingmei lifted her left foot, swiftly donning the stocking on that side as well. After slipping back into her high heels, her companion Zhou Yun assisted her in arranging her hair and makeup. Fortunately, Su Qingmei possessed natural beauty and required only a light touch of makeup, which saved considerable time. As the green light illuminated, the vehicle continued its journey, and moments later, they arrived at the event venue. At that moment, a throng of fans had already gathered at the entrance, numbering in the hundreds. brandishing light boards and banners while vociferously calling out Su Qingmei's name. Many male admirers fervently shouted, "Su Qingmei, I love you. Be my girlfriend. I want to marry you." Having grown accustomed to the fervor of her fans, Zhou Yun and Zhang Hong displayed little reaction. Su Qingmei glanced toward the driver's seat and suddenly addressed Zhang Hong. "Sister Hong, could you please guide the fans to refrain from mentioning marriage or dating?" Zhang Hong looked at her quizzically. "How do you suggest we guide them? You never seemed to mind these things before." Su Qingmei lowered her gaze, adjusting her dress. "I don't want to be misunderstood." "Who would misunderstand?" Zhou Yun inquired curiously. Su Qingmei shook her head. "Never mind. Let us go." Lin Zhou pressed the button to open the door, and the side sliding door of the van gradually opened. He stepped out and moved alongside the door. The crowd was overwhelming, and he needed to accompany Su Qingmei to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Soon, a pair of long legs clad in black stockings emerged from the vehicle, followed by her perfectly sculpted upper body and her stunningly beautiful face. The fans erupted into a frenzy. "Ah, the goddess's black stockings are so enticing. My goodness, those long legs paired with black stockings are simply lethal. Su Qingmei is breathtaking. Qingmei, I love you. I want to have your children." Not only the men, but also female fans joined in the excitement, even shouting that they wanted to bear Su Qingmei's children. Lin Zhou protected Su Qingmei as they made their way inside, chuckling at the wild shouts. It seemed that Su Qingmei indeed captivated both male and female fans equally, truly a paragon of charm. The organizers had arranged for security along both sides of the road, and although the atmosphere was electric, no incidents occurred, allowing Lin Zhou and Su Qingmei to enter the event venue smoothly. Zhou Yun and Zhang Hong followed through a side entrance. "Hello, Teacher Su. I am the publicity manager for Alaya in China. Please follow me." A staff member from the brand approached. Su Qingmei nodded in acknowledgement, following the individual. After taking a few steps, she suddenly paused and turned to Lin Zhou, asking, "What were you laughing at just now?" Lin Zhou was taken aback, then realized she had noticed his amusement upon their entrance. "I recalled something amusing," he replied adeptly. "What was so amusing?" Su Qingmei inquired, gazing at him. "You're not allowed to say it was because your boss won third place in the competition. That's not amusing." Lin Zhou pondered for a moment and responded, "Because I noticed my boss seems quite happy today." Chapter 55, 2 against 100. Su Qingmei truly felt elated as she attended the event. Zhou Yun and Zhang Hong accompanied her, while Lin Zhou settled in the lounge prepared for Su Qingmei by the organizers. As he sat there and glanced at his phone, he discovered that the fishman songstress had sent him several messages. "Old Zhou, have you seen my latest video? Haha, these guys have truly gone mad. Insisting that we form a CP. Hey, why aren't you replying? Are you planning to abandon me?" After some contemplation, Lin Zhou finally understood the situation. It turned out that last night, while he was helping Su Qingmei practice her singing, the fishman songstress had posted a new video. However, instead of dancing as usual, she excitedly recounted her experience attending the preliminary round of a Chinese poetry competition with her father. She expressed her disdain for the judges from the Poetry Network and the Poetry Association, who looked down on the amateur platform, her frustration palpable. The barrage of comments erupted with indignation. "How dare a mere poet look down on our little platform? Let us see them compare online viewership. We could easily outshine them." The songstress remained unfazed, asserting that numerous creators from their amateur platform would dominate the top 3 spots. Yet, the subsequent content of the video quickly dashed their hopes. Most of the amateur contestants had been eliminated, and only 2 from their platform made it into the final 100. Is this for real? Weren't the masters of the ancient style supposed to emerge in droves this time? Only 2 from our platform in the top 100? This is dismal. Who were these 2 luminaries? As the video continued, a girl in casual attire with her hair in a bun appeared, extending her fingers with a playful smile. One of them is Xiao Chan from the ancient style sector, and the other is Shui Zhou. The comments surged. "Of course it's Xiao Chan. I knew it. She is just that amazing. Shui Zhou actually made it to the top 100. Can he really write poetry as well as he composes songs? Quick, tell us about their poetry." Xiao Chan, a charming figure with a classical aura, frequently shared videos of herself in traditional attire, playing the guqin and reciting poetry, making her one of the most popular creators in the ancient style sector. Her advancement to the top 100 was not surprising. However, the inclusion of Shui Zhou left many in astonishment. After all, he was primarily known for songwriting, which differed significantly from poetry. Yet someone soon remarked, "Have you forgotten the snow dances lightly? You tilt the nation's heart?" Exactly. Shu Zhou wrote such an exquisite confession poem for the songstress. It's no wonder he made it to the top 100. Many speculated that he must have submitted that particular poem, as it perfectly aligned with the theme of emotion. However, the fisherman songstress then mischievously interrupted, saying, Xiao Chan's poem depicts the tender feelings of childhood sweethearts, which is quite moving. As for Shu Zhou, she paused for effect, then continued, in 2 days. The poetry competition will commence online voting, and you will soon discover the truth. I can only say, Shu Zhou's poem will be unforgettable for a lifetime. With that, she clasped her hands together, addressing the audience. Everyone, we from the amateur platform are outnumbered, facing dire circumstances. In 2 days, we must rally together for the online vote. We cannot allow our humble platform to be belittled. Please. The video concluded, and Lin Zhou returned to the comment section, filled with condemnation for the songstress's abruptness, along with speculation about the content of Shu Zhou and Amp, Oppo's poem. He finally replied to her, I watched the video, it was good. On the other side, she likely held her phone, replying almost instantly, Big brother, you finally decided to respond. What do you mean by good? If it weren't for the poem you wrote for me, I wouldn't bother to rally votes for you. Lin Zhou helplessly explained, didn't I mention? That poem was about Su Qingmei. Who are you trying to fool? I checked, and Su Qingmei hasn't danced at all. This silly girl simply wouldn't believe him. Lin Zhou, uninterested in further explanations, typed, Thank you for your hard work. Get some rest, and we'll talk another day. Hey, you're being unreasonable. I worked hard on that video to rally votes for you, and you're just going to toss it aside? I'll tell my mom if you keep making my dad cry. Is your song of the traveler going to make it into the top 50? Her messages bombarded him like a rapid-fire sequence. Lin Zhou replied, What do you think? Fishman songstress. I think it will at least make it into the top 10. Lin Zhou chuckled softly. Participating in the poetry competition was merely an experiment for him, not a pursuit of accolades. Don't underestimate this. It's not just about you. It's about the entire amateur platform's reputation. Out of 10, our humble site only has 2. We're practically the laughingstock. You cannot falter. Hurry and enlist your relatives, friends, and classmates to vote for you. Upon hearing the fishman songstress's words, Lin Zhou grasped the situation. Clearly, as a platform primarily focused on videos and animation, their participation in such a poetry competition was not taken seriously. Whether it was due to the creator's subpar works or the judges' biased views, only 2 made it to the top 100, himself and Xiao Chan. The ratio was indeed disheartening. Appearing to be mere participants. No wonder the fishman songstress was so agitated. Lin Zhou reassured her, Rest assured, even if my poem is lacking, it won't be terrible. Really? You better not disappoint. Otherwise, I'll send you a threatening letter. After much persuasion, Lin Zhou finally managed to appease the foolish songstress. Checking the time, he saw it was nearly 10 o'clock. Just as he prepared to step outside, the lounge door swung open, and Su Qingmei walked in, unaware of Lin Zhou's presence. She bent over to inspect her right leg, which had a small hole in her stockings, revealing a patch of fair skin contrasting sharply with the black fabric. Lin Zhou, without much thought, inquired, Did your stockings tear? Su Qingmei froze, slowly raising her head, and in the next moment, her slightly pale face turned a vibrant shade of red, visible to the naked eye. Chapter 56. Why so considerate when you're angry? In the next moment, Su Qingmei quickly straightened up, lowering her skirt to cover her thigh, where the stockings had been torn. She stood there, somewhat flustered, her cheeks flushed. Yet, she endeavored to maintain a cool demeanor. What are you doing here? Lin Zhou replied. I'm here to wait for you. He then realized this sounded a bit off, and added, To wait for all of you. Su Qingmei brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and nodded. The lounge fell silent, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. Fortunately, Zhou Yun and Zhang Hong soon entered. Su Qingmei needed to change clothes, so Lin Zhou stepped out of the lounge, waiting outside. 10 minutes later, Su Qingmei emerged, now dressed in a loose t-shirt and long pants, donning a hat and mask that concealed her long legs and beautiful face. The 4 of them quickly got into the car, with Lin Zhou at the wheel. Zhang Hong turned to Su Qingmei. Shall we grab a bite to eat? Having eaten only a few pieces of bread earlier, Su Qingmei and Oppo's complexion appeared somewhat pale, a clear indication that her irregular schedule and diet over the past few days had taken a toll on her body. Su Qingmei nodded in response. However, it was already past 10 at night, and proper restaurants had closed, leaving them to find a late-night snack stall. Upon arrival, they discovered the stall specialized in crayfish. Zhang Hong frowned slightly, suggesting, How about we find another place? Female artists must take care of their skin and should avoid overly spicy or heat-inducing foods. Zhou Yun looked longingly at the crayfish stall and nodded. Yes, Sister Qingmei, let's south switch to another place. In truth, she quite enjoyed eating crayfish, but was willing to sacrifice her cravings for Su Qingmei and Appo's sake. Su Qingmei glanced at Zhou Yun, who was nearly salivating. And with a slight smile, she walked straight over to sit down. Let us eat this. I'm hungry. Zhang Hong was taken aback and shot a disapproving glance at Zhou Yun, reluctantly agreeing. Zhou Yun stuck out her tongue, feigning innocence, then cheerfully sat next to Su Qingmei, linking her arm. Sister Qingmei, thank you. Su Qingmei held her hand, remaining silent, her gaze soft. Suddenly, Lin Zhou interjected, Miss Su, your diet should strictly adhere to your meal plan. Crayfish can be very heating and detrimental to your stomach. Zhou Yun was momentarily stunned, standing up timidly. Then perhaps we should find another place. Su Qingmei held Zhou Yun back, raising her chin defiantly. I just want to eat crayfish. Lin Zhou insisted, Miss Su, your schedule and diet have already been irregular these past few days. This is not advisable. Su Qingmei gazed at Lin Zhou, biting her lip like a petulant child. I want to eat crayfish. Zhou Yun looked around and quickly said, Sister Qingmei, it's fine. Let us change places. Su Qingmei remained seated, unmoving. The tension in the air escalated. Ultimately, Lin Zhou relented. Fine, we'll eat here. I'll go order. He then walked toward the stall owner. Zhou Yun, feeling guilty, said, Sister Qingmei, I'm sorry. It's all for my sake. I shouldn't have been greedy. Su Qingmei shook her head. It's what I want to eat. It has nothing to do with you. Zhang Hong lightly tapped Zhou Yun on the forehead and helplessly remarked to Su Qingmei, just indulge her. Su Qingmei didn't respond. While Zhou Yun felt deeply touched, their sister Qingmei appeared cold and aloof, yet she was so kind and considerate. It made her emotional. Before long, Lin Zhou returned after placing the order, and the owner quickly brought out 2 plates of crayfish, along with a bowl of porridge and a dish of scrambled eggs with chives. Hey, Lin Ge, aren't you eating crayfish? Zhou Yun asked curiously upon seeing that Lin Zhou had also ordered porridge and a vegetable dish. Lin Zhou replied calmly, This is for Miss Su. She shouldn't eat crayfish. Zhou Yun gasped, then quickly closed her mouth, not daring to speak further. Su Qingmei abruptly looked up at Lin Zhou, her expression displeased. Yet, Lin Zhou remained composed. Stir-fried crayfish is too greasy, it's not good for your health and can easily cause digestive issues. Those with stomach problems should eat less. So, Miss Su, you should stick to porridge and scrambled eggs. They are nutritious and light. Zhang Hong was equally taken aback. While she usually kept a close watch on Su Qingmei, she often indulged her whims, unlike Lin Zhou, who seemed harsh in comparison. Upon reflection, however, it was clear that Lin Zhou's strictness was for Su Qingmei's own good. In contrast, Zhang Hong realized she had been too lenient, lacking in principled guidance. But there was Su Qingmei, staring intensely at Lin Zhou, her usually frosty eyes now wide with indignation, glaring at this infuriating man. Yet he remained calm and resolute. Worried that the two might argue, Zhou Yun discreetly kicked Zhang Hong under the table, urging her to think of a solution. As Zhang Hong opened her mouth to speak, Su Qingmei declared, I won't eat crayfish anymore. Lin Zhou smiled and nodded. That's more like it. This porridge is great for your stomach. And the scrambled eggs with chives are very nourishing. Zhou Yun whispered, aren't chives meant to nourish men? Zhang Hong shot her a glare, prompting the little assistant to quickly cover her mouth, chuckling as she served the porridge and scrambled eggs in front of Su Qingmei. Sister Qingmei, once you feel better, I'll treat you to crayfish. Su Qingmei glanced at her, then looked down at the porridge and scrambled eggs, pausing for a moment before finally picking up the spoon and sipping the porridge. Don't just drink porridge, eat some vegetables too, Lin Zhou reminded her. Su Qingmei slammed the spoon down, picked up her chopsticks, and forcefully grabbed a large helping of scrambled eggs with chives, chewing vigorously while glaring at Lin Zhou. Her cheeks puffed up. The usually composed Su Qingmei appeared quite adorable when she was angry. Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun exchanged glances. Realizing this side of Su Qingmei was a rare sight, as she only displayed such a childlike demeanor in front of Lin Zhou. Seeing Su Qingmei obediently eating, Lin Zhou felt free to indulge himself, peeling a crayfish. Zhou Yun, glancing at Su Qingmei, clasped her hands together. I'm so sorry, Sister Qingmei. This crayfish smells too delicious. I can't help myself. With that, she eagerly picked up a crayfish and began peeling it. At the table, the three of them continuously savored the peeled crayfish, relishing every bite, while Su Qingmei sipped her bland porridge and nibbled on the lightly seasoned scrambled eggs. Lin Zhou observed the quiet Su Qingmei, who kept her head down, pondering for a moment before placing a peeled crayfish into her bowl. Try one. Taste the flavor. Su Qingmei simply picked it up with her chopsticks and tossed it back into his bowl, continuing to drink her porridge. Clearly, she was being stubborn. Lin Zhou chuckled, unfazed, and continued to eat heartily. After finishing their late-night snack, they drove back to the hotel, during which Su Qingmei gazed out the window in silence, still seemingly upset. Upon entering the hotel, Lin Zhou remained close to Su Qingmei, sharing the same room. The accommodation had been booked by Zhou Yun in advance, but due to time constraints, it couldn't compare to the hotel they often frequented in Star City. Lin Zhou and Su Qingmei were assigned a room with a large bed, albeit smaller than their usual lodging in Star City. The sofa was so cramped that Lin Zhou couldn't even stretch his legs out comfortably. Su Qingmei entered the room but said nothing, merely glancing around before abruptly turning to leave. "Miss Su, where are you going?" Lin Zhou quickly followed her, only to see Su Qingmei knock on the door of the room across the hall, where Zhou Yun opened the door. Seeing Su Qingmei and Lin Zhou together, she looked puzzled. "Sister Qingmei, is something wrong?" Su Qingmei strode directly into Zhou Yun's room, taking a glance around. It was a standard room with 2 beds, albeit somewhat smaller in size. She turned to Zhou Yun and said, "Xiaoyan, shall we switch rooms?" Zhou Yun was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "What's wrong, Sister Qingmei? Is your room not satisfactory?" She had specifically booked a luxurious double bedroom for Su Qingmei, hoping to ensure her comfort. It was unexpected that Su Qingmei suddenly wished to change accommodations. Su Qingmei surveyed the 2 beds in the room, glanced at Lin Zhou, and then told Zhou Yun, "I prefer this room." "Oh," Zhou Yun replied, slightly drowsy and not asking further questions. Soon, the 3 of them moved to the new room. Upon entering the lavish double bedroom, Zhou Yun noticed the narrow sofa and recalled the 2 beds in her previous room. She blinked, seemingly grasping a realization. Was Sister Qingmei not upset? How thoughtful she was towards Brother Lin. "Thank you, Miss Su." In the adjacent room, Lin Zhou also came to understand that Su Qingmei had changed rooms for his comfort. "I'm going to take a shower." Without looking at him, Su Qingmei swiftly retrieved her sleepwear and headed into the bathroom. Lin Zhou had grown accustomed to her demeanor and chuckled softly, placing his backpack on the bed near the door. As her assistant and bodyguard, it was natural for him to choose the bed closer to the entrance for her protection. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly midnight. Great, he had once again breached the scheduled routine. Lin Zhou finally comprehended why Su Qingmei often appeared so pale. With her rising fame came an avalanche of engagements, leaving little time for proper rest. This was a stark contrast to his previous role as assistant to his ex-wife, Shen Yao, who was merely a second-tier celebrity with fewer commitments and thus ample time for rest. Conversely, Shen Zhu often concocted schemes to have Shen Yao take on more engagements, and she was eager to be busier. In Su Qingmei and Appo's case, the situation was reversed. Indeed, individuals varied immensely. Lin Zhou sighed, picking up his phone to check for messages, only to discover an influx of private messages on the Surin platform. "Shuizhou, I've already had my parents, uncle, second uncle, third aunt, and seventh great-uncle's entire family vote for you the day after tomorrow. Keep it up. Shuizhou, could you share the poem you're competing with? I'm so curious. Go for it, Shueda. You need to vindicate our Surin platform. Hello, Shuizhou. I'm Xiao Chan from the Ancient Style section. Let us keep pushing forward together." Most messages were encouraging, especially since he was representing the Surin platform in the competition. With only himself and another content creator remaining in the top 100, it was only natural for everyone to rally together. By the way, who was the other contender in the top 100? Lin Zhou pondered. But after a moment of fruitless thought, he let it go. He glanced at the time again. Su Qingmei had been in the shower for over 40 minutes. She usually took no more than half an hour, which meant she had exceeded her typical time by over 10 minutes. Was something amiss? Chapter 57. The champion can only be from the Poetry Association. Lin Zhou approached the bathroom door and knocked gently. Miss Su, Miss Su." There was no response from within. A sense of unease washed over him. Could she have fainted again? He twisted the doorknob, only to find it locked. Growing anxious, he stepped back, preparing to kick the door open. "What's the matter?" Suddenly, Su Qingmei's voice emerged from the bathroom, slightly breathless. Lin Zhou sighed in relief and quickly inquired, "Miss Su, why have you been in there for so long?" The sound of rushing water followed, and Su Qingmei replied, "I'm done. Just wait a moment." After a few minutes, The bathroom door swung open, revealing Su Qingmei clad in sleepwear, her damp hair tousled. Lin Zhou couldn't help but voice his concern. "Miss Su, are you all right?" She shook her head dismissively. "I'm fine. You may go wash up. I'm going to sleep." With that, she turned and headed towards her bed. "Miss Su," Lin Zhou called out, causing her to pause momentarily. She seemed a bit tense as she turned back, asking, "What is it?" Lin Zhou retrieved a hairdryer from the bathroom and handed it to her, saying, "Remember to dry your hair. You wouldn't want to catch a cold." Su Qingmei accepted the hairdryer with a quiet "oh," keeping her head down. Lin Zhou assumed she was still upset, so he paid little mind to her demeanor and retreated into the bathroom with his clothes. Once inside, he noticed that the bathroom not only contained a shower stall but also a sizable bathtub. The shower area was spotless, with not a drop of water in sight, while the bathtub was clearly damp. This indicated that Su Qingmei had bathed in the tub. Recalling the splashing noises he heard earlier and her labored breathing, he suddenly comprehended she had been practicing holding her breath. Last night, he had suggested she practice in the tub to enhance her breath control for singing. It made sense now why her bathing had taken so long. Perhaps she had been reluctant to admit to him that she was secretly practicing due to their ongoing Cold War. Lin Zhou chuckled softly to himself. To the world, she was the aloof goddess, but to him, she was merely a child indulging in a tantrum. But then again, he and Su Qingmei were not related. So he too was considered an outsider, wasn't he? Suddenly, Lin Zhou recalled Su Qingmei's words earlier that day before she changed clothes in the car. He was not an outsider. He glanced back at the bathroom door, where the sound of the hairdryer filled the quiet night. Its gentle whir was not disruptive, but rather infused the air with a cozy domesticity. A wave of warmth surged within him. It was a sensation akin to serenity. Men typically shower quickly, and Lin Zhou emerged after only 10 minutes. The bed furthest inside was slightly elevated, revealing a slender curve beneath the covers. Su Qingmei had already fallen asleep. Lin Zhou nodded to himself, thinking she had finally been obedient, not so willful after all. However, as he settled onto his own bed and glanced at his phone, his smile quickly faded. Moments ago, in his private messages on the fan site, Guomei had sent him 2 texts. "Teacher Xuezhou, your poetry is impressive. Is it truly about the fisherwoman songstress? Is your entry for the poetry contest that peace your country is your heart? How amusing." He had thought she was asleep, but it seemed she was secretly using her phone under the covers. It was likely that while he was showering, Su Qingmei had seen his earlier post featuring the poem Dance and Song, followed by the fisherwoman songstress's video about the poetry contest's preliminary rounds. Lin Zhou sighed, realizing he had overestimated her self-discipline. He lay on his side, turning his back to her bed, and began typing. "That poem is not about the fisherwoman songstress." Su Qingmei replied promptly. "Then who is it about?" Lin Zhou pondered for a moment, opting not to tell the truth. Instead, he wrote, "It was just for fun." He then shifted the conversation. "For the poetry contest, I used a different poem." Guomei responded, "Oh, so you really can write poetry? Impressive. Xuezhou, it's quite late. Why aren't you resting?" "Guomei, I'll sleep soon. Can I see the poem you submitted for the contest?" "Xuezhou, are you interested in poetry?" "Guomei, I took a course in classical Chinese poetry in college. Having more knowledge is beneficial for singing." "Xuezhou, I'll send you the poem. And then you can go to sleep?" "Guomei, sure." Lin Zhou then sent her Song of the Traveler. "Now can you sleep?" he asked, after a brief silence. She finally replied, "Going to sleep now." Lin Zhou turned off his phone screen, quietly shifted his position, and glanced at Su Qingmei's bed. He noticed the covers shift slightly as a delicate arm extended out to place her phone on the bedside table. She then retrieved a pack of tissues from the table and pulled it back under the covers. Puzzled, Lin Zhou wondered why she needed tissues if she was supposedly asleep. Meanwhile, within the confines of her blanket, Su Qingmei was gently wiping her eyes. "I miss my mom." After tidying up, she resolved to have Hong Jie adjust her schedule so she could return home to spend a few days with her mother. By the way, the girl nestled deeper into her blankets, exposing only her face, her eyes shimmering like tranquil waters. "Why does Xuezhou, like that guy, also urge me to sleep?" 2 days later, at the headquarters of the Chinese Poetry Association in Deep City, Guomuji exited the elevator, greeted warmly by numerous acquaintances. "Teacher Gua," they called, with several young women casting admiring glances. Guomuji, a renowned poet and one of the vice presidents of the Poetry Association, smiled graciously in return. In his 30s, with an elegant demeanor and undeniable talent, he was in the prime of his life. "Old Gua has arrived? Perfect timing." The organizers have just posted the top 100 entries on the official blog. Come, let us take a look. Stepping into an office, he was greeted by a bespectacled man with a cheerful demeanor. This was Zhang Jing, the president of the Poetry Association. Ironically, Zhang Jing did not write poetry, yet he held the prestigious position, having secured the funding necessary for both the association and the publication of poets' works. Zhang Jing had also been involved in the planning of the Chinese poetry contest, and to attract sponsorship and expand its reach. They had even enlisted the seemingly unrelated fan site as a co-host. Although poets often looked down on the so-called vulgar fan site, the financial support was undeniable. To promote poetry, they could occasionally indulge in the mundane. As for the submissions from the young participants on the fan site, the Poetry Association dismissed them entirely. In their eyes, the champion could only emerge from within the Poetry Association and the Poetry Network. The results of the top 100 confirmed their suspicions, totaling merely 32 slots. As for the fan site, who cared? It was of no consequence. On that morning, the contest organizers had announced the top 100 entries on Weibo, providing a voting link for netizens to cast their votes for their favorite pieces. To enhance its visibility, the poetry contest's official blog also released a significant announcement. The finals would be broadcast live on Kyoto's satellite TV and the fan site, featuring the singing sensation Su Qingmei as one of the judges. Indeed, with Su Qingmei's name attached, the poetry contest's online voting for the top 50 instantly surged into trending topics. Netizens flocked to express their admiration, exclaiming, "Su Qingmei, my goddess!" And similar phrases have drawn attention, prompting a closer examination of these 100 exceptional works. While contemporary individuals often indulge in dramas and music, it is undeniable that ancient Chinese poetry remains a treasured legacy from our ancestors. Any Chinese person, regardless of their ability to compose, should possess an appreciation for it, should they not? With Su Qingmei's compelling influence, the top 100 entries in the poetry competition have garnered significant attention. However, as voting has only just commenced, the results remain inconclusive for now. For the Poetry Association, this contest is indeed a significant affair, and President Zhang Jing is glued to his computer, scrutinizing these poetic submissions. Just then, Guomuji enters, and Zhang invites him to join. As it happens, Guomuji is a frontrunner for the championship. His reputation has transcended boundaries, and even those outside the realm of poetry recognize his name. "Old Guo, your votes are currently in the lead," Zhang Jing remarks with a grin. Guomuji responds calmly. "Are there any noteworthy new works?" He holds a certain disdain for Zhang Jing, viewing him as a mere businessman, and does not exhibit much enthusiasm. Zhang Jing, unfazed, pulls over a chair for Guomuji and begins navigating the display of the top 100 works on his computer. Before long, they have perused several pieces, and the only sound in the office is Guomuji's unvarnished commentary. Lacks substance, a mere assemblage of flowery language. Inferior. Nonsense. None of the poems meet his discerning standards. Zhang Jing is not surprised. Despite Guomuji's reclusive and proud demeanor, his poetic prowess is indeed remarkable, far surpassing the works currently under review. At last, Guomuji's gaze pauses, lingering for a few seconds before he gives a subtle nod. This one barely passes. Zhang Jing, noticing, smiles and says, "This is a piece from an amateur station, written by a young woman." Guomuji glances at the author's name, Xiao Chan. "I had a conversation with Minister Chun from the amateur station yesterday. I heard this Xiao Chan is a university student and rather attractive." Upon hearing Zhang Jing's words, Guomuji's eyes flicker, but he chooses not to elaborate and continues to peruse the works. "By the way, I heard from Zhang Yunkai that there is a rather impressive piece from the amateur station. Could it be this one by Xiao Chan?" Zhang Jing adds. Guomuji scoffs lightly. Zhang Yunkai's standards are just about that. Zhang Jing chuckles in agreement. Indeed, this piece by Xiao Chan does fall a bit short. Perhaps it is another? Guomuji, uninterested, thinks it a stroke of luck for the amateur station to have produced even one work that barely meets the mark. What more could be expected? The two continue their examination. Suddenly, Guomuji and Apos' attention is arrested, his mouth slightly agape, and his expression gradually becomes one of astonishment. Chapter 58. Who exactly is this Shuizhou? In the office of the president of the Poetry Association, the previously vibrant atmosphere suddenly fell into a profound silence. Guomuji softly recited a poem, his voice trembling with emotion. A mother's thread in hand, clothes upon her child, stitched tightly for the journey, fearing a delayed return. Who can express a child's gratitude that matches a mother's warmth? Zhang Zheng's face, once adorned with a polished smile, now bore a look of stunned remembrance. His eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if haunted by sorrowful memories. Despite his cheerful demeanor, Zhang had endured a tumultuous childhood, raised by a mother after his parents' divorce. The bond between mother and son was one of mutual reliance, and Zhang, having experienced the vicissitudes of human emotions early on, had mastered the art of navigation through life's complexities. This skill, coupled with his mother's teachings, was the reason he had ascended to the role of president of the Poetry Association, despite his inability to pen poetry himself. However, his mother, who had toiled tirelessly to provide for him, had succumbed to illness mere months ago, leaving Zhang with a profound ache buried deep within his heart. Such was his character that he rarely divulged his feelings. Yet, unexpectedly, the recitation of a poem had laid bare the wounds he had long concealed. As he recalled his mother's visage, tears cascaded down Zhang's cheeks. He hastily stood up, grabbing a couple of tissues, forcing a smile. "My eyes have been a bit off lately, huh?" Yet, his voice faltered as he noticed that the aloof Guomuji was also wiping his eyes. Could it be that even he was moved to tears? "Lao Gua, are you all right?" Zhang inquired. Guomuji quickly shook his head. "I'm fine." Wiping his tears and regaining composure, Zhang returned to his seat, asking Guomuji, "What do you think of this poem?" Suddenly, Guomuji slammed his palm on the table, startling Zhang, and passionately declared, "A timeless masterpiece, an absolute treasure." Zhang was taken aback, intending to downplay the praise, but remembering his own emotional outburst, he refrained from speaking. Such poetry indeed seemed worthy of the title timeless masterpiece. Yet, he hesitated. "Lao Gua, the theme of the competition is emotion, but this poem doesn't seem to fit the theme." Guomuji scoffed, looking at Zhang as if he were a fool. "Isn't familial love a form of emotion?" Zhang had no retort. He realized his own folly. Guomuji continued to scrutinize the poem Song of the Traveler, reciting it multiple times, savoring it as if it were an exquisite delicacy, and concluded, "This poem lacks ornate language and pretentious depth. Yet, in its brevity, it vividly displays the selfless love of a mother. The ancients said, parents plan deeply for their children. But I believe a mother's love is manifested in every garment, every stitch, and every reluctant glance. That is true maternal love, delicate, gentle, selfless, reluctant to see her child depart, yet silently preparing them for their future, watching them leave with deep affection. This is motherly love." Guomuji grew increasingly animated, unable to contain his excitement. "This is emotion. This is a truly great poem." Zhang stared at him, nodding after a lengthy pause. "Lao Gua, you are right." He understood that Guomuji's family situation was far better than his own, with parents who were devoted to one another. However, Guomuji had rebelled against his parents from a young age, choosing to study classical Chinese instead of the architecture design his parents had hoped for, resulting in a 2-year silence from his father. Fortunately, his mother had understood and supported him, allowing Guomuji to pursue his passion and ultimately become a renowned poet. Considering this, Zhang was not surprised by Guomuji's admiration for the poem celebrating maternal love. Nonetheless, he marveled at Guomuji's restraint. He had managed not to cry. At that moment, Guomuji abruptly stood up to leave. "Lao Gua, where are you going?" Zhang asked. "To the restroom." Guomuji replied hurriedly, exiting the office. Once outside, he swiftly entered a nearby restroom, seeking refuge in a stall, where his tears finally flowed freely. He pulled out a tissue to wipe his eyes, and then dialed his mother. "Mom, how have you been feeling lately? I just wanted to check on you and Dad." After the call, he wiped his eyes again, ensuring no traces of tears remained, and returned to the office with a calm demeanor. Seated before his computer, he continued to admire the poem Song of the Traveler, reciting it twice more, exclaiming, "I never expected such talent existed in the realm of poetry. I wonder who the author is." Zhang interjected, "Lao Gua, the author isn't from the poetry community." "What?" Guomuji was taken aback, finally noticing the author's name, Shu Zhou. He had indeed never heard of him. "Is he from the Writers' Association?" Guomuji inquired. "No," Zhang shook his head. "Could it be that group who churns out fast food literature? Could they write something of such caliber?" Zhang chuckled. "He is an amateur." Guomuji's mouth fell agape, his expression one of shock. After a moment, he pointed at Zhang. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" He felt frustrated. He had just criticized amateurs. Yet here was a timeless masterpiece, a label he had himself uttered. Wasn't this akin to slapping his own face? Zhang feigned innocence. "You never asked." Guamuji fell silent, still unwilling to part with the poem, continuing to admire Song of the Traveler. Meanwhile, Zhang accessed the voting page on his phone, exclaiming, Lao Gua. The votes for this poem are skyrocketing. Guamuji leaned closer to see as the vote count rapidly increased, propelling the poem's rank upward from the 30s. The comments section of the poetry competition's official account was flooded with discussions about the poem. I highly recommend Song of the Traveler. If you haven't cried yet, hurry up and do so. I miss my mom sob sob. Who says emotions only refer to love? Isn't familial love even more selfless and precious? Oh my. I've never cried over poetry before. This is incredible. If anyone hasn't voted for Song of the Traveler, I'll be very upset. The comments section had transformed into a hub solely dedicated to Song of the Traveler, overshadowing the other 99 poems. Who exactly was this Shui Zhou? Guamuji muttered through clenched teeth. At the Kyoto Normal University, in the girls' dormitory, whispers filled the air. Have you heard? Su Qingmei and Shen Yao seem to have argued during the last episode of I'm a Singer. No way. Qingmei hardly speaks. How could she have argued? Shen Yao seems quite gentle too. It must be a rumor. I heard the 5th episode and Oppo's replacement singer is Chun Jiaying. Su Qingmei finally has a rival. A group of girls chattered animatedly about the latest gossip in the entertainment industry when a girl dressed in traditional Hanfu, exuding a classical charm, entered the room. Is Xiaochan back? Where did you film today? Her roommates greeted the girl in ancient attire. Fang Xiaochan lowered her selfie stick and smiled at her roommates. I filmed a segment at Lover's Lake for my poetry campaign. By the way, where's Lin Zhou? There were 6 girls in Fang Xiaochan's dormitory, and they shared a close bond. This female dormitory had gained a bit of fame in the school, being referred to as the dormitory of 2 campus beauties, indicating the presence of 2 girls of campus beauty status, Fang Xiaochan and Lin Zhou. The 2 girls had a strong friendship, yet their personalities contrasted. Fang Xiaochan was more extroverted, enjoying filming videos to share online, while Lin Zhou was considerably quieter, often engrossed in her studies. Xiaoshuang, where else would our academic overachiever be? The library, of course. Upon hearing Fang Xiaochan and Oppo's words, someone chimed in, quickly adding, oh right, today is the online voting for the poetry competition. Everyone hurry and vote for Xiaochan. Her roommates swiftly took out their phones and logged onto Weibo, locating the official account of the poetry competition to cast their votes for Fang Xiaochan. Fang Xiaochan was a content creator in the traditional style section, known by her online moniker, Xiaochan. She primarily shared videos featuring traditional costumes, occasionally showcasing her piano skills and poetry. As she was a student majoring in classical Chinese poetry at Kyoto University, thus her poetry was of considerable quality and quite popular. However, this popularity stemmed more from her beauty and figure rather than her poetic talent. Although she was indeed stunning, she felt more confident in her proficiency in classical Chinese. Nevertheless, the amateur platform was filled with individuals who did not appreciate her skill, leaving her little opportunity to showcase her talents. This poetry competition finally afforded her a chance to prove herself, and indeed, her work was selected among the top 100 nationwide. For a sophomore, this was a significant honor, especially with so many video creators submitting entries. Ultimately, only Fang Xiaochan and one other individual advanced. This was a remarkable achievement. Fang Xiaochan noticed that the person who had advanced alongside her was named Shui Zhou, the very same creator who had previously written Unfortunately. It's not you for the rising star Su Qingmei. She felt a mix of surprise and curiosity. Could a music creator truly compose poetry of such high caliber? Consequently, last night, Fang Xiaochan sent Shui Zhou a private message, but received no response. Today marked the commencement of the online voting, and in an effort to garner votes, she deliberately filmed a video at Lover's Lake to share with her fans on the amateur platform, encouraging them to support her. At that moment, she also accessed Weibo on her phone, navigated to the poetry competition's official page, and quickly located her work. The vote count was promising. Within just over 2 hours of voting, she had already amassed over 10,000 votes. Checking her ranking, she found herself in the 43rd position. Just as I expected, quite satisfactory. Fang Xiaochan mused, her thoughts drifting to the unresponsive Shui Zhou. Her curiosity piqued as she scrolled to view Shui Zhou and Oppo's work. Suddenly, one of her roommates let out a choked sob, tears welling in her eyes. Chapter 59. I wish to take Shui Zhou as my mentor Xiaolan. What is the matter? Why are you crying? Fang Xiaochan hastily handed a tissue to her roommate, Xiaolan. Xiaolan, Petite in stature, hailed from the western countryside, far removed from Kyoto. Her roommates were well aware of her challenging family circumstances and often looked out for her. Xiaolan's father had passed away early, and she was raised by her mother, the two of them relying on one another, sharing a profound bond. Fang Xiaochan had met Xiaolan's mother before. She appeared considerably older than her peers, evidently having endured many hardships to support Xiaolan. The other roommates were taken aback when they saw Xiaolan crying without apparent reason. Fang Xiaochan inquired, "Is something wrong at home?" "No, not at all," Xiaolan replied, somewhat embarrassed, as she dabbed her tears with the tissue and pointed to the computer screen, saying, "I just saw this poem and suddenly thought of my mother." A poem? The roommates found it peculiar. Though Xiaolan came from humble beginnings, her resilient nature had never led her to tears before, yet today, she was moved by a poem. They gathered around the computer to read the poem she indicated, Song of the Wanderer, the thread in a loving mother's hand, the clothes on her wandering child. Fang Xiaochan recited it, paused, and suddenly fell silent. The others mirrored her reaction, absorbed in the poem, lost in contemplation. One of the other students, also from out of town, discreetly wiped away tears, clearly reminded of her mother back home. Fang Xiaochan, being a local, could return home every weekend and thus felt less of a pang of nostalgia. However, her deep appreciation for classical poetry made her recognize that Song of the Wanderer possessed a simple, yet piercing language that conveyed maternal love in a profoundly touching manner. It embodied the essence of elegant simplicity. Fang Xiaochan's own competition piece was a 5-character quatrain, yet in comparison to Song of the Wanderer, she felt utterly overshadowed. Who penned this? Fang Xiaochan mused, believing the poet must be a significant figure in the literary world, someone with rich life experiences, capable of expressing maternal love so poignantly with such humble words. However, upon seeing the author's name, she was left in shock. Xuezhou? How could it be Xuezhou? She had paid attention to him since discovering they were both amateur contestants among the top 100. She had also read Xuezhou and Apo's poem dedicated to the fish-singing maiden, which showcased elegant artistry. Yet, to think he could reach the top 100 was questionable. But what was this Song of the Wanderer? It was an entirely different style, markedly elevated in quality. This was perplexing to Fang Xiaochan. This poem is extraordinary. If it weren't for Xiaochan, I would have cast my vote for him. Wait, I feel like I've heard of Xuezhou before. Several roommates began to discuss, clearly impacted by the poem, especially Xiaolan and another out-of-town student, who, far from their parents, inevitably longed for home and their endearing yet nagging mothers. Song of the Wanderer truly struck a chord with them. The two girls, wiping their tears, conversed that if not for saving their votes for Fang Xiaochan, they would have already voted for Xuezhou. However, Fang Xiaochan had already returned to her computer, moving her mouse to click the vote beneath Song of the Wanderer. Xiaochan? The roommates were astonished to see her voting for a rival. He writes poetry far better than I do. The vote should go to him. The roommates exchanged glances, and Xiaolan timidly suggested, Xiaochan, perhaps we should save our votes for you? Fang Xiaochan smiled. It's all right, Xiaolan. Even if I don't make it into the top 100, being able to see such a splendid poem is quite worthwhile. Besides, being both amateurs, I might have the opportunity to converse with him about poetry in the future. After all, I'm in a prime position to learn from him. With that thought, Fang Xiaochan felt a renewed sense of joy. I just remembered. A girl suddenly clapped her hands and exclaimed, startling the others. Xuezhou is the one. Xiaolan asked in confusion. What are you talking about? Xiaolan. Don and Apos. You remember? You and Apos. Been obsessed with Su Qingmei and Apos. And Apos. What a shame at ISN and Apos. Tu and Apos. Lately. This song was written by Xuezhou. Exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. My goodness. This Xuezhou is adept at both songwriting and poetry. What a prodigy. Is it really him? Xiaolan was taken aback, her expression turning dreamy. Hey, what are you two doing? It's fine to admire talent, but don't let your hearts wander. Fang Xiaochan quickly cautioned them. I've seen Xuezhou's videos. He never shows his face. I suspect he and Apos, as an older gentleman, likely married, so don't let your imaginations run wild. Is that so? What a pity, Amin sighed, while Xiaolan remained silent. Deep in thought, seeing her roommates finally settle down, Fang Xiaochan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly checked the rankings. Wow, she couldn't help but exclaim, covering her mouth. What happened? Xiaolan and the others gathered around, equally stunned. On the poetry competition and Apos' online voting page, Song of the Wanderer was astonishingly in first place, with an incredible 100,000 votes. The second-place work had only 60,000 votes, nearly half. The voting had only been open for 3 hours. Had the suspense already concluded? How could the numbers be so high? Although she adored Song of the Wanderer, Fang Xiaochan found the vote count somewhat absurd. After all, the second-place entry was by the renowned poet Guamuji, a favorite to win. Who would have thought a relatively unknown individual could overshadow him? This was indeed astonishing. Fang Xiaochan glanced at the comments section of the poetry competition's official account, and it soon became clear. Children away from home were moved to tears. Students studying in a foreign land were moved to tears. Commuters on the subway were moved to tears. I'm buying a ticket home tomorrow. I want to see my mother. I will recite this poem to her and tell her I love her. It appeared that Song of the Wanderer had resonated with countless individuals, prompting a wave of votes in its favor, explaining the astonishing tally. Fang Xiaochan lifted her head, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. I wish to take Xuezhou as my mentor. I aspire to learn how to compose a timeless masterpiece like Song of the Wanderer. Chapter 60. I am frightfully unattractive, the kind that terrifies. In the cultural heart of Lake City, the charity Gala Bazaar Night is underway. Among the attendees are numerous philanthropically minded entrepreneurs and a host of celebrities, the most popular of whom is the pop sensation Su Qingmei. At this moment, Su Qingmei graces the stage, her voice soaring. She is adorned in a delicate light blue evening gown, the long-sleeved bodice modestly designed, while the pleated skirt features a daring side slit, revealing her enchanting, porcelain-like legs that captivate many. Su Qingmei's countenance is cool and serene, her melodious voice elegant. She seems oblivious to the countless fervent gazes from the audience, immersing herself completely in her performance. Qingmei looks stunning tonight, Zhou Yun exclaims, her eyes sparkling as she gazes at the radiant Su Qingmei on stage. Lin Zhou, however, furrows his brow slightly, noting, Miss Su has seemed a bit pale these past few days. Her irregular schedule is taking a toll. As one of the evening's highlights, Su Qingmei occupies a prime seat in the center of the front row, while Lin Zhou and Zhou Yun, acting as her assistants, are relegated to the back. Zhang Hong has gone to a neighboring city to negotiate an endorsement deal, as Su Qingmei's rising popularity has led to an avalanche of appearances and endorsements. Lin Gu, you're too tense. Relax a little. Qingmei is in great shape. Zhou Yun cheerfully chimes in, glancing at Lin Zhou before a thought strikes her. Oh, Lin Gu, Qingmei mentioned you helped her practice singing the other night. How did that go? Lin Zhou pauses, then replies calmly, I told you. I merely listened to her and pointed out any flaws. Come on, Lin Gu, don't deceive me. If you could discern any flaws just by listening, why would you still be her assistant? Zhou Yun chuckles, leaning closer to scrutinize Lin Zhou. Qingmei's ears turn red when she lies. When she said you were just listening, I noticed her ears were flushed. Maintaining his composure, Lin Zhou retorts, you must have misinterpreted. Humph, so stingy. Zhou Yun pouts, though she is not genuinely upset. Lin Zhou observes the poised and ethereal Su Qingmei on stage, pondering how Zhou Yun would react if she knew the method he employed to assist Qingmei with her singing practice. Soon, Su Qingmei concludes her song, and the audience erupts into enthusiastic applause. She bows gracefully before leaving the stage, a slight smile gracing her lips. It is during her performances that she appears most joyful. As the event progresses into other segments, Lin Zhou relaxes, pulling out his phone to check something, only to recall that today marks the commencement of online voting for the poetry competition. Upon entering Weibo, he quickly spots the voting link. But before he can click on it, he notices a promotional image featuring Su Qingmei. Lin Zhou is taken aback. What does Su Qingmei have to do with the poetry competition? A closer inspection reveals that she has been invited to serve as a judge for the finals. Stunned, Lin Zhou thinks, is this some sort of joke? Why would a poetry competition enlist a singer as a judge? Does she even know how to write poetry? This could lead to her recognizing me on the spot. A wave of frustration washes over him. He was unaware that the finals would be live-streamed, and the thought of Su Qingmei discovering his identity as teacher Xuezhou sends a shiver down his spine. What if he doesn't even make it into the top 50? That would alleviate some of his worries. Harboring a flicker of hope for a stroke of luck in not being selected, he enters the voting interface, finds his submission, and his expression transforms into one of perplexity. Song of the Wayfarer, author, Xuezhou. Votes, 233,789. Ranking, 1. Okay, maybe I was overthinking this. This timeless piece, revered on Earth, is an overwhelming advantage in this competition. However, being in first place is rather conspicuous. I genuinely do not wish to participate in the finals. Lin Zhou turns to Zhou Yun, who is seated beside him, and queries, is Miss Su really going to judge the poetry competition? Zhou Yun nods enthusiastically. It seems so. I heard Hong Jie mention it the other day. It's south taking place in Kyoto. Speaking of which, it's been ages since we visited Kyoto. It would be a lovely getaway. Lin Zhou silently agrees, noting that Su Qingmei's schedule has indeed become quite packed. Although he serves as her personal assistant, he is not privy to the arrangements of her itinerary, leaving him unaware of this event. The online voting for the poetry competition ends in 2 days, and the finals are set for next week, leaving little time. At that moment, the fish girl diva sends him a private message. Old Joe, you're incredible. Haha. Now let us see what those guys at the Poetry Association and Poetry Network have to say. You're truly the light of our little site. My dad says your poem is destined to be enshrined in the annals of Chinese poetry. You'll be immortalized. Upon hearing the fish girl diva mention her father, Lin Zhou recalls her previous revelation that he is the vice president of the Kyoto Writers Association and a judge for the poetry competition's preliminaries. Without hesitation, Lin Zhou sends the fish girl diva a private message. I need to ask you for a favor. What is it? Just say it. Are you hoping for my sister to reward you by turning you into a real man? Haha. The fish girl diva is clearly still riding the wave of excitement. Ignoring her playful banter, Lin Zhou carefully types, I would like to ask your father a favor. During the finals, would it be possible for me to participate remotely without showing my face? After a moment of bewilderment, the fish girl diva finally responds, What? Do you know how many people dream of a chance like this? And you don't want to go? What are you thinking? Lin Zhou explains. I have some family matters to attend to that day, and, well, I'm quite unattractive and fear I might frighten the audience. Skeptical. The fish girl diva retorts, unattractive? How bad can it possibly be? Lin Zhou replies, I am profoundly unattractive, the kind that could frighten people. I truly do not wish to reveal myself. Could you possibly help me by asking your father to speak with the organizers? If it's not feasible, I'm willing to forfeit my place in the finals. For some reason, the thought of Su Qingmei discovering his deception stirs a sense of unease within Lin Zhou. It's not merely because she is his boss. He simply does not want to see her upset. After all, she is a rather innocent young woman, and he feels a pang of guilt for deceiving her. Until he figures out a suitable explanation, it would be best if she remained unaware. All right, I'll talk to my dad about it. She finally concedes. In a villa belonging to the Jiang family in Kyoto, Jiang Yuer puts down her phone. Resting her chin on her hand, her expression laced with skepticism. Could he truly be that unattractive? Chapter 61. 7 Steps to Poetry. The temporary office of the Kyoto Writers Association. The organizers of the poetry competition was bustling with judges from across the nation, all focusing intently on the online voting results. These judges, set to participate in the finals at Kyoto Television in a week, opted to remain in Kyoto, finding enjoyment in observing the fierce competition of the online voting phase. However, the anticipated rivalry was notably absent. Within just a single day, Song of the Wanderer amassed over 500,000 votes, leading the second-place contender, Guamuji, by a staggering 200,000 votes, an overwhelming victory without suspense. The representative of the association chuckled as he remarked to Zhang Yunkai, I never expected even the leading figure of your poetry association would falter in comparison. He added with a jab, the top 100 from the Poetry Association and Poetry website have been overshadowed by an amateur platform. Miss Chen, your amateur group is certainly a hidden gem. Chen Xian, representing the amateur platform, wore a smug expression as she humbly waved her hand, saying, Oh, it's all thanks to the enthusiasm of the netizens, haha. Before the competition commenced, many believed the champion would undoubtedly emerge from the Poetry Association or the Poetry website. Zhang Yunkai and his fellow judges were equally arrogant. Dismissing others with scorn, the representatives took pleasure in teasing Zhang Yunkai, feeling vindicated. Zhang Yunkai, visibly frustrated, fixated on the computer screen. At that moment, Song of the Wanderer was approaching 600,000 votes, while Guamuji stood no chance of catching up. Upon first encountering Song of the Wanderer, he had applauded it enthusiastically, but he assumed that Guamuji from the Poetry Association would still pose a challenge. The disparity was far greater than he had anticipated. The Poetry Association had stumbled in front of the layman this time. What sort of person was this Xuezhou? Zhang Yunkai was curious, and others shared his intrigue. The association representative inquired of Chun Xian. Miss Chun, since Shuizhou belongs to your amateur group, you must know him well, right? Chun Xian appeared taken aback and awkwardly replied. Actually, I don't know what Shuizhou looks like. What? No way. The crowd was incredulous. Chun Xian sighed. Shuizhou has only recently begun posting videos on our amateur platform, and they are all singing videos without showing his face. We have no idea who he is. Not showing his face. How mysterious. The judges grew more curious. Zhang Yunkai scoffed. We'll see him at the finals anyway. Indeed, as they spoke, Jiang Tao, who had stepped out to take a phone call, entered the room with a peculiar expression. Old Jiang, what's the matter? The association representative, familiar with Jiang Tao, asked upon noticing his odd demeanor. Jiang Tao glanced at the crowd and gave a bitter smile. Shuizhou knows my daughter. He just asked her to relay to the organizing committee that he cannot attend the finals in person and wishes to participate remotely, and he cannot show his face. Participate remotely? And without showing his face? The judges were stunned. Chen Xian couldn't help but ask why. Jiang Tao shrugged helplessly. Shuizhou claims he is very ugly and fears he might frighten the audience. Very ugly? Chen Xian was speechless. She had hoped to arrange a special interview for the emerging talent from the amateur platform, only to find that this big shot was unwilling to even show up for the finals. Is that all? How ugly could he be to avoid attending the finals? The judges found it hard to believe, and Zhang Yunkai pressed on. President Jiang, your daughter knows Shuizhou, but what does he look like? How old is he? Jiang Tao shook his head. My daughter hasn't met him. They've only communicated through the amateur platform. The crowd exchanged glances, all feeling a bit awkward. If it were an ordinary contestant making such a request, they would have simply dismissed it. Come or not, it was your choice. But Shuizhou was different. He was the genius behind Song of the Wanderer. If he were absent from the finals, could it even be called a final? After a moment of silence, Jiang Tao tentatively suggested, perhaps participating remotely isn't such a bad idea. It might even serve as an interesting twist. Ah, yes, I think so too. It could be a unique feature, Chen Xian quickly agreed. The representative of the association also expressed support. The representatives of the poetry website, realizing they had no hope of winning, were equally eager to stir the pot and enjoy the spectacle. These rascals, but with the majority of judges already in favor, Chen Xian's opposition held little weight. Seeing the decision solidify, Zhang Yunkai smiled and declared, then it's settled, 7 steps to poetry. The finals in a week will undoubtedly be spectacular. The judges applauded, and Zhang Yunkai, wearing a smile, thought to himself, Old Gua, I can only assist you to this extent. Jiang Tao, however, shook his head in resignation, having intended to help Shuizhou participate remotely, only to see it turn into this situation. 7 steps to poetry. Would he be able to manage it? Chapter 62. Teacher Su invites your boyfriend the following day. After several consecutive days of relentless work, Su Qingmei finally returned to Lin Zhou. However, her duties were far from over. No sooner had she disembarked from the plane than she was required to rush to a branch of the poetry competition's official organization in Lin Zhou to film a promotional video for the finals. Fortunately, the filming location was conveniently situated in the city center, and her party arrived swiftly. The task was quite straightforward. It involved a photography studio adorned with the poetry competition's logo as the backdrop, where Su Qingmei simply needed to deliver a brief message to the camera. Upon arrival, while the staff were still preparing, Su Qingmei held a booklet to review her lines. It was just a couple of sentences, and the essence lay not in her words, but in her presence in the promotional video, which would undoubtedly enhance the competition's visibility. With some idle time, Zhou Yun curiously glanced at the official Weibo of the poetry competition. The online voting was set to conclude in a day. The young girl, lacking in poetic knowledge, indulged in pure gossip by checking the rankings. Astonishingly, the first-place contestant had garnered over twice the votes of the second-place contestant, whose situation appeared quite dire. Zhou Yun noted that the leader had amassed over 1 million votes, while the second place, named Guamuji, had only 50,000, an unfortunate disparity. Zhou Yun recalled having heard of Guamuji and turned to Zhang Hong. Hey, Sister Hong, didn't you once buy Guamuji's poetry collection? Although Zhang Hong was entrenched in the glitzy world of entertainment, working as a shrewd agent, she still harbored a romantic yearning for poetry and prose, enjoying them during her leisure time. Indeed, she had purchased Guamuji's collection, yet kept it private and seldom mentioned it. Little did she expect Zhou Yun's gossip to unveil this secret. She absent-mindedly brushed her hair and shot Zhou Yun an incredulous glance. then looked at the astonished Lin Zhou before saying, "When I was young, I enjoyed reading." Zhou Yun chuckled, "So now that you're older, you no longer have the same interest?" Raising a hand, Zhang Hong retorted, "Am I that old?" "That was a mistake, Sister Hong. I apologize." The little assistant quickly begged for forgiveness, only to suddenly exclaim, pointing at the first-place name, "Shuizhou? From the ordinary station? Could it possibly be Teacher Shuizhou from Qingmei's circle?" Lin Zhou fell silent, seemingly unconcerned as he turned his gaze elsewhere. Su Qingmei responded calmly with a noncommittal, Wow, Qingmei, you knew all along." Zhou Yun inquired with curiosity, while Zhang Hong expressed surprise. "But isn't Teacher Shuizhou a lyricist? How did he venture into poetry?" Su Qingmei set her booklet down and replied indifferently, "I'm not sure." Zhou Yun and Zhang Hong, accustomed to her nonchalance, glanced at Shuizhou's poem. The two women swiftly finished reading, their expressions vastly different. The more sentimental Zhou Yun began to dab at her eyes. "My mother often sewed clothes for me when I was little. This poem is truly beautiful." Zhang Hong remained silent, her head bowed as if lost in nostalgia. Su Qingmei observed her and softly said, "Sister Hong." Zhou Yun quickly chimed into console, "Sister Hong, you still have us." They were aware that Zhang Hong's mother had passed away several years prior, and this poem had undoubtedly stirred poignant memories. Zhang Hong lifted her head and patted Zhou Yun. "As long as you two are not angry with me." "Hee, of course not, Sister Hong." Zhou Yun playfully embraced Zhang Hong's arm. Zhang Hong feigned a light slap, but wore a warm smile. "By the way, Qingmei, aren't you going to be a judge at the finals? This will be a chance to see what Teacher Shuizhou looks like." Zhou Yun suddenly recalled, her excitement palpable. For them, Shuizhou was undoubtedly one of the key figures in Su Qingmei's resurgence to fame, with his song regrettably not facilitating her remarkable comeback. However, this enigmatic Teacher Shuizhou remained shrouded in mystery, with only his gender known, while his age and appearance remained undisclosed. It was impossible not to be curious. Qingmei's swift return to stardom is not solely due to external support. Rather, it reflects our own efforts, Zhang Hong remarked, glancing at Lin Zhou with a smile. While Shuizhou's works illuminated Su Qingmei on stage, Lin Zhou's constant companionship, protection, and guidance had played a crucial role in her rapid adjustment to her best form. Lin Zhou's contributions were undeniably significant. As the head of Su Qingmei's team, Zhang Hong, as an agent, was keen to maintain team morale. Moreover, Su Qingmei had stated that Lin Zhou was not an outsider. Su Qingmei turned her gaze toward Lin Zhou, affirming, "He has indeed helped me immensely, both in visible and invisible ways." Feeling the weight of her gaze, Lin Zhou could only smile, unable to articulate anything further. At that moment, the staff approached to signal that they were ready. Su Qingmei rose gracefully and walked to the front of the logo, facing the camera. The director, observing Su Qingmei's attire, a flowing blue qipao that accentuated her elegance, with a side slit revealing a glimpse of her porcelain-like calves, was momentarily taken aback. The surrounding crew, accustomed to working with lesser-known talents, had never encountered a star of such caliber before, especially one hailed as one of the top 3 beauties in the entertainment industry and renowned for her stunning legs. Having seen her on television, they had wondered if her beauty was merely a product of filters. However, witnessing her up close, even with minimal makeup, she stood there radiating an inherent grace that required no smile to be breathtaking. Impressed, the director collected his composure and urged his team to focus, quickly conducting the shoot. The lines were simple: inherit Chinese culture, recreate timeless masterpieces. I am Su Qingmei, and I await you at the poetry competition. Throughout the filming, Su Qingmei maintained a stoic expression. Aside from singing and meeting fans, she rarely smiled. Yet, the cold goddess needed only to stand before the camera, her silence exuding beauty. After reviewing the footage, the director was highly satisfied. This segment alone was worthy of continuous playback. That will be all, Teacher Su. Thank you for your hard work. As the director concluded, the crew rushed forward to surround Su Qingmei. Lin Zhou was taken aback and hurriedly stepped in to create space, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Qingmei. Teacher Su, I am your fan. May I please have your autograph? Teacher Su, I am your admirer. Could we take a photo together? It turned out that these individuals sought to obtain autographs and photographs with Su Qingmei. Lin Zhou moved aside, but remained cautiously close to her side. Su Qingmei surveyed him, preparing to speak, when the enthusiastic staff had already extended the autograph book. She never tired of accommodating her fans, fulfilling their requests one by one. Finally, the The director joined in, suggesting they take a group photo, as it would surely delight everyone's social media feeds. Surrounded by adoring fans, Su Qingmei stood at the center, and once Lin Zhou confirmed her safety, he quietly stepped back. At that moment, a youthful girl called out, "Teacher Su, why doesn't your boyfriend come over for a photo too?" Her innocent remark momentarily silenced the crowd, and all eyes turned to Lin Zhou in astonishment. Is this Teacher Su's boyfriend? No way. I've never heard of this before. Yet, upon reflection, the handsome man had been so attentive in protecting Su Qingmei that perhaps he truly was her boyfriend. Su Qingmei was momentarily taken aback and opened her mouth to speak, but Lin Zhou interjected, "I am Miss Su's assistant." Everyone was momentarily stunned, and the girl realized her blunder, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm so sorry, Teacher Su. I misspoke." Su Qingmei glanced at Lin Zhou and then nodded to the girl, "It's all right." After the photo shoot concluded, they finally wrapped up, and Su Qingmei departed amidst the staff's warm farewells. Four individuals entered the vehicle, and suddenly, Zhou Yun burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, they actually thought that brother Lin was Sister Qingmei's boyfriend. How hilarious. Ha ha ha." Su Qingmei, who had instinctively shifted her position to gaze out the window at the scenery, halted upon hearing this and sat next to Lin Zhou, glaring at Zhou Yun in front of her. "Is it truly that amusing?" Zhou Yun continued to chuckle, turning back to say, "Indeed, Sister Qingmei. Don't you find it funny? You and brother Lin. How could that ever be? Ha ha ha." Zhang Hong, wanting to intervene, raised her hand to give Zhou Yun a light tap, urging drive. Realizing her oversight, Zhou Yun responded with a quick "oh" and started the engine. Zhang Hong turned to Lin Zhou and apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. Little Yun means no harm. She didn't mean it that way." Zhou Yun, still driving, quickly interjected, "No, brother Lin, I wasn't implying that you are unworthy of Sister Qingmei. I merely think your personalities are incompatible. You are a good person, truly." Lin Zhou was at a loss for words. He hadn't even said anything yet, and here he was being handed a good person card. Su Qingmei suddenly spoke up. "Little Yun, I plan to treat you to some crayfish tonight." Zhou Yun's eyes lit up with excitement. "Great. That day, we only had 2 plates, and I didn't get enough." Su Qingmei continued, "But now I've changed my mind." "Huh." The little assistant felt dejected. "Sister Qingmei, are you joking? This isn't fair." Su Qingmei replied nonchalantly, "Take me home." Reluctantly, Zhou Yun complied and drove towards Shui Yuan. At that moment, Lin Zhou's phone vibrated twice. He turned to glance at Su Qingmei, who was leaning against the seat, eyes half closed, seemingly resting. Lin Zhou retrieved his phone, only to find a private message from the Fishman songstress. "Old Zhou, everything is settled. The organizers have agreed to allow you to participate remotely without showing your face." Lin Zhou let out a slight sigh of relief. This would suffice. He replied, "Thank you. Next time I'm in Kyoto, I'll treat you to a meal. Oh, and there's one more thing. They've altered the finals rules. The topics won't be disclosed in advance. They will be drawn randomly on site, and you'll be required to compose a poem in 7 steps." The Fishman songstress, lacking her usual exuberance, spoke with a hint of guilt. "I'm sorry. My dad isn't very articulate and didn't intervene. This idea came from someone in the Poetry Association. They just want to make things difficult for you." The members of the Poetry Association obsessively study this craft, and after a few drinks, they fancy themselves as poets. Individuals like Guamuji are particularly skilled, and it was evident that this rule was specifically designed to challenge Shuizhou. 7 steps to compose a poem? Lin Zhou was taken aback, unsure of how to feel about it. Well, this was essentially serving the dish right at his doorstep. Among enthusiasts of Chinese poetry, why the haste to turn against one another? Chapter 63. This woman is quite stubborn. In the residence of Su Qingmei at Shuimei Garden. "Qingmei, we shall take our leave now. Do practice your singing well. Goodbye, Qingmei Jia, Lin Gu." After having lunch, Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun departed. Su Qingmei originally had an engagement scheduled for the afternoon, but soon she would be heading to Xingqing to record the 4th episode of I Am a Singer. This episode would see some contestants eliminated, with those ranked at the bottom over the 3rd and 4th episodes being shown the door. A supplementary singer would join in the 5th episode. Su Qingmei had ranked 3rd in the previous episode, which was relatively stable. Yet, she approached each performance with utmost seriousness. After singing an upbeat song last time, she intended to perform a poignant ballad this time. She chose a classic hit by the legendary singer Xin. But the song was so immensely popular that it had become a staple, with countless covers that had all fallen flat. To deliver a commendable rendition, especially on a prestigious competition stage like singer, was a formidable challenge. The time for practice was woefully inadequate. Thus, Su Qingmei requested Zhang Hong to cancel her engagements for the next 2 days, dedicating herself entirely to singing practice at home. This decision did not sit well with Tianyin Entertainment, as each canceled engagement represented lost revenue. However, given Su Qingmei's skyrocketing fame as the company's leading star, they had no choice but to accommodate her wishes. This situation was rather peculiar. While singers aspired to deliver quality performances, companies were more focused on securing engagements for them. This dissonance was indicative of a troubling trend in the Chinese music scene, where talent seemed to be in a state of flux, and the public's attention was fleeting. During lunch, Su Qingmei indulged Zhou Yun's wishes by ordering a portion of crayfish at the community entrance. Zhou Yun relished the meal, leaving in high spirits. Lin Zhou found it somewhat amusing. This woman, seemingly aloof, possessed a remarkably tender heart. "What are you smiling about?" Su Qingmei suddenly inquired. "Nothing, just reminiscing about something joyful." Lin Zhou replied with practiced ease. Su Qingmei furrowed her brows, her demeanor turning guarded. "You are not allowed to say it's because your boss is happy, nor that it's because your boss is dressed nicely." She had asked him twice before, and both times he had skillfully evaded her inquiries. She was determined not to let him off the hook this time. For some inexplicable reason, Su Qingmei recalled how the little girl had referred to Lin Zhou as her boyfriend earlier that morning, and how he had hastily clarified, looking as if he feared being misunderstood. "Did being mistaken for my boyfriend embarrass you?" Su Qingmei felt a surge of irritation. She was deliberately teasing him now. Lin Zhou smiled. "Because my boss is a good person." "You." Su Qingmei glared at him for a moment before turning on her heel and stomping upstairs. She no longer wished to converse with him. He was infuriating. "Miss Su, I placed the milk on the table. Do remember to drink it later," Lin Zhou reminded her, as 2 cups of milk a day were essential. "I know," Su Qingmei retorted, her cheeks puffed in annoyance, as she hurried into the practice room. Before long, her clear and ethereal voice intertwined with the sound of the piano, filling the air. Lin Zhou's vision was once again graced with notifications. The song Lonely Brave is being replicated in Earth's memory, replication progress at 72. The program planning for Extreme Challenge is being replicated in Earth's memory, replication progress at 42. The script for White Knight Chase is being replicated in Earth's memory, replication progress at 7. The song The Day Doesn't Understand the Darkness of Night is being replicated in Earth's memory, replication progress at 7. Well, all 4 progress bars had only increased by 2. Is this golden finger of mine jesting with me? It seemed merely listening to the girl sing was no longer stimulating enough for it. Lin Zhou thought this golden finger was truly mischievous, perhaps feeling shamed by his remarks. The notifications gradually faded, and the golden finger concealed itself. Hearing the sound of the piano from the 2nd floor, Lin Zhou pondered whether he should also invest in a piano. A week prior, while at Tianyin Entertainment's practice room, he had witnessed Su Qingmei in a form-fitting dance outfit, and the progress bar for Encounter had reached an impressive 100, with lyrics, composition, and various performance details etched in his mind. Subsequently, he had attempted to accompany himself on the guitar, but the result had been mediocre. Some songs, if largely accompanied by piano in their original scores, truly required a piano for authenticity. However, there was no room for a piano in his bedroom. That posed a dilemma. It wasn't necessary to opt for a Steinway or a Bosendorfer. A smaller electronic piano would suffice. With some free time in the coming days, he aimed to record Encounter and upload it. The world of online shopping was equally advanced, and with Jingshi's same-city delivery, he could have an order from a local music store within an hour. Yet, as this was Su Qingmei's home, he needed to seek her permission first. Lin Zhou waited downstairs for a while until Su Qingmei had finished a round of practice, then called out, "Miss Su." "I know." Su Qingmei assumed Lin Zhou was urging her to drink the milk and stormed down the stairs, gulping down the milk from the glass on the table, some of it spilling at the corners of her mouth. She glared at him. "Is that enough?" Lin Zhou replied, "I wanted to say, I'm ordering something online for delivery. May I use your home address?" Su Qingmei paused, realizing she had misunderstood, and quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe the milk from the corner of her mouth. "That's fine." She then hurriedly dashed back upstairs into the practice room. A faint blush appeared on her otherwise pale cheeks, and she felt a bit flustered. How embarrassing. That guy must have done it on purpose. Thinking back to Lin Zhou's astonished expression moments ago, Su Qingmei felt foolish for her misunderstanding. After a moment of frustration, curiosity crept in. What was he planning to buy? Meanwhile, downstairs, Lin Zhou settled onto the sofa, accessing Jingxi Mall on his phone to find a nearby music store. He inquired online about the delivery timeframe. The response was that for a small additional fee, delivery could be made within an hour. After reviewing the prices, he chose a familiar Yamaha P125B, an 88-key entry-level piano that had a decent touch and sound quality, sufficient for recording videos for amateur platforms. Most importantly, it was affordable, costing just over $3,700 after discounts, and would fit comfortably in his bedroom. He recalled using this model during college when he cohabitated with Shen Yao, practicing songs together. It wasn't a nostalgic choice, but rather a practical one due to its cost-effectiveness and compactness. After placing the order and entering Su Qingmei's address, he listened to her singing from the second floor while waiting. This session seemed to be less smooth for Su Qingmei, or perhaps she was simply setting her standards too high. Her practice was intermittent, repeating lines several times without satisfaction, culminating in frustration that infused her voice with irritation and anger. Lin Zhou shook his head. This woman enjoyed making things difficult for herself. Within an hour, the phone rang, signaling the delivery person's arrival. Given that it was Su Qingmei's residence, Lin Zhou did not invite the delivery person in, instead asking him to leave the piano at the entrance. He then laboriously carried it into his bedroom, while the upstairs occupant remained engrossed in her own battle, oblivious to the commotion below. Once in his room, Lin Zhou unpacked the electronic piano and assembled the stand, positioning it against the wall next to his computer. This arrangement meant that while recording videos, his bed would no longer be visible in the background. It would be the wall instead, alleviating his fear of being discovered by the lady upstairs. Shutting the bedroom door, he sat before the electronic piano and played a few notes. It felt just right. He prepared his previously purchased camera equipment and microphone. After all, he was now a professional content creator, and without good equipment, even the best voice would go unheard. Adjusting the camera angle, he ensured it captured only his body playing the piano against the wall behind him. Everything was set. It was time to begin. In this world, the accompaniment for the lesser-known singer's song Encounter predominantly featured the piano, making it the most fitting instrument for the performance. Although Lin Zhou was using an electronic piano at that moment, the essential essence remained intact. After recording 7 or 8 times and selecting the finest rendition, it was simply edited on the computer and stored in the personal center of the amateur platform, Shuizhou. By this time, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Lin Zhou emerged from the bedroom, while upstairs, the practice continued. The singing was pure and melancholic, already possessing the essence of a seasoned diva. It was deemed sufficient. Yet, Su Qingmei remained unsatisfied, abruptly halting the piano, plunging into prolonged silence. It was evident that she was once again vexed with herself. Lin Zhou was well acquainted with Su Qingmei's temperament, and, fearing her ire, called out, "Miss Su, why not come down and take a break?" "No need," came her swift retort from above, as the sounds of piano and song resumed. Lin Zhou shook his head. While this woman was undeniably beautiful, her stubbornness was quite formidable. Whoever marries her in the future will surely have their share of trials. The following day, the initial round of online voting for the poetry competition concluded. The rankings were as follows. First, Shuizhou, Song of the Traveler, with 1.01 million votes. Second, Guamuji, with 600,000 votes. And 49th, Shaochan, with 110,000 votes. The fans of the amateur platform rejoiced. The 2 participants who made it into the top 100 had successfully advanced, with Shuizhou triumphantly securing the first position. Our little platform had finally made a grand appearance. Subsequently, the official poetry competition released a promotional video for the finals. The opening struck hard. Su Qingmei, adorned in a flowing azure qipao, displayed an enchanting figure with perfect curves, her voice both ethereal and melodious. Inheriting Chinese culture, recreating timeless masterpieces, I am Su Qingmei, and I await you at the poetry competition. This captivated the online audience. Wow, goddess! In terms of beauty, none could rival Su Qingmei. Her physique was equally mesmerizing. I could gaze at those legs for a lifetime. Just a single finger of hers could hold my attention forever. Qingmei, dear sister, I adore you. Su Qingmei attracted admiration from all genders, with her admirers evenly split between men and women. The barrage of comments on this promotional video was filled with various expressions of adoration and fantasy. However, Su Qingmei's screen time was fleeting, and the subsequent content left those invested in the poetry competition, particularly the fans of the amateur platform, feeling disheartened. Finals rules: 7 steps to create a poem. During the finals, topics would be randomly drawn, and contestants would have to compose a poem within 7 steps. Upon seeing this rule, everyone was left speechless. Was it not stated that the finals would also announce the topics in advance, granting contestants a few days to prepare? 7 steps to create a poem? This was far too challenging. Was this not a clear affront to amateur poets? Who could possibly compete with the Poetry Association in terms of speed? Alas, Shueizhou was in grave danger. Xiao Chan is in peril too. It seems Xiao Chan never had much hope to begin with, did she? Chapter 64, From now on. Shueizhou will be like my father. The alteration of the rules for the poetry competition finals has left the fans of the ordinary contestants feeling quite disheartened. However, Shueizhou's venture into the realm of poetry is a welcome development for certain video creators in the music category. At this moment, within a WeChat group of a renowned original music deity from S Station, several creators of original videos are engaged in lively discourse. Folk music king, wow? Shueizhou is quite impressive with his poetry, isn't he? Piano-loving bear. Perhaps writing poetry is truly his forte. Unfortunately, Not You and Ordinary Road must be songs he unearthed from somewhere. Lonely Deity. Indeed, I believe his repertoire consists solely of these 2 tracks. After all, it's not easy to stumble upon great songs. Sailing Through Waves. Then why doesn't the original creator expose him? Lonely Deity. Perhaps the compensation is adequate. Nowadays, there are few original musicians who can maintain their integrity. Piano-loving bear. Alas, the music industry is rife with those who seek fame without merit. Lonely Deity. Exactly. Hence I'd rather not enter the entertainment circle. Isn't it better to create music that I truly love? Folk music king. S Station's original music is the last bastion of purity. Let Shueizhou wreak havoc elsewhere. These individuals are prominent video creators with fan bases numbering in the tens or even hundreds of thousands, primarily focusing on original music. The recent surge of Shueizhou has placed them under considerable pressure. After all, the quality of Unfortunately Not You and Ordinary Road is exceedingly high, beyond their reach. Previously, there were allegations that Unfortunately Not You was plagiarized, but Shueizhou swiftly refuted those claims. With no options left, they can only brace themselves for a prolonged period of being overshadowed by Shueizhou. To their surprise, this formidable competitor has suddenly shifted his focus to poetry. Undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune for them. The original music realm is once again their territory. They even speculate that Shueizhou likely cannot compose at all and merely fortuitously acquired 2 excellent songs, presenting them as his own originals. They express extreme disdain for such behavior. As original musicians, they pride themselves on their integrity, believing their artistry to be rarefied. They are not incapable of joining entertainment companies as professional lyricists and composers. They strive solely for their original intentions. In Jiangzhou, in a rented room, a bespectacled man with acne scars sits before his computer, fervently discussing with fellow video creators, vehemently criticizing the superficiality and hypocrisy of professional lyricists in the entertainment industry. Their impassioned words evoke the image of reclusive sages transforming into dragons amidst turbulent times. His name is Chong Wei, the so-called lonely deity in the ordinary contestants' realm, who previously slandered Shueizhou for plagiarism, only to delete his account and flee after being confronted. After a lengthy bout of bravado, Chang Wei rises, retrieves a can of soda from the fridge, twists off the cap, and indulges in a hearty sip. As he settles back at his computer, preparing to continue his boastful tirade, his phone suddenly pings with a notification from the ordinary station. Whom will I encounter, and what dialogues will unfold? The one I await is far in the future. In the ordinary station, when a subscribed creator releases a new video, a push notification is sent to followers. Chong Wei, perplexed by the video's title, suddenly notices the creator's name and is taken aback. Shueizhou. Is it a new video from Shueizhou? He had already followed Shueizhou, hence the immediate alert upon the video release. But isn't Shueizhou preoccupied with the poetry competition? How could he possibly have time to release a new video? Chong Wei speculates that it must be a poem. Indeed, it must be. He clicks the video link, and on the screen, a man sits before an electronic keyboard, his face obscured, with a new background revealing only a wall. The video begins with the title, Encounter. Chong Wei's heart races, and his expression shifts. This is Shueizhou's new song? Could it be? As Chong Wei grapples with disbelief, the melodious piano notes commence, followed by that familiar voice. I hear the departure of winter. I awaken in some year, some month. I think, I wait, I anticipate. Yet the future cannot be arranged because of this. As Chong Wei listens intently, His expression darkens with each passing moment. Minutes later, as the song concludes, he feels as though he is turned to stone. At this juncture, the original music deity group erupts in excitement. Piano-loving bear. Wow, Shuizhou has released another new song. Have you all listened? Folk music king, what? Isn't he busy writing poetry? Let me check it out. Sailing through waves. I've already listened. Folk music king. What do you think? Sailing through waves. You should listen for yourself. Folk music king. Is this truly a song written by Shuizhou? Piano-loving bear, damn it. This leaves no room for survival. Folk music king. Lonely deity. Have you heard Shuizhou's new song? Chang Wei notices the mention in the group, but refrains from responding. He sits there, lost in thought, his expression shifting as he contemplates something. After a moment, he raises his head and makes a decision. Chang Wei promptly downloads Shuizhou and Appo's new song Encounter to his computer, then turns on his recording equipment, addressing the camera. Hello everyone. I am the original musician Lonely Deity. Those of you who follow the music category must have noticed that Shuizhou has released a new song. I wonder if you have listened yet? For those who haven't, I can only say one thing. Go listen right now. Because this song is absolutely, incredibly beautiful. Of course, if anyone is interested, I can also share my analysis of this song. Chang Wei then begins to analyze Encounter, or rather, he showers it with praise, almost to the point of groveling. In essence, he extols it to the heavens, proclaiming it a rare gem. He concludes by announcing that he has become a devoted fan of Shuizhou. Henceforth, whenever Shuizhou releases a new song, he will promptly provide reviews. Praises and adoration. Once Chang Wei finishes recording, he adds subtitles, reviews it with satisfaction, nods approvingly, and uploads it. Soon after, his video, linked to Shuizhou's new song, garners considerable attention. Within about an hour of Shuizhou's Encounter being released, its view count has reached around 500,000. Remarkably, Chang Wei's adoring video has also amassed over 300,000 views. This wave of traffic is clearly a result of his opportunistic tactics. In the S-Station original music deity group, Piano-loving bear, Lonely deity, wow, what does your new video mean? Didn't you say you looked down on Shuizhou? Folk music king, Lonely deity, wow, your flattery is too blatant. Sailing through waves, am I losing my mind? Or is the world going mad? Faced with the inquiries from his fellow creators, Chang Wei smirks, thinking to himself, what a bunch of fools. Can't they see that my views are skyrocketing thanks to riding Shuizhou's coattails? You may uphold your lofty ideals, but can you afford a house? From now on, Shuizhou will be like my father. For every song he releases, I will sing his praises. Chapter 65. Brother, is that you, Shuizhou? Wow. This song is absolutely enchanting. What kind of dialogue would arise from meeting you? How far into the future is the one I have been waiting for? The lyrics are so beautiful that they make me yearn for romance. The lyrics refer to her as a girl, but you mean him, right? TSK, such infatuation. Mind your own business. In any case, I find Shuizhou incredibly handsome. What do you think, Xiaoshuang? In the girls' dormitory at Kyoto Normal University, it was already past 8 in the evening. Lin Xiaoshuang, the academic prodigy of the dorm, had opted not to visit the library today, and the room was lively with conversation. Someone mentioned a delightful new song they had heard during the day. The song, titled Encounter, was an original piece by a content creator from a talent platform, and everyone was encouraged to listen. To their surprise, several roommates revealed they had already listened to it earlier. As the discussion unfolded, they discovered that this content creator was none other than Shuizhou, the same Shuizhou who was set to represent the talent platform alongside Fang Xiaochan at the finals of a poetry competition. A genius lyricist, a gifted artist, a potential future poet, Shuizhou had accumulated numerous accolades recently. As second-year students in the bloom of youth, they were particularly enamored with such a talented and mysterious figure. The roommates couldn't help but gawk at the thought of him. However, Lin Xiaoshuang sat quietly, engrossed in her book. Unable to resist, Amin directed the conversation towards her. Upon hearing her roommate's chatter, the demure girl looked up, revealing her delicate oval face and large, expressive eyes that shimmered like rippling water. Dressed in a simple white gown, with a book in hand, she appeared as though she had stepped out of a comic book. Who is Shuizhou? Lin Xiaoshuang asked, puzzled as she gazed at her roommates. The others exchanged glances, and Amin, in exasperation, turned to Fang Xiaochan. Xiaochan, you must be familiar with Shuizhou, right? Introduce him to our academic goddess. Fang Xiaochan blinked, eager to assert her familiarity with Shuizhou. Yet, Recalling the unanswered private message she had sent him days ago, she hesitated to speak with assurance. She simply took out her phone and played the new song video he had released that afternoon for Lin Xiaoshuang. Just listen, it's beautiful. Lin Xiaoshuang glanced at her English book, reluctant to part with it, but Amin snatched it away. Come on, Xiaoshuang. You can't just bury yourself in your studies all the time. You need to experience the lives of us mere mortals, or you'll turn into a bookworm. The roommates were merely teasing, and Lin Xiaoshuang took no offense. She focused instead on the man in the video, playing the piano without revealing his face. A few minutes later, encounter concluded, and the girls were once again enthralled, exclaiming how delightful it was. Lin Xiaoshuang, however, remained expressionless and suddenly inquired, "What is Xuezhou's real name? What does he look like?" "Huh, our academic goddess is intrigued," Amin remarked triumphantly, while Fang Xiaochan lamented, "Xuezhou has never shown his face. We have no idea what he looks like, let alone his name." Lin Xiaoshuang fell silent, deep in thought. Amin chuckled, "No worries, Xiaochan. You'll see Xuezhou at the finals next week in Kyoto. Remember to get his number for me." Fang Xiaochan laughed in response. "What if he's a greasy old man?" "Impossible. Xuezhou is definitely a handsome guy. Even if he were an older man, he'd still be a charming appa." "Are you really infatuated, Amin? And you chide me. Who was drooling just now?" The roommates erupted into playful banter, while Lin Xiaoshuang suddenly stood and left the dormitory. She stepped into the corridor and messaged her brother. "Lin Zhou, brother, is that you, Xuezhou?" After waiting a moment without a reply, Lin Xiaoshuang, who was typically calm and unhurried, turned and returned to her room. "Oh, I almost forgot," one of her roommates exclaimed. "There's a new episode of I Am a Singer tonight." "Right. Quick, quick." The others quickly gathered around the computer as Fang Xiaochan opened the streaming platform. They settled in just as the opening credits of the third episode began. Featuring singers like Xin, Cheng Lin, Shen Yao, and Su Qingmei. The girls were filled with glee. "Wow, Cheng Lin looks so cute with glasses. Xin is over 50, yet she still has such a great figure. Will Shen Yao make a comeback this episode? I heard Su Qingmei is performing an upbeat song. I can't wait." Fang Xiaochan was excited too, but upon hearing Su Qingmei's name, she couldn't help but think of the man who had yet to respond to her message. Is it because I'm not pretty enough that he ignores me? Surely not. There are so many boys pursuing me at school. Fang Xiaochan felt a twinge of indignation. Not because she had any particular feelings for the elusive Xuezhou, but she was unaccustomed to being so blatantly disregarded by a man. "At least I am someone who qualified for the finals alongside you. I'm decent looking. Is it really that difficult to reply to a message?" Quietly, she took out her phone and after some contemplation, sent another message to Xuezhou. "Hello, Xuezhou, this is Xiaochan. I'm in Kyoto. When will you arrive? We can discuss our strategy for the finals in advance." After sending the message, she felt a pang of regret. The content seemed awkward, making her feel as though she resembled those boys who relentlessly pursued her. Each word reeked of desperation. Interestingly, she had more fans on the talent platform than he did. What was even more disheartening was that, after waiting for a long while, Xuezhou still hadn't acknowledged her. Fang Xiaochan began to genuinely doubt herself. Perhaps I'm not as pretty as I think. Wow, so stunning. How seductive. Look at Su Qingmei's legs. They are absolutely gorgeous. The excited exclamations from her roommates jolted Fang Xiaochan from her self-doubt. She glanced at the screen, witnessing Su Qingmei take the stage, clad in a sizzling outfit of tank top, leather jacket, and shorts. The alluring curves and her long, elegant legs radiated an undeniable brilliance. The audience erupted in fervent applause and cheers, with the camera capturing entranced gazes, some nearly drooling. Among the spectators, not just men, but many women as well, all captivated by Su Qingmei's charm. Even in the all-female dormitory, they couldn't help but exclaim their admiration for Su Qingmei. "Oh my gosh, I think I might be in love with Su Qingmei. She appeals to both genders. She's simply breathtaking." Fang Xiaochan found herself mesmerized, her thoughts drifting to the notion that if she possessed Su Qingmei's beauty, surely Xuezhou would respond to her in an instant. In reality, she was mistaken. Lin Zhou had yet to reply to her, or even to his sister Lin Xiaoshuang. At that moment, Lin's assistant was at home, accompanying Su Qingmei as they watched television together. Chapter 66. The legs on television and the legs beside me in the Jiangling district, within the Snow Plum Garden community. In the living room of Su Qingmei's first-floor residence, the television displayed a captivating scene of Su Qingmei dancing. Lin Zhou sat beside her on the sofa, engrossed in the performance. in stark contrast to the fiery and trendy attire on screen. Su Qingmei was dressed in comfortable loungewear, a cotton t-shirt adorned with charming cartoon designs paired with loose shorts that barely covered her knees. Her evenly toned, fair-skinned legs were curled up on the sofa, her small feet dangling over the edge, swaying gently with the rhythm of the music. Reminiscent of a relaxed and carefree neighbor girl. Though they shared the same sofa, a subtle distance of half a meter separated them, neither too far nor too close. Su Qingmei had initially planned to practice singing that evening, but after a long day of rehearsals, Lin Zhou, concerned about her straining her voice, persuaded her to join him in watching the third episode of I Am a Singer. Reluctant at first, she finally acquiesced when Lin Zhou threatened her with an extra glass of milk if she disobeyed. As the tempo of the songs quickened, Su Qingmei's dance became increasingly fervent. Despite her modest clothing, she exuded a mesmerizing allure, evident from the fervent cheers of the audience. The live broadcast on Xingqing satellite TV was inundated with comments like "So beautiful," and "I love you, Su Qingmei," which highlighted her enchanting performance. Yet, many online observers noted the men's shirt tied around her waist, sparking discussions about whether it was part of her costume or held a deeper significance. Glancing at the comments on his phone, Lin Zhou could not resist asking Su Qingmei, "Did you forget to take off my shirt during your performance?" After a brief silence, she softly replied with an "MMM," clearly still miffed about his earlier milk threat. Lin Zhou, unfazed, had grown accustomed to Su Qingmei's seemingly aloof yet childlike demeanor. As he admired the long, lithe legs on the screen, Lin Zhou turned his gaze to the pair beside him, strikingly similar, albeit less striking in their current relaxed attire. "What are you watching?" A cold voice cut through the air, and Su Qingmei glared at him. Lin Zhou chuckled, "You're too thin. You really ought to indulge in more milk and eggs." She huffed and turned away, ignoring him. At that moment, Su Qingmei's performance reached its climax. With a graceful split, she landed on the floor, prompting gasps and cheers from the audience that seemed to threaten the very roof of the recording studio. The excitement didn't end there. She sprang back up, supporting herself with her hands, executing a stunning back handspring, and dramatically tossed the shirt into the air. The synchronization of her movements with the music and beat was electrifying, igniting a frenzy among the viewers. "Who says Su Qingmei can't dance? This is the most beautiful singing and dancing performance I've ever seen. She dances better than any girl group. That final move was spectacular. Good heavens. I want to marry Su Qingmei." It was undeniable that her performance had captivated everyone, regardless of gender. Lin Zhou, witnessing the scene once more, couldn't help but ponder. "What did my shirt do to offend you?" Su Qingmei glanced sideways, catching him intensely focused on the television, seemingly entranced by something captivating. What could possibly be so interesting on the screen? "It's all about me," she thought, noticing how Xingqing satellite TV had thoughtfully zoomed in on her legs. Feeling a surge of self-consciousness, Su Qingmei instinctively covered her legs with her hands, regretting not having changed into longer pants before coming downstairs. Frustratingly, Lin Zhou's gaze lingered on her legs even after the performance. Unable to endure his scrutiny any longer, she abruptly stood up. "I've seen enough. I'm heading upstairs." Lin Zhou replied, "I meant we should finish this episode. You were the first performer. There's still more to come." Su Qingmei shot him a glare. He shrugged. "Or you could just drink an extra glass of milk tomorrow." Clenching her fists, she turned to ascend the stairs. "I'll change my clothes and come back down." Perplexed, Lin Zhou wondered why she wanted to change. Although he had been attentively watching the screen, it wasn't solely for her stunning legs. He was contemplating whether Su Qingmei would be suitable for demanding outdoor variety shows like Extreme Challenge. Particularly as a regular guest, he questioned whether she could handle the rigorous filming schedule. After all, with her slender frame, unless she gained a few pounds and improved her physical condition, she might easily become overwhelmed. Having listened to her practice singing over the past couple of days, he noted that her memory progress in the show had steadily increased, reaching 60 for Extreme Challenge. It wouldn't be long before it hit 100, and he contemplated whether to negotiate her as a regular guest with Xingqing satellite TV, not because of her alluring legs, but rather as a gesture of support for his own boss. Moments later, Su Qingmei returned downstairs, now clad in long pants. Her expression icy as she took a seat on the sofa. However, the distance between her and Lin Zhou had significantly diminished. He could detect a blend of shampoo and her natural scent, reminiscent of plums. They sat in silence, continuing to watch the television until the remaining 6 singers completed their performances. The program reached its most thrilling segment, announcing the rankings. This segment was recorded in the singer's lounge, and it was Lin Zhou's first time witnessing it. He observed Su Qingmei seated on a chair, once again adorning his shirt at her waist. He noticed her gently brushing the shirt, likely having picked it up off the floor where it had collected some dust. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind. It seemed she valued his shirt more than he had anticipated. Unaware that her actions had been captured on camera, Su Qingmei cleared her throat, explaining to Lin Zhou, "I was a bit bored, so I just patted it a couple of times." Lin Zhou smiled but remained silent. Su Qingmei, feeling irritated, asked, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm just reminded of something joyful," he replied. "Humph." Frustrated with his teasing, Su Qingmei chose to ignore him and turned her attention back to the television. Just then, her phone rang. It was a call from Zhou Yun. "Qingmei, quickly check Weibo. You and Lin Zhou are trending." Taken aback, Su Qingmei informed Lin Zhou about the news. "It and Oppos. It's not surprising that you and Oppos re-trending, considering your performance was quite impressive." Lin Zhou, puzzled, inquired, "But how did I end up trending?" Su Qingmei picked up her phone and navigated to Weibo, and together they glanced at the trending topics. Chapter 67. Su Qingmei and Amp, Oppos, S legs and shirt trending 3rd. Su Qingmei and Amp, Oppos, S legs. Trending 10th. Su Qingmei's shirt. Su Qingmei has dominated 2 trending topics, illustrating just how stunning her performance in the 3rd episode of I Am a Singer was tonight. The comments section is filled with fervent praise and adoration, with declarations such as "Su Qingmei, marry me," and "Su Qingmei, take me as your spouse," evoking a sense of whimsical humor. Lin Zhou chuckled, glancing at Su Qingmei, and asked, "Will you be marrying someone or being married to someone in the future?" However, Su Qingmei shot him a frosty glare, leaving Lin Zhou awkwardly chuckling, realizing that as merely her assistant, he might have crossed a line. Fortunately, Su Qingmei chose not to elaborate, instead focusing on her phone for a considerable time, before coldly dialing Zhou Yun. "Where's the trending topic you mentioned?" Zhou Yun replied with surprise, "Sister Qingmei, didn't you see? It's 3rd and 10th. Su Qingmei acknowledged that she saw it, but added, lowering her voice as she glanced at Lin Zhou, "I didn't see his trending topic." Lin Zhou then realized that Su Qingmei was searching for information about him. Zhou Yun burst into laughter. "Sister Qingmei, even Lin Zhou and Oppos' shirt made it to the trending topics. Isn't that the same as him trending?" Su Qingmei paused, looking at the 10th trending topic, Su Qingmei and Oppos' shirt. The accompanying photo depicted her performing on stage, with Lin Zhou and Oppos' shirt tied around her waist. It dawned on her what Zhou Yun meant, and she promptly hung up the call. Noticing her apparent annoyance, Lin Zhou asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing," she replied, crossing her arms and returning to the sofa to watch television. Curiously, Lin Zhou inquired, "I didn't see myself trending, though?" Su Qingmei glanced at him. He shrugged and refrained from pressing the matter, taking a seat beside her. Yet, he soon realized, Zhou Yun meant my shirt? He quickly opened Weibo, clicked on the trending topic about Su Qingmei and Oppos' shirt, and discovered the comments were rather peculiar. "Our Qingmei and Oppos' shirt looks stunning. By the way, whose shirt is it? It can't be Su Qingmei's boyfriend right? Nonsense. Qingmei isn't even dating. I suspect the owner of this shirt shares a profound connection with Su Qingmei. I sense a juicy tidbit here." Upon reading these comments, Lin Zhou began to grasp why Su Qingmei was upset. He apologetically suggested, "Let Zhou Yun find you a suitable jacket for the day after tomorrow. Don't use my shirt anymore." The 4th episode of I Am a Singer is set to be recorded the day after tomorrow, and Lin Zhou decided it would be best not to lend his shirt to Su Qingmei, as it might lead to misunderstandings. Being a female artist, she needed to avoid any potential controversy. However, as soon as he uttered those words, Su Qingmei's expression turned even colder. "You don't want to?" Lin Zhou was taken aback. "What do you mean I don't want to?" Su Qingmei bit her lip and coldly insisted, "Bring that shirt the day after tomorrow." Lin Zhou was perplexed. "Why bring it? Just bring it." Su Qingmei glared at him, resembling a petulant child. Lin Zhou quickly acquiesced. "All right, I'll bring it. Now, let us watch television." Hearing his agreement, Su Qingmei finally turned her attention back to the screen, her lips curling into a barely perceptible smile. Lin Zhou, oblivious to her expression, continued watching as the director Zhang Lei announced the top 3, Uxin, with Tianshi, and Su Qingmei. Online, some expressed outrage on Su Qingmei's behalf, questioning how such a spectacular performance could only earn her 3rd place. Were the live audience deaf or blind? Perhaps the production team didn't want Su Qingmei to secure consecutive firsts? It's unfair. Yet, Some professionals pointed out that while Su Qingmei's performance was dazzling, there were still some flaws in her breath control and dance movements during the singing, making third place a rather objective result. This echoed Lin Zhou's earlier sentiments. Su Qingmei was also perusing online comments on her phone and couldn't help but glance at Lin Zhou beside her, noticing he was completely engrossed in the television. She turned her gaze back to the screen, where the camera was focused on Shen Yao. In that episode, Shen Yao wore a daring low-cut mini dress, exuding charm and sexiness. Without Su Qingmei, she would undoubtedly have been the most beautiful among the 7 singers. However, it seemed that currently, Shen Yao could only rely on bold attire to attract attention. Observing Shen Yao's feigned seductive smile, Lin Zhou couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. A singer who does not rely on vocal talent to garner popularity is indeed straying from the right path. The most disheartening aspect was that despite Shen Yao's efforts, she was overshadowed by Su Qingmei in both singing and appearance, which was rather tragic. Shen Yao had a commendable figure. Suddenly, a cool voice interrupted Lin Zhou's thoughts, causing him to blink before he honestly replied, "Yes, she is indeed quite all right." In this matter, he certainly had the most authority to speak. "I'm going to sleep," Su Qingmei declared abruptly, ascending the stairs. Lin Zhou called after her, but this time, she ignored him entirely, stomping upstairs and slamming the bedroom door shut. What could possibly be wrong now? Lin Zhou felt perplexed as Zhang Lei on the television announced, 7th place, Shen Yao? The camera focused on the beautiful and alluring Shen Yao, yet her face was now struggling to muster a smile, her features appearing somewhat rigid. The other singers didn't even seem surprised, likely having anticipated Shen Yao would once again land at the bottom. Given her performance today, she truly deserved this ranking. It was rather disheartening. Lin Zhou understood Shen Yao all too well. Just by looking at her expression, he could tell she was on the verge of losing control emotionally. Had it not been for the ongoing recording, she might have burst into tears right there. Lin Zhou shook his head. This result was not unexpected. With Shen Yao's capabilities, participating in a top-tier program like I Am a Singer was indeed a stretch. At this rate, she would likely be eliminated in the next episode. Once the show concluded, the second-tier singer Shen Yao indeed made it to the trending topics, Shen Yao once again at the bottom. By this time, Lin Zhou had already lain down on the bed in his bedroom, staring in disbelief at a WeChat message from his sister, Lin Xiaoshuang. "Brother, is Shu Zhou you?" Clearly, Lin Xiaoshuang had seen the video he posted on the amateur platform. But was it really that easy to recognize him? After all, even Shen Yao, who had been married to him for 3 years, hadn't been able to identify him. It seemed as though his sister, who had grown up alongside him, could spot him right away. If their eldest sister saw the video, she would probably recognize him just as quickly. As Lin Zhou prepared to respond to his sister, a private message from S Station appeared at the top of the screen. "Hello, Teacher Shu Zhou, I am Shen Yao's manager. Shen Yao wishes to meet with you privately. Are you available tomorrow?" Chapter 68. A song that suits you. Half an hour ago, Shen Yao once again found herself at the bottom of the trending list. In the home she once shared with Lin Zhou and the river, she thought to herself, "If I don't find a way out, I will be eliminated in the next round. What should I do?" Shen Yao's face was ashen, and she paced back and forth anxiously. Chen Zhu sat beside her, her expression grave. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, "We need to devise a clever strategy." "What kind of strategy?" Shen Yao inquired eagerly. Chen Zhu replied. Su Qingmei was at the bottom in her first round as well, but she turned her fortunes around by singing a new song in the second round. "We need to find a high-quality new song too." Shen Yao was nearly pulling her hair out in frustration. The company has allocated all its resources to those top-tier singers. All that is left for me are the scraps. Where am I supposed to find a good song? Shen Yao, don't panic. The company may be limited, but we can search ourselves, Chen Zhu encouraged. We can look for talents outside the entertainment industry. Shen Yao paused for a moment before exclaiming, "Are you suggesting Shu Zhou?" She sighed, "But we've already approached him, and he completely ignored us. Are you asking me to beg a novice?" Chen Zhu gazed at Shen Yao and said slowly, "If Su Qingmei can plead with him, why can't it oppose? Tiwi?" Shen Yao was taken aback. "Are you implying that Su Qingmei used some unsavory means to obtain that song from Shu Zhou?" Chen Zhu chuckled. "I've exchanged messages with Shu Zhou a couple of times, and he strikes me as a proud individual. To win him over, you must lower your stance. It wouldn't hurt to sweeten the deal a bit." Shen Yao fell silent, biting her lip. "I can plead with him, but I will never resort to anything else." Chen Zhu urged, "Shen Yao, you're willing to sacrifice your marriage for fame. What is stopping you from doing more for your career?" Shen Yao lowered her head. Still hesitating, Shen Yao took out her phone and entered a platform for amateurs, playing Su Zhou's new song, Encounter. This is Su Zhou's new song. Listen to it. A few minutes later, Shen Yao's face flushed with excitement. Sister Chen, hurry and contact Su Zhou. This song is perfect for me. If I can sing this in the next episode of I Am a Singer, I'm confident I can secure a top 3 spot. Shen Yao immediately sent a private message to Su Zhou on the platform. Hello, teacher Su Zhou. I am Shen Yao's manager. Shen Yao would like to meet with you privately. Do you have time tomorrow? Shen Yao, watching Shen Zhu's message, found the words meet privately quite jarring. She contemplated stopping her, but envisioned herself dazzling on stage in the next episode. So she allowed Shen Zhou to send the message. I have already forsaken my marriage for greater fame. I have nothing left to lose. Moreover, this song is truly worthwhile. As Shen Yao pondered, she noticed Su Zhou had already replied. Sorry, I'm abroad, just got off the plane, and I'm a bit tired. I'll rest for now. Shen Yao was stunned. After a moment, she slammed her hand on the sofa in frustration. What does this person mean? Does he look down on me? Shen Zhou also appeared troubled and sighed. Such genius often has an eccentric temperament. Perhaps he simply struggles with social interactions. Shen Yao retorted, but why can he write songs for Su Qingmei? Shen Zhou shot her a glance, urging her to calm down. Su Zhou only provided Su Qingmei with one song. Didn't he? Shen Yao felt slightly better, realizing that Su Qingmei had merely sung Unfortunately, Not You in the second round. And her third song was not one penned by Su Zhou. This indicated that Su Qingmei had simply been fortunate to obtain a song from him. It was not that her allure paled in comparison to Su Qingmei's. Yes, it must be so. At Shui Yuan, Lin Zhou and Su Qingmei, who should have been asleep, were instead in the living room on the sofa. More accurately, Su Qingmei reclined on the sofa while Lin Zhou sat beside her, pressing his hand against her abdomen. Apply more pressure, Su Qingmei urged, her voice trembling slightly, likely from the warmth of his hand. All right, Lin Zhou replied helplessly, exerting a little more force. The flatness of Su Qingmei's abdomen visibly caved in, and she began to sing. They were practicing the pressing technique. Moments earlier, Lin Zhou had been in bed, having turned down Shen Yao's request to meet. Now he heard singing coming from upstairs. Su Qingmei was still practicing her song. Lin Zhou stepped out of his bedroom and called up the stairs, Miss Su, it's already time to rest. The singing paused for a moment before Su Qingmei's voice floated down. Can you help me practice for a bit? I'll sleep soon, all right? Lin Zhou was speechless. Her definition of him helping her practice referred to the pressing technique. They were quite familiar with this method, having practiced together numerous times when Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun were absent. Though Lin Zhou felt it was somewhat inappropriate and had suggested that Zhou Yun assist Su Qingmei instead, for some reason, she was unwilling. Thus, he had no choice but to assist her from time to time. Unexpectedly, she had grown bolder, daring to ask him to help her practice even after the designated rest time had passed. Does she truly think I'm not a man? 5 minutes. Lin Zhou shouted back. In a flurry, Su Qingmei hurried downstairs, seemingly too eager, clad only in a flimsy lace nightgown. Though her essential areas were well covered, a hint of her fair skin peeked out, inciting imagination. Su Qingmei quickly lay back on the sofa, urging, hurry up. Lin Zhou resigned, extended his hand to press on her abdomen. The thin fabric of the nightgown made it feel as though his palm could nearly touch her skin. It was cool, smooth, and slightly quivering. The living room was dimly lit by a single wall lamp, and Su Qingmei's face seemed to flush slightly. Just as Lin Zhou was about to scrutinize her closely, several lines of text suddenly appeared before him. Lonely Courage Song Memory Restoration in Progress, 90 complete. Extreme Challenge Program Proposal Memory Restoration in Progress, 80 complete. White Knight Chase Script Memory Restoration in Progress, 40 complete. Day Doesn't T Understand Night's Darkness Song Memory Restoration in Progress, 40 complete. Indeed, whenever he shared intimate contact with Su Qingmei, the progress of memory restoration surged significantly. Sigh, am I being forced to act lewdly? At that moment, Su Qingmei began practicing again, singing the song she had been rehearsing these past few days, preparing for her performance on the upcoming episode of I Am a Singer. However, after singing it twice, she remained dissatisfied. Lin Zhou abruptly withdrew his hand from her abdomen. Su Qingmei raised her head slightly, asking, "What's wrong?" "Continue," Lin Zhou inquired. "You've gained popularity again today, yet you seem unhappy. Is it because you're dissatisfied with this song?" Su Qingmei fell silent for a moment, gazing at the ceiling. "It's not that the song is bad, it's that I'm not singing it well," She bit her lip, clenched her fists, her body taut. Observing her frustrated and unwilling expression, Lin Zhou suddenly suggested, I came across a song on the amateur platform today, and it seems quite suitable for you. How about giving it a listen? Su Qingmei paused, surprised. Amateur platform? What song? Lin Zhou smiled. The song is called Encounter. It's perfect for a female vocalist. The creator appears to be named Xue Zhou. Chapter 69. Teacher Xue Zhou and that guy are quite similar. Xue Zhou? He released a new song? How did you know? Su Qingmei? Somewhat taken aback by Lin Zhou's sudden mention of Xue Zhou, couldn't help but bombard him with questions. Lin Zhou replied calmly, I follow him on the amateur platform. So as soon as he released a new song today, I was informed. Su Qingmei was momentarily stunned. Naturally, she, too, had been keeping track of teacher Xue Zhou, but had been so engrossed in practicing her singing over the past couple of days that she had missed it. Where's your phone? She inquired, rising from the sofa and reaching out her hand toward Lin Zhou. Her phone was upstairs in her bedroom. Lin Zhou hesitated, quickly responding, my phone is out of battery. He was reluctant to let Su Qingmei see his phone, for it would immediately reveal that he was, in fact, Xue Zhou himself. Then I and Appos, LL head back to my room, Su Qingmei declared, eager to ascend the staircase. You should sleep soon. It and Appos, it's getting late, Lin Zhou reminded her. Su Qingmei acknowledged. Rushing up the stairs, the girl, who had been frowning just moments ago, now moved with the agility of a rabbit. Upon reaching the second floor, she dashed into her bedroom, picked up her phone, and quickly navigated to the amateur platform. Indeed, Xue Zhou and Appos' new video graced the homepage. Without hesitation, she clicked on it and donned her headphones. The screen once again displayed the faceless man, but this time he was not holding a guitar. Instead, he sat before an electronic keyboard, with a wall serving as the backdrop. Su Qingmei furrowed her brow, sensing an uncanny familiarity. Both the man playing the piano and the wall felt strangely recognizable. Her bedroom was on the second floor, and she had seldom ventured into the bedroom on the first floor, only occasionally practicing in the singing room down there. Ever since Lin Zhou had moved in, she had confined her activities to the second floor, only descending to eat or leave the house, and she had never entered Lin Zhou and Appos' bedroom. Hence, while the video evoked a sense of déjà vu, she could not pinpoint the source. Instead, her familiarity with Xue Zhou himself felt even more intense. However, as the melodies of the piano and vocals filled the air, Su Qingmei's thoughts were swiftly drawn into the song. Minutes later, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her body trembled with exhilaration as she clicked replay. On the second listen, she began to hum along. This song was truly perfect for her. Not only did it suit her, but she also adored the lyrics. What will happen when I meet someone? How far into the future is the one I am waiting for? As she sang the lyrics, a beautiful image unfolded in her mind. She walked along a serene path, surrounded by blooming flowers, and in the distance stood a tall figure, silently gazing at her with a smile, thus dispelling her solitude. Every girl dreams of how she might meet her significant other. Some envision romantic encounters, others heroic rescues, or even fated meetings from childhood. Yet for Su Qingmei, who had loved singing since childhood and had never experienced love or the typical aspirations of an ordinary girl, it was only after hearing Encounter that she suddenly realized she was approaching 25. Each year during the spring festival, her mother would nag her about the neighbor's grandchild. Perhaps it was indeed time for her to consider romance. How would she meet her future partner? Emotions sparked by the song led to a surge of inspiration, the urge to sing. Su Qingmei replayed Encounter, joining in the song once more. Soon, she could sing the entire piece from memory. After 2 renditions, she felt invigorated, all the frustrations from her recent practice ebbing away. I must sing this song. Without delay, Su Qingmei sent a private message to Xue Zhou on the amateur platform. Teacher Xue Zhou, may I purchase the rights to cover Encounter? I wish to perform it in the next episode. After sending the message, she quickly added, please name your price. If Zhang Hong were to witness Su Qingmei negotiating in such a manner, she would surely be exasperated. Fortunately, Su Qingmei was not dealing with someone greedy and unscrupulous. Xue Zhou promptly replied, the 50,000 from last time is sufficient for the rights to 2 songs. However, I have a request. Su Qingmei eagerly responded, please, go ahead. Xue Zhou continued, you must regulate your schedule and rest well, so you can perform my song at your best. If you cannot promise that, I cannot grant you the rights. Su Qingmei instantly assured him, no problem, I promise. Then it's settled. It's getting late, rest early. Xue Zhou concluded, all right, Teacher Xuezhou, Su Qingmei replied, setting her phone down, her face aglow with excitement. For a singer, being able to perform a beloved song on the most significant stage was an immensely joyous occasion. However, Su Qingmei tilted her head, feeling puzzled. She couldn't help but send another message to Xuezhou. Teacher Xuezhou, why do you remind me to rest early just like one of my friends? Xuezhou responded, your friend? Su Qingmei clarified, it's my assistant. Xuezhou replied, your assistant seems to care for you. You should heed their advice. Good night. Ah, good night. Su Qingmei echoed as she climbed into bed, pulling up her blanket, her eyes wide open. Teacher Xuezhou, that guy, why do I feel they are so much alike? 2 days later, Su Qingmei and Lin Zhou, along with 2 others, returned to Xingqing TV. After a brief rehearsal at noon, the recording of the 4th episode of I Am a Singer was set to commence in the afternoon. A contestant would be eliminated in this episode, heightening the atmosphere with a sense of tension. At 3:00 and Oppos clock in the afternoon, Su Qingmei went to the makeup room to change clothes, while Lin Zhou waited outside in the corridor as usual. He had become familiar with the entourage of several other singers, engaging in casual conversation. Compliments were exchanged, praising each other and Oppos' talents and appearances. During this time, the enthusiastic assistant Lu approached Lin Zhou, informing him that a week later, Xingqing TV would conduct internal selections for a new program proposal. The producers were eagerly preparing, hoping to seize this opportunity to make their mark. Assistant Lin, the program planning is likely to be finalized by early next month, with recordings commencing later that month. If Teacher Su wishes to join the program, it would be best to talk to Uncle Wang at the start of next month. I can help arrange a meeting with him, Lu Yuanyuan offered enthusiastically. The petite and lively Lu Yuanyuan was indeed very eager, offering assistance without mentioning any conditions, embodying the spirited nature of a young person just entering society. Of course, Lin Zhou's striking looks may also have contributed to her eagerness. Actually, it's like this. Lin Zhou pulled Lu Yuanyuan aside to a secluded stairwell, saying, I'm drafting a program proposal and was wondering if I could have Director Wang take a look. Lu Yuanyuan's almond-shaped eyes widened in shock, her round face displaying disbelief. You want to participate in the program selection? But you're not part of Xingqing TV. Lin Zhou chuckled. The selection process is aimed at creating an outstanding program, whether internal or accepting submissions from outsiders. The goal remains the same. Perhaps Director Wang will find my proposal suitable. Lu Yuanyuan pondered for a moment, lips pursed. You make a good point. Uncle Wang is coming to my house for dinner tomorrow night. I'll mention it to him. All right. Thank you, Assistant Lu. After their conversation, Lu Yuanyuan departed for another engagement, while Lin Zhou presumed that Su Qingmei had finished changing her attire. Just as he exited the stairwell, he spotted Su Qingmei standing a short distance away, wearing an enigmatic half-smile as she regarded him. Zhou Yun approached with a mischievous grin, remarking, Lin Gu, you're impressive. After just a few visits, you've already won over the lovely assistant from the production team. Zhang Hong observed him with an expression of bemusement, seemingly at a loss over his flirtatious antics during work hours. Lin Zhou hurriedly clarified, No, you've misunderstood. I was discussing serious matters with Assistant Lu. Serious matters? Is that why you chose to converse in the stairwell? Zhou Yun teased, her laughter lighthearted. Let's go? Without waiting for Lin Zhou's response, Su Qingmei turned towards the singer's room. Today's song was of a more relaxed tempo, and Su Qingmei donned a simple white t-shirt paired with jeans, her hair tied up in a high ponytail. From behind, the ponytail swayed gracefully as her waist twisted lightly, her long legs exuding a sense of youthful vitality. She attracted many glances along the way, yet her expression was icily distant, suggesting she was in less than cheerful spirits. The group soon arrived at the entrance of the singer's room. Just before entering, Su Qingmei abruptly halted and handed a men's shirt to Zhou Yun. This was the very shirt that Su Qingmei had asked Lin Zhou to carry this morning, the same one she had tied around her waist during the previous 2 episodes, claiming it would bring her good luck. Sister Qingmei, aren't you taking it inside? Zhou Yun asked, puzzled by Su Qingmei's sudden gesture. Without sparing Lin Zhou a glance, Su Qingmei's voice grew even frostier. I want to take it. Oh. Zhou Yun accepted the shirt, and Su Qingmei turned to enter the singer's room. Zhou Yun glanced at Lin Zhou, unable to restrain her curiosity. Why did you give Lin Gu's shirt to me? You should have just handed it to him. Before she could finish her thought, Su Qingmei re-emerged from the room, extending her hand towards Zhou Yun. Give me the shirt. Zhou Yun was taken aback. Su Qingmei surveyed Zhang Hong and Lin Zhou, who both wore puzzled expressions, and urged, The air conditioning inside is too strong. Hurry. Oh, flustered. The assistant handed the shirt back to Su Qingmei. Before stepping into the singer's room once more, Su Qingmei glanced at Lin Zhou, her gaze sharp and cold. Lin Zhou, what did you do to upset Sister Qingmei? Zhou Yun inquired once Su Qingmei had entered. Lin Zhou pondered for a moment, shaking his head in confusion. I haven't done anything. The past few days, Su Qingmei had been quietly practicing her songs while Lin Zhou ensured her diet and schedule were consistent, just as usual. What could have provoked her? Zhang Hong also found it strange. She seemed in good spirits in the makeup room just moments ago. Lin Zhou suggested, perhaps she's just feeling nervous? Both Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun shook their heads in unison, insisting that someone as fond of the stage as Su Qingmei could not possibly be anxious. Forget it. Let us head to the recording hall. The trio arrived at the recording hall, standing against the wall as they awaited the commencement of the recording. They spotted Chen Zhu again, but this time she did not approach to greet them. Instead, she merely nodded from afar before retreating to the side. Shortly thereafter, Lin Zhou received a WeChat message from Chen Zhu. I need to talk to you after the recording. Chapter 70. The imitation of Su Qingmei. Lin Zhou raised his gaze towards Chen Zhu, who was intently watching the stage, as if the earlier message had never come from her. Truly, what a remarkable actress she was, especially for someone accustomed to the dirty work of a manager. Lin Zhou felt no inclination to engage in conversation with Shen Yao, nor did he wish to reply to Chen Zhu. At this moment, the recording had commenced. The host took the stage, uttering a few introductory words before swiftly introducing the first singer. As the lights dimmed, a figure gracefully emerged from behind the scenes. Her features obscured, yet the audience erupted into fervent cheers. Zhou Yun, feeling exasperated, covered her forehead and lamented, "Not again, the first performer? How unfortunate." Zhang Hong shared her sentiment, suggesting that Qingmei should wash her hands thoroughly before the next episode, for her luck seemed dreadfully poor. Indeed. Standing center stage was none other than Su Qingmei, with her slender silhouette and long legs. Lin Zhou couldn't and oppose. Help but chuckle softly. It seemed that Su Qingmei was perpetually unlucky, having drawn the first performance slot in 3 out of 4 episodes. Those unaware might think that Star City Television had it in for her. Nearby, Chen Zhu's expression brightened, regardless of Shen Yao's performance. Su Qingmei's misfortune was a stroke of fortune for them. Similarly, in Shen Yao's dressing room, watching Su Qingmei on the screen, a smile crept across her face. She then sweetly addressed the camera. Go, Sister Qingmei. In the entertainment industry, everyone is an actor. Yet, soon Shen Yao's smile faded. As Su Qingmei stepped into the spotlight, the lights gradually illuminated her elegant strides, accompanied by a soft, soothing prelude. The 500-strong audience, mostly unfamiliar with the melody, remained largely unresponsive, while Shen Yao's expression nearly slipped from her control. Was this the song Encounter by Shu Zhou? She had listened to it multiple times and was well acquainted with the melody. Little did she expect that after being turned down by Shu Zhou for purchasing the song, Su Qingmei would sing it on stage. Why? What made her superior to me? Why was she granted the privilege to sing while I was denied? The feeling of being treated differently was stifling. Had it not been for the camera's gaze, Shen Yao would have slammed her fist on the table in fury. In the recording hall, Chen Zhu stood aghast, having recognized the song as Encounter, especially since she had represented Shen Yao in seeking out Shu Zhou just the previous night, only to be rebuffed. In the corner, her face turned ashen, she muttered with resentment. What does this mean, Shu Zhou? Meanwhile, the audience erupted into applause and cheers. I hear the departure of winter. I awaken in some year, some month. I think, I wait, I yearn. Yet the future cannot be arranged. On stage, amidst the gentle melody, Su Qingmei parted her lips, her voice as melodious as a yellow oriole, crisp and enchanting. The audience instinctively began to applaud. Lin Zhou nodded, relieved that the recent pressure exercises had not been in vain. The opening notes of Encounter were notably low, presenting a challenge for female singers with higher vocal ranges. The obscure singer had made this song a hit not only due to its quality, but also her ability to showcase her vocal characteristics even in the lower register, both stable and bright. After weeks of practicing her mid to low tones, Su Qingmei's performance had markedly improved, allowing her to deliver an outstanding rendition. Had Shen Yao sung this song, it wouldn't necessarily have faltered, but it certainly would have eclipsed a beautiful piece. Lin Zhou felt immense satisfaction, akin to a teacher witnessing a pupil excel. However, his contentment was soon marred as he noticed that Su Qingmei was still wearing his shirt around her waist. Sister Qingmei sings so beautifully. Hey, Lin Zhou. Why has Sister Qingmei forgotten to take off your shirt again? Zhou Yun clapped fervently, only to realize something was amiss. Zhang Hong turned to Lin Zhou, questioning why Qingmei seemed so fond of his attire. Lin Zhou felt scrutinized under her gaze, sighing, I'm not sure how this happened. Perhaps next time. You should provide Miss Su with a proper jacket. Fortunately, they did not dwell on it further, as encounter swiftly transitioned into the chorus, with Su Qingmei's pitch soaring yet remaining clear and bright. Whom do I meet, and what dialogue shall we share? The one I await. How far into the future is he? I hear the wind from subways and the crowd. IQ, holding the ticket of love. The audience was entranced, with one girl clasping her hands, eyes filled with longing, exclaiming, I wish to meet my him soon. Her companion gazed at the stage, captivated by Su Qingmei and Appo's girl next door purity. I believe Su Qingmei must be in love. Impossible, right? Didn't you see? When Su Qingmei sang that line, her eyes sparkled. She was certainly thinking of someone she has met. The two girls gossiped as they listened, mirroring the sentiments of other audience members. Today, Su Qingmei and Appo's performance seemed especially remarkable, particularly during the chorus. Whom do I meet, and what dialogue shall we share? IQ, holding the ticket of love. A smile involuntarily graced her once cool countenance, as if she were anticipating a fateful encounter. This sweet and charming demeanor had never graced Su Qingmei before. Truly, she was a vision of beauty with a voice to match. As the song concluded, the audience rose to their feet once more, applauding and shouting, Su Qingmei, Su Qingmei, I want to marry you. After setting down the microphone, Su Qingmei reverted to her aloof demeanor, the sweetness replaced by a mere bow towards her fans. It seemed it had been an illusion. Surely, Su Qingmei could not be in love. At this juncture, the host took the stage, inquiring, Qingmei, is this a new song? Su Qingmei nodded yes. What talented lyricist and composer penned such a beautiful melody? The host asked, intrigued, as she herself felt the stirrings of romance. Su Qingmei replied, Shui Zhou. With that, she descended from the stage. Shui Zhou? Why does that name sound so familiar? He is the one who wrote Regrettably Not You. An Ordinary Road as well. Good heavens, yet another golden song. Who is this person? You all may not know yet. But Shui Zhou is not only an incredible songwriter, he is also a poet. He is set to participate in the Chinese poetry competition next week. While the audience showed concern for Shui Zhou, their focus remained on Su Qingmei's shirt. The performance held too many highlights, elevating the audience's excitement to a fever pitch. Su Qingmei, maintaining her calm demeanor, exited the stage. Just before leaving the recording hall, she glanced at a spot against the wall and instinctively touched the shirt tied around her waist. Upon stepping out, a fleeting smile appeared on her otherwise ethereal face. The second performer, Chen Lin, was the next unfortunate soul, consistently drawing one of the first 3 slots in recent episodes. His performance was unremarkable, and the audience remained lost in the reverberations of Su Qingmei's encounter. Subsequent performances by Yu Xian, Zhang Hua, Su Jian, and Guo Tianshi all garnered applause. Finally, the last act of the evening was Shen Yao. Shen Yao is undoubtedly the most fortunate among the 7 singers, having drawn the last performance slot both in the first episode and today. This time, her attire is bolder, an alluring black sequin mini dress that accentuates her arms, neckline, and legs. The audience erupts with cheers, primarily in response to her dazzling appearance. However, their reaction to her singing is rather tepid, bordering on indifference. Su Qingmei danced in the last round, and now Shen Yao follows suit? It appears to be mere imitation, doesn't it? No wonder she is dubbed Little Qingmei, they jest. While Shen Yao is undeniably beautiful, one must concede that her legs do not quite measure up to Su Qingmei's. On stage, Shen Yao performs with fervor, yet the audience's commentary persistently references Su Qingmei, creating an awkward atmosphere. The entourage of singers is seated close to the audience, and Chen Zhu overhears a few remarks from nearby spectators, her expression darkening. Opting for a dance performance was a necessity. In terms of singing, Shen Yao pales in comparison to her peers. Regarding looks and physique, she cannot rival Su Qingmei either. The songs suited to her talent that could shine on such a prestigious stage have already been selected. Her desire to sing Encounter by Shui Zhou was thwarted. What other options are left? She must resort to gimmicks. As a beautiful starlet, flaunting sensuality is a weapon in her arsenal, and there is no shame in that. Yet, it is ironic that she finds herself continually juxtaposed with Su Qingmei. Chen Zhu feels a sense of helplessness. Do these spectators truly appreciate the nuances of performance? Did Su Qingmei reveal more than Shen Yao in the previous round? Nearby, Lin Zhou shakes his head. Shen Yao's petite and delicate appearance should align her with a pure image. Now, in pursuit of competition rankings, she resorts to a sensual gimmick, a complete misstep. Ultimately, the crux of the issue lies in her vocal abilities. If her singing were exceptional, why would she need to demean herself in such a manner? Lin Zhou remains unperturbed. As he is on the brink of divorce, to him, Shen Yao is merely a familiar name without significance. As Shen Yao's performance nears its conclusion, perhaps by coincidence, she executes a hands-on-the-ground backflip, reminiscent of Su Qingmei's previous act. However, her legs lack the same length, and the stage presence pales in comparison. Upon exiting the stage, Shen Yao strives to maintain a smile, yet any discerning observer can see her dismal spirits. The applause and reactions she receives as the final performer cannot hold a candle to those garnered by Su Qingmei, the first to perform, a rather heart-wrenching comparison. Once the recording session concludes, half an hour later, the total votes are tallied, and the chief director, Zhang Lei, enters the singer's lounge. The time has come to announce the rankings. The agents and assistants of the 7 singers await outside, the atmosphere thick with tension, as some familiar faces engage in hushed discussions. Who will take the top spot this episode? I wager it will be teacher Zhang Hua, one speculates. Teacher Su Jian's rock performance was quite electrifying, another agrees. It's true, the first song remains the most memorable, simply enchanting. Approximately an hour later, the doors to the singer's lounge swing open. Chapter 71. Who will protect you tonight? The first to emerge was the chief director, Zhang Lei, who greeted a few agents with a cheerful smile before hastily departing. Lu Yuan and several staff members followed closely behind, with the young girl waving playfully at Lin Zhou. Brother Lin, she's greeting you. Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun both noticed, and Zhou Yun, with a look of intrigue, remarked to Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou shook his head helplessly, thinking the girl was merely lively and warm-hearted. There was no need to overthink it. As a divorced individual, how could he possibly engage in anything with such a young girl? The singers then streamed out one after another, and this time, Su Qingmei did not linger inside for a recap, instead walking out alongside Shen Yao. Their companionship was not due to a close bond, but simply a consequence of the crowd. They were forced to walk together. However, in terms of appearance, figure, and demeanor, Shen Yao was evidently overshadowed by Su Qingmei, earning her the label of a knockoff Su Qingmei. Furthermore, their expressions were markedly different. Su Qingmei exuded an air of cool elegance and composure, while Shen Yao wore a frosty expression, her teeth clenched in frustration. It was apparent that their rankings were etched on their faces. Chen Zhu, wary of Shen Yao's emotional volatility, promptly approached and guided her away. Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun then made their way towards Su Qingmei, while Lin Zhou lingered a half-step behind, just in time to brush past Shen Yao. I'll wait for you at the back door of the parking lot. Shen Yao whispered to Lin Zhou. He replied, I have work to attend to. Indeed, he was preoccupied. It was late, and he needed to stay close to Su Qingmei to avert any trouble. The life of a working individual, especially during late-night hours, was not easy. Shen Yao cast a glance at him, stating, I have something to discuss with you. Confident that Lin Zhou's infatuation would compel him to come, she departed after delivering her message. Lin Zhou shook his head, uninterested in further engagement, and proceeded towards Su Qingmei. Noticing the joy radiating from Zhou Yun and Zhang Hong, he smiled and asked Su Qingmei, what position did you secure? To his surprise, as soon as he spoke, Su Qingmei's previously rosy complexion turned icy. With a huff, she strode forward without a word. Puzzled, Lin Zhou looked to Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun for clarification. Zhou Yun shrugged. Just now, Qingmei instructed us not to disclose the rankings to you. What does that mean, Hongjie? Lin Zhou was at a loss, realizing that everyone else was in the know while he remained in the dark. Zhang Hong shook her head. Qingmei isn and oppos. T usually like this. Perhaps you should try to coax her tonight to get her to share. Coax her? What does that even mean? The suggestion sounded rather peculiar to him. The trio continued their light-hearted banter as they caught up with Su Qingmei. In the parking lot, at the back door, a car sat quietly. Inside, Chen Zhu inquired of Shen Yao, why hasn't Lin Zhou arrived yet? He should be here shortly. Shen Yao's expression remained grim. Earlier in the singer's room, the production team had held a brief farewell ceremony for her. She placed 7th this episode, and having placed last in the previous one, she was eliminated based on her overall performance. The most disheartening part was that she had been the last to perform showcasing a fiery and sensual dance, yet still ended up at the bottom. It was a crushing blow. Meanwhile, Su Qingmei had been the first to perform, and Shen Yao inhaled deeply, striving to suppress thoughts of the figure that was becoming her inner demon. At present, she had a more pressing matter to address, ensuring the smooth completion of her divorce proceedings. The day after tomorrow marked the end of the 1-month cooling-off period. She had taken the risk of arranging to meet Lin Zhou today to remind him to attend the divorce appointment on time. Shen Yao was concerned that Lin Zhou might still harbor some illusions about their relationship. The longer it dragged on, the more complicated it could become. She wanted to finalize the divorce and confirm that Lin Zhou would keep the matter confidential, allowing her to feel at ease. However, after several minutes of waiting, Lin Zhou had yet to appear. Just then, Su Qingmei's car approached from a distance, heading toward the front door of the parking lot. Shen Zhou remarked, "Shen Yao, could it be that Lin Zhou is in that car?" Shen Yao scoffed, "Impossible. He always listens to me when I say something. If I invited him, he would definitely come. Just wait a little longer." Meanwhile, in Su Qingmei's car, Zhou Yun exclaimed, "Isn't that Shen Yao's car? Why haven't they left yet?" She recognized the vehicle parked at the back door. Others soon noticed as well, and Zhang Hong curiously asked, "Did Shen Yao and Shen Zhu not leave earlier? Are they waiting for someone?" Lin Zhou sat in silence, driving as he glanced in the rearview mirror, only to find Su Qingmei in the back seat. Her gaze fixated on him with an icy demeanor. He quickly averted his eyes, but it was too late. Su Qingmei inquired, "Do you know Shen Yao?" It was clearly directed at Lin Zhou, and both Zhou Yun and Zhang Hong turned to look at him as well. They had all witnessed Shen Yao speaking with him moments ago. Lin Zhou chuckled. "Didn't I mention during the first episode when we came to Xingqing TV that I know Shen Yao?" Su Qingmei pressed, "Are you quite close?" Lin Zhou hesitated, noticing Zhou Yun in the passenger seat staring at him wide-eyed, likely reflecting Zhang Hong's similar expression from the back. They appeared to be a mix of curiosity and caution. Given Shen Yao's previous actions against Su Qingmei, it was understandable that they would be wary. If Lin Zhou were closely acquainted with Shen Yao, it would certainly raise suspicions. "Yes, we were quite close. We were classmates in college. And our relationship was very good back then." Lin Zhou pondered for a moment. He had promised Shen Yao not to disclose their marriage, but he could share other aspects. "Very close?" Su Qingmei's brow furrowed, her voice tinged with a hint of tension. Lin Zhou sensed that she might be questioning his intentions, yet he brushed it aside, believing that clarity would resolve any misunderstandings. He briefly recounted their college relationship, from acquaintance to romance to their eventual breakup, omitting the details of their marriage as he had promised Shen Yao to keep that private. Shen Yao was actually quite innocent in college? Just holding hands would make her blush? No way. Zhou Yun was taken aback, then shook her head. "No, the real focus should be on you, Lin Zhou. You actually dated Shen Yao." The young assistant clasped her hands to her face, reveling in the gossip. Zhang Hong smacked her lightly on the head, admonishing her. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is someone else's private life. As long as it doesn't affect work, we have no right to interfere." Lin Zhou understood that Zhang Hong's words, while directed at Zhou Yun, also served as a subtle reminder to him. "You are now Su Qingmei's assistant. Maintain professionalism and do not let past feelings for Shen Yao lead to any impropriety." Lin Zhou reassured her, "Sister Zhang, you needn't worry. Shen Yao and I have already broken up, and we no longer keep in touch. I will focus on my work." "What were you discussing with Shen Yao just now?" Su Qingmei suddenly asked. Lin Zhou was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to focus on this detail. He answered candidly. "Shen Yao mentioned she wanted to talk to me about something, but I was busy, so I didn't go." "So, Shen Yao was waiting for you?" Zhou Yun nearly leaped up, exclaiming, "Wow, this gossip is too juicy." Lin Zhou responded calmly, "I suppose so. Why didn't you go?" Su Qingmei's voice grew increasingly frosty. Lin Zhou shrugged. "If I went, who would protect you tonight?" Su Qingmei paused, the coldness in her gaze gradually dissipating as she turned to look out the window, no longer pressing for answers. Zhou Yun glanced at Lin Zhou beside her, then turned to observe Su Qingmei in the back seat, suddenly stifling a laugh. Zhang Hong shot her a glare, also looking at Su Qingmei, deep in thought. Lin Zhou, however, remained unfazed. After the day after tomorrow, he would have no ties to Shen Yao whatsoever. As for the grievances between Shen Yao and Su Qingmei, if Shen Yao continued to employ disreputable tactics against Su Qingmei, he would naturally side with his employer. Thus, what position did Miss Su hold? Lin Zhou couldn't help but inquire once more. Zhou Yun kept her lips sealed, casting her eyes back, implying that he might as well ask Sister Qingmei directly. Then a crisp yet icy voice rang out from the back. You shall find out next week. Lin Zhou was at a loss, unable to comprehend how he had once again provoked her. Oh well, after all, she was the boss. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the hotel. It was getting late, and the group adeptly retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Once again, Lin Zhou and Su Qingmei shared a room. Zhou Yun was quite frugal this time, opting not to book a separate room for Lin Zhou. Previously, Lin Zhou would return to his room to shower before visiting Su Qingmei, but today, he had no choice but to bathe in her quarters. It was reminiscent of their last recording in Hangzhou, where they not only shared a room, but also a bathroom, albeit using it in turns. You go first, Lin Zhou said to Su Qingmei in the room. You go first, Su Qingmei replied coldly, noticing her lingering annoyance. Lin Zhou said no more and took his change of clothes into the bathroom. Once inside, the sound of running water filled the air, and suddenly, the corners of Su Qingmei's mouth curled upward, recalling Lin Zhou's remark in the car, "Who will protect you tonight?" For some reason, upon hearing that, her earlier irritation dissipated. It was not merely because he chose to stay back to protect her instead of attending the engagement. It was simply an acknowledgement of his dedication as an assistant. Nothing more. At that moment, Lin Zhou's phone, resting on the sofa, began to vibrate incessantly. Su Qingmei, seated gracefully on the edge of the bed with her hands resting on her knees and her back straight, observed the vibrating phone from a distance. Yet, the phone continued to tremble. After a moment's hesitation, she glanced toward the bathroom where he was still showering and gradually stood up, approaching the sofa. She was taken aback when she saw the name flashing on the screen, Shen Yao. Su Qingmei fixated on the phone's display, as still as a statue. The phone continued to vibrate for what felt like an eternity until Shen Yao finally ended the call. Next came a WeChat message that flashed across the top of the screen. Why haven't you arrived yet? What kind of tone was that? Were they still so familiar after their breakup? Su Qingmei bit her lip, her expression as if she were about to devour the phone whole. Soon, the phone vibrated once more, this time with a longer duration, and after a prolonged silence, Su Qingmei suddenly extended her hand to pick up the device. Chapter 72. The goddess is actually childish. The phone continued to vibrate insistently, indicating that if she did not answer, the caller would persist. Su Qingmei, holding the phone, contemplated calling out to Lin Zhou at the bathroom door. Yet, she was suddenly reminded of how he had spoken to Shen Yao at the Star City television station, how closely they had leaned towards each other, whispering secrets, exuding a sense of familiarity. Indeed, they had once been in a relationship. Weren't they quite close? Had there been more between them? Had they cohabited? It was quite common for college couples to live together, wasn't it? Amidst the strange thoughts swirling in her mind, the phone continued to vibrate in her hand. Her fingers, seemingly beyond her control, swiped right across the screen, connecting the call. Bringing the phone to her ear, she heard Shen Yao's furious voice on the other end. Lin Zhou, what is going on? I've been waiting for you for ages. Where are you? The tone sounded like a girlfriend reprimanding her boyfriend for being late on a date. I'm talking to you. Speak up. The questioning continued from the other end. Biting her lip, Su Qingmei took a deep breath and replied coldly. Lin Zhou is not here. Instantly, there was silence on the other end, and after a moment, Shen Yao reacted. Su Qingmei? Her voice was trembling, filled with disbelief. It was nearly midnight. Why was Lin Zhou and Apos S phone with Su Qingmei? What did this mean? Su Qingmei maintained her calm demeanor and continued. His phone was left with me. Do you need to reach him for something? No, never mind. Goodbye. Shen Yao quickly hung up. Su Qingmei glanced down at the phone, her earlier calmness evaporating as her cheeks flushed slightly. What was she doing? Why was she answering someone else and Apos S phone? At that moment, the bathroom door opened, and Lin Zhou emerged, spotting Su Qingmei standing by the sofa, holding his phone. He asked curiously, what are you doing? In the underground parking lot of Star City Television, the car still remained parked at the back door. Su Qingmei had answered the call. How could that be? Chen Zhu looked on in disbelief, instinctively lowering her voice. Could it be that Su Qingmei and Lin Zhou are together? Impossible. Shen Yao immediately shook her head. Su Qingmei is a little diva. How could she possibly be interested in Lin Zhou? Just now, she mentioned that Lin Zhou's phone was merely left in her room. Sometimes, people behave this way. After a divorce, they naturally wish for their ex-partner to fare poorly. If one were to find someone better, wouldn't that make the other feel like a failure? However, if they weren't particularly close, how could Lin Zhou's phone end up in Su Qingmei's possession? And why would she answer his call? Chen Zhu furrowed her brow, analyzing the situation. Although she felt her speculation was far-fetched, The circumstances were undeniably peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yao suddenly sneered, "I get it now. Lin Zhou still doesn't want a divorce. He deliberately left his phone with Su Qingmei to provoke me, to make me believe he is actually quite exceptional. Huh, what a convoluted scheme." Shen Zhou said. "Shen Yao, could it be that you are overthinking this? It might just be a coincidence." Shen Yao scoffed. "I know Lin Zhou too well. You have no idea how infatuated he was with me. He was like a sticky candy, impossible to shake off. No, the more he behaves like this, the more I must expedite the divorce process to prevent him from harboring any ulterior motives." Shen Zhou fell silent. Since Shen Yao's debut, she had been by her side and was well aware of her marriage with Lin Zhou. In that relationship, Lin Zhou had indeed treated Shen Yao well. But such care and tenderness were simply what a husband ought to provide. He was not the type of man Shen Yao described as a licking dog. Nevertheless, Shen Yao was correct about one thing. She and Lin Zhou should finalize their divorce as soon as possible to avoid further complications. In the hotel room, Su Qingmei hastily placed Lin Zhou's phone back on the sofa, brushed her long hair, and calmly remarked, "Shen Yao just called you. I saw you hadn't come out, so I answered for you." She quickly added, "I didn't say anything, and she didn't say much either." Lin Zhou was about to ask further when Su Qingmei, clutching her pajamas, hurried into the bathroom. "I'm going to take a shower." Lin Zhou found it amusing. Why did she seem so flustered? He felt no guilt about Shen Yao's call. Business was business, and personal was personal, and he had not been in contact with Shen Yao for quite some time. Even if Su Qingmei discovered that Shen Yao was his ex-wife, he remained unfazed. He picked up his phone and sent Shen Yao a WeChat message. "If there's something to discuss, let's do it here." It wasn't long before Shen Yao replied, "Don't forget. 8:30 a.m. the day after tomorrow." Lin Zhou understood. Shen Yao was still concerned that he might refuse to divorce. Hence her reminder to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau the day after tomorrow. "Understood, I will be there on time," he replied, and then ceased communication with Shen Yao. He checked the amateur station, where the view count for Encounter had already surpassed 2 million, indicating its popularity. Amusingly, a wave of videos analyzing and praising his songs had surfaced on the platform. Among them, a creator known as Lonely Deity was particularly active, having promptly analyzed Encounter and subsequently dissecting Unfortunately Not You and Ordinary Road. It could be said that he was using analysis as a guise for flattery. Intriguingly, these flattering videos garnered significant views, with comments noting that Lonely Deity originally had only 50 to 60,000 followers, but after this wave of content, he was on the cusp of breaking 1 million. Some jokingly referred to him as the first video creator on S Station to achieve 1 million followers through licking for validation. Lin Zhou was indifferent to all this. If people were riding on his coattails, it simply indicated one thing. He was impressive. As long as they did not both ride on his fame and disparage him, he was content. Apart from the Lonely Deity riding the wave of popularity, there was also someone who had genuinely supported him, the mermaid songstress. She had promoted Encounter to her fans in her videos early on. This big, fair girl had a straightforward personality, always speaking her mind. Just moments ago, she had sent Lin Zhou a private message. "Old Zhou, when are you coming to Kyoto? You promised to treat me to a meal." Lin Zhou chuckled and responded, "Sister G, Kyoto is your territory. Shouldn't you be treating me?" The mermaid songstress, clearly engrossed in her phone, replied instantly, "Oh, come on, Old Zhou, have you no conscience? I was the one who arranged your remote, non-appearance at the poetry contest, and you don't thank me? Haha, all right. I'll be in Kyoto on Tuesday. You can choose whatever you want to eat." Su Qingmei was to serve as a judge for the poetry contest at Kyoto Television on Tuesday, with the finals on Wednesday. So Lin Zhou naturally planned to accompany her. That's settled then. "Finally, we will meet face to face. I'm not good looking, so be prepared for a shocking revelation. Don't worry. If you're ugly, I'll make a run for it. Haha." After exchanging a few playful messages with Sister G, the bathroom door suddenly opened, and Su Qingmei emerged in her pajamas, her hair still damp, looking rather hurried. Lin Zhou asked in surprise, "Did you finish your shower so quickly? It hasn't even been 10 minutes. Usually, you take half an hour." Seeing him with his phone, Su Qingmei casually inquired, "Are you on a call?" Lin Zhou did not notice Su Qingmei's expression and candidly replied, "No, just chatting with a friend." "Friend?" Su Qingmei furrowed her delicate brows. "Are you referring to Shen Yao? Wasn't it said that you two had broken up? Still friends?" Noticing her hair was still dripping, Lin Zhou reminded her, "You should dry your hair quickly. You might catch a cold. Mind your own business." Su Qingmei retorted, turning and storming into the bathroom, slamming the door behind her. The sound of a hairdryer soon filled the air. Lin Zhou was at a loss, wondering what had just occurred. A few minutes later, Su Qingmei emerged from the bathroom. Her face flushed and radiant, exuding a captivating charm, yet her expression remained frosty. She walked straight past the sofa, ignoring Lin Zhou entirely, and, with an irritable gesture, drew the curtains around her bed. Recalling that he was supposed to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau the day after tomorrow to handle their divorce, he addressed Su Qingmei. Miss Su, I will need to take some time off the day after tomorrow morning for a personal matter, approximately 2 hours. Is that acceptable? From behind the curtain, he could vaguely see Su Qingmei preparing to lie down. At his words, she paused momentarily before responding. Is it very important? Yes, quite important, Lin Zhou replied. Divorce is a significant event in one's life. It marks the end of one chapter and the beginning of another. How could it not be important? With whom? Su Qingmei's voice emerged, slightly hoarse from behind the curtain. What? Lin Zhou did not quite catch her words. After a brief silence, Su Qingmei slowly stated, I'll give you 1 hour. Lin Zhou contemplated for a moment. The Civil Affairs Bureau was not too far from Shuemei Yuan, and an hour should suffice to complete the paperwork. He nodded in agreement. All right, no problem. Upon finishing his sentence, he noticed the graceful silhouette behind the curtain had already settled down, turning her back to him, the delicate curves beneath a thin blanket subtly visible. Yet, the woman with such an exquisite form was anything but gentle at that moment. Her anger was palpable. Lin Zhou had grown accustomed to her temperament lately. She often oscillated between being perfectly fine one moment and irate the next. To outsiders, she appeared as a cool goddess, but in reality, she possessed the temperament of a petulant child. Finding it rather amusing, he thought little of it and reclined on the sofa, drifting into a comfortable slumber. Soon, he would reclaim his status as a single gentleman, which was quite delightful. Meanwhile, on the bed, Su Qingmei clutched her blanket, biting her lip. The joy from her flawless performance and ranking in today's show was overshadowed by a sense of frustration. With her large, shimmering eyes wide open, unable to sleep, she quietly turned over and peeked through a corner of the curtain, catching a glimpse of the fellow on the sofa soundly asleep. Suddenly, Su Qingmei dropped the curtain and turned away, burying her head in the blanket. Humph, let him sleep. Chapter 73, Divorced 2 days later. At 7 in the morning in Shuemei Yuan, Lin Zhou had risen early to procure breakfast. Upon his return, he discovered Su Qingmei already seated on the sofa in the living room. You're up quite early, he inquired, carrying the breakfast inside. Today, Su Qingmei, unusually free of engagements, had a meeting with an innerwear brand at Tianyuan Entertainment regarding her potential endorsement. Though she held traditional views and was reluctant to accept such a proposition, the offered fee was substantial, and they assured her that there would be no inappropriate scenes involved. Tianyuan Entertainment, intrigued, persuaded her to discuss the matter in person at the company. In recent days, Su Qingmei had engaged in several heated discussions with the company regarding this issue. Are you planning to sneak away if I don't get up? Su Qingmei replied coldly, her tone sharp. See, it's evident that you're in a foul mood over the endorsement, Lin Zhou remarked, understanding her plight. He felt it was inappropriate for a singer to engage in such trivial matters. Cheerfully, he placed the breakfast on the table and said, Go brush your teeth and wash your face. Breakfast awaits. Ignoring him, Su Qingmei sat at the table, grabbing a small steamed bun and biting into it with a huff, as if to vent her frustrations. Her hair was unkempt, her face untouched, yet there was a certain chaotic beauty to her disheveled appearance. Lin Zhou chuckled. If your fans saw you like this, I wonder what they would think. Setting down her bun, Su Qingmei glared at him. Do I look that terrible? Lin Zhou candidly replied, Not terrible, just not particularly dignified. She rose and stomped upstairs, prompting Lin Zhou to call after her. Where are you going? To wash my face and brush my teeth, she retorted angrily as she ascended to the second floor. At that moment, Zhou Yun and Zhang Hong arrived. Lin Zhou had personal matters to attend to that morning, so the two ladies came early to accompany Su Qingmei to the company. For the past fortnight, the stalker had not resurfaced, nor had he sent any terrifying photographs. However, one could never be too cautious with such individuals. Wow, steamed buns. My favorite. Zhou Yun exclaimed upon seeing the buns on the table, bounding over to grab one. Lin Zhou stopped her, pointing to the mantu beside it. Have a mantu. It's quite sweet. Noticing Zhou Yun's disappointed expression, he grinned. Today, that shop had a rush, and only one basket of steamed buns remains. So let her have it. All right then, Zhou Yun conceded, taking a mantu and munching on it. Lin Zhou is finally learning how to appease people. Zhang Hong playfully smacked her arm. You can't shut your mouth even while eating. Hey, Zhou Yun stuck her tongue out and continued devouring the mantu. Appease? Lin Zhou was puzzled by what she meant, but he was accustomed to her whimsical remarks. As the time approached, Lin Zhou informed the two women before heading out. After finishing her morning routine, Su Qingmei descended the stairs, only to find Lin Zhou had already left. Silently, she sat at the dining table. With a bright smile, Zhou Yun encouraged, Qingmei Jia, hurry and eat. These steamed buns were fought for by Lin Gu just for you. He wouldn't tea, let me have any. Su Qingmei shot her a glance. It's just a steamed bun. Is it that significant? Don't you like them? Then I shall take it, Zhou Yun exclaimed joyfully, reaching for the buns, only to find Su Qingmei had already placed them in front of herself, gesturing toward the mantu. You can have this. Wow, Qingmei Jia. You are just as stingy as Lin Gu. Truly the epitome of cohabiting roommates, Zhou Yun teased. Be quiet. Zhang Hong interjected. Qingmei, Lin Zhou is a sensible person. Even if he meets Shen Yao, he won't act inappropriately, so rest assured. Su Qingmei paused and replied, It's not about that. I'm contemplating the endorsement. Zhou Yun giggled, Really? Who was it that woke up in a huff this morning? The endorsement discussions have been nearly settled. Zhang Hong shoved a mantu into Zhou Yun's mouth to silence her, then addressed Su Qingmei, regardless of the reason for your bad mood. Remember that a female artist's prime years are fleeting. You must prioritize your career. Su Qingmei lowered her gaze. Hongjia, I'm not sure what you're implying. Zhang Hong sighed. Never mind. Let us finish eating and head to the company. Half an hour later, around 7:50, Lin Zhou arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau in Mingzhou District. As Shen Yao had yet to arrive, he waited outside. Checking his phone, he noted that his follower count had surpassed 1 million on the influencer platform. It had taken merely a month to reach this milestone since his first video, likely breaking the platform's record. Creators from the music, dance, and poetry sections flooded the comments of Encounter to congratulate him. The name Shuizhou had become a formidable presence in both the music and poetry realms. While the dance section joined the excitement as many dancers began performing to his songs, effectively drawing attention to themselves. Lin Zhou also observed that the homepage of the influencer platform was promoting the poetry competition finale scheduled for 3 days later. Su Qingmei had been invited to serve as a judge, attracting considerable interest, especially since the competition format had been altered to 7 steps to poetry, which sparked extensive discussion. The finals would consist of 3 rounds, with judges randomly selecting a prompt for 50 contestants to compose a poem within 7 steps. The genre was unrestricted, as long as it adhered to classical poetry. Contestants who failed to produce a complete poem within the 7-step limit would be eliminated. Each round's scores from the judges would accumulate, and the contestant with the highest total score would be crowned champion. The prize money was substantial, with the champion receiving 500,000, the runner-up 200,000, and the third place 100,000. Contestants were eager to compete, and the audience anticipated the event with bated breath. Such a format was unprecedented and undeniably thrilling. What are you doing here? Didn't we agree you'd go in first and wait? Lin Zhou was startled to hear Shen Yao's voice as he was engrossed in his phone. He looked up to see her, clad in sunglasses and a mask, her attire reminiscent of a thief. Calmly, he responded, You're late. Shen Yao huffed. Isn't it only natural for a man to wait for a woman? Lin Zhou shrugged. We're about to divorce. I'm no longer obligated to wait for you. Shen Yao eyed him warily. Lin Zhou, we agreed. You can't go back on your word. Disinterested in further conversation, Lin Zhou turned and entered the Civil Affairs Bureau, with Shen Yao hurriedly following, anxious he might change his mind. Arriving at the marriage registration office, they presented their previous divorce application to the staff. The records were quickly located, and the staff asked the two of them, Are you sure about this? Absolutely, Shen Yao exclaimed, glancing nervously at Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou nodded. We are certain. With a sigh of relief, Shen Yao felt that there would be no further complications. The staff promptly processed their divorce certificate and handed it to them. Lin Zhou took a glance at the divorce certificate, which resembled the marriage certificate in many ways. The cover was adorned with a festive red hue, featuring the national emblem of China, with the words divorce certificate inscribed beneath it. Thus, one might ponder whether both marriage and divorce are occasions worthy of celebration. A smile crept across Lin Zhou's face. He felt no sorrow. In this union, he had devoted himself wholeheartedly, never straying from the principles of fidelity and morality. Now that they were divorced, he bore no guilt, departing with a sense of liberation. His only regret lay in the transformation of the innocent and kind-hearted girl from their school days, who had now become pragmatic and impatient, even resorting to unscrupulous means. Even if Shen Yao had not mentioned divorce, he might have soon found her changed nature intolerable. Their separation was, ultimately, a beneficial outcome for both him and Shen Yao. Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Zhou turned to Shen Yao and said, "Then, farewell." With that, he walked away decisively. Shen Yao stood in a daze, sensing something amiss. Once she entered the car parked by the roadside, Chen Zhu inquired, "You finally divorced, yet you seem less than jubilant. Why is that?" Shen Yao, her expression complex, replied, "I just find it strange that Lin Zhou was so resolute. It's unexpected." Chen Zhu, puzzled, responded, "Do you wish for him to cling to you? That would only create more complications." "Of course not," Shen Yao retorted. "It's just that she gazed out of the car window at Lin Zhou's receding figure, murmuring, 'You shouldn't be so detached.'" Chen Zhu was momentarily at a loss for words. Shen Yao had previously been so eager for the divorce, fearing that Lin Zhou might have a change of heart. Now that he had decisively moved on, she felt an unsettling disquiet. "Do you regret it?" Chen Zhu asked. How could that be?" Shen Yao scoffed. "How could I ascend with this burdensome marriage still weighing me down?" Chen Zhu nodded in agreement. "That's good. Now, let us discuss serious matters. I've received news that on October 1st, the China television station will host a grand gala at the Fengchao Sports Center in Kyoto, themed Unsung Heroes, to honor the quiet yet extraordinary contributions of medical staff, firefighters, police, border guards, sanitation workers, and other everyday heroes. The event is of great significance to the China television station, and they plan to solicit submissions for the theme song well in advance. The specific rules for submissions will be announced shortly. Several singers and songwriters, including Chun Jiaying, Yu Tiantian, Yu Xin, and Zhang Hua, have already approached renowned lyricists and composers to compete for this opportunity. Shen Yao, this is a chance for you to soar to great heights. Upon hearing Chen Zhu's words, the remnants of Shen Yao's post-divorce unease dissipated instantly. The China television station, being a national broadcaster, wielded immense influence. Especially during a grand festival like National Day, hosting such a prestigious gala was tremendously captivating. If she could perform the theme song at such a high-profile event, it would be akin to gracing the Spring Festival Gala. Even if she couldn't rise to the peak immediately, she would at least leap from the second tier to the first. Chen Zhu continued, "I have already reached out to several esteemed lyricists and composers. If you can secure a collaboration with them, your prospects will be greatly enhanced. I also plan to connect with Shui Zhou, if those individuals are already booked. Shui Zhou is still a commendable option." "Thank you, Chen Jia," Shen Yao exclaimed, invigorated. "I must secure this theme song." Chapter 74. The charming transformation of the cool girl. The following day, Su Qingmei and Lin Zhou, along with two others, arrived in Kyoto. The poetry competition finals were set to take place the next evening at 8 o'clock, broadcast live on Kyoto satellite television. Su Qingmei had a scheduled appearance in Kyoto, participating in an interview program, and planned to record the episode that afternoon. She also intended to visit the live broadcast hall where the finals would occur the following day. Naturally, Lin Zhou accompanied her, seizing the opportunity for a reconnaissance mission. He had already coordinated with the organizers for a remote participation in the finals, intending to remain incognito. His plan was to escort Su Qingmei into the live broadcast hall and then swiftly return to the hotel to join the competition online from his room. After the broadcast concluded, he would hurry back to Kyoto satellite television to meet Su Qingmei as she exited. This necessitated a swift operation to avoid detection. In truth, even if he revealed to Su Qingmei that he was Shui Zhou, she would be powerless to retaliate. Yet, Lin Zhou felt a twinge of guilt. After all, Su Qingmei had addressed him as Teacher Shui Zhou for quite some time. The abrupt revelation that this esteemed teacher was actually her devoted assistant could create a significant dissonance. He worried that she might react quite adversely. Thus, he resolved to keep this secret until his assistant contract expired, slipping away without leaving a trace, an approach he deemed more prudent. Around 5 in the afternoon, Su Qingmei concluded her interview at Kyoto satellite television. Lin Zhou accompanied her back to the hotel, where he mentioned, "Miss Su, I need to meet a friend. I will return in about an hour." He had arranged to meet with the Fishman songstress, intending to engage in an in-person meet-up. Meeting another friend? Su Qingmei frowned. "Another?" Lin Zhou inquired, puzzled. Su Qingmei opened her mouth, almost saying, "Didn't you meet your ex-girlfriend yesterday? Who are you seeing today?" Zhang Hong, standing nearby, interjected, "Go ahead, Shaolin. You and I will keep Qingmei company." Zhou Yun added, "We will take good care of Sister Qingmei, Lin Zhou, don't worry." However, she was quickly silenced by Zhang Hong's playful smack, with the assistant grumbling, "Sister Hong, why did you hit me? I was only saying what you were thinking." Disregarding her, Zhang Hong assured Su Qingmei that photo-sending creep shouldn't be able to follow you to Kyoto. Shaolin can go out for a while without issue. Su Qingmei glanced at Lin Zhou. "An hour?" Lin Zhou nodded, "Just an hour." With her approval, he hurriedly left. The life of a working individual is indeed challenging. Even meeting an online friend comes with a time limit imposed by the boss. After taking a taxi to the agreed-upon location with the fishman songstress, he arrived at a well-known roast duck restaurant. He received a message from her, indicating that she was in a private room on the second floor. Upon entering the room, he found a strikingly dressed young woman, clad in a cropped t-shirt and shorts, seated and engrossed in her phone. As she heard the door open, she looked up, revealing herself to be the fishman songstress. She froze momentarily, disbelief washing over her face as she pointed at him. You are Shui Zhou?" Lin Zhou smiled and nodded. "Hello? Sister Ji, I am Lao Zhou." "My goodness." The fishman songstress sprang to her feet, bounding over to Lin Zhou, her eyes roving over him with unabashed admiration. "Lao Zhou, you're actually this handsome. What the heck? You claimed you were ugly? Do you have any shame?" Lin Zhou, taken aback, replied, "Is it really that exaggerated? I consider my looks rather unremarkable." She urged him to take a seat while leaning in to scrutinize his features closely, exclaiming, "Wow, so this is what Shui Zhou looks like. If your fans knew, they would go wild." The Kyoto girl was unreserved, leaning in so close that Lin Zhou could almost smell her perfume. He instinctively leaned back. "Hey, Sister Ji, we agreed to be brothers. What are you doing?" "Humph." She scoffed, then seated herself across from him. "Lao Zhou, while you're handsome, you're not my type. I prefer those tall and muscular types. Now let us order." With that, she boldly shoved the menu toward him, declaring, "Today, I'll treat you. Eat and drink to your heart's content." Her demeanor mirrored her vibrant personality on social media. Lin Zhou took the menu. "Aren't I supposed to treat you? Given your stunning looks, I insist on treating you." The fishman songstress chuckled, extending her hand. "By the way, I'm Jiang Yue." Lin Zhou shook her hand. "I'm Lin Zhou." Their initial awkwardness quickly dissipated, and they felt an instant camaraderie. Roast ducks soon arrived, and Jiang Yue, with her boisterous personality, ordered a round of beer as well. Lin Zhou, not one to shy away, joined her in merriment, and as they savored their drinks, Jiang Yue exuberantly proposed, "Lao Zhou, let us become sworn brothers." This Kyoto girl, with her striking allure, was eager to forge a brotherly bond. Lin Zhou found it amusing and readily agreed. They shared a toast with the roast duck and beer, marking their newfound brotherhood. When discussing their ages, Lin Zhou naturally took on the role of the elder brother. Jiang Yue, however, was somewhat indignant. "Lao Zhou, you look like such a pretty boy, yet you're older than me?" Lin Zhou replied, "Not only am I older, but I've also experienced love and divorce." "Mind you, wow, quite the romantic history," Jiang Yue exclaimed. "Who would be foolish enough to let go of a handsome and talented guy like you? You didn't cheat, did you?" Lin Zhou poured her another drink. "Do I seem like that kind of person? My ex-wife initiated the divorce." "Wow, she really must be blind," Jiang Yue exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, by the way, my dad asked me to remind you to log in 20 minutes early tomorrow to test the network." "Understood." As they discussed the upcoming online competition, Jiang Yue curiously asked, "Why? With your looks, do you prefer not to show your face?" Lin Zhou explained, "I prefer to maintain a low profile. I don't like being in the spotlight." Fair enough. Jiang Yue accepted this as a quirk of a genius. Just then, Lin Zhou's phone rang. It was Zhou Yun calling. He excused himself and answered, "Lin Zhou, when are you coming back?" Her tone seemed off, prompting Lin Zhou to ask, "What's wrong?" Zhou Yun replied, "Sister Qingmei refuses to eat. You need to come back and persuade her." Lin Zhou, puzzled, questioned, "Why would she refuse to eat?" There was a brief pause before Zhou Yun's voice lowered. "Lin Zhou, are you running over time?" Checking the clock, Lin Zhou realized he had indeed lost track of time, engrossed in conversation with Jiang Yue for over an hour. "All right, I'll be right back." After hanging up, Jiang Yue smirked. "What's the matter? Out too long, and your girlfriend's upset?" Lin Zhou chuckled. "I just got divorced. I don't have a girlfriend. It's my boss." "Your boss?" Jiang Yue looked bewildered. Shui Zhou has millions of fans and is a genius poet, yet he is still working for someone? She then inquired, "Your boss is a woman, right?" Lin Zhou nodded. "Yes, How did you know? Just a hunch. You should head back, Shen Yao laughed, finishing her last drink and encouraging him to leave. As they exited the private room, Lin Zhou thought for a moment and decided to order a portion of roast duck for takeout. Once outside the restaurant, he apologized. I didn't get to enjoy myself fully this time. I'll treat you next time. Zhang Yue chuckled softly. No problem. Next time bring your boss along. Lin Zhou, perplexed, asked, what do you need to bring my boss for? Zhang Yue continued to smile and added, good luck tomorrow. The Poetry Society has declared that they intend to eliminate you in the finals, so don't let us ordinary folks down. Lin Zhou acknowledged her words and took his leave, hailing a taxi back to the hotel. Upon entering Su Qingmei's room, he found Zhang Hong and Zhou Yan already present. While Su Qingmei sat on the sofa, hugging her knees and appearing somewhat miffed. Brother Lin, you're back. You must persuade Sister Qingmei. She hasn't even had dinner. Zhou Yan exclaimed, rushing towards him. Zhang Hong also rose and said to Lin Zhou, we'll head back to our room now, before pulling Zhou Yan away. Leaving the matter to him, Lin Zhou set down the takeout roast duck and took a seat beside Su Qingmei. Why aren't you eating? Su Qingmei ignored him, still hugging her knees, her expression a mix of indignation and distress. After washing his hands, Lin Zhou opened the takeout box, picked up a piece of pancake, and with chopsticks, added 2 pieces of roast duck meat, a dab of sweet bean sauce, and a few strands of green onions. Wrapping it up and presenting it to Su Qingmei. This roast duck is truly delicious. Do give it a try. Su Qingmei turned her head away. Lin Zhou couldn't help but chuckle at her childlike demeanor. If you want to eat, then I'll just toss it away, he declared, about to rise. Suddenly, Su Qingmei said, I need to practice singing tonight. Lin Zhou paused. Practice singing? Su Qingmei, still facing away, replied in a muffled tone. I need to work on my lower and mid-range. Understanding her request for assistance, Lin Zhou thought it trivial. Was it really necessary to use hunger as leverage? All right. How about we eat first? Upon his agreement, Su Qingmei turned back, accepting the roast duck from his hands and taking a gentle bite. Lin Zhou inquired, is it good? Su Qingmei nodded, and some sweet bean sauce dripped from the pancake, smearing at the corner of her mouth. Lin Zhou handed her a tissue, pointing at her lips. Su Qingmei responded with an "oh," and instinctively licked the corner of her mouth with her little tongue, cleaning off the sweet bean sauce. Her big eyes sparkling as they gazed at him. Lin Zhou was taken aback, finding her action rather endearing. Realizing her previous action was somewhat unrefined, Su Qingmei's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a fierce glare. What are you looking at? Nothing, just eat quickly. Once you finish, we can practice singing, he replied, clearing his throat and instinctively turning away, unable to meet her gaze. Alas, when this aloof girl turns adorable, it truly becomes quite irresistible. Chapter 75. The finals begin the following day, at 6 o'clock in the evening, in the grand studio of Kyoto Satellite TV. Staff members bustled about in preparation for the finals. Su Qingmei, serving as a judge, arrived early to the venue. The finals of the poetry competition featured 5 judges. Besides Su Qingmei, there were Zhang Zheng, the president of the Poetry Association, Zhang Yunkai, the vice president, Su Fan, the head of Poetry Network, and Jiang Tao, the president of the Kyoto Writers Association. Notably, the amateur contestants had no judges. The list of judges had been released a few days prior, stirring considerable debate among the public. Some expressed concerns about the 3 judges from the poetry community, fearing potential bias in scoring. However, advocates from the poetry circle quickly countered, if there were indeed any foul play, Shuezhou would not have secured the top position during the online preliminaries. The amateur contestants genuinely possessed talent. No one would dare to score them low in front of a national audience. Those who spoke of corruption were merely projecting their own insecurities. For the amateur contestants represented less than 1/5 of the total. The audience could only place their hopes on the finalists, particularly on Shuezhou and Xiaochan from the amateur group, who were seen as the pride of their village. Xiaochan, don't be nervous. You've got this. In the backstage area, contestants were being guided by staff to the resting room. Today, Fang Xiaochan wore a chest-high RU skirt and styled her hair in an ancient bun, embodying the essence of a classical beauty. Her roommates had also secured audience tickets to cheer her on. Even Lin Xiaoshuang, who typically showed no interest in such affairs, had come along. Yet, she seemed to be scanning the crowd, searching for someone. I'm heading in. Fang Xiaochan made a fist gesture to her roommates before stepping backstage. She felt a mix of nerves and excitement, not only for the grandeur of the live broadcast, but also because she would finally meet Shuezhou, the brilliant poet she admired. Upon entering the contestants' lounge, she found it already bustling with people. Staff members approached with a list, calling out names one by one. Soon, the roll call was completed, and the staff nodded. Everyone is here. Excuse me, Fang Xiaochan stood up and inquired. It seems like one person is missing, right? She had counted several times and noted only 49 contestants in the lounge, and she hadn't heard Xuezhou's name during the roll call. Is Xuezhou not here yet? At that moment, another contestant stood up, one familiar to most, Guamuji, the vice president of the Poetry Association and a renowned poet with several published collections. He was also a strong contender for the championship. Although he had placed second to Xuezhou in the online preliminaries, the finals relied heavily on performance. And Guamuji was known for his ability to compose poems on the spot. Many speculated that the finals would likely turn into an internal battle between the Poetry Association and the Poetry Network. The contestant Xuezhou has applied to compete online due to special circumstances, and we have approved it, the staff explained. What? Competing online? How is that fair? We are all here in person, and he is participating online. Doesn't that mean he can easily look up information? Some voiced their dissatisfaction. The staff smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, the organizers will ensure fairness in the competition. Although contestant Xuezhou is participating online, he, like all of you, must compose a poem within 7 steps. In such a brief time, he cannot access any materials. Some contestants from outside the poetry circle scoffed at the dissenters. If you could write the Song of the Wanderer, the organizers would grant you any request, but can you? The objectors fell silent. Fang Xiaochan sat back down, feeling a tinge of disappointment. She had anticipated meeting Xuezhou today, but now, brother, where are you? At that moment, Lin Xiaoshuang, seated in the audience, suddenly called Lin Zhou. Huff, I have something to take care of, Xiaoshuang. I'll call you back later. Lin Zhou's voice came through, slightly breathless, suggesting he was in a rush. Lin Xiaoshuang hung up, glancing toward the stage where the staff were finalizing preparations. I'll soon find out if my brother is Xuezhou. Meanwhile, not far from Kyoto TV, in a hotel, Lin Zhou hurriedly returned to the room he shared with Su Qingmei. After escorting Su Qingmei into the studio, he had told Zhang Hong and Shouyan that he needed to step out for a moment, then rushed back. He quickly changed into different attire to avoid being recognized by Su Qingmei, standing before a wall to ensure no other objects appeared in the background. He then used the username and password provided by the organizers to connect to the specially prepared live broadcast room. The finals had yet to begin, and Lin Zhou confirmed that the camera only captured his body, obscuring his face. Once ready, he conducted a test connection with the organizers. Moments later, at 7 o'clock sharp, the finals commenced. The opening featured a troupe of classical dancers performing a segment of traditional Chinese dance. A display by the national team of the Chinese Song and Dance Troupe, clearly indicating the organizers had invested significantly in this event. The splendid performance quickly warmed the atmosphere of the venue. Amidst enthusiastic applause, the two hosts took to the stage. Also dressed in traditional attire, the male host in a flowing white robe and the female in a billowing skirt, perfectly capturing the essence of the poetry competition. The hosts briefly introduced the competition rules. 3 rounds of contests where judges would randomly draw topics, and contestants would have 7 steps to compose complete poems. Those unable to do so would be eliminated. Each round's scores would be determined by the judges on a scale of 10, with a perfect score of 50. The contestant with the highest cumulative score across the 3 rounds would be crowned champion. The rules were straightforward, but the key highlights lay within the random topic drawing and 7 steps to compose, which formed the crux of the competition. Of course, aside from the thrilling competition structure, the judging panel featured a highly popular judge. Let us welcome the pop diva, Su Qingmei. At the mention of her name, the audience erupted into thunderous cheers and applause. Su Qingmei rose, gracefully bowing to the audience, clad in a flowing ancient dress of pure white, her attire fluttering like a celestial being. Her presence radiated classical beauty, epitomizing the ideal of Chinese femininity. Su Qingmei's appearance ignited fervor not only in the venue but also among viewers at home, many of whom were not typically interested in classical poetry but tuned in solely to see her. Following her introduction, the 49 contestants took turns to step onto the stage, with each contestant's pen name or full name, along with their affiliations, displayed on the large screen. Guamuji, Poetry Association. Shuiwei, Poetry Network. Fanglu, Poetry Association. The information of several favored contestants flashed across the screen, all from the poetry community. As the last contestant made their entrance, a sense of unease permeated the air. Where is Xue? The genius poet who had written the Song of the Wanderer was undeniably a frontrunner and could not be overlooked. The host announced, "Contestant Xue is unable to attend the venue for personal reasons. He will participate online. Now, let us welcome contestant Xue." At that moment, the screen displayed a man dressed in a t-shirt and jeans. However, only the body is visible, obscuring the face and making it impossible to ascertain his age. Is that Xue? Hey, host, a reminder, the camera angle is off. We can't see his face. The audience appears somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, the host disregards this and promptly announces the commencement of the first round of the competition. The audience is even more perplexed. What does this mean? Is Xue not going to make an appearance? Some viewers begin to realize, oh my, Xue's videos have never revealed his face. Indeed, I thought today I would finally see what he looks like, yet unexpectedly, he remains unseen even in the finals. At this moment, a staff member ascends the stage carrying a cardboard box, which contains several slips of paper inscribed with topics prepared in advance by the organizers. It is time for Judge Su Qingmei to draw a topic. Naturally, the most popular Su Qingmei is called upon to select a slip from the box. She reaches in and pulls out a piece of paper. The male host announces, "Now, please, teacher Su Qingmei, step forward, reveal the topic, and immediately walk 7 steps." Once teacher Su Qingmei halts, the contestants must present the poems they have composed. The audience erupts in cheers. Who wouldn't want to see the ethereal goddess in traditional attire strut across the stage? However, at that moment, Su Qingmei is gazing at the screen, somewhat entranced. She can't shake the feeling that the wall behind Xue seems familiar, reminiscent of her hotel room from the previous night. Could it be that Xue is also in Kyoto, residing in the same hotel as she? Then why isn't he present? Let us welcome teacher Su Qingmei. The host's voice jolts Su Qingmei from her reverie. She gracefully rises and steps onto the stage, standing at the center. She then holds up the slip of paper for the camera. Brother. Wow. The audience buzzes with discussion. Is this about brotherly affection? The topic doesn't seem too difficult. Writing it normally isn't hard, but to compose it within 7 steps is a challenge. The contestants begin to contemplate, while the host provides no reprieve, promptly urging, "Teacher Su Qingmei, please." At the hostess' command, Su Qingmei steps forward. 1, 2, 3. The entire venue falls silent as the audience silently counts her steps. The contestants, meanwhile, are deep in thought, many furrowing their brows, donning expressions of anguish. Composing a poem in 7 steps feels manageable in theory, but the reality of it brings a profound understanding. Time is far too fleeting. 4, 5, 6, 7. Time is up. Chapter 76. The first poem time is up. Contestants, please set down your pens. Those who continue to write will be immediately disqualified. Before each contestant lies a small platform featuring an electronic screen, upon which they can inscribe their poetic creations with an electronic pen. As the judges provide their commentary, each contestant's work will be displayed sequentially on the large stage screen. Many contestants wore grim expressions as they reluctantly laid down their electronic pens. Su Qingmei moved gracefully, her steps measured and dignified, captivating the audience. Yet for the contestants, it felt akin to the countdown of a ticking time bomb, evoking a sense of urgency similar to that of a novelist pressed by readers for quicker updates. I long to write, but time is simply too fleeting. Descending from the stage, Su Qingmei returned to the judges' table, glancing up at the large screen where the connected Xue was also pausing. Turning away from the camera with a sheet of paper in hand, curiosity swelled among many about whether Xue had managed to write something. While Su Qingmei's attention was drawn to the wall behind him, increasingly reminiscent of the room she occupied at her hotel. At that moment, another large screen began to showcase the contestants' works, revealing them in order of their rankings from the online preliminary round, from 50th to 1st. The first poet was quite well known, his novels consistently ranking among the top 100 on best-selling lists. With a confident smile, he presented his work. On the stage, I write for my brothers. Moving with lotus steps, my heart still not returning, for I love Su Qingmei. A hush fell over the audience, followed by uproarious laughter. The camera panned to Su Qingmei and then to the poet, Zhu Kai. Oh, I had forgotten. Zhu Kai is indeed a fervent admirer of Su Qingmei. What a bold move, using this competition as a declaration of his feelings. The audience, familiar with Zhu Kai, found his poem amusing. Realizing he perhaps could not craft anything of substance, and instead seized this opportunity to profess his admiration. How clever! Zhu Kai, with a beaming smile, waved to the audience, embodying the demeanor of a cultured poet. In contrast, Su Qingmei remained expressionless and composed, appearing unaffected by the poem, as if it bore no significance to her. The audience, accustomed to her aloofness, recognized that her legion of fans, both male and female, would likely not be swayed by such a declaration. Ultimately, the poem lacked depth and eloquence, merely serving as a spectacle. Though it touched upon brotherhood, it was somewhat off-topic and overly colloquial. I would rate it a mere 5 points. Consensus formed among the judges, all granting modest scores, with Jiang Tao awarding only 4 points, and even Su Qingmei offering the same. Laughter erupted from the audience, with Jiang Yuer joking, "My father is also half a fan of Su Qingmei. It's a wonder he granted you any points." While Zhu Kai's debut poem fell short, it certainly sparked conversation and amusement. Next up was the 49th contestant, Xiao Chan. The demure young lady, adorned in traditional attire, composed a sincere poem. In youth, you walked with me, now you frequent my dreams. Across rivers and miles, sending letters proves difficult. This one was commendable, a serious effort indeed. True to form, Xiao Chan's 7 steps resulted in a complete poem, much to the audience's relief. Although it may not have been exceptional, it certainly wouldn't place her at the bottom, especially when juxtaposed with Zhu Kai's work. The poem captured the sentiment of longing between siblings. Albeit lacking in complexity and depth, I would assign it a score of 6. Indeed, the 5 judges offered scores that were neither too high nor too low. Xiao Chan smiled brightly, acknowledging the audience, satisfied with having crafted a complete poem within the allotted time. As each contestant's work was unveiled, many found themselves unable to complete their poems in time, resulting in immediate disqualification, not due to lack of skill, but rather the brevity of the 7 steps. Soon it was Guomuji's turn. Ranked second in the preliminary round, he was now the penultimate contestant to present. The screen displayed his poem, Graceful Swallows Before the Hall. Winter hides, summer reveals, 2 or 3 brothers, wandering in his county. Stones lay scattered, far travel pales in comparison to home. Wow, Graceful Swallows Before the Hall, splendid. Far travel pales in comparison to home, exquisite. Many from the Poetry Association erupted in applause at the sight of their vice president's work. The judges nodded appreciatively, having endured a slew of disjointed poems, finally encountering one of merit. Zhang Zheng, the president of the Poetry Association, was the first to comment. The theme is accurate, and the structure is well formed. I give it a 9. He wished to award full marks, but refrained, fearing accusations of favoritism. Su Fan, head of the Poetry Network, also awarded 9 points. Zhang Yunkai, the vice president of the Poetry Association, offered a more objective critique. This piece, while complete and expressing brotherhood, is somewhat too straightforward in its imagery. However, given the time constraints, it is commendable. I shall give it an 8. Jiang Tao, reluctant to let members of the Poetry Association shine too brightly, especially Guomuji, who had an air of arrogance, nevertheless conceded that the poem warranted a decent score, awarding it an 8. Su Qingmei echoed this sentiment with an 8 as well. Thus, Guomuji concluded with a total of 42 points, currently leading the first round. The host's words intensified the atmosphere. A score of 42 is remarkably high. Prior to Guomuji, the highest score was merely 35, and he had elevated the bar by a full 7 points. The prowess of the Poetry Association's top contender was indeed formidable. Next came Xuezhou's turn to present his work. Having ranked first in the preliminary round with the Song of the Wanderer, he would be the final contestant. Guomuji's poem had already set a high standard. One wondered how Xuezhou would fare. The members of the Poetry Association often thrived in spontaneous situations, but Xuezhou lacked such experience. No matter. If he could produce a complete poem, it would suffice. As the audience buzzed with speculation, the host addressed Xuezhou on the screen. Contestant Xuezhou, please present your work. Slowly, the figure on the screen turned over the paper in his hand, revealing the poem he had just composed. Chapter 77. Xuezhou's mastery in writing about familial affection alone in a foreign land as a stranger. Every festive occasion amplifies the longing for family. I know from afar that my brothers are climbing high places, yet one is missing among the blossoms of dogwood. The host recited this quatrain slowly, and the murmurs of the audience gradually faded, enveloping the performance hall in a sudden silence. Even the judges were engrossed, their gazes fixed on the poem held by Xuezhou, some captivated, others deep in thought, and some meticulously pondering its meaning. The two hosts, Possessing a modicum of knowledge about classical poetry, exchanged glances, sensing the profound nature of this piece. The male host addressed the judges. This is a work by Shen Yao. The final poem of the first round. Would the esteemed judges kindly share your evaluations? The three judges from the Poetry Association and Poetry Network remained silent, while Jiang Tao, in excitement, remarked, "This poem speaks not merely of brotherhood, but encompasses all those who venture far from home. Its thematic elevation is apparent, and its diction is both plain yet resplendent. For instance, the line alone in a foreign land as a stranger. Every festive occasion amplifies the longing for family brilliantly encapsulates the essence of the entire poem. It rivals the timeless verses of antiquity." The two hosts exchanged knowing glances, their expressions reflecting their initial intuition. The female host inquired, "Teacher Jiang, what score do you assign?" 10 points. Jiang Tao responded without hesitation. Su Qingmei gazed deeply at the wall behind Shen Yao on the screen before adding, "I appreciate this poem, 10 points. Gasps arose from the audience. 2 tens already. Could it be that a perfect score would emerge in the first round? Zhang Yunkai, the vice president of the Poetry Association, sighed, acknowledging the poem's excellence. However, noting that Shen Yao was not a member of the association, he stated 9 points. Su Fan, the head of the Poetry Network, commented, "This poem is indeed remarkable. Yet our theme is brotherhood. It predominantly expresses homesickness, which does not align as closely with the theme. I give it 8 points." President Zhang Zhengshi of the Poetry Association remarked, "Shen Yao excels in portraying the yearning of those separated from family. The Song of the Traveler exemplifies this, as does this poem, but the stylistic approach feels somewhat singular. I hope to see Shen Yao venture beyond his comfort zone and embrace different styles." 8 points. The audience erupted in discontent. 9 points were acceptable, but 8 felt too harsh. "Wait, this poem is clearly superior to Guamuji's, for which you awarded 9 points. Yet Shen Yao receives only 8? Is this not a double standard? So what if he prefers to write about the emotions tied to parting? Is that a reason to deduct points? How unfair." Many in the audience expressed their dissatisfaction. Not to mention, the opening line alone in a foreign land as a stranger, every festive occasion amplifies the longing for family is already enough to enshrine it in greatness. The judges from the poetry circle gave 1 9 and 2 8s, seemingly intent on preventing Shen Yao from outshining Guamuji. Yet, some felt Zhang Zhengshi's observations held merit. Shen Yao's strength lies in familial themes, making the prompt advantageous for him. The judges' higher expectations stemmed from their hopes for the contestants. What if the next round's topic deviated from his strengths? Speculation buzzed in the hall and online. While Shen Yao remained composed, the audience could not see his face. The host soon announced the scores for the first round. Shen Yao, 45 points, currently in first place. Guamuji, 42 points, currently in second place. Chen Kai, 35 points, in third place. Xiao Chan, 30 points, in 12th place. Shen Yao and Guamuji were leading significantly, hinting at a potential two-person contest. The remaining contestants from 3rd to 10th places were all affiliated with the Poetry Association and Poetry Network. Xiao Chan, a pleasant surprise, jumped from the 49th rank in the online preliminaries to 12th in the finals first round. This was not solely due to the quality of her poem, but rather because many competitors failed to submit complete works in time and were eliminated. Now, only 30 contestants remained, inadvertently boosting Xiao Chan's standing. "Go, Shen Yao! Go! Xiao Chan!" Zhang Er shouted from below. Nearby, several audience members supporting the newcomers joined in. However, their cheers were soon overshadowed by the Poetry Association supporters. "Go, Guamuji! Go, Poetry Association!" Zhang's analysis resonated. If Shen Yao drew a topic he was unfamiliar with in the second round, he might falter. Perhaps composing a poem within 7 steps would prove challenging. Just 3 points behind, the second round held the potential for a comeback. The host quickly announced the commencement of the second round, with Zhang Zhengshi, president of the Poetry Association, drawing the topic. He retrieved a slip of paper from a box, glanced at its contents, and a smile involuntarily graced his face. The host invited Zhang Zhengshi to the stage to reveal the topic to the camera. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. Choose any season and compose a poem based on it. Upon seeing the topic, many members of the Poetry Association laughed. For poets, writing about the 4 seasons is undoubtedly a fundamental exercise. Which great poet from ancient times has not penned verses on the seasons? Guamuji was no exception. At least 5 or 6 of his poems from his 2 collections depicted various seasons. This was certainly a gift of a topic. Zhang Zhengshi, wearing a smile, walked briskly, faster than Su Qingmei, completing the 7 steps in under 10 seconds. This round's presentations unfolded in reverse order of the first round's rankings. The contestant who ranked lowest first was Zhu Kai, who had confessed his feelings to Su Qingmei. He shrugged and spread his hands. I didn't write anything. Laughter erupted from the audience as Zhu Kai chuckled, satisfied with his elimination. Having expressed his feelings to his goddess, there was little to regret. Many contestants following Zhu Kai also struggled to produce poems, echoing the sentiment that 7 steps is simply too brief. Even a young man's first experience in the bridal chamber wouldn't be so short. Writing on the theme of seasons may seem simple, but crafting a poem within such a limited time frame is more challenging than one might expect. In this round, Xiaochan managed only 2 lines and was eliminated as well. Soon, it was Guomuji's turn, and with a confident smile, he unveiled his work. In the deep courtyard, the summer mat is cool beneath the pomegranate tree. The hem of the skirt flows long. The crystal curtains flutter with the gentle breeze, the banana leaves part, green mingling with the window gauze. Excellent. A splendid poem. The judges from the poetry circle couldn't contain their enthusiasm. The audience erupted in applause, their cheers thunderous. Several contestants from the Poetry Association also clapped in appreciation. Guomuji's poem shone brilliantly, surpassing the quality of his first-round entry. With such caliber, it was entirely possible for him to exceed Shui Zhou's 45 points. Each line vividly captures the essence of summer, imbued with refreshing imagery that feels like a gentle breeze upon reading. I award it 10 points. Zhang Zhengshi enthusiastically critiqued. The theme, imagery, structure, and diction are all flawless. I too give it 10 points. Su Fan from the Poetry Network echoed the sentiment. Following this, Zhang Zhengshi, Jiang Tao, and Su Qingmei each awarded 9 points. The audience gasped in astonishment. With a total of 47 points, Guomuji had surpassed Shui Zhou's initial score of 45. Truly, a great poet, crafting a poem in 7 steps, producing a masterpiece effortlessly. Could Shui Zhou withstand this challenge? Following Guomuji, it was now Shui Zhou's turn to present his work. Chapter 78. Surely, the celestial beings are drunkenly fracturing the white clouds on the grand screen. Shui Zhou slowly turned over the paper in his hand, revealing the poetic lines inscribed upon it. The host began to recite. In the morning of the painted hall, news of snowflakes falling is brought. High curtains drawn, we gaze at the auspicious sight. The bright hue obscures the courtyard steps. Both hosts, possessing a modicum of understanding of classical poetry, exhibited a harmonious rapport. The male host recited the first half, while the female host continued with the latter half. However, after reciting the first 2 lines of the latter half, the female host paused, her face reflecting astonishment and excitement. The male host, too, exhibited a rosy complexion and sparkling eyes, as if he had stumbled upon an exquisite treasure. They exchanged a glance and together fervently recited the final 2 lines of the poem. Surely, the celestial beings are drunkenly fracturing the white clouds. A wave of uncontainable gasps erupted from the audience, who instinctively murmured the lines. Surely, the celestial beings are drunkenly fracturing the white clouds. Marvelous. The grandeur and spirit of the poem were undeniable. Unlike the earlier piece by Guomuji, which prompted widespread acclaim, the audience now found themselves ensnared in a peculiar emotional state, their eyes fixated on the grand screen, utterly entranced. It was as though they were truly situated in a courtyard amidst towering mountains, awakening to the news of snowfall. Hastily opening the window and drawing back the curtains to behold the distant stone steps blanketed in white. The mountain wind howled alongside the snow. The flurries danced as if rising from a steamer, and the grass sparkled as though adorned with shimmering white jade. It seemed as if the celestial beings had imbibed too much, scattering the clouds into countless fragments, transforming into a torrential snowfall that cascaded down to the mortal realm. I have never witnessed anyone portray a snowy landscape in such a manner. Brilliant, utterly brilliant. Hey, wipe your drool. We are members of the Poetry Association. In the audience, many members of the association could not suppress their nodding heads as they began to savor the poem's essence, becoming increasingly enraptured. Yet, they were soon reminded of their allegiance. After all, Shui Zhou was their rival. How could they applaud a competitor? However, the poem was simply too exquisite, and they found it impossible to resist. Amidst their conflicting sentiments, the rest of the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, some even rising to their feet, cheering Shui Zhou's name. These members of the Poetry Association were soon swept away by the fervor, joining in the standing ovation, excitedly shouting, Shui Zhou, Shui Zhou. What did it matter which camp they belonged to? If they could not celebrate such a magnificent poem, what significance did their poetic pursuits hold? In no time, the entire audience was on their feet, applauding with thunderous enthusiasm. Indeed, Su Qingmei's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the faceless man on the screen. She recalled the first time she conversed with Shui Zhou when she inquired why he chose the username. He had replied that it was because he was born on a snowy day. When the theme Four Seasons was announced, Su Qingmei inexplicably sensed that Shui Zhou would write about winter. To her delight, her intuition had proven correct. For reasons unknown, Su Qingmei felt an increasing familiarity with Shui Zhou, not the kind associated with online acquaintances, but rather as if they were intimately familiar in real life. After the finals concluded, she resolved to inquire further into this connection. The applause persisted for a while before gradually subsiding, allowing the two hosts to regain their composure and address the judging panel. Now, esteemed judges, may we have your comments and scores? Su Qingmei was the first to speak. 10 points. Her response was succinct and unequivocal. The audience erupted into laughter and applause. The goddess truly possesses exquisite taste. I sensed that Su Qingmei intentionally assigned the first 10 points to preempt any potential objections from the Poetry Association members. Yes, indeed, setting a precedent with those 10 points. Jiang Tao, grinning, also awarded 10 points, adding with a knowing smile, I am thoroughly astonished. It turns out that the competitor Shui Zhou excels not only in writing about familial love, but also in capturing the beauty of snowy landscapes with such boldness and grace. Impressive, truly impressive. Laughter rippled through the audience. Who was it that claimed Shui Zhou could only write about familial love? Who expressed a desire for him to expand his style? Look, hasn't he just done precisely that? Jiang Yue leaped up in excitement. Dad, you are the best. Next time, if Mom makes you kneel on the washboard, I'll plead on your behalf. Earlier, Zhang Jing, the president of the Poetry Association, had sought to undermine Shui Zhou's first poem by insisting that Shui Zhou was proficient only in familial themes, doubting his versatility. Yet, little did he know how swiftly his words would backfire. Not only had Shui Zhou penned a piece on winter, but he had also portrayed the snowy scene in such breathtaking splendor and unrestrained elegance, with the final line echoing the grandeur of timeless verses. Now, what could Zhang Jing possibly say to refute this? As it was Zhang Jing's turn to comment, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Clearing his throat, he finally remarked, this work by Shui Zhou excels in imaginative prowess, with bold and magnificent phrases. However, the structure appears somewhat lacking in cohesion. The female host rolled her eyes, directly addressing the grand screen. Shui Zhou, what are your thoughts? Lin Zhou chuckled. To be precise, this is a poem divided into 2 stanzas. The first stanza consists of 22 characters with 4 tonal rhymes, each line rhyming. The second stanza comprises 26 characters, with the first, second, and fourth lines rhyming, a structure commonly found in classical poetry. Perhaps the esteemed judges are testing me? The female host turned back to Zhang Jing. Esteemed judge, are you satisfied with Shui Zhou's response? Zhang Jing found himself momentarily speechless. Although he was the president of the Poetry Association, he lacked the ability to compose poetry himself. His rise to the presidency was due to his adept management of the association rather than any poetic prowess. He had orchestrated this poetry competition, even bringing in the amateur contestants. For him, the championship must belong to the Poetry Association, otherwise, all the effort put into organizing such a grand event would be in vain. Yet, he had not anticipated Shui Zhou's talent. This poem about a snowy landscape was simply too dazzling. In his attempt to deny Shui Zhou a perfect score, Zhang Jing found himself awkwardly searching for flaws, only to inadvertently expose his own shortcomings. With no other recourse, he forced a smile and stated, I am surprised that Shui Zhou has researched poetic structures. Quite commendable, indeed. I shall award 9 points. A collective gasp resonated through the audience. 9 points. Isn't that a bit unjust? Guomuji's poem received 10 points. And surely Shui Zhou's deserves at least that. The audience erupted in confusion, many expressing their disbelief. Zhang Jing feigned indifference, resolutely maintaining his stance of awarding 9 points, regardless of their reactions. Next was Su Fan from the Poetry Network, who naturally followed Zhang Jing's lead, also daring to assign 9 points. Finally, it was Zhang Yinkai, the vice president of the Poetry Association, who had been involved in the scoring since the preliminary rounds and had been captivated by Shu Zhou's talent since the Song of the Wanderer. After witnessing Zhang Jing feign ignorance beside him, Zhang Yunkai sighed inwardly, thinking, "Old Zhang, what purpose does this serve?" Without further ado, he awarded 10 points. 48 points. Although it wasn't a perfect score, it was still the highest. The audience erupted into applause, and the female host, seemingly enchanted by Shu Zhou's talent, ensured he received additional screen time. She queried, "Shu Zhou, why did you choose winter among the 4 seasons?" The faceless man on the grand screen responded, "Because I was born on a snowy day." The female host's eyes widened in realization. "So, you named yourself Shu Zhou?" Shu Zhou affirmed, "Indeed." As expected, he truly lived up to the name of Shu Zhou. The female audience members, their faces cradled in their hands, gazed starry-eyed, including those from Feng Xiaochan's dormitory. These young women had entirely forgotten about their eliminated roommate, utterly captivated by Shu Zhou. A poetical young man exuded an irresistible charm. Even his name was imbued with a sense of poetry. How enchanting. Only Lin Xiaoshuang remained impassive, softly murmuring, "It's truly him. What a romantic name it is." On stage, the female host radiated enthusiasm, while the male host, sensing the shift in atmosphere, swiftly diverted the conversation. "Now, let us review the cumulative scores after the second round." First place, Shu Zhou, with 93 points. Second place, Guomuji, with 89 points. Third place, Chen Kai, with 71 points. The competition had become starkly evident, a battle solely between Shu Zhou and Guomuji. With a mere 4-point difference, Guomuji still held a glimmer of hope for a comeback. After all, the spontaneity of drawing topics could lead to unforeseen turns. The staff quickly brought forth the box for topic selection, and this time, it was Jiang Tao who would draw. As he reached into the box, Jiang Yuer clasped her hands in prayer, wishing fervently, "Please, let it be an easy one." Then she reconsidered, correcting herself, "No, let it be a difficult one." In reality, the nature of the topics held no bearing on difficulty. Ultimately, the outcome hinged on the contestants' abilities. The audience collectively held their breath, fixated on Jiang Tao as he extracted a slip of paper. Curiosity bubbled among the spectators. Their heads tilted in anticipation as they scrutinized the screen displaying the note in Jiang Tao's hand. What topic could it be? Yet, Jiang was astute. After a quick glance, he folded the paper, concealing its contents from all. "Please welcome Teacher Jiang." Jiang Tao ascended the stage, and amidst the crowd's gaze, he slowly unfurled the paper, directing it toward the camera and the remaining contestants. The slip bore but a single character, flower. To compose a poem on the theme of flowers? That seemed hardly daunting. Likely a task Shu Zhou and Guomuji could easily navigate. The true test would lie in the quality of their verses. What flowers would Shu Zhou choose to depict? Amidst the murmurs of the audience, Jiang Tao began to step forward. 1, 2, 3. Lin Zhou's mind overflowed with countless poems about flowers, his only task being to select one. As for which would resonate more profoundly, the camera swept across the judges' panel, landing a close-up on Su Qingmei. The ethereal beauty, clad in a pristine white dress, appeared both immaculate and profoundly solitary. Even surrounded by an audience in the bustling studio, she seemed to stand alone, a solitary plum blossom in a snowy night. Lin Zhou's gaze faltered momentarily, inexplicably touched by a pang of sympathy. In that moment of inspiration, he swiftly set his pen to paper. 4, 5, 6, 7. Time's up. Chapter 79. I want to see her smile. The third round commenced, showcasing the contestants' works in the order of their rankings from the previous 2 rounds. The competition had seen a complete collapse, leaving only one amateur, Shu Zhou, standing. 1 against 10. One might say, it was more accurate to declare, "I shall take on 10. The audience was filled with anticipation, wondering if a classic piece of poetry would emerge in this final round. Soon, the judges began to critique the works of the preceding 9 contestants. Each of them had proven to be formidable competitors, effortlessly crafting poetry within 7 lines. However, none of the pieces were particularly stunning, with the highest score among the 9 poems barely reaching 40 points. The focus now rested on Guomuji and Shu Zhou. At last, it was Guomuji's turn, and the audience buzzed with nervous excitement. Guomuji himself was equally exhilarated, evidently pleased with his composition. The poem appeared on the large screen. Peach blossoms bloom in spring's warm light. Who would not gaze upon such a sight? Yet when the fierce winds sweep them away, crimson petals to the mossy gray. As the male host recited this poem, Zhang Jing and Su Fan nodded in approval, while Zhang Yunkai offered gentle applause. What a fine poem. Although it spoke of peach blossoms, it transcended mere floral beauty to convey the inevitability of bloom and decay, elevating its essence beyond ordinary floral verse. Such a piece deserved high marks. The question remained whether it could surpass Xuezhou's work. The audience recognized the caliber of this poem. At the judges' table, Zhang Jing was the first to comment. This peach blossom poem is both beautiful and poignant. Its intent, structure, and diction are impeccable. I give it a score of 10. Su Fan echoed this with a score of 10. Zhang Yunkai also awarded it a 10, while Jiang Tao and Su Qingmei offered 9s. Guomuji's final score for the third round was 48, equaling Xuezhou's breathtaking snow scene poem from the second round, marking an exceptionally high appraisal. Next came the most suspenseful moment. The determination of the champion hinged on Xuezhou's poem. Guomuji's total score stood at 137, while Xuezhou's cumulative score was 93. If Xuezhou scored above 44, he would claim victory. If he fell short, Guomuji would be crowned champion. Some began to calculate the scores, pondering the implications of that 44 points. Could Xuezhou possibly score below that threshold? The unpredictability of the competition format loomed large. Unless Xuezhou had a repertoire of brilliant poems ready to deploy, the outcome remained uncertain. At that moment, the female host, with a sweet smile, addressed Lin Zhou on the large screen. Contestant Xuezhou, please present your work. Her gaze, imbued with spring-like warmth, made many female audience members feel a pang of envy. Is it possible that this host has a soft spot for Xuezhou? We are the true fans who have supported him all along. Jiang Yuer, seated in the audience, could not help but chuckle. My Zhou Ji is so charming. Even without showing his face, he captivates the beautiful host. Haha. Meanwhile, Lin Zhou in the hotel had not noticed the host's expression. Hesitating for a moment, he slowly turned over the paper in his hand to reveal his poem. The male host began reciting the first half. By the broken bridge outside the post station, loneliness blooms without a master. As dusk falls, I brood alone, beset by wind and rain. Then the female host, her voice filled with excitement, read the latter half. Unintentionally striving for spring, I let the flowers envy me. Fallen to the mud, ground to dust, only the fragrance remains. The phrase "let the flowers envy me" sent shivers down the spine of the listeners. The sentiment expressed a reluctance to compete for spring's attention while acknowledging the jealousy of others. But what exactly was this poem about? The audience exchanged bewildered glances, pondering its meaning. The judges displayed varied reactions. Zhang Jing appeared perplexed, recognizing the poem's high quality but unable to discern its subject. Zhang Yunkai nodded, lost in contemplation, while Jiang Tao furrowed his brow in deep thought. Only Su Qingmei seemed momentarily taken aback, as if she already knew the answer. The female host, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, Contestant Xuezhou, what flower does this poem describe? Lin Zhou, glancing at Su Qingmei on the screen, hesitated before replying. This poem is titled Ode to the Plum Blossom. Plum Blossom? The audience reacted with realization. The plum blossom, known for its noble spirit, does not vie for attention among the myriad flowers. How fitting. Yet, was it only me who found the tone of this poem somewhat melancholic? Did no one else notice that it was not merely about flowers, but rather about people? The female host quickly grasped the implication and turned to Su Qingmei, asking, Contestant Xuezhou, we know you are not only a poet, but also an accomplished songwriter who has penned 2 songs for Su Qingmei. Is this ode to the plum blossom also dedicated to her? The audience erupted in a buzz, the atmosphere thick with intrigue. I knew it. I almost forgot the connection between Xuezhou and Su Qingmei. They both shared a resemblance to the plum blossom, both pure and noble, yet subjected to slander. Fallen to the mud, ground to dust, only the fragrance remains. The final line felt particularly tragic. Su Qingmei, having recently recovered from illness, found herself embroiled in rumors of being a mistress. Was this not a portrayal of jealousy? Given her character, perhaps her fate truly mirrored the sentiment of being ground to dust. The audience murmured, captivated by the unfolding relationship between Xuezhou and Su Qingmei, while also acknowledging how aptly the poem encapsulated her experience. Yet, at the judges' table, Su Qingmei's expression turned somber. Upon reading Ode to the Plum Blossom, she recognized that Xuezhou was using the flower as a metaphor for a person, as each line resonated with her own experiences. Particularly the line about not wanting to compete for spring, yet being envied by the flowers. Was that not her own reality? From a young age, Su Qingmei had loved singing. Her family had even sent her for vocal training, but due to unforeseen circumstances, she could not continue. Later, she was discovered by a talent scout from Tianyin Entertainment and signed as a singer. She had never aspired to be a superstar or to vie with other female artists. She simply wished to sing. However, the entertainment industry was far from pure. As her fame grew, so did the rumors and slanders against her, despite never having dated. She was accused of being a mistress. Though she outwardly appeared unfazed, what girl would not care about her reputation? She had done nothing wrong. Why should she endure such indignities? Illness, rumors, and various setbacks had plunged Su Qingmei's career into a low point. Had it not been for her resurgence on IAM as singer, she might still be mired in difficulties. In that moment, upon encountering Ode to the Plum Blossom, painful memories surged within Su Qingmei. Fallen to the mud, ground to dust, only the fragrance remains. Perhaps this would be my fate as well, just like my mother. With her gaze lowered, Su Qingmei felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. The host called for the judges to score Shui's Ode to the Plum Blossom. Wait a moment, Lin Zhou suddenly interjected. All eyes turned in astonishment to the screen featuring the headless figure. Contestant Shuizhou, is there an issue? The host inquired. Lin Zhou remarked, in fact, this poem Ode to the Plum Blossom only encompasses the first half. There exists a second half that I wish to share. The revelation of a second half astonished the audience. Guomuji could not suppress his curiosity, questioning, does this not contravene the rules of the competition? Lin Zhou merely smiled, responding, the judges may choose to score only the first half. My intention is to avoid casting a pall of melancholy upon the audience due to the somber tone of the initial verses. He paid little heed to Guomuji. His gaze fixated on the somewhat despondent expression of Su Qingmei among the judges. The term everyone he used was, in truth, directed solely at her. During his earlier recitation, a fleeting hesitation had crossed his mind, contemplating whether the poignant sorrow of the poem might plunge Su Qingmei into a state of distress. Thus, he remained acutely attuned to her reactions. As he had surmised, upon encountering the poem, Su Qingmei's countenance darkened considerably. However, such intricacies were perceptible only to Lin Zhou, for they had shared a living space for over a month and had engaged in numerous intimate encounters. Their familiarity transcended mere physicality. The slightest shift in her emotions was immediately apparent to him. Witnessing her despondence cast a shadow over his own spirits. A sudden impulse surged within him. He yearned to see her smile. Even if it meant breaching the competition's regulations, he felt compelled to try. The two hosts appeared momentarily bewildered, uncertain of how to proceed, until the director's voice crackled through their earpieces. This is an excellent opportunity to boost viewership. They exchanged glances and addressed the judges. What are your opinions, esteemed judges? Naturally, the judging panel had also received the director's cue, although Zhang Jing was somewhat reluctant. The other judges acquiesced, leaving him with no choice. Ultimately, after a feigned deliberation, the judges consented to allow Shuizhou to present the second half of Ode to the Plum Blossom. In truth, as Shuizhou had indicated, scoring solely the first half would not hinder the competition, and they were genuinely intrigued to discover the nature of the poem's second half. After all, the poem appeared wholly complete at first glance. The existence of a continuation seemed rather peculiar. Would it not be akin to a dog's tail following a leopard's stride? Such a scenario would only diminish its beauty. Amidst the murmurs of the audience, Lin Zhou swiftly inscribed the second half onto the paper and unveiled it for the camera's gaze. The wind and rain herald the return of spring, while the flying snow greets its arrival. Although the cliffs are steep and icy, the branches still boast their blossoms. They do not compete for spring, but instead herald its coming. When the mountain flowers bloom in profusion, she will laugh amidst the throng. Chapter 80. A poem written for you. As Lin Zhou unveiled the latter half of the poem Ode to the Plum Blossom, a profound silence enveloped the space. By the broken bridge outside the post station, solitary blossoms bloom without a master, as the stormy winds and rains usher spring away, while flying snow heralds its arrival. It is already dusk, and alone I am beset by sorrow. Yet the cliffs are steep, encased in ice, yet still the flower branches stand proud. This is not merely the latter half. These are two distinct poems, one steeped in sorrowful self-pity, the other radiant with optimism. Indeed, especially the second line. One speaks of unintentionally competing for spring, allowing all blossoms to harbor jealousy, while the other proclaims, the stormy winds send spring away, and flying snow welcomes it back, showcasing two entirely different styles. fallen to the ground, turned to dust. Only the fragrance remains, and when the mountain flowers bloom exuberantly, she smiles amidst the throng. I favor the second poem. Some pondered deeply and finally uncovered the secret behind the so-called latter half. The first ode to the plum blossom is filled with desolation, culminating in decay, while the second is bright and sunny, concluding with her laughter in the thicket. No one favors tragedy. Therefore, the second naturally garners more admiration. Wait, isn't this poem penned by Shu Zhou for Su Qingmei? Could it be that upon witnessing the first poem's melancholy, Shu Zhou deliberately composed the second to uplift Su Qingmei's spirits? How extravagant! I seem to sense the sweet scent of love. Some gossiping girls exclaimed, Ode to the Plum Blossom, Ode to the Plum Blossom, as the title is overtly suggestive. Moreover, Shu Zhou did not deny that this poem was indeed for Su Qingmei. Upon noticing the first poem's bleakness and its dismal ending, he composed another on the spot, altering the conclusion. When the mountain flowers bloom exuberantly, she smiles amidst the throng. Look at this, isn't it reminiscent of a boy taking his girlfriend on a spring outing? The director quickly adjusted the camera to focus on Su Qingmei, providing a close-up. However, to the disappointment of the gossiping crowd, Su Qingmei remained composed, sitting there coolly, showing no intention of smiling amidst the throng. Truly the serene goddess. Does even such romance fail to move her? TSK, one wonders what kind of remarkable individual could make Su Qingmei smile. In truth, Su Qingmei felt quite warm inside. She could sense Shu Zhou's concern and understanding of her. Yet, they were merely acquaintances online, often discussing singing techniques. So why did Shu Zhou seem to know her so well? It felt as if he were someone who had always been by her side. Adding to this, the wall behind Shu Zhou seemed oddly familiar, furthering her sense of intrigue. Wow, Sister Hong, this is incredibly romantic. Has teacher Shu Zhou developed feelings for Sister Qingmei? The songwriter and singer becoming a couple is not an uncommon pairing in this circle. At that moment, Zhou Yun, watching the live broadcast outside the studio, was brimming with excitement and curiosity. Zhang Hong furrowed her brow. Xiao Yun, don't you think the environment around teacher Shu Zhou resembles our hotel? Zhou Yun looked puzzled. But teacher Shu Zhou is just standing in front of a wall. Zhang Hong shook her head, disinclined to engage further, glancing around. By the way, where did Lin Zhou go? Zhou Yun replied. Lin Gu said he went to find a friend. Zhang Hong frowned slightly, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the audience, having come to their senses, rose to their feet, applauding Shu Zhou's two odes to the plum blossom. The room erupted with cheers. Men marveled at Shu Zhou's talent, while women sparkled with anticipation for more gossip between Shu Zhou and Su Qingmei. The female host glanced at the faceless figure on the big screen, and then at Su Qingmei at the judges' table, her voice tinged with envy. So, esteemed Judge Su Qingmei, what do you think of this poem? Haha, I can't help but feel the host is inquiring of a rival. If I were the host, I would be envious too. Shu Zhou is immensely talented. The audience found this amusing, turning their gaze towards Su Qingmei. The serene goddess felt a surge of emotions but maintained her calm demeanor. If we only consider the first poem, it beautifully captures the plum blossom's purity and pride. With exquisite lines, I particularly adore the phrase, allowing all blossoms to harbor jealousy. I give it a perfect score of 10. The female host, undeterred, pressed further. Indeed, allowing all blossoms to harbor jealousy is a noteworthy line, yet I find flying snow welcoming spring equally delightful. Which line resonates more with you, teacher Su Qingmei? These two lines correspond to the two poems, and in truth, they can both be regarded as Shu Zhou's poems for Su Qingmei. One reflects her past and present, while the other expresses blessings and expectations for her future. Such thoughtful effort. Su Qingmei remained composed. I like them both. Wow. The audience erupted into a chorus of excited gasps. Does this signify acceptance? Who can say, but it certainly feels sweet. Who would have thought that merely attending a poetry competition could be so overwhelming? You two might as well just be together already. Lin Zhou, too, could hear the cheers from the audience, feeling slightly helpless. His edition of the second ode to the plum blossom was indeed meant to encourage Su Qingmei. However, it was not as the gossiping girls suggested. He simply could not bear to see her downcast and heartbroken. This was merely the concern of a diligent assistant for their superior, right? The audience's cheers continued for some time before the male host quickly steered the atmosphere back to the competition's rhythm. Now, if Shu Zhou receives a score of 44 or higher, he will become the champion of the inaugural Chinese poetry competition. Teacher Su Qingmei has already awarded him 10 points. Esteemed judges, Please continue your evaluations. The audience snapped back to reality. After all, this was still a competition. Can we not show some respect for Guomuji, who stands alone in the corner, so lonely and cold? When it was Jiang Tao's turn to evaluate, he wasted no time and directly assigned a score, 10 points. He added with a grin, "Youth is truly wonderful." This elicited another round of cheers from the female audience. The two hosts stood on stage, helplessly waiting for the uproar to subside before inviting the glum-faced Zhang Jing to provide his commentary. Zhang Jing opened his mouth, eager to find some flaws, yet he realized it seemed quite impossible. Thus, he chose to take a laid-back approach, 10 points. Su Fan from Poetry Network also opted for a straightforward approach, exclaiming in annoyance, "I also give it 10 points." Finally, it was Zhang Yunkai's turn, a pure poet who, regardless of romance or rivalry, exclaimed with excitement, "Today I am fortunate, for I witnessed the birth of 4 masterpieces that will be remembered through the ages. Allowing all blossoms to harbor jealousy shall endure for eternity." 10 points. He concluded, "I give 10 points, not because this poem is merely worth 10 points, but because the full score is only 10. Ultimately, Shu Zhou received a perfect score in the 3rd round. The outcome was beyond doubt. Congratulations to Shu Zhou, who, with a total of 143 points across 3 rounds, emerged as the champion of the inaugural Chinese poetry competition. As the host announced the results, the hall erupted with thunderous applause. A perfect score in the final round. Incredible. Let's celebrate Shu Zhou. Alone in a foreign land as a stranger, every festive occasion amplifies my longing for home. Surely, a heavenly fairy is intoxicated, wildly shredding the white clouds, allowing all blossoms to harbor jealousy. When the mountain flowers bloom exuberantly, she smiles amidst the throng. Wow, so many classics. China has birthed another great poet. Note, his primary profession is as a lyricist and composer. Note, his main occupation is as a content creator on video platforms. How amusing. No, his true profession is being Su Qingmei's beloved boyfriend. How adorable. Whether in the audience or in front of the television, everyone was exhilarated, and discussions online grew even more vibrant. In addition to the appreciation of the 4 classic works by Shu Zhou, there are still those who continue to gossip. Some individuals even went so far as to digitally alter images, showcasing a playful love picture of Su Qingmei and Shu Zhou. In the image, the ethereal goddess is seated at the judging panel, closely flanked by a headless man. Netizens whimsically added a head to the man, inscribing the name Shu Zhou upon it. Hilarious, indeed. Rainbow Sister, you must see this. These netizens are utterly ridiculous. Zhou Yun exclaimed, unable to suppress her laughter at the sight. Zhang Hong, however, remained silent, her gaze fixed on the live broadcast screen. The live stream was nearing its conclusion, with trophies and prizes being awarded to the top 3 contestants. Since Shu Zhou was not present, the organizers would send the trophy to him, and the prize money would be directly credited to his account. The award ceremony itself was quite amusing, with Guomuji standing on one side alongside the 3rd-place winner, while the headless man occupied the center of the large screen. Guomuji wore an expression of despair, akin to someone who had tasted bitter herbs, his emotional facade crumbling as he struggled to contain his anguish. Nearly on the verge of tears, he had suffered a devastating defeat, with no semblance of a chance to reclaim victory. What infuriated him the most was the fact that he still had no idea who his opponent was. That fellow had the audacity to accept the award without revealing his identity. How outrageous. Shu Zhou, who on earth are you? The same question lingered in Su Qingmei's mind. Not because she was moved by Shu Zhou's 2 poems titled Ode to Plum Blossoms or felt any unusual affection towards him, but rather because she had always considered Shu Zhou as a fellow music enthusiast, a friend, and a mentor. The poems he had just penned for her were merely gifts exchanged between friends. What truly preoccupied Su Qingmei was whether Shu Zhou was indeed the person she suspected him to be. During the live broadcast, she had already deduced that Shu Zhou was certainly in the hotel where she was staying. Su Qingmei had always lodged at this particular hotel during her visits to Kyoto, making her well acquainted with the rooms, especially the wall decorations. At first glance, they seemed like ordinary patterns, yet in an inconspicuous corner at the bottom right, the hotel's logo was subtly imprinted. This insignia was small and easily overlooked, but having visited numerous times, Su Qingmei was quite familiar with it. Just moments ago, she had spotted this emblem on the wall behind Shu Zhou. As the award ceremony concluded, marking the end of the poetry competition, Su Qingmei hurried backstage. Scarcely pausing to change her attire, and swiftly exited the broadcasting hall. Prior to the live stream, it had been agreed that Zhang Hong, Zhou Yun, and she would await her outside. If her suspicions were correct, he likely would not have had time to return from the hotel. Su Qingmei quickly approached the designated meeting spot, her breath quickening as she lifted her gaze. Was he there? Chapter 81. Are you and your friends very close? Sister Qingmei, how did you come out so quickly? Take it easy, Qingmei. Why are you so out of breath? Miss Su, are you all right? When Su Qingmei hurriedly arrived outside the broadcasting hall, she found Lin Zhou, Zhang Hong, and Zhou Yun standing together, all looking perplexed at her rushed appearance and approaching to inquire. Su Qingmei glanced at Lin Zhou and, after a moment of contemplation, shook her head. It's nothing. Zhou Yun, with a playful grin, chimed in, Sister Qingmei, what is really going on between you and Teacher Xuezhou? Perplexed, Su Qingmei replied, What do you mean? Zhou Yun exaggeratedly exclaimed. Teacher Xuezhou even wrote poetry for you. How romantic. You can't possibly be oblivious to it, right, Sister Qingmei? Stealing a glance at Lin Zhou, whose expression remained unchanged, she clarified, Stop talking nonsense. Teacher Xuezhou and I are merely ordinary friends. Is that so? Zhou Yun looked intrigued. Su Qingmei nodded firmly, Indeed. Humph, Sister Qingmei. You are so devoid of romance. You'll easily end up a lifelong singleton. Zhou Yun, disappointed at not having her gossip fix, felt disheartened. Zhang Hong interjected. Enough of this nonsense. You should return to the hotel to rest. You have to go to Deep City tomorrow to shoot an advertisement for EK. EK is the lingerie brand that wishes to invite Su Qingmei as their spokesperson. Lin Zhou, puzzled, asked, Didn't Miss Su decline the endorsement from EK? Why are you going to shoot an advertisement then? Su Qingmei quickly explained, The company wants me to go. I've already made arrangements with EK. I'll be wearing regular clothes during the shoot, so there won't be any inappropriate scenes. Lin Zhou nodded. Oh, that's good. Su Qingmei responded with a soft running her fingers through her hair, seemingly relieved. Yet, she felt a twinge of annoyance. Why was she so eager to clarify? He was merely an assistant, not someone significant to her. Zhang Hong glanced at the two and said, Let us go. After bidding farewell to the staff at Kyoto TV, a special vehicle was promptly arranged to take the four of them back to the hotel. During the ride, Lin Zhou's phone incessantly buzzed with messages from the poetry competition staff, inquiring about his address and account details for sending him the trophy and prize money. Lin Zhou had previously added a staff member on a messaging app, and they had been in contact there. As soon as the live broadcast concluded, Lin Zhou had rushed out of the hotel to head to Kyoto TV. Fortunately, the two locations were not far apart, and Lin Zhou was lucky enough to hail a cab immediately by offering the driver double the fare to reach Kyoto TV as swiftly as possible. He met up with Zhou Yun and Zhang Hong just as Su Qingmei emerged, narrowly avoiding detection. Lin Zhou felt a sense of guilt about concealing his identity as Teacher Xuezhou from Su Qingmei. After all, his boss had been calling him teacher for so long. Should the truth come to light, it would undoubtedly be awkward for Su Qingmei. Additionally, he felt that the two poems he had written, Ode to the Plum Blossom, carried an ambiguous undertone, leaving him uncertain about how to face Su Qingmei once she discovered the truth. Thus, he concluded that the best course of action would be to wait until his assistant contract expired in 2 months, and then tell Su Qingmei casually before departing, freeing himself from any burden. At that moment, the poetry competition staff were anxiously awaiting Lin Zhou's address and account details. Ding, ding. The notification sound from the messaging app echoed sharply in the quiet vehicle. Zhou Yun was driving, while Zhang Hong occupied the passenger seat. Lin Zhou and Su Qingmei were seated in the back row. Hearing the sound of Lin Zhou's phone, Su Qingmei turned to look at him. I had a friend who needed to talk to me, Lin Zhou awkwardly explained as he took out his phone and swiftly sent his address and account details. When providing the delivery address, it was imperative not to write Su Qingmei's home, so Lin Zhou cleverly used a certain address in Deep City. Lin Zhou's father had passed away early, and his mother remarried, forming a new family with his stepfather, alongside his younger sister Lin Xiaoshuang. They had an older half-sister, Shen Yao, who had graduated from university a few years ago and secured a mid-level position in a company in Deep City within 2 years. She had even purchased a small apartment in Deep City's 3rd Ring Road. The address for the trophy's delivery was Chun Yan's apartment in Deep City. However, he still needed to inform his sister beforehand. After sending the address and account details to the poetry competition staff, Lin Zhou immediately messaged Chun Yan, Sister, I have something to send to you. Could you please receive it for me? Her prompt reply came, Sure. By the way, Xiaozhou, I have a colleague who is quite exceptional. I showed her your picture, and she seems interested. When will you come to Deep City for a meetup? Lin Zhou was speechless. His sister was capable and charming, excelling in both domestic and professional realms. Yet, she shared the same hasty temperament as their mother, often nagging and attempting to set him up, as if he were her own child. Having just gone through a divorce, his sister was already eager to arrange a blind date for him. Lin Zhou could only reply, "Sister, I've been quite busy with work lately. Let us plan for another time, definitely." Shen Yao quickly responded, "Xiaozhou, you aren't still working as assistant to Shen Yao after the divorce, right? Let me tell you, there's plenty of fish in the sea. Our family's men cannot be spineless." The family was well aware that Lin Zhou had been working as Shen Yao's assistant. "No, sister, I resigned a while ago. Don't worry, I'm still employed, and I'll visit you in Deep City next time." Lin Zhou hastily replied, putting his phone down. Just as he sighed in relief, he remembered that Su Qingmei was heading to Deep City tomorrow. Wasn't he supposed to accompany her? Would he have to deceive his sister once again? Knowing his sister's temperament, if she found out he had lied, it would surely lead to chaos. As Lin Zhou wrestled with these thoughts, he heard Su Qingmei's voice. "Did you go to see your friend earlier?" Having overheard Zhou Yun mention that Lin Zhou had stepped out during the live broadcast, Su Qingmei inquired. Lin Zhou nodded. "Yes, my friend needed something." Su Qingmei glanced at his phone. "Is it the same friend now?" Lin Zhou could only continue to nod. "Yes, it is her." "Oh," Su Qingmei responded. Then after a moment of silence, asked, "You seem to be quite close with her. You just parted ways and are already messaging her?" Lin Zhou was at a loss for how to respond and continued to fabricate. "Yes, we do share a good rapport." Su Qingmei fell silent, shifting away from him to lean against the car door, turning her gaze outside the window, signaling her desire to disengage. Lin Zhou was left bewildered, unsure of what had upset her this time. "Qingmei, the feedback from this poetry competition has been quite positive. You've once again made the trending list." At that moment, Zhang Hong cheerfully turned to Su Qingmei, showing her his phone. Su Qingmei took the phone and was greeted by the sight of her name alongside Shuezhou trending at 5th place. Upon clicking in, she found it was indeed the moment when Shuezhou recited his 2 poems, Ode to the Plum Blossom, during the competition. The comments overflowed with remarks like "so sweet" and "I'm in love." Of course, there were also some of Su Qingmei's fans expressing dissatisfaction, declaring that their beloved Qingmei would never be in a relationship, as she belonged to them alone. In any case, the buzz was significant. Further down, another topic, Drunken Fairy, recklessly crushing white clouds, was trending in the 30s. The live broadcast of this poetry competition evidently garnered substantial attention, primarily due to Shuezhou's classic verses, which made it impossible not to gain popularity. As a result, Su Qingmei benefited from this wave, once again rising to prominence in the trending topics. Zhang Hong felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Agreeing to serve as a judge had proven to be an astute decision. "Qingmei, with this momentum, your chances for the theme song are significantly enhanced." "The theme song?" Zhang Hong replied. "I only recently learned that on October 1st, China Central Television will host a gala at the Fengqiao Sports Center, themed around the unsung heroes in roles such as firefighters, police, border guards, and sanitation workers. An official announcement will be made tomorrow, calling for submissions for the gala's theme song. The CCTV gala on the evening of November 11th? Isn't that on par with the Spring Festival gala?" Zhou Yun exclaimed, quickly adding, "Sister Qingmei, we absolutely must secure this theme song." Zhang Hong responded, "It's not that straightforward. Many top-tier artists are already in the fray. The most crucial aspect now is finding an exceptional lyricist and composer. If we can collaborate with a talented individual, we might stand a chance." As she spoke, Zhang Hong seemed to glance at Lin Zhou, either intentionally or inadvertently. "A lyricist and composer? Isn't that readily available? When the flowers bloom in splendid array, she will smile amidst them. Teacher Shuezhou wishes to see Sister Qingmei smile, so let's grant him that opportunity. Haha." Zhou Yun exclaimed excitedly while driving. "Focus on your driving." Zhang Hong shot her a glare, then turned to Su Qingmei, suggesting, "Why don't you reach out to Teacher Shuezhou and see if he has any suitable songs?" Su Qingmei nodded, picking up her phone to message Shuezhou. Just then, Lin Zhou's phone rang, this time a call. "Excuse me," Lin Zhou said, hastily pulling out his phone to see it was his sister-in-arms, Jiang Yue, calling. After meeting in person yesterday, they had exchanged numbers. Lin Zhou quickly answered the call, placing the phone to his ear, only to be greeted by an exceedingly loud voice on the other end. "Wow? Wow. Old Zhou, you are incredible. Ha ha ha. Hurry and check out the main site of the Poetry Association and Poetry Network. It's about to be overwhelmed by our amateur site. Jiang Yuer's exuberant voice was so loud that Su Qingmei nearby could faintly discern it was a woman on the line. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Zhou hurriedly covered the phone, whispering, "Why are you all bombarding their official site? Those at the Poetry Association are feeling disgruntled. They claim your anonymity violates the rules and that you had an unfair advantage by submitting 2 poems in the 3rd round. Essentially, they can't handle losing. Consequently, our amateur group decided to strike back, posting your 4 poems with a challenge. Who can write better poetry? If we amateurs concede, we will accept defeat," and that immediately silenced them. Ha ha ha, it's so satisfying. Lin Zhou could tell that Jiang Yuer was undoubtedly one of the ringleaders in this endeavor. With a resigned smile, he replied quietly, "I will be leaving Kyoto tomorrow. I'll treat you to a meal next time I come back. That essay promise. I want a feast." "Absolutely." Lin Zhou chuckled as he ended the call, suddenly feeling a chill. Turning to look, he found Su Qingmei staring at him, her beautiful eyes seemingly harboring 1,000 years of icy coldness. "What's wrong?" Lin Zhou inquired. "Chatting on QQ and then calling, your bond seems quite strong. Why don't you just stay in Kyoto to accompany your friend tomorrow?" Su Qingmei replied coldly. Chapter 82. Shuizhou is Lin Zhou upon returning to the hotel. Su Qingmei fell into a sullen silence, evidently upset once more. "Lin Ge, do take good care of Sister Qingmei, will you? Goodbye," Zhou Yun cheerfully remarked to Lin Zhou before retreating to her own room. "Why must I always be the one to console her? She is my superior, and I am merely her employee. When have I ever heard of an employee needing to placate their boss?" Lin Zhou shook his head as he accompanied Su Qingmei back to their shared room. As soon as they entered, Su Qingmei marched directly to the sofa, her expression frosty, arms crossed defiantly, exuding an air of indignation. Lin Zhou gently reminded her, "Miss Su, it's quite late. Perhaps you should take a bath and rest." Su Qingmei ignored him. "Ah, childishly stubborn again," Lin Zhou sighed, conceding to the necessity of soothing her. He approached her side and earnestly said, "I apologize." Su Qingmei turned. "Surprised, why are you apologizing?" Lin Zhou explained, "I realize that my recent absences due to meetings with friends have affected our work. And I assure you that I will manage my personal matters without impacting my responsibilities in the future. Do you think it's about work?" Su Qingmei's expression grew even colder. "Then what is it about?" Lin Zhou inquired, puzzled. Su Qingmei paused, suddenly aware of her own feelings. Why had she been inexplicably irritable lately? It must be because of work. This fellow keeps taking leave. His dedication to work has waned. And that is why I am upset. With the cause of her annoyance identified, Su Qingmei felt less guilty and declared, "Then let us agree on this. You must protect me without fail. If you need to take leave, you must inform me of whom you are meeting, male or female, and specify the duration of your absence. It cannot be prolonged. Otherwise, I will have to deduct your salary." Lin Zhou nodded in agreement. "No problem." He paused, observing her expression. "Are you no longer angry now?" Su Qingmei huffed. "I was never angry. It was all for the sake of work." "Very well then. Please go take a bath." Lin Zhou exhaled in relief, realizing how challenging it was to balance work while appeasing his superior. As Su Qingmei stood and walked halfway, she suddenly turned to Lin Zhou and asked, "Could you please stand up for a moment?" Unsure of her intent, Lin Zhou complied. Su Qingmei pointed to the wall near the door. "Stand over there." Lin Zhou was taken aback. He had stood in front of that wall during the finals of the poetry competition. Had she noticed? "Hurry up," Su Qingmei urged, her gaze intense. With no other choice, Lin Zhou slowly walked over and stood in place. "A bit closer," she instructed. Attempting to divert the conversation, Lin Zhou prompted, "What exactly are you trying to do? You really should wash up." Su Qingmei stamped her foot, pouting, "If you don't move over there, I want to go to bed." The elegant woman in a pristine white dress, exuding a cool demeanor, suddenly adopted a playful tone, evoking an adorable yet youthful charm that momentarily mesmerized Lin Zhou. He instinctively took 2 steps back and pressed against the wall. The goddess's playful antics were disarming. Su Qingmei herself recognized the peculiarity of her earlier behavior and quickly glanced at Lin Zhou standing against the wall. She realized that apart from their similar heights, his figure did not resemble that of Shuizhou from the poetry competition. After a quick assessment, she dashed into the bathroom and slammed the door shut. Leaning against the door, her cheeks flushed visibly. What had she just done? Was there something amiss with her? Perhaps it was simply the familiarity of their close interactions, leading her to regard him as a friend. It seemed quite normal for friends to indulge in playful banter, didn't it? Su Qingmei gently patted her warm cheeks, quickly shedding her clothes to take a shower. Outside the bathroom, Lin Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had considered the situation and changed into loose clothing before the live broadcast of the poetry competition, ensuring he appeared slightly heavier on camera than usual. Otherwise, Su Qingmei would have undoubtedly recognized him. At that moment, his phone rang. His sister, Lin Xiaoshuang, was calling. Lin Zhou answered, and his sister's calm voice resonated on the other end. "Brother, Shui Zhou is you." It was a statement, not a question. Lin Zhou chuckled. "I knew I couldn't keep it from you. Our dorm mate, Fang Xiaochan, is the little Chan from S Station. She has taken quite a liking to you. Should I tell her you're my brother?" Lin Xiaoshuang's tone remained unperturbed, as if recounting an event unrelated to her. Lin Zhou had grown accustomed to his sister's placid demeanor, replying, "Let us hold off for now. By the way, Xiaoshuang, I've left the prize money from the poetry competition in your account." "Okay, I'll save it," Lin Xiaoshuang responded without a hint of emotion. "All right then. I'll be leaving Kyoto tomorrow. Work is busy, and I want to have time to meet you. I'll come to see you next time. Take care," she replied. After ending the call, Lin Zhou glanced at the time and approached the bathroom door. "Miss Su, it's getting quite late. Please hurry with your shower." "Knowing it's late, yet you still make calls?" came Su Qingmei's annoyed voice from within. Lin Zhou was speechless, realizing she had overheard his conversation. Was she bathing or eavesdropping? Shen Yao, Su Qingmei, and Shui Zhou are trending. In Hangqing, Shen Yao had just returned to her hotel after a recent engagement when her manager, Chen Zhu, showed her his phone. Su Qingmei and Shui Zhou. Shen Yao took the phone, shocked to see Su Qingmei and Shui Zhou trending at number 5. Her heart raced. Could it be that Su Qingmei truly had some connection with Shui Zhou? Shen Yao quickly clicked on the trending topic, only to discover it was related to the poetry competition. After watching several competition clips, she came across a segment where the host asked Shui Zhou why he chose to write about winter in 4 seasons. Shui Zhou responded that he was born on a snowy day. Shen Yao's expression froze, her lips quivering slightly. "What's wrong?" Chen Zhu inquired hastily. "Lin Zhou was born on a snowy day," Shen Yao stammered, her voice trembling as she frantically searched for all of Shui Zhou's videos on the fan site, replaying them several times before returning to the poetry competition clip. She watched the segment where Shui Zhou answered the host repeatedly. "Shen Yao, what is happening?" Chen Zhu noticed her distress and pressed for answers. Shen Yao remained silent for a long moment, her expression shifting from shock to regret to anger. Before finally raising her head, her voice faint, "Shui Zhou is Lin Zhou." "What?" Chen Zhu exclaimed, incredulous. "How is that possible?" Shen Yao exhaled deeply. "Lin Zhou mentioned he was born on a snowy day. I always felt Shui Zhou was somewhat familiar, but now I realize that Shui Zhou and Lin Zhou are, in fact, the same person." Chapter 83. "I want to remarry him, are you certain?" Chen Zhu inquired in a low voice. "After 3 years of dating and 3 years of marriage, I certainly could affirm my decision." Shen Yao's complexion was pale, her voice trembling. "He is undeniably talented. Why did he keep it from me? If I had known earlier, I would never have divorced him. What does he mean by this?" It was evident that Shen Yao looked down upon Lin Zhou, eager to rid herself of the burden he posed. Yet, at that moment, she acted as if she were the one abandoned. Chen Zhu remained in shock for a while before finally responding. "Perhaps Lin Zhou wanted to test the depth of your feelings for each other. He just didn't expect you to be so resolute in your decision to divorce." "Was it I who wished to divorce him?" Shen Yao suddenly became agitated. "I merely wanted to spur him on, to encourage him to strive for greatness, to be worthy of me. Is there anything wrong with that? I've been with him since university, while my classmates either married into wealth or became rich themselves. I can only rely on my own efforts to rise. I longed for fame. I desired wealth. I merely employed a few tactics. Is that a crime? Why can't he assist me? I am in such dire straits now, all because of him. He must compensate me." As Shen Yao's agitation grew, she seized her phone, declaring, "No, I want him to remarry me. His songs should belong to me. Why should they go to that wretched Su Qingmei?" "Shen Yao, calm down." Chen Zhu hurriedly interjected, "You have just divorced Lin Zhou. If you suddenly seek to remarry him, he surely will not agree. Moreover, how will you explain it? Will you say you know he is Shui Zhou, and that's why you want to remarry?" Shen Yao gritted her teeth. "What else should I do?" Chen Zhu sighed. "Consider this carefully. If Lin Zhou discovers that you are only willing to remarry him because he is Shui Zhou and to have him write songs for you, what will he think?" Shen Yao retorted angrily, "This is what I deserve. I devoted my youth to him. He should compensate me. Shen Yao pointed out, when you divorced. Lin Zhou asked for nothing. Is that not compensation? Those funds were earned by me. Why should a good-for-nothing take my money? But he didn't even ask for the 5 million we offered him as a hush payment. Shen Yao glared at Shen Yao. What do you mean? Do you imply that I wronged him? Shen Yao raised her hand to signal her to calm down. Shen Yao, our aim is to bring Lin Zhou back to your side, to have him write songs for you. You should know him better than I do. Lin Zhou values emotions over profit. We should approach this from an emotional angle. Gradually, Shen Yao regained her composure, albeit reluctantly. Are you suggesting that I plead with him? Shen Yao replied. 2 songs could restore Su Qingmei to her former glory. Such a talented lyricist and composer should rightfully be yours. Are you willing to relinquish that? Shen Yao remained silent for a long while before finally saying, Shen Jia, you are correct. Lin Zhou is my husband. I merely want him back by my side. But what should I do? Shen Yao pondered for a moment. You have just divorced. Now Lin Zhou is Su Qingmei and Oppo's assistant, and their relationship remains uncertain. We can observe the situation there first, seeking an opportunity for you to reunite with Lin Zhou. You should then lower your stance and gauge his attitude. Shen Yao nodded. Her confidence restored. Lin Zhou still harbors feelings for me. As long as I charm him, he will surely return to my side. The following day, the surprise and shock from the poetry competition had yet to dissipate when an even more captivating announcement surfaced. The official Weibo account of China Central Television released a notice stating that on October 1st, a gala titled Unsung Heroes would be held at the Fengchao Sports Center in Kyoto. The theme of the gala was to pay tribute to the unsung heroes who silently contribute to the nation and society in roles such as firefighting, public security, border defense, drug enforcement, and sanitation. Moreover, the most eye-catching aspect of this announcement was that China Central Television was officially soliciting a theme song to honor these unsung heroes from the public. Once a song was selected, the performing artist would take the stage at the gala on November 11th, and China Central Television would promote the song extensively. Such a positive initiative evidently garnered support from higher authorities, thus prompting China Central Television to orchestrate such a grand event. If someone in Oppo's song were chosen, undoubtedly, that song, along with its performer and composer, would become prominent figures, laying a solid foundation for their career advancement. Soon, pop singers, traditional musicians, and even ordinary citizens were eager to participate. The announcement clearly stated it was open to the public, meaning there were no barriers to entry. Professional singers could join, and so could regular people. Who knows, it might lead to instant fame. Shortly after the announcement from China Central Television, the email for song submissions was inundated with samples, flooding in like snowflakes. Many had anticipated this news and prepared in advance, waiting for the official announcement to submit their entries and seize the opportunity. Qingmei, what do you think about the song solicitation for Unsung Heroes? At that moment, Su Qingmei and Lin Zhou, along with 2 others, had just arrived in Deep City, en route from the airport to the advertising shoot location. Su Qingmei was becoming increasingly famous, her schedule tightening. She had a shoot in Deep City in the morning, an event in a neighboring city in the afternoon, and then would leave for Shanghai to record a program that evening, followed by another event in the mountain city the next day, and then to Star City for the 5th episode of I Am a Singer the day after. The song for the 5th episode had already been selected, but Su Qingmei could only utilize her time on the road to practice. It was rumored that the guest singer for the next episode was quite impressive and formidable, being another female singer who might pose a significant threat to Su Qingmei. However, her schedule was so tight that she hardly had time to rehearse, let alone rest. Now, with the song solicitation for Unsung Heroes, time was indeed running short. Upon hearing Zhang Hong's words, Su Qingmei replied, I don't have a suitable song to submit. Zhou Yun suggested, Sister Qingmei, why not ask Teacher Shuizhou? Su Qingmei glanced at Lin Zhou, who was driving, and nodded, I will ask him when I have a moment. Zhou Yun and Zhang Hong exchanged glances, and Zhou Yun leaned closer to whisper, Sister Hong, why do I feel like Sister Qingmei has been a bit distant with Teacher Shuizhou since the poetry competition yesterday? The young assistant pondered before adding, is this what they call a confession failure, leaving them unable to even remain friends? Zhang Hong playfully swatted her, don't be ridiculous. If Teacher Shuizhou doesn't have a suitable song, we can find other lyricists and composers to collaborate with. The 4 soon arrived at a high-rise building. Reaching the 20th floor, which was the designated location for Su Qingmei's advertising shoot arranged by EK. The director of the shoot was a woman, a seasoned advertising director. For some reason, upon seeing that the director was female, Lin Zhou inexplicably felt relieved. However, he soon became tense again when the director spoke. There will be some slightly revealing shots. All gentlemen should please step outside before we begin filming. Revealing? The other male staff members exited, but Lin Zhou was reluctant to leave. Wasn't it said that Miss Su wouldn't shoot any boundary-crossing scenes? Zhang Hong explained, of course. Qingmei won't. It's the other models shooting the advertisement with her, who will be wearing lingerie. Oh, I see. My apologies, Lin Zhou said, slightly embarrassed. As he hurriedly left the room, the female director smiled at Su Qingmei. Miss Su, your assistant seems quite anxious for you. Su Qingmei turned to glance at Lin Zhou, who was on his way out, a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth. He's just being protective. Chapter 84. A smile captivates the city. Lin Zhou stepped out of the filming room, feeling somewhat awkward. He was unsure what had come over him. The thought of Su Qingmei wearing lingerie for an advertisement made him distinctly uncomfortable. Was this an intrusion into his boss's work? He mused that perhaps he had blurred the lines between professional and personal. But wait, what constituted personal? He and Su Qingmei were merely employee and employer. Where was the personal connection? Lost in thought, his phone rang. It was his sister, Chun Yan. Xiaozhou, are you the poet? She exclaimed as soon as he answered. Clearly, the trophy for the poetry competition had arrived at her home. Yes, sister, that and Appos, Esme. I just participated casually and unexpectedly won the championship, Lin Zhou replied candidly. He had no intention of concealing this from his family. He just needed a plausible explanation. It would be rather strange to suddenly declare himself a poet without context. You are Shuizhou. So, those songs by Su Qingmei were also written by you? Well done, Xiaozhou. You've finally returned to your roots. Chen Yan, however, seemed unfazed by the details. To her, her brother had always been a music student. She was delighted that he was rediscovering his talent after what she perceived as a period of neglect due to his relationship with Shen Yao. By the way, how did you get in touch with Su Qingmei? Did she reach out to you, or vice versa? Is she pretty in person? Many stars look good in photos, but are quite different in reality. How does she compare to your sister? Chun Yan's rapid-fire questions left Lin Zhou momentarily flustered. Sister, I've never met Su Qingmei. She only purchased the rights to 2 of my songs for 50,000 yuan, which was directly transferred to Xiao Shuang's account. Given that he had concealed his identity as Shuizhou, he preferred not to mention to his family that he was Su Qingmei's assistant. After all, he had merely signed a 3-month contract, and once it expired, the matter would be forgotten. Oh, I thought you were quite familiar with her. It's fine to send the money to Xiao Shuang. She hasn't started working yet, and will need funds. You should save some too. You'll want to marry someday. Chen Yin continued, her concern evident. After a brief pause, she added, Wait, that doesn't make sense. Since you haven't met Su Qingmei, why did you write her 2 poems yesterday? Ode to Mei. Ode to Mei. Doesn't that sound like a confession? It must be said that women are indeed perceptive in such matters. Lin Zhou hastily clarified. It was merely a coincidence. Inspiration struck me unexpectedly. The host misunderstood. By the way, sister, I'm currently in Deep City. What? You're in Deep City? Xin Yin exclaimed excitedly. I'll contact Xiaolan immediately. You two must meet tonight. No, sister, I'm here for work and don't have time for matchmaking. Well, I'll get back to my duties now. Lin Zhou said, startled, and quickly hung up. Having just gone through a divorce, he had no desire to engage in blind dates. Besides, as a divorced man, wouldn't it be unfair to involve a young woman in his life? Lin Zhou was quite self-aware. Despite possessing talents, he recognized his shortcomings in personal relationships. Engaging in romance with someone who had never been married might be unjust. He felt that he was still relatively young and not in a hurry to pursue love or marriage. He first needed to harness his talents and carve out a career. Initially, he planned to produce complete recordings of the songs Unfortunately Not You, Ordinary Road, and Encounter, releasing them under the name Shuizhou to chart on the rankings. Additionally, he intended to participate in the new program selection of Star City Satellite TV the moment the progress of Extreme Challenge was completed, and he needed to find the right opportunity to discuss the script of White Knight Pursuit with a film company. He sought to conquer the realms of pop music, variety shows, and film, aspiring not to be just a singer or actor, but to become the boss of these stars. Of course, all of this was only the beginning. He needed to fulfill his role as Su Qingmei's assistant diligently first. As he contemplated these matters, Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun emerged from the studio. Lin Zhou craned his neck to glimpse inside as the door opened. Zhou Yun, mistaking his intent, remarked, "What are you peeking at, Lin Go?" "I was just checking on Miss Su," Lin Zhou replied. Zhou Yun scratched her head, a bit embarrassed. My bad. Don't worry. Lin Zhou, Qingmei is wearing a dress. Fully covered. Not even her shoulders are exposed. Lin Zhou sighed in relief. That's good. Zhang Hong observed him with a slight frown, but chose not to comment. Lin Zhou, Xiao Yun and I are visiting 2 lyricists. Please take Qingmei back to the hotel afterward. Understood, Lin Zhou agreed. A moment later, Su Qingmei emerged. Still clad in the casual outfit she had worn before the shoot. Lin Zhou approached her, asking, the director didn't pressure you into wearing anything peculiar, did they? Su Qingmei glanced at him. What are you worried about? Lin Zhou replied, you're filming an underwear advertisement. I'm concerned the producers might pressure you into wearing something that could tarnish your image. What kind of clothing? Su Qingmei inquired. Lin Zhou hesitated. Something that might negatively impact your image. Su Qingmei's expression softened. You don't like me wearing such clothing? Without hesitation, Lin Zhou replied, of course not. A soft laugh escaped Su Qingmei's lips, akin to the thawing of an iceberg, radiant and enchanting, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to earth, leaving one awestruck. Lin Zhou suddenly recalled a line of poetry and couldn't help but utter, a smile captivates the city, another smile captivates the nation. What did you say? Su Qingmei asked. Nothing, nothing, Lin Zhou replied. Shall we go? Su Qingmei watched his retreating figure, her beautiful eyes curving slightly. The two descended the stairs and entered the car. Lin Zhou took the driver's seat and opened the electric sliding door for the rear, only to see Su Qingmei directly pull open the front passenger door and settle in. Miss Su, don't you prefer sitting in the back? Lin Zhou queried. Today, I wish to sit in the front, Su Qingmei responded. Is it affecting your driving? Not at all, Lin Zhou quickly assured her, starting the car and exiting the parking lot. As soon as they hit the main road, Lin Zhou's phone rang. Since he was driving, he placed the phone in the console holder, where both he and Su Qingmei could see the caller ID. Sister. Su Qingmei asked, you have a sister? Lin Zhou nodded. Yes, my sister is in Deep City. Oh, then you should answer. Su Qingmei encouraged. I can't answer while driving. It's unsafe, Lin Zhou replied. It's fine. You can use the hands-free option. I'll help you, Su Qingmei offered, connecting the call and enabling the speakerphone. Before Lin Zhou could remind his sister that he had company, the other end erupted with her urgent voice. Lin Zhou, you hung up on me? I've already arranged with Xiaolon. No matter how busy you are today, you must go on that blind date. Chapter 85. Don't leave blind date? Upon hearing her sister's words over the phone, Su Qingmei furrowed her brows and glanced at Lin Zhou. He shook his head slightly, signaling her to remain silent. With a cold expression, Su Qingmei complied and sealed her lips. Lin Zhou spoke into the phone. Sister, I'm truly busy and cannot attend a blind date. Perhaps we could just forget about it? Even the busiest of people must eat. Kin and Apos, do you spare an evening for a meal? Qinyan pressed. No, sister. I must accompany my boss. There is too much to handle, and I can't leave. Lin Zhou's tone was gentle, yet his stance was resolute. He was simply too occupied with work to consider a blind date. Su Qingmei turned her gaze to the window, a hint of a smile tugging at her lips. Really? Not even time for a meal. What kind of boss is this? A cold-hearted capitalist? Qinyan complained. Your boss lacks human compassion. Is he perhaps an aging singleton? Su Qingmei abruptly turned her head, glaring at the phone before directing her gaze at Lin Zhou. He offered her an apologetic smile and said into the phone, That's my boss coming. I'll hang up now. At that moment, they were on an elevated road with the car speeding. So Lin Zhou could not release the steering wheel and signaled for Su Qingmei to end the call. She glanced at him and finally complied, reaching to hang up the phone. Apologies, my sister didn't realize you were my boss, Lin Zhou said apologetically. Oh, Su Qingmei replied, seemingly less irked than expected. She suddenly inquired, Does your family want you to go on blind dates? Lin Zhou nodded. Primarily my mother and sister. They worry that after my breakup, I've lost interest in romance and that it will become increasingly difficult to find someone as I age. Thus, they have been arranging blind dates for me. Why don't you go? Su Qingmei asked. Lin Zhou chuckled. I tend to be slow to warm up. It's quite challenging for me to discuss marriage with someone I do not know. Then, Su Qingmei paused and queried, How did you meet Shen Yao? Lin Zhou was momentarily taken aback, turning to regard Su Qingmei. If it's too much to share, you needn't feel obliged. Su Qingmei turned her head away. Yet, there was nothing he could not divulge. Lin Zhou smiled casually. Shen Yao and I were classmates in university, in the same department. We often attended lectures together. One of her dorm mates was particularly enthusiastic and arranged a gathering between our dorms. Gradually, we became familiar with each other, and by our second year, we were together. In just a few sentences, he encapsulated the story of his acquaintance and romance with Shen Yao. However, Su Qingmei seemed to extract much information from those words, tilting her head thoughtfully before suddenly asking, "That enthusiastic girl, does she have feelings for you?" Lin Zhou paused before nodding. "After Shen Yao and I got together, I heard that the girl seemed to have a disagreement with Shen Yao." Su Qingmei's gaze turned icy, a smile dancing on her lips. "You seem to be quite popular with the ladies." Lin Zhou shook his head and laughed. "That was in my younger days. And you still are?" Su Qingmei retorted with a cold smile. "What do you mean?" Lin Zhou asked, puzzled. Su Qingmei stared ahead and replied coolly, "Your friend from Kyoto. Isn't she a girl?" The emphasis on good friend did not go unnoticed. Lin Zhou clarified, "She is an online friend. We have sworn brotherhood." Su Qingmei was taken aback, responding with an "oh," her expression shifting from gloomy to bright, only to ask moments later, "Was it you who confessed to Shen Yao? Or was it her?" Lin Zhou answered, "Such matters naturally require the male to take the initiative." Su Qingmei instinctively clenched her delicate hands and inquired further, "How did you confess?" Lin Zhou found her unusually inquisitive today, but answered nonetheless, "I bought a bouquet of flowers and said a few words, and that was it." "Oh." Su Qingmei's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. "So confessing, is this simple?" Lin Zhou smiled. "Miss Su, with your beauty, surely you must have had suitors confess to you?" Su Qingmei shook her head. "No." Lin Zhou was astonished. "How is that possible?" Upon observing Su Qingmei, who was as aloof as a solitary plum blossom, he soon understood. Though she was stunning, her cold demeanor left ordinary men feeling inadequate, robbing them of the courage to confess their feelings. Suddenly, Su Qingmei's expression changed, her hand unconsciously pressing against her abdomen as she let out a soft gasp. At that moment, they arrived at the hotel. Lin Zhou quickly maneuvered the car into the parking lot and asked her, "Miss Su, what's wrong?" "It's nothing," she replied, though her pale face and the grip on her abdomen told another story. "Is it a stomach ache?" Lin Zhou inquired. Su Qingmei shook her head. "No, yet." Beads of sweat appeared on her fair forehead. "Even in such a state, you claim no pain?" Lin Zhou started the car again. "I'll take you to the hospital." In an instant, a slender hand grasped his arm. "No hospital. You." Lin Zhou recalled that the last time they were at Star City TV, Su Qingmei had also experienced sudden stomach pain and stubbornly refused to go to the hospital. Later, Zhou Yun mentioned that Su Qingmei seemed to harbor a fear of hospitals and never sought medical attention when ill. "Then I'll assist you back to your room to rest." Observing Su Qingmei's resolute demeanor, Lin Zhou did not press further. He turned off the engine, exited the car, and opened the passenger door, gently helping Su Qingmei down. Her delicate hand felt cool and soft in his grasp. Fortunately, Lin Zhou was not a novice in romance. He composed himself and guided Su Qingmei into the elevator and back to her room. He helped her settle onto the sofa and went to fetch a glass of warm water for her to drink. After resting for a moment, Su Qingmei's complexion remained pale. Lin Zhou approached the door. "I'll go buy you some medicine." "I want tea. Take medicine," Su Qingmei weakly called out, pressing her hands against her abdomen. "You, please massage me." Previously, at Star City TV, Lin Zhou had alleviated her stomach pain rapidly through massage. "Miss Su, that merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Please wait. I'll be back shortly," Lin Zhou insisted, preparing to leave. "Don't go," Su Qingmei called out again. Lin Zhou turned back to see her forehead glistening with fine beads of sweat, revealing an unusually vulnerable expression. "Stay with me for a while, please." Caught off guard, Lin Zhou sighed and returned to her side, assisting her to lie down on the sofa. He then placed his hand on her soft abdomen. Su Qingmei tensed slightly before relaxing, allowing his warm palm to make contact with her body. A wave of warmth surged from below her abdomen to her chest, providing a comforting sensation to her icy core. He pressed down with his palm. "Ah!" Su Qingmei exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson. "Does it hurt?" Lin Zhou asked. Su Qingmei covered her mouth with her hand and shook her head. Relieved, Lin Zhou continued, applying pressure in a clockwise direction. As he pressed near her chest, his fingers occasionally brushed against the edge of her undergarment. "Miss Su, your complexion has improved. Is it less painful now?" Lin Zhou inquired as he massaged. Su Qingmei nodded, then shook her head. Her face was indeed flushed, but it was not solely due to the alleviation of pain. However, she could hardly confess that it was because his fingers grazed her undergarment. Lin Zhou remained focused on alleviating her discomfort, not probing further, and continued the massage. The room was enveloped in tranquility, punctuated only by the sound of palms gliding over fabric and the occasional soft sigh. After a little over 10 minutes, Su Qingmei's pain had significantly subsided, prompting Lin Zhou to cease his massage and assist her to a seated position. "Miss Su, you ought to take a proper rest," he advised. Recently, Su Qingmei's schedule had been exceedingly hectic, with late-night vocal practices extending into the early hours, making it quite taxing on her body. Su Qingmei replied softly, brushing aside her sweat-drenched hair. Suddenly, she inquired, "Did you massage Shen Yao in the same manner back then?" Chapter 86. The fierce rival of Su Qingmei. Upon hearing Su Qingmei's words, Lin Zhou momentarily froze. During the massage session for Su Qingmei at Star City TV, he had mentioned that Shen Yao also suffered from stomach pain, and he had alleviated her discomfort through massage. To his surprise, Su Qingmei still remembered this. A peculiar sensation surged within him. Lately, Su Qingmei had been inexplicably irritable and seemed overly concerned about his past with Shen Yao. Could it be that she? At that moment, Lin Zhou and Appo's phone rang, and upon checking, he found it was Shen Yao calling. Su Qingmei noticed the name on the screen and stood up. "If it and Amp, Appo's inconvenient, I can step out." Lin Zhou grasped her arm gently. "You and Amp, Appo's, feeling better, please sit down." He then answered the call in front of Su Qingmei. "Hello? Lin Zhou, how have you been lately?" Shen Yao's voice was surprisingly gentle, reminiscent of the affectionate times they once shared. Lin Zhou furrowed his brow slightly. "What do you need?" Shen Yao continued in her soft tone. "While tidying up my house yesterday, I came across your guitar and piano. Where are you living now? Should I bring them over?" Lin Zhou replied flatly, "No need, thank you." Just as he was about to hang up, Shen Yao asked, "Lin Zhou, next week Su Qingmei will be recording I Am a Singer at Star City TV. You're going too, right?" "Yes," Lin Zhou responded, "but weren't you eliminated?" On the other end, Shen Yao took a deep breath before continuing gently, "I'll be recording another variety show at Star City TV. Let us have dinner together then." Lin Zhou, unsure of Shen Yao's intentions, declined directly. "I'm quite busy with work. I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye." He promptly ended the call. "What did Shen Yao want?" Su Qingmei inquired. Lin Zhou shrugged. "She mentioned wanting to return my guitar and piano and suggested dinner next week." "I'm not sure what she means." Su Qingmei narrowed her eyes. "Your guitar and piano? Did you live together before?" Lin Zhou nodded. "Yes." There was no need to conceal the truth. Cohabitation was common among couples nowadays. Besides, he and Shen Yao had lived together as a legally married couple. Su Qingmei lowered her head, lost in thought. Lin Zhou, concerned, asked, "Is your stomach still hurting?" Su Qingmei looked up. "You haven't answered my question." Lin Zhou hadn't anticipated her persistence. After a moment's consideration, he cautiously replied, "I gave her a few massages." "How many?" Su Qingmei's eyes widened. Let me get you a glass of water," Lin Zhou said as he stood and walked to the table. At that moment, several lines of small text appeared before his eyes. Progress of the Lonely Hero Song Memory Replication. 100. Memory Replication complete. Progress of Extreme Challenge Program Proposal Memory Replication. 100. Memory Replication complete. Progress of White Knight Chase Script Memory Replication. 60. Progress of Daytime Doesn't Understand Nights Darkness Song Memory Replication. 60. Progress of Later Song Memory Replication. 5. Progress of Finally Waiting for You Song Memory Replication. 5. In fact, while giving Su Qingmei the massage earlier, these memory progressions had rapidly increased. After completing the massage, the Lonely Hero and Extreme Challenge had both reached 100. The lyrics, melody, and performance details of The Lonely Hero, as well as the production plans for the first 2 seasons of Extreme Challenge, were now etched in his mind. The moment he saw the score for The Lonely Hero, Lin Zhou regained all memories associated with the song on Earth. He immediately sensed that this song was tailor-made for unnamed heroes. Although on Earth it served as the theme song for a game animation, its essence transcended the realms of gaming and animation. The lyrics were profoundly inspirational, brimming with invigorating power and homage to unsung heroes. It was this core that made The Lonely Hero a phenomenon on Earth, captivating the music scene and echoing in kindergartens and elementary schools alike. It was even humorously dubbed a children's song, with the original artist Eason referred to as the kindergarten principal. This indirectly attested to the immense popularity of The Lonely Hero. Competing with this song for the theme of the Unnamed Heroes Gala seemed promising. As for Extreme Challenge, accompanying Su Qingmei to Star City TV next week would provide an opportunity to meet the program director Wang Xin through Lu Yuanyuan. Finally, 2 more songs had memory progressions. later and finally waiting for you. With the current memory progress insufficient, Lin Zhou was unsure if these two songs would be suitable for Su Qingmei to sing. Furthermore, The Lonely Hero was originally performed by a male singer, and while several female singers had attempted to cover it on Earth, the results were generally lackluster. This song demanded a robust mid to low vocal range, and it was exceedingly challenging for a female singer to perform well. If Su Qingmei were to sing it, considering her character, would she push herself to practice relentlessly? Would her body be able to withstand it? Unbeknownst to him, after acquiring the songs, Lin Zhou had unwittingly begun to instinctively think about singing for Su Qingmei. Even regarding Extreme Challenge, he contemplated negotiating with Star City TV to secure a position for Su Qingmei as a fixed guest. Perhaps it was due to spending so much time with her that he developed a desire to care for her? Knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Qingmei Jia. It was Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun returning. Coming, Lin Zhou replied. Moving to open the door when Su Qingmei suddenly said, "Don't tell them I had a stomachache just now." Lin Zhou turned back. Perhaps the recent pain had left Su Qingmei in a vulnerable state, and her usually cold, beautiful face now bore a pleading expression. All right, Lin Zhou sighed. He had come to understand Su Qingmei's character well enough, outwardly aloof but inherently kind and considerate. She didn't want Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun to worry about her. As he opened the door, Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun entered, their expressions somewhat peculiar. "Zhang Jia, Xiao Yun, what's wrong?" Lin Zhou asked. Zhang Hong's demeanor was grave. "I just received news that the next episode of I Am a Singer will feature Chen Jiaying as a replacement singer." Upon hearing the name Chen Jiaying, Su Qingmei's expression shifted slightly. Zhou Yun poured herself a glass of water, gulping it down as she exclaimed indignantly, "What is Star City TV trying to do? Is this targeting Qingmei Jia?" Lin Zhou fell silent as well. He was well aware of who Chen Jiaying was, one of the four rising divas in the music scene, and her style bore similarities to Su Qingmei's. Both possessed ethereal, radiant voices and stunning high notes. Furthermore, Chen Jiaying was the daughter of the renowned music mogul Chen Mingxi, often hailed as the godfather of pop music. Her prowess was on par with Su Qingmei's, and her background as a star offspring was undoubtedly more substantial. The two were considered the most promising candidates among the younger generation to ascend to the status of pop music queens. The principle of one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers was universally understood. Inviting Chen Jiaying to I Am a Singer signified that Su Qingmei would have to compete directly against her on this significant stage. Additionally, there was one more matter. Qingmei. Zhang Hong, with a solemn expression, slowly remarked, "Chen Mingxi will personally compose a song for Chen Jiaying, enabling her to compete for the theme song of Unsung Heroes. Consequently, we cannot afford to lag behind. We must secure this theme song." Chapter 87. Your boss can marry you, what of it? Upon hearing Zhang Hong's words, Lin Zhou furrowed his brow slightly. Chen Jiaying excelled in high notes and possessed a grand style that indeed made her a formidable contender for singing a song like Unnamed Hero. "Lin Gu, you seem quite knowledgeable about the entertainment industry," Zhou Yun remarked in surprise. Su Qingmei let out a dismissive snort. He was an assistant to his ex-girlfriend. Of course he knows. Oh, Zhou Yun stuck out her tongue and chuckled. Zhang Hong, however, was not in the mood for frivolities. She glanced at Lin Zhou intentionally. "Zhou Yun and I just met with two lyricists and composers who are also willing to collaborate with Qingmei. However, they currently do not have suitable songs and will need time to create new ones. We should prepare for contingencies. If Shuizhou has a fitting song, that would be ideal." Lin Zhou fell into contemplation. Lonely Warrior truly suited the theme of Unnamed Hero. If possible, he would gladly entrust it to Su Qingmei. Yet, there remained the issue of the song's difficulty for a female vocalist, especially considering Su Qingmei's current health. If she were to practice relentlessly for this song, Lin Zhou feared she might truly fall ill. Perhaps he could persuade her to visit a hospital for a thorough checkup and address her health first? "Jia, it's all right. With so many participants, I might not even be selected," Su Qingmei suddenly spoke. "Not you, Qingmei. When it comes to singing, how can you ever concede defeat? What is going on today?" Zhou Yun inquired, puzzled. Under normal circumstances, if faced with such matters, Su Qingmei would be like a wound-up robot, solely focused on practicing. Why was she ready to give up before even starting? Zhang Hong observed Su Qingmei and then Lin Zhou, falling into silence. Su Qingmei turned to Lin Zhou. "You've come all the way to Deep City. Shouldn't you go see your sister?" Lin Zhou was taken aback and instinctively replied, "But what about you here?" Su Qingmei insisted, "You should go. Otherwise, your sister will think her boss is heartless." Lin Zhou felt a bit awkward, but recognized that despite her ungracious words, Su Qingmei was actually soft-hearted and didn't want him to visit Deep City without seeing family. I'll just step out for dinner and return quickly, Lin Zhou said, genuinely eager to see his sister whom he hadn't met in a long time. Su Qingmei nodded. Lin Zhou took a couple of steps, but still felt uneasy. He turned back to Zhang Hong and Zhou Yun, instructing, please keep Miss Su company and ensure she eats well. I'll be back shortly. Zhang Hong rolled her eyes. I'm her manager, okay? No need for your concern. Zhou Yun chuckled. Don't rush, Lin Zhou. There is plenty of time. Lin Zhou sensed an underlying meaning in her words, but didn't inquire further as he hurriedly left. On the way, he called Chen Yin and arranged to meet at a nearby restaurant, hailing a taxi at the hotel entrance to head to his destination. At Shen Yao's home in Deep City, she was holding her phone, still in disbelief. Lin Zhou actually hung up on me. Chen Zhu sighed. We should prepare for contingencies as well. I'll reach out to Teacher Chang and Teacher Gua. She referred to Chang Lei, a renowned composer, and Gua Yuelin, a lyricist. How many people were trying to contact them? As a second-tier singer, did she even stand a chance? Shen Yao's expression darkened. Chen Zhu looked at her. Do you still want to find Lin Zhou? But he doesn't wish to see you right now. Shen Yao scoffed. I know him too well. He simply cares about his pride. I'll visit Xingqing Satellite TV next week, apologize, and he will surely relent. After a moment of silence, Chen Zhu suddenly asked, Shen Yao, are you truly considering remarrying Lin Zhou? Without hesitation, Shen Yao replied, if he can genuinely write songs for me and make me more famous than Su Qingmei, then remarrying him wouldn't be an issue. After all, we were married to begin with. Shen Yao, you've changed over these past 2 years. Chen Zhu finally said after some hesitation. Shen Yao gazed out the window, biting her crimson lip, murmuring, I gave him my youth, he owes me, and he must repay me. In a finely decorated Western restaurant in Deep City, Lin Zhou looked around and remarked to the woman seated opposite him, Sister, we shouldn't be dining in such a place. The woman, with her chestnut waves, phoenix-like eyes, and fiery red lips, clad in a white office suit with high heels, was none other than his half-sister, Chen Yin. This upscale restaurant was filled with couples, making Lin Zhou feel somewhat out of place at their table. What is the hurry? Chen Yin's alluring eyes blinked as she suddenly waved, Xiaolon, over here. Lin Zhou turned to see a woman in a strapless short dress with a curvaceous figure approaching. Sister, didn't we agree not to set me up on a blind date? Lin Zhou quickly whispered to Chen Yin. Isn't it fine to make a friend? Chen Yin shot him a glance before getting up to warmly embrace Xiaolon, inviting her to sit beside Lin Zhou. Xiaolon was quite gracious, introducing herself and smiling as she extended her hand to Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou, not wanting to lose his decorum, shook her hand, and the trio engaged in pleasant conversation while dining. The atmosphere was amicable. Xiaolon seemed to genuinely take an interest in Lin Zhou, frequently initiating conversation. Lin Zhou, however, felt quite uncomfortable, but, given she was his sister's friend, he didn't want to offend her. At that moment, Lin Zhou's phone buzzed. It was a WeChat message from Su Qingmei. Please send my regards to your sister. Lin Zhou replied, okay, thank you. Su Qingmei messaged again, are you and your sister alone? Lin Zhou responded, with my sister's friend, Xiaolon. Su Qingmei replied almost instantly. Lin Zhou was surprised she remembered what his sister had said during their phone call. Yes, Lin Zhou quickly added. But I really don't want to go on a blind date. I will clarify this with my sister. Su Qingmei. Oh, that is your business. You don't need to inform me specifically. She followed up. Xiao Yun ordered rice rolls and roast goose. They taste great. Should I save you some? Sure. Hey, what are you doing? Chen Yin interrupted Lin Zhou's online chat with Su Qingmei. Lin Zhou looked up at Xiaolon beside him and apologized, sorry. My boss needs me for something urgent. Xiaolon smiled understandingly. No problem. Don't let it disrupt your work. All right, sister, I'll take my leave now. You two enjoy your meal. Lin Zhou felt an immense relief as he got up, quickly settled the bill, and hurriedly exited the restaurant. Xiaolon, please don't mind. My brother is just like that, utterly lacking in romance, Chen Yin said helplessly. It's fine. A man with strong career ambitions is reliable, Xiaolon expressed her understanding. Chen Yin extended her neck to watch Lin Zhou's hasty departure, feeling exasperated. Boss, you only care about your boss. Your boss can marry you, what of it? Chapter 88. I wish to hear you recite poetry, Lin, how is it that you have returned so swiftly? As Lin Zhou hurriedly made his way back to the hotel, he found Su Qingmei, Zhang Hong, and Zhou Yun engaged in their evening meal. Indeed, They had been dining on rice rolls and roasted goose, though the plates were nearly empty. I merely had a bite to eat. There was no pressing matter. So I returned early, Lin Zhou replied, glancing at the remnants of their meal and then at Su Qingmei. He noticed a mischievous smile flicker across her usually composed face, only for it to vanish the moment she caught his gaze. With a resigned smile, Lin Zhou observed as Su Qingmei continued to munch quietly while muttering, "I told you I wouldn't go on a blind date, you deceiver." "What was that, Qingmei?" Zhou Yan inquired. "Nothing," Su Qingmei replied, shaking her head, pouting deliberately as she averted her eyes from Lin Zhou. She then picked up the last piece of roasted goose and exclaimed, "Delicious." Lin Zhou shook his head with a chuckle, bemused by her childlike antics. "Have you eaten yet, Shaolin?" Zhang Hong kindly asked. "She has dined better than us." Su Qingmei interjected before Lin Zhou could respond. Yes, I have," Lin Zhou admitted awkwardly, nodding. Zhang Hong exchanged glances between him and Su Qingmei, shaking her head before instructing Zhou Yun to clear the finished dishes. The two then retreated to their respective rooms. By this time, night had fallen, and Su Qingmei, ignoring Lin Zhou, gathered her clothes and headed into the bathroom for a shower. "Does your stomach still hurt?" Lin Zhou called after her. Without turning back, Su Qingmei retorted, "How could a cold-blooded boss feel pain?" With a resounding slam, she shut the bathroom door, and soon the sound of running water filled the air, accompanied by her singing. She was practicing the song she would perform on I Am a Singer the following week. Singing in the shower, it seemed her spirits were quite high. Could it be that she felt joy from having played a trick on him? The icy goddess, a child at heart. Lin Zhou found the thought amusing as he settled onto the sofa, waiting for her to finish her shower. In that moment of tranquility, he experienced a fleeting illusion of domestic bliss akin to that of an old married couple. This feeling was something he had never encountered even during his time with Shen Yao, who had been perpetually busy chasing fame and plotting against others. At that moment, a WeChat message from Chun Yan pinged his phone. "Xiaolan has a favorable impression of you. I've shared her WeChat. Have a good chat." Lin Zhou sighed in response. "Sister, I truly do not wish to pursue a romantic relationship right now." Chun Yan queried, "Could it be that your cold-blooded boss forbids employees from dating?" "Indeed," Lin Zhou played along. "Our company enforces strict management. No relationships permitted until one turns 30. What a dreadful company. Xiao Zhou, you ought to leave that miserable job and come to work with me. I can introduce you to HR. All are lovely ladies." "No need, sister. My current job has good benefits and a decent boss." "Decent? Who is your boss? Bring him out. I'll set him straight." "My boss is calling me, sister. Let's talk later." Lin Zhou hastily ended the conversation, fearing that Su Qingmei would be cast as a monstrous figure in his sister's eyes. Since Su Qingmei was still in the shower and Lin Zhou had nothing pressing to attend to, he logged into the amateur platform he had not visited in quite some time. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the sheer volume of notifications. 999 unread messages awaited him. "Teacher Shuizhou, I am Zhang Jing, president of the Poetry Association. I greatly admire your talent. Do you have any plans to publish a poetry collection? I know many publishers and distributors who could represent your work." "Teacher Shuizhou, I am Zhao Ku, music director at Wansha Records. Are you interested in collaboration? Our company is willing to pay a high price for a new song suitable for the theme of unnamed heroes." "Teacher Shuizhou, I am Li Xinran. I adore your songs. Do you have any thoughts on the theme song for Unnamed Heroes? We could collaborate." Aside from various fan messages expressing admiration, the majority of the remaining inquiries were from record companies and singers vying for a song for the Unnamed Heroes theme. Clearly, the focus of the music industry was now centered on this matter. Lin Zhou furrowed his brow, glancing toward the bathroom. If Su Qingmei were to secure the opportunity to perform the theme song for Unnamed Heroes, her status would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Perhaps she would not need to exert herself so much. Yet, he pondered, the more famous one became, the more work they received, leading to even greater exhaustion. He felt conflicted. On one hand, Gong Yongzhe was a formidable challenge for Su Qingmei, while on the other, he feared that if she succeeded, she would be burdened with more work. Alas, he had not considered such complexities during their divorce. After a lengthy shower that lasted nearly an hour, Su Qingmei emerged, her complexion radiant, clad in a sleeveless lace nightgown, her delicate arms exposed, smooth as jade. She wore shorts that revealed much of her long legs. Gliding gracefully across the room, recalling their first cohabitation, when Su Qingmei had been so meticulously covered, he noted how her attire had grown increasingly casual, indicating that she no longer regarded him as a stranger. "What are you staring at?" Su Qingmei remarked coolly, noticing Lin Zhou's gaze fixed upon her. Nothing. I am going to wash up too. Lin Zhou quickly averted his eyes, grabbing his clothes to rush into the bathroom. Once he entered, the chill in Su Qingmei's demeanor dissipated. She approached the mirror in the wardrobe, turning side to side to assess her appearance, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. As she made her way to her bed, she spotted Lin Zhou's phone resting on the sofa. Su Qingmei paused, hesitantly extending her hand before withdrawing it, ultimately deciding not to take Lin Zhou's phone. When Lin Zhou finished his shower, he found Su Qingmei practicing her song once more. It was nearing 11 o'clock. Under Lin Zhou's urging, she reluctantly climbed into bed, drawing the curtains tightly. She took the bed while he settled on the sofa. The room fell silent again, with the occasional sound of traffic filtering in from outside. Miss Su, Lin Zhou suddenly spoke up. If you were to discover a song suitable for unnamed heroes, but it was exceedingly difficult and more suited for a male vocalist, requiring twice the effort for a female singer to perform well, what would you do? Lin Zhou inquired. Su Qingmei turned over, gazing toward the curtain. I would practice diligently until I could sing it well. Lin Zhou pressed further. Even at the expense of your health? After a moment of silence, Su Qingmei replied, I cannot sleep. Lin Zhou paused, caught off guard by the sudden shift in her thoughts, before hearing her ethereal voice say, I wish to hear you recite a poem. Recite a poem? The one you recited during the day. Chapter 89. Good night, Lin Zhou. Good night. Shuizhou. It is often said that a mind filled with Tang poetry and song lyrics can lead to impulsive utterances. In a moment of recklessness, one might inadvertently speak aloud, only to be overheard. Lin Zhou clung to a glimmer of hope. What poem? The one you recited earlier, Su Qingmei interjected, providing him no opportunity to feign ignorance. If you don't recite it, I want to be able to sleep. No, Lin Zhou protested, attempting to wriggle out of it. Didn't you hear it earlier? Su Qingmei let out a soft hum. What poem consists of only 2 lines? With no other option, Lin Zhou coughed lightly and recited. In the north, there dwells a beauty, detached from the world. A single smile captivates a city, another smile enchants a nation. After he finished, a brief silence followed from behind the curtain, before a soft voice emerged. I like the line about being unparalleled and independent. Lin Zhou was taken aback, instinctively responding, I thought you preferred the latter 2 lines. Su Qingmei's voice carried a hint of loneliness. I merely feel that the second line describes me. In the entertainment industry, she is somewhat of an anomaly, avoiding conflict, drama, and chaos, focusing solely on her singing. A peerless beauty, independent yet solitary. In truth, this poem speaks of. Lin Zhou hesitated, halting his words. What does it speak of? Su Qingmei inquired. It speaks of you. Yet, Lin Zhou felt that such words were best left unspoken, for they would breach boundaries. She is the boss. I am the assistant. Furthermore, I have been divorced. The room fell into silence once more. Lin Zhou suggested, It's late. Let us sleep. Su Qingmei replied, I still wish to hear another poem. Lin Zhou sighed. Didn't we agree on just one? I can't sleep. She was being obstinate. Fine, go ahead. Su Qingmei sat up, softly addressing the curtain. I want to hear Ode to the Plum Blossom. Lin Zhou was taken aback, quickly responding. What poem is that? I've never heard of it. Su Qingmei bit her lip and asked, You really haven't heard of it? I truly haven't. I cannot compose poetry. Would you like me to sing you a nursery rhyme instead? I'm going to sleep. Su Qingmei huffed, lying down and turning her back to the curtain. Lin Zhou exhaled in relief, preparing to sleep when his phone vibrated. To his surprise, a private message from Gu Mei in the amateur station appeared. Are you asleep? Messages from the amateur station are categorized into strangers and friends. Once a friend request is accepted, messages from the sender are highlighted, making Gu Mei's message quite conspicuous. However, didn't she say she was going to sleep? Moreover, why the change in tone? No longer addressing him as Teacher Shuizhou, Lin Zhou reluctantly typed a reply. I was about to sleep. Why aren't you asleep at this late hour? Didn't your assistant tell you to rest early? Gu Mei, my assistant lied to me. Lin Zhou, what did he deceive you about? Gu Mei, he clearly knows how to write poetry but pretended he didn't. Lin Zhou, how do you know he can? Gu Mei, I just know, and I'm very upset. Tonight, I've decided not to sleep. Lin Zhou, how can you not sleep? What about your health? Gu Mei, unless. Lin Zhou, unless what? Gu Mei, he recites and oppos. Ode to the Plum Blossom and oppos, for me. The conversation halted there as Lin Zhou stood up, addressing the figure behind the curtain. Miss Su, are you asleep? Su Qingmei, still facing away, coldly replied, No. Lin Zhou proposed, if I recite another poem for you, will you sleep? Su Qingmei immediately turned around. All right. Lin Zhou paused, then began. By the broken bridge outside the post station, the lonely blooms unfold without a master. I want to hear another one. Su Qingmei interrupted. Fine. Lin Zhou conceded, resigned to recite again. The wind and rain bid farewell to spring, while flying snow welcomes its arrival. There are cliffs of ice 100 zhang high, yet still, the blossoms stand proud. They do not vie for spring, only herald its coming. When the mountain flowers blossom in profusion, she will smile amidst the crowd. Upon finishing, Su Qingmei suddenly asked, Why do you think Shu Zhou wrote this poem? Lin Zhou replied, Perhaps he hoped that the listener would smile more. Good, Su Qingmei said, pulling the blanket around her and gazing at the indistinct figure on the sofa behind the curtain. I'm going to sleep now. Good night. Lin Zhou was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating her prompt acceptance of sleep. Moreover, after cohabiting for this length of time, it seemed this was the first instance she had wished him good night. Good night. The room finally succumbed to complete silence. The beautiful girl in bed kept her eyes open, her once icy gaze now softened, a rare smile gracing her lips. Good night, Lin Zhou. Good night, Shu Zhou. 2 days later, at Xingqing Satellite TV, the 5th episode of I Am a Singer is set to be recorded today. All 6 singers arrived early, preparing diligently. The news of the little diva Chen Jiaying stepping in as a substitute singer was well known among them. Each faced considerable pressure. Chen Jiaying's arrival posed the greatest threat to her fellow Four Little Divas member, Su Qingmei. For the other singers, the looming danger of potential elimination was ever present. There were even whispers circulating that Chen Jiaying's father disapproved of her taking the substitute role, feeling it beneath her. However, she insisted on participating, eager to compete with Su Qingmei. Though the origins of this gossip were unclear, many judged it to be highly plausible given Chen Jiaying's character. The clash between these two little divas could potentially endanger others as collateral damage. The seasoned veterans Yu Xin and Zhang Hua were unperturbed, but aspirants like Chen Lin, Su Jian, and Guo Tianshi were at risk of becoming mere fodder. Thus, the atmosphere today was somewhat tense. Su Qingmei entered the makeup room and took quite some time to emerge. Lin Zhou sensed something amiss and called Zhou Yun. Why is it taking so long? Zhou Yun's voice seemed hesitant, as if interrupted. Before she stammered, She'll be out soon. A few minutes later, Su Qingmei stepped out of the makeup room. Her long hair was elegantly styled, revealing her fair neck, and she exuded a poised beauty in a black gown that accentuated her curves, moving with a sensual grace. Wow! The waiting crowd in the hallway couldn't help but gasp in admiration. In terms of looks and figure, their own artist paled in comparison to Su Qingmei. Lin Zhou, however, frowned and approached her, whispering, "Are you feeling unwell?" Zhou Yun, looking helpless, replied, "Lin Ji, Qingmei just told me not to say anything. Her stomach is acting up again." Lin Zhou glanced at Su Qingmei, noting the heavier makeup she wore today, clearly a disguise for her pale complexion. He turned to Zhang Hong. "Should we inform Director Zhang? Perhaps we should take her to the hospital?" Just then, an unexpected hush fell over the hallway. A woman clad in a cropped t-shirt and jeans, with knee-high boots, strode towards them. "It's Chen Jiaying." The aura she exuded was formidable. Chen Jiaying, petite yet exuding a commanding presence, disregarded the astonished gazes around her and walked directly up to Su Qingmei. "Long time no see, Su Qingmei." Chapter 90. Provocation. Chen Jiaying, petite in stature, stood before Su Qingmei, appearing a half-head shorter. Yet, her imposing presence created an illusion that her height was on par with Su Qingmei's. With a piercing gaze, she addressed Su Qingmei, her tone less akin to a greeting and more like a boxer poised to challenge an opponent on the brink of the ring. With her arrival, the corridor fell silent, and the ambient temperature seemed to drop. The attendees, all figures from the entertainment industry, were well aware of the grievance between Chen Jiaying and Su Qingmei. The competition for Best Newcomer at the Golden Melody Awards 2 years prior had been dubbed the most intense in a decade. The two frontrunners at the time were Su Qingmei and Chen Jiaying. Ultimately, Su Qingmei clinched the award, relegating Chen Jiaying to the role of mere backdrop. Born into a prominent family and possessing an inflated ego, Chen Jiaying subsequently regarded Su Qingmei as her greatest rival. Her obsession was palpable. Whenever Su Qingmei released a new song, Chen Jiaying followed suit, and whenever Su Qingmei launched an album, she too would do the same. Now, with Su Qingmei participating in I Am a Singer, Chen Jiaying had also made her appearance. Confronted by the aggressive Chen Jiaying, Su Qingmei maintained an indifferent expression and replied coolly, "Hello," before striding directly toward the singer's quarters. Chun Jiaying hastily caught up, walking alongside her with a mocking smile. "I've arrived. Are you afraid?" Su Qingmei slightly furrowed her brow, not out of anxiety or fear, but rather due to a resurgence of her stomach ailment. "Why the silence? Aren't you the best newcomer at the Golden Melody Awards, the top of the four little queens? Don't let me overshadow you later." Chun Jiaying continued her taunts. Suddenly, a man interjected between them, blocking Chun Jiaying. "Miss Su, your jacket." Lin Zhou offered his lucky shirt to Su Qingmei. She accepted it, and together they walked forward, naturally leaving Chun Jiaying behind. "Hey, Su Qingmei, hey." Chun Jiaying shouted from behind, but Su Qingmei paid her no mind, continuing to walk away with Lin Zhou. "Who is this man? How dare he obstruct me?" Chun Jiaying fumed, glaring at Lin Zhou's retreating figure. "Let's not record. Let's go to the hospital," Lin Zhou gently suggested, supporting Su Qingmei's frame. "No," Su Qingmei replied, her complexion pale yet resolute. Upon reaching the entrance of the singer's quarters, Lin Zhou suddenly grasped her wrist. Su Qingmei paused, gazing at him in surprise. "Remember, if it hurts too much, don't force yourself. I'll be right outside," Lin Zhou instructed in a serious tone. Su Qingmei looked down at his hand clasping hers, then back up at his earnest expression. "Okay." Only then did Lin Zhou release her, and Su Qingmei entered the singer's quarters. "Why didn't you let me through earlier?" Zhu Yun inquired of Zhang Hong, who stood at a nearby corner. "If you went, it would have been awkward for the both of them," Zhang Hong retorted, casting a glance at Lin Zhou in the distance. "I can't believe I thought he was so honest." "Hey, why don't you send Brother Lin away?" Zhu Yun suggested playfully. "Go ahead, be my guest." Zhang Hong scoffed. "I wouldn't dare. Sister Qingmei would surely kill me." Zhu Yun vigorously shook her head. "Regardless, Brother Lin's contract expires in 3 months. He'll leave on his own then," Zhang Hong mused, observing Lin Zhou in front of the singer's quarters. 2 months left. Who knows what might transpire? The two approached Lin Zhou, and after waiting for about half an hour, they felt the time was right and headed toward the recording hall. "Sister Zhang, why is Miss Su unwilling to go to the hospital?" Lin Zhou suddenly asked during their walk. Zhang Hong shook her head. "I'm not entirely sure. It seems to be related to Qingmei's childhood. She hasn't elaborated on it with us." Lin Zhou pondered for a moment and replied, "Miss Su cannot continue like this. There's still the theme song for Unsung Heroes ahead."